Yi Chu took the blame for his elder brother and entered prison. By a stroke of fortune, he became a disciple of the renowned medicine emperor, mastering the art of defying destiny. Rough medicine. 3 years later, he returned as a conqueror. Confronted by his shameless family, Yi Chu severed all ties with them, fiercely protecting his beloved wife who has found him kindness. Witness how Yi Chu carves a path to greatness amidst the tumultuous world. Chapter 1. Yi Chu's release from prison and his shameless family. Master, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself. In Longtan Prison, Jiangnan Province, Yi Chu bowed respectfully to a scruffy old man, his eyes filled with reluctance. The old man nodded slightly, advising, "Do not forget the matters I entrusted to you. Upon your release, hasten to resolve the resentment of the dragon energy within you. Otherwise, if it invades your heart's meridians, calamity will surely follow." Yi Chu nodded earnestly. "Master, I understand." 3 years prior, he had taken the fall for his brother. At that time, he was merely 15 and often bullied. Fortuitously, the old man intervened, taking him as a disciple and imparting numerous skills. The old man revealed that Yi Chu possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, yet for reasons unknown, the true dragon bone within him had been extracted. This led to the emergence of the resentment dragon energy, which relentlessly eroded his body. Without intervention, he would not survive past 18. Fortunately, the old man's teachings in martial arts improved his physical constitution, allowing him to barely suppress the resentment dragon energy. However, this was merely a temporary measure. To eradicate the resentment dragon energy completely, two methods existed. The first involved seeking a woman with a special constitution. Dragons are inherently lustful, and the resentment dragon energy, being a form of dragon essence, could be harmonized through dual cultivation with such a woman. Among them, the true phoenix and true dragon bodies were the most effective. The elder waved his hand. "Go ahead. Remember, do not tarnish my name." Yi Chu knelt and bowed 3 times before the elder, then rose and departed from the prison. As soon as he left, the entire Longtan prison erupted in excitement. "Ha ha! The overlord of Chu has finally departed. Wonderful! Today is a splendid day. Let the truth rise to the surface." The Yi family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Jiangdu City. Within the Yi family's villa, Yi Tianqing and his wife wore expressions of deep concern. "What shall we do? Only 3 days remain, and if we cannot devise a solution, my tenure as head of the family will come to an end," Yi Tianqing said, his brow furrowed. Xie Yushan exclaimed in frustration. "The old man is clearly doing this on purpose." Yi Tianqing sighed. "Am I not aware? Father is indirectly forcing me to relinquish my position as head." Xie Yushan grew anxious. "What then shall we do?" Yi Tianqing clenched his teeth. "If it comes to it, we may have to sacrifice Yifei." Xie Yushan's expression changed. "Would Yifei agree? That young lady from the Jiang family is in a vegetative state and, I hear, has been disfigured." The eldest daughter of the Jiang family had been in a car accident over a year ago, resulting in her current condition. After futile attempts to seek medical help across various locations, they recently decided to recruit a son-in-law to bring fortune. In pursuit of prosperity, the Yi family took the initiative. The elder of the Yi family promptly convened a family meeting. After much deliberation yielded no results, he shifted the burden onto Yi Tianqing, the family head. Just as the two were lost in their worries, the family steward entered. Xie Yushan frowned. "Which young Master Chu?" Yi Tianqing also frowned, but then seemed to recall something. The butler explained, "Master, this refers to young Master Yi Chu, who was imprisoned 3 years ago." The two exchanged puzzled glances, recalling who Yi Chu was. Having not seen him for over 3 years, they had nearly forgotten they had such a son. Their eyes brightened in unison, and Xie Yushan smiled. "Tianqing, we could arrange for Yi Chu to marry into the Jiang family." Yi Tianqing nodded in agreement. "An excellent idea, a convict paired with a person in a vegetative stadium match made in heaven." Xie Yushan grew somewhat concerned, but Yi Chu is, after all, an illegitimate child who has served time. Might the Jiang family have reservations? Yi Tianqing contemplated. "I will make a phone call to inquire." He promptly took out his phone to communicate with the Jiang family. Once he hung up, Xie Yushan immediately inquired, "What did they say?" Yi Tianqing replied, "The Jiang family mentioned they would consider it." At that moment, the butler entered, leading Yi Chu inside. Noticing his washed-out clothes, a flicker of disdain passed through their eyes. However, considering the marriage proposal, they were compelled to force smiles. Yi Tianqing hurriedly approached, warmly grasping Yi Chu's hand. "Little Chu, you have endured much these past 3 years." Xie Yushan added, "Little Chu, wait here, I shall prepare a meal for you." She rose and made her way to the kitchen. Yi Tianqing continued to engage with Yi Chu, inquiring about his life in prison and explaining that he had been too busy with company matters to visit him. Yi Chu, however, chose not to expose the fad, listening quietly. Yet, a cold laugh echoed in his heart. He was no longer the person he had been 3 years prior. No matter how grandly they spoke, he believed not a single word. In the past, Yi Chu had held nearly no standing within the family. Often subjected to beatings and scoldings, 3 years ago, Yi Tianqing coerced him into taking the blame for his elder brother, Yi Chen. He argued that since he was a minor, the sentence would be lighter, and he assured him that once released from prison, he would guarantee him a life of LTH and prosperity. However, the reality was stark. Since his incarceration, the Yi family had never once visited him. At that time, Yi Chu was too young to contend with the Yi family, thus he could only acquiesce. Yet, from his master, he learned of his possession of the true dragon bloodline. However, both Yi Tianqing and his late mother were ordinary individuals, making it impossible for him to have inherited such a lineage. There remained but one possibility. Either or both of them were not his biological parents. Although he could not comprehend Yi Tianqing's fervent enthusiasm, he sensed that something was amiss. After more than an hour of Yi Tianqing's incessant chatter, Yi Chu could no longer endure it and coldly remarked, "Enough of this charade, speak plainly. What is it you wish to disk?" "USS?" Yi Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Ah, Xiao Chu, why must you say such things? Can't a father simply be concerned for his son?" Yi Chu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tianqing. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Yi Tianqing's phone rang at that moment. He answered, and his expression brightened. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and turned to Yi Chu with a paternal smile. "Xiao Chu, it is as follows. To make amends for the sacrifices you have made over these past 3 years, I have arranged a marriage for you." Yi Chu's heart stirred. He sensed that the main subject had finally arrived. The bride is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Marrying her will ensure that you live the remainder of your life without financial worries. Yi Chuxin silently scoffed, although she harbored suspicions. She never anticipated such shamelessness from the other party. This young lady of the Jiang family had been mentioned by a former cellmate of hers. Once the pride of the Jiang family, she had tragically fallen victim to an accident and had become a mere shell of her former self. Just after her release from prison, she was being urged to marry a person in a vegetative state. Truly, what a devoted father. Yi Tianqing boasted, "Xiao Chu, the Jiang family is a prestigious household in Jiangdu. Their influence surpasses even that of our Yi family. You must seize this opportunity." Yi Chu wore a mocking expression. "If they are so remarkable, why not allow my second brother and elder brother to marry her instead?" Chapter 2. From now on, no further connections. Yi Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly, though he maintained a cheerful facade. "Xiao Chu, during the 3 years you were away, your elder and second brothers have both found girlfriends, and this fortune is rightfully yours. How could they, as your older brothers, usurp it?" Yi Chu found no desire to argue further and replied coolly, "I can agree to this, but I have conditions." Yi Tianqing's eyes brightened. "What are your conditions?" "Speak." Yi Chu took a deep breath and stated, "I wish to know the identity of my biological father." She was now utterly convinced that Yi Tianqing was not her true father. Yi Tianqing's expression stiffened. He discreetly glanced towards the kitchen, where Xie Yushan was busy, and felt a slight sense of relief. From Yi Tianqing's reaction, Yi Chu knew her suspicions were correct. Yi Tianqing's countenance darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not your biological father?" "Is that so?" Yi Chu retorted with a cold smile. "Would a true father allow his son to take the fall for someone else? And upon release, insist he marry a person in a vegetative state?" Yi Tianqing was rendered speechless by the inquiry. He was taken aback, realizing that the other party was fully aware of everything. Initially, he had planned to deceive Yi Chu, intending to secure his position through marriage, believing that by the time the truth was revealed, it would be too late. Yi Chu spoke calmly. If you reveal my origins, I shall agree to marry the young lady of the Jiang family. Yi Tianqing's expression darkened. Unfilial son, do you dare to threaten me? Yi Chu's demeanor remained indifferent. Do not assume the role of a father here. You are unworthy of it. Yi Tianqing's face turned ashen with anger. You truly believe that after 3 years in prison, I am powerless against you? Threaten me? Yi Chu's tone was frigid, and an imposing aura enveloped him. Do you think I'm still the naive, ignorant child of 3 years ago, easily manipulated by you? Dismiss your arrogance in my eyes. You are nothing. Ha! Do not speak of yourself. The entire Yi family could be extinguished with a mere flick of my wrist. Yi Tianqing trembled, feeling a constriction in his breath, as if a primordial beast had set its gaze upon him. Should the other party desire it, he could be crushed effortlessly. Yi Chu withdrew his imposing presence, stating coolly, "Reveal the truth, and I shall agree to marry the young lady of the Jiang family, thereby repaying the Yi family's nurturing gr." Yi Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, and Yi Chu appeared ordinary once more. All that had transpired seemed to vanish in a thin air. He reassured himself, feeling a twinge of irritation at the thought of being intimidated by Yi Chu. Yet, for the sake of his plans for marriage, he forced himself to endure. Very well, I shall tell you. Yi Chu leaned in to listen. You are indeed not my biological child. Your mother was my first love. When she fell gravely ill and with her parents gone, she entrusted you to me. Out of respect for our past romance, I promised her I would care for you. As for who your biological father is, I remain in the dark. Yi Chu maintained a steady gaze on the speaker, discerning that no falsehood lay within their words. Thus, the trail had once again run cold. Yet it was certain that his biological father possessed the bloodline of the Dragon clan. If only he could locate this individual, the truth of the true dragon bones might be unveiled. However, amidst the vast sea of humanity, how could he possibly find this person? The matter has been laid bare before you, Yi Tianqing stated coldly. I trust you will remember what has just been conveyed. Moreover, this affair is solely between us. Let not a third party become privy to it, lest the reputation of the Yi family be tarnished. Yi Chu replied indifferently, Rest assured, I am a man of my word. When shall the wedding take place? Yi Tianqing responded, Tomorrow. Remain at home today. I shall send someone to assist you with your fitting. Soon after, Xie Yushan prepared a sumptuous feast. Upon learning of Yi Chu's agreement, Xie Yushan felt a wave of joy. After the meal, the couple promptly arranged for a multitude of garments to be delivered, instructing the maid to assist Yi Chu with the fittings. The following day, Yi Chu, impeccably dressed, awaited the arrival of the wedding procession within the villa. At this moment, he donned a sharply tailored suit, his features resolute, eyes sparkling, and his closely cropped hair lending him an air of vitality. His entire demeanor radiated an extraordinary charisma. Third brother, your sacrifice has not gone unnoticed by me. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek your elder brother, Yi Qin said, patting Yi Chu on the shoulder, his smile warm and inviting. Though he harbored an intense disdain for Yi Chu, the illegitimate child, as the leader, he had to maintain a facade of dignity. Yi Chu shook his head, declaring, There is no need. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yi family. He had thoroughly discerned the shamelessness of the Yi family. Yi Qin's smile faded, inwardly cursing the ungratefulness. Soon, the wedding procession from the Jiang family arrived at the Yi residence. Yi Chu strode towards the entrance, casting nary a glance at anyone. Xie Yushan angrily exclaimed, What nonsense is this? After spending a few years in prison, he has forgotten the basic principles of etiquette and hierarchy. Yi Qin consoled her, saying, Mother, he is merely an illegitimate child. Do not stoop to his level. Yi Tianqing added, There is no need to be upset over a convict. Our main family has made significant contributions. It is time to seek our due from the old master. Outside, Yi Chu, who had just taken his seat in the car, listened intently to their conversation. A cold smile crept across his face. The Yi family had better brace themselves. He joined the wedding procession, heading toward the Jiang family's villa. The Jiang family, a century-old clan in Jiangdu, possessed profound heritage, far surpassing that of the Yi family. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Jiang villa. Yi Chu followed the butler into the villa. Inside, Jiang Haiyun and his wife were entertaining an elderly gentleman with a square face. Dr. Li, we are truly grateful for your efforts, Jiang Haiyun expressed with sincerity. I apologize for not being able to provide more assistance. Li Jingyuan replied, somewhat embarrassed. Should I receive any news regarding the Medicine Emperor, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. The old gentleman, named Li Jingyuan, was a national treasure, invited at great expense by the couple. However, he was unable to awaken Jiang Junyao, so he recommended a legendary divine physician, the Medicine Emperor, to the couple. The couple expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Li." Li Jingyuan waved his hand and stood up, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." Jiang Yanhai hurriedly rose to see him off. Li Jingyuan brushed past Yi Chu, who had just entered. Yi Chu, filled with curiosity, wondered about the identity of the person who knew the Medicine Emperor. The Medicine Emperor, the sovereign of all medicines. In ancient times, Shen Nong tasted hundreds of herbs today. The Medicine Emperor distinguishes myriad medicines. The Medicine Emperor is a towering figure in the alchemical realm, possessing an unparalleled mastery of the art of medicine. It is said that there is no ailment he cannot cure. Though the Medicine Emperor is formidable, his renown is largely confined to the realms of alchemy and martial arts, making it difficult for ordinary people to be aware of him. Why does Yi Chu possess such knowledge? Because the Medicine Emperor is indeed his revered master. "You are Yi Chu?" A sharp voice interrupted Yi Chu's contemplation. Looking up, he found Jiang Haiyun glaring at him with a hostile gaze. Yi Chu nodded slightly. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened. "I have heard you have just been released from prison?" Yi Chu nodded again. Jiang Haiyun's countenance grew even more severe. What a bold move by the Yi family to allow a reformed convict to marry into the family. "Do you truly believe that my lineage has fallen from grace and can be easily bullied?" "Enough. Today is a day of celebration. Let us speak less of such matters." Han Mingwan scolded her husband with a glare. "Moreover, this decision was made with my consent." After saying this, she scrutinized Yi Chu, a look of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. "Indeed, quite remarkable. He is worthy of Junyao." Jiang Haiyun snorted and turned to ascend the stairs, clearly displeased with Yi Chu as a son-in-law. "Old Lin, go and have someone assist Junyao out." Han Mingwan gave instructions to the butler and then beckoned to Yi Chu. "Xiao Chu, let us ascend as well." Yi Chu silently followed her upstairs. Upon arriving at the living room on the second floor, several maids were assisting an extraordinarily beautiful woman as she emerged. The woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, sported flowing red waves of hair, her face exquisitely flawless, and her figure alluringly graceful. Had it not been for the pallor of her complexion, which hinted at ill health, she would undoubtedly have been even more captivating. Yi Chu felt a twinge of skepticism. Wasn't it said that her beauty had been marred? How could she be so stunning? Subsequently, in the presence of Han Mingwan and her husband, the two conducted a simple wedding ceremony. Then the butler took their photographs to procure the marriage certificate. "Xiao Chu, I entrust my daughter to you from now on," Han Mingwan solemnly instructed Yi Chu. Yi Chu nodded. "Mother, rest assured, I will ensure Junyo's happiness." Jiang Haiyun huffed dismissively and turned to descend the stairs. "Xiao Chu, your father is just like that. Do not take it to heart," Han Mingwan said somewhat awkwardly as she produced a bank card. "This card contains 1 million. Consider it my gift to you as a token of our first meeting." Yi Chu was taken aback that on their very first encounter, his mother-in-law bestowed upon him 1 million as a greeting gift. Could such fortune exist in this world? "Mother, I cannot accept this." Yi Chu quickly gestured, feeling somewhat perplexed by her intentions. He wondered if she was being excessively generous towards him. Little did he know, the Jiang family sought a suitable match to dispel misfortune, yet they were selective in their choice. The Yi family had proactively suggested that Yi Chu marry into their family. Han Mingwan promptly arranged for an investigation into Yi Chu's background. 3 years ago, he willingly took the fall for his elder brother, and now that he has just been released, he is ready to sacrifice for the family once more. Such a loyal and devoted individual naturally captivates Han Mingwan, while she yearns for someone exceptional, who among the outstanding would take notice of someone like Jiang Junyao. Moreover, the Jiang family is not in want of wealth. In comparison, character holds far greater significance. Chapter 3. The Art of Spirits and Demons, Crafting Needles from Qi. Ultimately, Han Mingwan forcefully pressed the bank card into Yi Chu's hands. Once she departed, he entered the room, fixating on the unconscious Jiang Junyao lying on the bed. The notion of marrying into the family didn't seem so bad after all. He murmured softly, the affection shown by Han Mengwan evoking memories of his deceased mother. Unlike Yi Tiansheng, his mother, Lin Xianxian, had showered him with love. He grasped Jiang Juanyao's delicate hand to take her pulse. A moment later, a frown creased his brow. Could it be that she possesses such a constitution? After a thorough examination, a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. Remarkably, she truly has the true phoenix body. My fortune is indeed extraordinary. He was elated. For according to his master, individuals with special constitutions are exceedingly rare. Yet, he had fortuitously encountered one and, by a twist of fate, had even wed her. Reining in his emotions, he began to investigate the cause of Jiang Juanyao's unconsciousness. After a brief moment, his eyebrows arched slightly. Oh, it appears my wife is no ordinary person. With a single hand forming a seal, strands of true qi emanated from his fingertips, transforming in the air into ethereal needles. To an expert, witnessing such a spectacle would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. As he pulled back the covers, revealing a sensual and graceful figure, Yichu felt a rush of warmth in his gaze. Having spent the past 3 years in prison, he had not encountered a woman. In the prime of his youth, the sight before him inevitably quickened his heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of his emotions and focused on manipulating the qi needles. With a flurry of swift movements, 9 qi needles pierced various acupoints on Jiang Juanyao's body. A low hum resonated as the tips of the needles trembled lightly, swiftly transitioning from transparent to a deep crimson hue. Within mere minutes, they resembled fresh blood. With a swift motion of his hand, Yichu sent 9 energy needles soaring, transforming above the nearby trash bin into 9 droplets of crimson liquid. A faint, refreshing fragrance filled the air. Yichu grasped Jiang Juanyao's wrist to check her pulse. Detecting lingering traces of poison, he first infused her with a measure of vital energy to restore her body's vitality, intending to continue the treatment thereafter. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the housekeeper, Wu Ma, entered carrying a basin of warm water. Upon witnessing the scene, she was instantly taken aback. What do you intend to do to the young lady? You beast, what are your intentions towards Junyao? Jiang Haiyan stormed in, immediately launching into a tirade. Han Mengwan rushed forward to inspect Jiang Juanyao's condition, and upon confirming she was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Turning to Yichu, she inquired, Xiao Chu, what were you just doing? Jiang Haiyan retorted angrily, is it not obvious? This brute certainly harbors ill intentions towards Junyao. I told you he has a criminal past. He is not a good person, yet you refuse to listen. It was no wonder he was suspicious. Yichu had already left a negative impression on him. And combined with Wu Ma's observations, it was difficult to avoid doubt. The mere thought of him attempting to harm the daughter of a comatose individual ignited his fury. Why the rush? The situation is not yet clear. Han Mengwan shot a glare at her husband and continued to face Yichu. Yichu did not conceal the truth, stating, I was just treating Junyao. Han Mengwan was taken aback. You possess medical knowledge? Yichu nodded. I have a modest understanding. Jiang Haiyan, filled with rage and incredulity, scoffed. What nonsense! You barely graduated from middle school before landing in prison. Where did you acquire such medical skills? Did you learn from those criminals? Yichu chose not to elaborate excessively, merely stating, I am indeed treating an ailment, believe it or not. Jiang Haiyan scoffed. Is that so? Then can you discern the nature of Juanyao's affliction? Poisoning, Yichu replied. Jiang Haiyan erupted in laughter, then scolded vehemently. Nonsense. Junyao was involved in a car accident, falling into a deep coma, rendering her a vegetable. How does that relate to poisoning? Yichu pursed his lips, acknowledging that Jiang Juanyao's brain had indeed suffered damage. Yet it was not sufficient to induce a state of unresponsiveness. The true cause lay in the poison of the flower from the other shore. This poison, colorless and tasteless, infiltrated the bloodstream and nerves, making detection exceedingly challenging. This explained why, over the past year, the Jiang family had summoned numerous esteemed physicians, yet none could awaken Jiang Junyao. The root cause remained elusive, making treatment impossible. He was disinclined to explain further, knowing that the other party would not believe him. Just as Han Mengwan was about to speak, the butler hurriedly entered the room. Master, Madam, the first Madam and Miss Junlan have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures entered. The newcomers were none other than Chun Meijing, the matriarch of the Jiang family, and her younger daughter, Jiang Junlan. Second brother, I heard you sought the Yi family's young master to bring good fortune to Junyao. Where is he? Let me see him at once, Jiang Junlan said, curling her lip. Mother, what Yi family young master? I've heard he's merely a bastard, and it seems he has even spent time in prison. Their banter infuriated the couple, turning their faces a shade of iron. Jiang Haiyun glared at Han Mingwan, saying, "This is all you're doing." Han Mengjuan's expression soured, and she coldly retorted, "Elder sister-in-law, my son-in-law's situation is none of your concern." Chun Meijing, with a beaming smile, replied, "Mengwan, your words are misplaced. After all, I am Junyao aunt. It is only natural for me to express concern." Though Junyao had succumbed to a vegetative state, it was inappropriate to casually associate her with just any random individual, as if no one cared for her. Such actions were deeply malevolent. Han Mingwan trembled with anger, yet before she could unleash her wrath, Chun Meijing continued. "A criminal serving hard labor brings misfortune. If that were to befall Junyao, it would be disastrous. Rather than bringing joy, it might summon calamity." After speaking, she cast a glance at Jiang Haiyun and clucked her tongue, saying, "I say, second brother, are you not going to manage Mingwan? If true misfortune were to arise, wouldn't Junyao remain in this state for eternity?" Han Mingjuan's voice pierced sharply. "Chen Meijing, do you dare curse my daughter?" Chen Meijing dismissed her concern. "Mingwan, do not misunderstand. I merely speak the truth. When I was a child, I had my fortune told, and the master proclaimed me a harbinger of good fortune. Wherever I go, prosperity follows. Perhaps Junyao will awaken shortly." Chen Meijing paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure, retorting furiously, "Criminal, whom are you calling old?" Yichu grinned widely, her smile radiant. "Oh, auntie, your demeanor is so acerbic that the powder on your face could be used to paint walls. Could it be that you are too elderly and unattractive to face the world?" The crowd turned their attention, astonished by Yichu's sharp tongue. "Ah, you little wretch. I shall tear your mouth apart." Chen Meijing was infuriated, her claws poised to scratch Yichu's face, only to be stopped by Han Mingwan. With a mocking expression, she said, "Sister-in-law, as an elder, do you truly wish to bicker with the younger generation? Are you not afraid of being the subject of laughter should this be known?" Chen Meijing trembled with rage but recognized that she could do little to Yichu in that moment, suppressing her fury and curling her lips into a cold smile. "Han Mingwan, do not be overly pleased with yourself. I have come to inform you that the elder has decided to appoint Junlong as the president. With the inauguration ceremony scheduled for a month from now, the collaboration with the Huangfu family will be fully entrusted to Junlong, and it would be wise for you to refrain from interfering, lest you find us less than courteous." Han Mengjuan's expression immediately soured. A year ago, the Huangfu family intended to invest in Jinling, and the elder promised that whoever could establish a partnership with them would assume the presidency of the Jiang Group. Jiang Junyao endured countless hardships to connect with them, only to meet with a tragic accident at a crucial moment. During her coma, the main branch not only reaped the rewards but also oppressed Jiang Junyao's loyal supporters within the company, either coercing them into submission or dismissing them. Currently, the second branch holds almost no influence within the Jiang Group. "Father is being biased. We will never accept this." She felt as if she might shatter her back teeth from the pressure. Chen Meijing wore a smug expression, asserting that it mattered little if they disagreed. For the daughter they had once taken pride in had now become a mere vegetable. Who else could the second branch rely on? Were they to depend on your ineffectual husband, or this rehabilitated criminal son-in-law? The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense, and Han Mingjuan's countenance darkened ominously. She longed to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Han Mingwan, the Jiang family is destined to be inherited by our main branch. You might as well abandon your daydreams. It would be prudent for you to comply, or you will come to regret it in the future." Just as Chen Meijing was basking in her triumph, a sudden cough emanated from the direction of the bed. Everyone turned their gaze to see that Jiang Junyao had, unbeknownst to them, opened her eyes. Chapter 4. The Protective Mother-in-Law, Junyao's Confusion. Junyao. Han Mingwan strode forward, exclaiming with joy, "I knew my daughter was destined for good fortune. She would be unharmed." Jiang Haiyun also radiated excitement, promptly retrieving her phone to contact the family physician. Both Wuma and the steward wore expressions of delight. In stark contrast, Chen Meijing and her daughter appeared as if they had swallowed something bitter. Soon, several medical personnel arrived, equipped with instruments, to conduct a thorough examination of Jiang Junyao. "Doctor, how is she?" Han Mingwan inquired anxiously. "Madam, the young lady is in excellent health, though somewhat weakened," the physician replied, his face a mask of disbelief. As the private doctor of the Jiang family, he regularly monitored Jiang Junyao's health. Just a few days prior, he had examined her. Her brain activity was consistent with previous assessments, exhibiting only slight fluctuations, while multiple muscles had shown signs of atrophy. Now, miraculously awakened, those atrophied muscles had returned to their former state. It was truly astonishing. Jiang Haiyan burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha, it must be the blessings of our ancestors." The awakening of his daughter dispelled the shadows lingering in his heart. However, Han Mengwan inadvertently glanced at Yichu. Recalling past events, could it be mere coincidence? She disregarded her curiosity and directed a smug look toward Qin Meijing. "Oh dear sister-in-law, just look. My son-in-law truly is a harbinger of good fortune." The moment he arrived at our home, Junyao awakened. "With Xiaochu as our lucky star, our family is bound to flourish. You must be cautious in the first household, lest you inadvertently lose the president that came to us so fortuitously." Qin Meijing's face turned ashen, unable to fathom that the tide could turn so swiftly. "Humph, just a convict. What is there to be proud of? How shameless." Qin Meijing glared at Han Mengwan, reluctantly leaving with her daughter. A group of doctors followed suit. Once the crowd dispersed, Han Mengwan immediately approached Yichu. "Dear son-in-law, you are truly a blessing to our family. I believe that Junyu will surely find happiness with you." Her satisfaction with Yichu only deepened. Jiang Haiyan frowned. "Mengwan, Junya has awakened. I think the charade of bringing joy should end here." He had never favored Yichu, even when Jiang Junyao lay in a comatose state. Now, it was even more unacceptable. Jiang Junyao was renowned as a stunning beauty in Jiangdu City, excelling in both talent and lineage. Countless young men vied for her affection. He would absolutely not accept his cherished daughter marrying a convict. Han Mengjuan's anger flared. "Jiang Haiyan, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Without Yichu, would Junyao have awakened?" Jiang Haiyan retorted coldly. "Junyu's awakening is due to her own fortune, blessed by the ancestors of the Jiang family. It has nothing to do with this fellow. Do you truly believe in such nonsensical notions? Is that so? Then explain why Junyao awoke precisely when Xiaochu arrived at our home." Han Mengwan replied coldly. "And have you forgotten what just transpired?" "Humph, merely a coincidence." Jiang Haiyan scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe this fellow? He, a former inmate, understands." Han Mengwan, incensed, interjected. "You, Jiang, listen here. Xiaochu is my son-in-law. If you dare to bring up his past imprisonment again, I will not let this matter rest." Jiang Haiyan found it somewhat hard to believe that his wife would unleash such fury upon him for the sake of a mere newcomer. Anger stirred within him as he declared, "Han Mengwan, I may acquiesce to your wishes in other matters, but this is non-negotiable. That boy must divorce Junyao." He glared. "Have you dared to defy me, raising your voice in such a manner?" Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of an argument, Jiang Junyao, lying on the bed, interjected, "Dad, Mom, please do not quarrel. I wish to be alone for a moment." Instantly, the tension dissipated. Han Mengwan shot a glare at Jiang Haiyan before turning her attention to Jiang Junyao. "Junyao, rest well. I shall prepare some nourishing soup for you," she said. Exiting the room, Jiang Haiyan cast a menacing glance at Yichu before following her, his expression seemingly conveying, "Young man, it would be wise for you to initiate the divorce." The housekeeper and the maid dared not linger. Just as Yichu contemplated leaving, Jiang Junyao called out to him. "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Yichu turned, meeting the gaze of the stunning beauty on the bed. Her eyes were captivating, resembling two black jewels, yet they harbored an air of haughtiness and profundity. Propping herself up against the headboard, Jiang Junyao glanced at Yichu and spoke with a calm demeanor. "I believe I have grasped the situation. My mother, in her excessive worry, resorted to this absurd act of seeking a matchmaker. We are strangers, and this marriage feels forced, yet you have brought her a glimmer of hope in her despair. As a token of gratitude, I can offer you 10 million as compensation." Yichu scoffed. 10 million? Do you take me for a fool? So, what exactly do you wish to convey? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Juanyao's eyes as she observed her interlocutor remain entirely impassive upon hearing the figure of 10 million. For an ordinary individual, such a sum is far from insignificant. Jiang Junyao articulated her intent. It was time to dissolve the marriage, for they belonged to disparate worlds. And any forced union bore no meaning. Her tone was serene and unruffled, devoid of any air of superiority or condescension. Yet, this tranquility was the essence of true pride. Perhaps, in Jiang Juanyao's eyes, Yichu was akin to an insignificant insect, while she herself embodied the majestic phoenix from the heavens. Once divorced, their paths would never cross again. She even regarded the notion of exerting power over him with disdain. Why would a phoenix stoop to contend with an ant? Yichu, upon hearing her words, felt a bemused inclination to laugh and countered, "How can you be so certain that we do not inhabit the same world? Do you truly know me?" Jiang Junyao massaged her temples, expressing her distaste for those who cling obstinately to others, wishing instead for him to possess self-awareness. Although it was their first encounter, she had gleaned ample information from her parents' discussions, having served time in prison and being a mere pawn in a marriage of convenience. Such a man seemed far too ordinary, utterly incompatible with her. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Yi Chu was disinclined to impose himself upon her. He may have needed the phoenix's essence to quell the turmoil within, yet he possessed a sense of dignity. Without the phoenix's power, he could pursue other avenues. He would never humiliate himself by seeking her favor. "I have no objections, as long as my parents consent," he replied, leaving the door ajar for future possibilities. For he genuinely cherished his mother-in-law, Han Mingwan. After his mother's passing, Han Mingwan had once more enveloped him in maternal affection. "I will speak with my mother." Jiang Junyao reclined once more, urging, "You may leave. I wish to rest for a while." As Yi Chu departed, Jiang Junyao let out a soft sigh. Although her actions felt somewhat dishonorable, her unique circumstances dictated that Yi Chu, being in close proximity, would inevitably be ensnared in her troubles. Descending the stairs, Yi Chu found Han Mingwan industriously occupied in the kitchen, soon presenting a sumptuous feast. Wu Ma ascended to assist the frail Jiang Junyao down. "Junyao, come quickly. I have prepared your favorite blackbone chicken soup," Han Mingwan called warmly. As the family gathered around the table, just as they were about to partake in the meal, Jiang Junyao turned to Han Mingwan. "Mother, I just spoke with Yi Chu. He and I are not suited for one another, and I intend to pursue a divorce." Han Mingwan's smile faltered, freezing on her face. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Junyao, you and I think alike. This fellow is indeed inappropriate. Once we finish our meal, we shall head to the Civil Affairs Bureau." With a loud clap, Han Mingwan slammed her chopsticks onto the table. "I'll see who dares. Junyao, one must not forget their benefactors. I will never agree to this." She continued, "When you became a vegetative state, all your past suitors distanced themselves, let alone marrying into our family. At the crucial moment, it was Xiao Chu who stepped forward, and just as he arrived, you awakened. He is your lucky star. And moreover, Xiao Chu possesses commendable character. What dissatisfaction could you possibly have?" Her words flowed like a rapid barrage, extolling Yi Chu's virtues, clearly expressing her approval of him as a son-in-law. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "A commendable character yet imprisoned?" Han Mingwan shot him an indignant glare. "You know nothing. I had someone investigate. Xiao Chu took the blame for his elder brother years ago, and having just been released, he sacrificed for his family again. Does that not signify good character? What does it truly mean?" Jiang Haiyun was rendered speechless by the rebuke, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "But he is merely a bast-RD. How could a bast-RD be worthy of our Junyao?" "Silence," Han Mingwan retorted angrily, then turned to Jiang Junyao, declaring, "Let me make this perfectly clear. If you dare to divorce Xiao Chu, I shall disown you as my daughter." With that, she stormed upstairs in a fit of rage. Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples, aware that her mother was genuinely furious, and decided to take a moment before addressing the situation. Jiang Haiyun looked at his daughter and said, "Junyao, your father supports you." Jiang Junyao remained silent, finishing her meal before ascending the stairs. Yi Chu willingly assisted in clearing the table. Jiang Haiyun, feeling increasingly irritated, thought his son-in-law was utterly spineless, and left the villa. Yi Chu, unfazed, prepared a bowl of food and took it upstairs for his mother-in-law. "Mom, don't let yourself go hungry. Your health is paramount." Han Mingwan accepted the meal, growing ever more pleased with Yi Chu. "Xiao Chu, rest assured. As long as I am here, that wretched girl will never get a divorce." Yi Chu smiled and nodded, naturally wishing to avoid separation. In the adjacent room, Jiang Junyao listened attentively, feeling a headache coming on. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a surprised voice greeted her. "President Jiang, you are awake. Shui, investigate the car accident." Jiang Junyao commanded. "President Jiang, we have already uncovered the details. It was Jiang Junlong and his associates." The voice on the other end seethed with anger. "President Jiang, would you like me to discreetly eliminate them?" Although she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed left Jiang Junyao momentarily stunned. The other party truly held no regard for familial ties. Very well, there was no need for courtesy from this point onward. For the time being, there is no need. "What is the situation with the Huangfu family?" she inquired. "They have successfully established themselves in Jiangdu, but recently, it seems there has been some friction with the White Wolf Society over demolition issues. What is the matter? It appears they have been unable to agree on a price." Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow. "Indeed, the White Wolf Society is not easy to deal with. Keep an eye on the southern city, and contact me immediately if there are any updates." After she finished speaking, she prepared to hang up the phone, but suddenly remembered something and instructed, by the way, investigate a person for me. After hanging up, Jiang Junyao sat cross-legged on her bed. As she sensed the changes within her body, a moment later, astonishment and confusion flickered in her eyes. How strange. Why has the poison of the corpse flower become so faint? Did something happen while I was unconscious? Chapter 5. Juanyao's Compromise. The Yi family's malice. The news of Jiang Juanyao's awakening quickly spread among the upper echelons of Jiangdu. Many young and talented suitors who had previously pursued her came to pay their respects, but all were driven away by Han Mengwan, who declared that her daughter was already married and urged them to refrain from further entanglements. During this time, Jiang Junyao repeatedly expressed her desire for a divorce, but each time she was met with harsh scolding from Han Mengwan. Ultimately, left with no other option, Jiang Junyao sought out Yi Chu. Yi Chu, you possess commendable character and are a man of responsibility, yet we truly are not suited for each other. After having someone investigate Yi Chu, she gained a deeper understanding of him. Although somewhat meek in demeanor, his character is commendable. If she were merely an ordinary heiress from a prominent family, taking such a son-in-law would indeed be quite acceptable. However, her unique identity destined her to be unable to unite with an ordinary individual. Forcing such a union would not only lack genuine affection, but could also potentially harm the other party. Though somewhat harsh, this is the reality. Yi Chu nodded, acknowledging that a divorce was in order. As long as my mother agrees, I have no objections. Jiang Junyao, feeling a headache, remarked that she had seen her mother's attitude and that for the time being, divorce was off the table. She had called him to convey that moving forward, they would only be husband and wife in name. Once her mother could be persuaded, they would divorce without delay. Yi Chu understood that this request might seem a bit acceptable. He readily consented, thinking to himself that such an arrangement was indeed fortuitous. He had been troubled about how to handle encounters with other individuals possessing special traits. Han Mengwan had treated him rather well, and it would be rather ungracious to seek out another woman. Presently, Jiang Junyao had taken the initiative to propose this arrangement. Should any upheaval arise in the future, it would not concern him. Jiang Junyao was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalant response. Was he truly so unconcerned? Did he not fear that she might seek companionship elsewhere? She was acutely aware that men could hardly tolerate infidelity, even in a nominal marriage. Was it her lack of allure, or was he simply spineless? Jiang Junyao could not help but harbor doubts. Reflecting on Yi Chu's background, she leaned towards the latter. An illegitimate child, imprisoned in place of his elder brother, and upon release, sold out by his family. Throughout this ordeal, he had exhibited no sign of resistance or rebellion. What else could this be but cowardice? Her disappointment deepened. Indeed, such a man was destined to be from a different realm than hers. As Yi Chu descended the stairs, Jiang Haiyan wore a discontented expression. Jiang Haiyan, what is you in such a foul mood this early in the morning? What money are we making? Is our family in need of funds? Han Mengwan sternly reprimanded, then turned her gaze to Yi Chu, saying, son-in-law, do not pay him any mind. Yi Chu replied with a smile, Mom, Dad is right. I indeed should earn a living for the family. Instantly, Han Mengwan's demeanor shifted. Yes, that's my son-in-law, so ambitious. She pondered aloud, let me think. Are there any vacancies at the company? Furrowing her brows in contemplation, Jiang Haiyan suddenly remarked, isn't there still some outstanding payments due? Why not let this young man give it a try? Han Mengwan immediately shook her head. The ones who owe money are quite troublesome. How can a young man like him handle it? Jiang Haiyan replied nonchalantly, this lad has spent time in prison. He might just manage. Just as Han Mengwan was about to refute, Yi Chu interjected, Mom, Dad is right. Perhaps I should give it a shot. Jiang Haiyan concurred, see, the lad himself is willing. Do not undermine his confidence. Xiao Chu, go ahead. I will have someone send you the list of outstanding payments shortly. Yi Chu nodded and strode confidently towards the door. Han Mengwan cautioned, Xiao Chu, do not overexert yourself. Just do your best. Understood, Mom. As soon as Yi Chu stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly hung up. However, it wasn't long before the phone rang again. With a serious expression, he answered, what is it? On the other end, Yi Qiancheng's voice came through, Xiao Chu, I heard that General Jiang has awakened. Could you possibly speak to her? Dad wishes to meet her. On the other end of the line, Yi Qiancheng was filled with regret, lamenting that had he known Jiang Junyao would recover, he would never have allowed Yi Chu to marry into the family, but rather would have sent his second son instead. Jiang Junyao not only hails from an illustrious family, but is also remarkably accomplished at a young age. Most importantly, She remains unblemished in appearance and is regarded as the gem of the Jiang family. Such a daughter-in-law is exceedingly rare to find. By aligning with the Jiang family, the eldest son is assured to inherit the Yi family legacy. It is worth noting that due to a past incident, the patriarch has harbored dissatisfaction towards the first branch and has been nurturing the second branch in recent years. Upon learning of Jiang Juanya's awakening, he was eager to pay a visit. However, recalling the previous instance where Yi Chu, an illegitimate son, was allowed to marry into the family, he hesitated, fearing it might be perceived as a slight. Thus, he resolved to enlist Yi Chu's assistance to gauge the situation. Yi Chu, nearly laughing in disbelief, wondered how they could still have the audacity to ask for his help. Truly shameless, he thought. I have no time for this, and furthermore, do not contact me again. I have severed ties with the Yi family, Yi Chu declared before abruptly ending the call. In the Yi family's villa, Yi Qianqing was seething with rage. Damn it. This ungrateful child actually dared to hang up on me. Xie Yushan, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. I believe he has grown wings with the Jiang family as his support. He dares, Yi Tianqing retorted furiously. Yi Tianqing attempted to call again, only to be met with rejection. After several unsuccessful attempts, he found himself blocked by Yi Chu. Despicable, this wretched child has the audacity to block my number. Yi Tianqing's face turned a deep shade of anger. Meanwhile, Yu Yichen, feeling anxious, asked, Father, what should we do? Our collaboration with the Jiang family is crucial for my future. Yi Tianqing, visibly agitated, was at a loss for what to do next. Xie Yushan's eyes glinted ominously as she remarked, I recall that little wild child had a close friendship with a certain girl during his school days. Perhaps we could leverage this to our advantage. He is quite sentimental and would likely yield to our demands. The father and son exchanged glances, their eyes brightening with the prospect. Yu Yifei declared, Father, I shall take immediate action. Yi Qianqing nodded, instructing, ensure it is executed with precision. Avoid creating too much chaos. Chapter 6. A chance encounter with a classmate, gallantly coming to the rescue upon departing from the Jiang residence. Yi Chu did not rush to collect his payment. Instead, he leisurely explored the city of Jiangdu, eventually settling into a quaint eatery for lunch. Despite his newfound wealth, he still preferred the charm of roadside diners. Shortly after he sat down, a melodious female voice called out, Yi Chu. He looked up to behold a strikingly beautiful visage. Her porcelain skin appeared delicate, and beneath her rimless glasses, her large, expressive eyes sparkled. Complemented by a perky nose and a rosy mouth, her features were simply flawless. With such extraordinary beauty and a tall, graceful figure, she was undoubtedly a paragon of femininity. Yi Chu felt a twinge of skepticism. How could he stumble upon such a beauty in a random noodle shop? This young woman, if placed in a school setting, would certainly be deemed a campus belle. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker of familiarity, and after a moment of contemplation, a figure emerged in his mind. Tentatively, he inquired, Are you Sun Yurua? The girl beamed sweetly, exclaiming, I can't believe you still remember me. With this confirmation, Yi Chu found himself momentarily lost in thought, recalling a girl of petite stature, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, her forehead partially concealed by bangs. If it were not for her own eyes, Yi Chu would find it hard to believe that the once inconspicuous Sun Yuru had blossomed into such a stunning beauty. Sun Yuru, his former classmate from middle school, had been quite unremarkable back then. Yi Chu remembered her primarily because he had once assisted her during a period of bullying. As time passed, they became good friends. Indeed, a girl transforms significantly as she matures. The once unnoticed girl had now become a goddess. And Yi Chu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not having acted sooner. He chuckled teasingly, and Sun Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, You were not so silver-tongued back then either. During their middle school years, Yi Chu, having faced exclusion at home, was a reticent individual who rarely engaged with his peers. It was only after his time in prison that his character began to evolve. People do change, Yi Chu mused with a smile, his curiosity piqued. Are you dining here as well? Sun Yuru shook her head. This restaurant is run by my mother. I'm here to help out today since it's Sunday. Yuru. The noodles are ready. A voice called from the kitchen. Sun Yuru promptly dashed over, returning shortly with a steaming bowl of noodles. To be served by such a beautiful lady is truly an honor, Yi Chu remarked with a grin as he accepted the bowl. Just keep that in mind. Sun Yuru replied with a playful smile as she took a seat across from him, resting her chin on her hands. Yi Chu, why did you suddenly stop attending school back then? Just a little incident, Yi Chu casually replied, choosing not to elaborate. Sensing his reluctance, Sun Yuru shifted the conversation. Are you still studying now? Yi Chu shook his head. No, I am already married. Sun Yuru let out a gasp, her face a canvas of disbelief. You are truly married? She stammered, struggling to comprehend the news, for Yi Chu was still under 20. Indeed, it is true. I just tied the knot a few days ago, Yi Chu replied with a smile. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Beautiful son, do you have a boyfriend? Sun Yuru promptly shook her head. I am still in university. There is no rush. Yi Chu nodded in agreement, affirming the importance of prioritizing one's studies, cautioning her not to follow her own path. Sun Yuru responded with a soft yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. She felt a twinge of melancholy upon learning of Yi Chu's marriage. Just then, a group of ruffians burst into the scene. Sun Yuru's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with indignation as she glared at the intruders. What are you doing here again? Ah, the sister-in-law is present as well, the leader of the gang. Sporting red hair, said with a smirk, his lascivious gaze sweeping over Sun Yuru. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Do not call me that. I am not your sister-in-law. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her face paling upon sighting the thugs. Gentlemen, are you here for a meal, or? The red-haired ruffian responded with a grin. Boss, have you made a decision? Sun Xiuying's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, utterly at a loss. The red-haired gang member continued. Brother Jun stated that if you agree, not only will you be exempt from management fees, but he will also fund the expansion of your establishment. Sun Xiuying forced a semblance of a smile. Gentlemen, Yuru is still studying. There is no urgency for her to enter a relationship. Please convey my gratitude to Brother Jun for his generous offer, I assure you. I will promptly pay the management fees in the future. With a resounding clang, the atmosphere thickened. The red-haired thug kicked over a stool, menacingly declaring, Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. It is an honor for your daughter to catch the eye of military brother. Cease her incessant chatter. She must accompany him today, or I shall destroy your wretched establishment. Witnessing the escalating tension, the few patrons dining in the establishment hurriedly departed. Sun Yuru angrily retorted, What you are doing is illegal. I will call the police. The gangsters responded with malevolent grins. A blonde thug swiftly approached and snatched Sun Yuru's phone. Sister-in-law, you should stop struggling. What will the police do? We might be detained for a few days, but we shall return once released, unless you cease operations altogether. The red-haired thug stepped forward with a mocking smile. Sister-in-law, if you yield to military brother, you will undoubtedly enjoy a life of luxury, and no one will dare to bully you again. Though fear coursed through her, Sun Yuru defiantly declared, You will not succeed. I will never agree to this. Sun Xiuying stepped protectively in front of her daughter, pleading, Gentlemen, we only wish to conduct a modest business. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from tormenting us. Their repeated refusals infuriated the thugs further. Damn it, these two vile women refuse our goodwill. Destroy the shabby place and take them away. The red-haired thug bellowed. The gang swiftly sprang into action. After a cacophony of crashing sounds, the tables and chairs in the establishment were reduced to splinters. Sun Yuru and her mother could only seek refuge in the kitchen, their hearts heavy with fear and sorrow. Sun Yuru instinctively glanced at Yi Chu, a fleeting and unrealistic thought crossing her mind. How wonderful it would be if he could act like the hero he once was. However, he quickly shook his head. How could Yi Chu, all alone, contend against several ruffians? He merely hoped they would depart swiftly and not drag him into their troubles. The group of thugs soon took notice of Yi Chu. The one with yellow hair arrogantly declared, Kid, scram now and stop being a nuisance. Yi Chu stood up and glanced at the group, smilingly responding, It seems you fellows are having quite the fun. Damn it, didn't you hear me say to get lost? The yellow-haired thug lashed out with a strike, cursing as he did so. Since you refuse to leave, then don't expect to walk away. Yi Chu reached out, grasped the thug's wrist, and with a swift motion, twisted it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed, and the yellow-haired thug emitted a piercing scream of agony. Yi Chu gently tossed him aside. The remaining thugs quickly regained their composure, with the red-haired thug seething with rage. Kid, you're asking for death. Do you even know who we are? Yi Chu nodded. Of course, a bunch of societal lowlifes. Brothers, let us take him down. The red-haired thug, his fury boiling over, drew a dagger and lunged toward Yi Chu. Yi Chu dodged. Sun Yuru gasped in horror, her face pale, but the next scene left her utterly stunned. In mere moments, Yi Chu dispatched the group of thugs with a few punches and kicks, as effortlessly as one might eat or drink. Hiss, you're finished. Brother Jun will never let you off. The red-haired thug grimaced in pain, yet continued to threaten Yi Chu. Yi Chu stepped forward, placing his foot upon the thug's face, applying pressure, eliciting a chorus of wails. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. As he spoke, he increased the force. The red-haired thug felt a sharp pain in his head, yet he remained obstinate. You're doomed. Brother June is from the White Wolf Society, and not even Jesus can save you. Yi Chu intensified his grip, causing the thug's face to contort in agony, convinced that his head would soon be crushed. Reluctantly, he ceased his bravado and began to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stop. Yi Chu withdrew his foot and turned his gaze to the others. The remaining thugs all kept their heads bowed in silence. The red-haired thug staggered to his feet, casting a fearful glance at Yi Chu. Just as he intended to leave, Yi Chu called out, Stop. Did I permit you to leave? With a woeful expression, the red-haired thug asked, Is there something else, big brother? Yi Chu surveyed the surroundings and remarked coolly, Are you not liable for damaging someone else's property? Sun Xiaoying hurried forward, saying, Young man, perhaps we should just let this go. She dared not insist on compensation from these ruffians. Brother is right. Compensation is indeed warranted, the red-haired thug quickly interjected. Eager to escape. These tables should be worth 2,000 or 3,000. I'll compensate you 5,000. He reached for his phone to scan the payment code. 5,000. Yi Chu's expression darkened. Are you trying to insult me with a beggar's pittance? The thug stammered. Brother, why don't you state your price? Yi Chu coldly uttered 2 words. 50,000. The thug was left utterly dumbfounded. Could a few battered tables truly be worth 50,000? 50,000? Why don't you go rob someone instead? He blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Before them stood a formidable adversary. Sun Xiaoying was taken aback. Her intention to speak thwarted by Sun Yuru's intervention. Yi Chu's voice dripped with mockery, questioning, Is it permissible for you to seize from others while denying them the same right? The red-haired thug was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a pause, stammered, But I truly lack sufficient funds. Yi Chu's tone turned icy. Find a way, or you shall leave a hand behind today. The thug's complexion paled. I will. Ultimately, the group of ruffians resorted to loans and credit to barely scrape together 50,000. Yi Chu, I cannot thank you enough today. Sun Yuru beamed with gratitude, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Yi Chu. This marked the second time he had come to her aid. Yi Chu offered a gentle smile. It was merely a trifling matter. No need for such concern. Young man, your assistance today has been invaluable. Sun Xiaoying expressed her appreciation. Eager to transfer the money to Yi Chu. Auntie, I cannot accept that money. Yi Chu quickly declined. It rightfully belongs to you. Sun Xiaoying wished to argue further, but Yi Chu's resolute refusal left her no choice but to advise, Young man, those individuals are not to be trifled with. Today's incident may bring repercussions upon you. It would be wise to leave Zhengdu promptly. Sun Yuru also considered the potential consequences, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yi Chu, I apologize for the trouble we have caused you. Yi Chu responded with a confident smile. No need to fret. They are merely a bunch of rubbish, unworthy of my concern. The mother and daughter, recognizing the futility of further discussion, conversed with Sun Yuru for a while longer, exchanged contact information, and only then did Yi Chu take his leave. Before departing, a reminder was issued. Should those individuals come seeking trouble again, do not hesitate to call me. Sun Yuru nodded earnestly, responding, Yes, do take care. Once things settle down at the shop, I shall treat you to a meal. After leaving the noodle shop, a message arrived on her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered a communication from Jiang Haiyan, containing information about clients who were overdue on their payments. A cursory glance revealed over 10 names, with the largest debtor being the Bailang Security Company, owing a staggering sum of more than 5 million. Yi Chu felt a twinge of suspicion, pondering whether there might be a connection between the Bailang Security Company and the Bailang Society. A quick search on her phone revealed a branch of the Bailang Security Company not far from her location. She hailed a taxi and headed directly to the destination. Little brother, we have arrived. Yi Chu paid the fare and stepped out, surveying her surroundings, which were in the midst of demolition. She walked towards a nearby building. As she reached the ground floor, a crimson Bentley approached, and as the car door swung open, 2 women emerged. One was clad in a black leather jacket and sunglasses, exuding an air of a bodyguard. Yi Chu cast a fleeting glance before shifting her focus to the other woman. This woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Jiang Zhuyao, possessed striking features and flawless skin, her black office attire accentuating her alluring figure. Not only was she stunning, but she also radiated an air of elegance and nobility. Yi Chu was taken aback. The 2 women clearly hailed from an extraordinary background. What could possibly bring them to such a remote location? Were they perhaps also drawn here by the Bailang Security Company? If you dare to look again, I will have your eyes gouged out. A chilling voice pierced the air, sending a shiver down Yi Chu's spine. With narrowed eyes, it became apparent that the individual before her was no ordinary person. Dongmei. Refrain from causing trouble. Do not forget the matter at hand. The stunning woman spoke first, striding purposefully towards the towering building ahead, with her female bodyguard hastily trailing behind. Indeed, as Yichu discerned, he too quickened his pace to follow. The exquisite woman slightly furrowed her delicate brows. The bodyguard's expression darkened. You little brat. Daring to speak so arrogantly, seeking death. Just as she was about to act, the exquisite woman interjected, Miss, this fellow speaks without restraint. Allow me to teach him a lesson. The stunning woman shook her head, turning her curious gaze towards Yichu. May I inquire as to why this gentleman has come here? Yichu replied candidly, to collect a debt. Dongmei chuckled softly. You dare to come alone. What audacity. Do you even comprehend the nature of this place? Yichu displayed an expression of incredulity, gesturing towards the sign above. Are you foolish? It clearly states, White Wolf Security Company. Dongmei opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling Yichu's audacity to insult her, she was instantly enraged. You little rascal. I see you are asking for a beating. Enough, Dongmei, do not forget the matter at hand. The exquisite woman waved her hand to intervene and cautioned Yichu before turning to enter the building. This is not a benevolent place, young man. Exercise caution and leave swiftly. Dongmei coldly retorted, if you do not wish to lose a limb, you had best scram. Yichu, unfazed, followed the two women into the building. Upon noticing his presence, the two women ceased their words. Good advice is wasted on the damned. As the trio entered the grand lobby on the first floor, two burly men clad in black suits immediately approached them. Miss Huangfu, our boss is waiting for you upstairs. A burly man spoke. Huangfu Sherwei nodded slightly, lead the way. Two towering figures immediately took the lead, with Yichu trailing behind. Since he was accompanying Huangfu Sherwei, the two men did not inquire further, completely unaware that they were dealing with two different parties. Soon, they arrived at a lavish office on the top floor. Seated in the boss's chair behind the desk was a menacing bald man, known as Li Zhengxiong, the branch manager of the White Wolf Security Company, but in reality, he was one of the four masters of the White Wolf Society, nicknamed Baldly. Indeed, the White Wolf Security Company was merely a fade behind the scenes. It was known as the White Wolf Society, one of the two major underground forces in Jiangdu. Ah, Miss Huangfu, you honor me with your presence, Baldly exclaimed. Quickly rising to greet her, while instructing his female secretary beside him, quickly bring out my treasured Dahong Pao and prepare it for Miss Huangfu. Huangfu Sherwei settled onto the sofa and cut to the chase. Managerly, let us get to the point. What will it take for you to agree to the demolition? Baldly's expression turned troubled. Miss Huangfu, you know well how much effort we've invested in this building. Huangfu Sherwei interjected, managerly, just state your terms. With a sly smile, Baldly replied, Miss Huangfu, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I shall be frank. If you provide us with 500 million, we will vacate immediately. 500 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Wintermay was filled with indignation. We have long conducted our investigation, and the cost of this building is at most 50 million. Baldly remained unfazed, accepting the teapot handed to him by his secretary and personally serving tea to the three. He chuckled, my dear young lady, do not take offense. There is an old saying that when one sits on the ground to raise the price, one must also repay the debt. Prices can be discussed at leisure. He lifted the steaming tea before him, smilingly addressing Miss Huangfu. Come, let us enjoy some tea first. However, Huangfu Sherwei remained unmoved. Wintermay's tone turned icy. Mr. Li, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe we are afraid to take action against you? Baldly's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, little girl. I have navigated the underworld for decades, often teetering on the brink of life and death. I am not easily intimidated. We can either discuss this properly, or you can leave. A glint of cold light flashed in Wintermay's eyes, her desire to retaliate momentarily subdued by the realization that they were on his territory. Huangfu Sherwei spoke in a measured tone. Mr. Li, let us dispense with idle chatter and discuss your expected price. Frowning, a hint of anger flickered in her eyes. Yet she contained her emotions, taking a delicate sip from her teacup before coldly stating, shall we proceed with the negotiations now? Ah, that is more like it. Baldly laughed heartily before continuing. Miss Huangfu, it is not that I wish to make things difficult for you. I have indeed invested considerable effort into this building. Huangfu Sherwei interjected coolly. Mr. Li, let us speak plainly. Although I am unaware of how you obtained the information regarding my Huangfu family's intentions to develop the southern district, it is clear you hastily constructed this building in advance. However, I advise you to know when to stop. Excessive greed will only lead to dire consequences. Yi Chu was taken aback. Was not the prominent family collaborating with the Jiang family, known as the Huangfu family? It was unexpected to encounter them by chance. Baldly chuckled amiably. I am naturally aware of the Huangfu family's prowess. Here's the deal. As long as Miss Huangfu agrees to one condition, we shall vacate immediately. Huangfu Shiwei uttered a single word. Speak. Baldly leered, surveying Huangfu Shiwei's voluptuous figure with keen interest. It is quite simple. All I require is for Miss Huangfu to spend one night here. Dongmei was infuriated, exclaiming, You scoundrel, you seek death. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched an attack. Disregarding all else, Huangfu Shiwei's delicate face turned icy, revealing her genuine fury. Baldly remained unfazed, rising to engage in a fierce struggle with Dongmei. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with a thunderous crack, showcasing the force behind their punches. Yi Chu observed, realizing both were body refinement martial artists. As time passed, the slightly stronger Dongmei began to gain the upper hand, yet Baldly maintained his composure. He evaded a flying kick from Dongmei, swiftly creating distance between them. Then, he pressed a red button on the desk. A piercing alarm immediately echoed throughout the building. Dongmei's expression shifted, and she charged at Baldly once more. However, their strengths were nearly equal, making it impossible to subdue one another swiftly. Soon, a group of men in black stormed in with great fervor. Some surrounded Huangfu Shiwei and Yi Chu, while others rushed to assist Baldly. With reinforcements, Baldly quickly turned the tide in his favor. In less than a minute, Dongmei was kicked away, crashing heavily onto the floor. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating her injuries were severe. A group of burly men swiftly approached and subdued her. Baldly plopped down onto the sofa, a grin on his face as he said, Miss Huangfu, have you given it some thought? Even at this moment, Huangfu Shiwei maintained her composure. Managerly, you must consider carefully, should you choose to act against me. The wrath of the Huangfu family will be upon you. Baldly smirked, Miss Huangfu, excessive pride is not a virtue. Have you not contemplated why I, the leader of the White Wolf Hall, would dare to lay a hand on you? Huangfu Shiwei's eyes narrowed as she connected the dots, her expression darkening abruptly. If I am not mistaken, there is a traitor within the Huangfu family. Who stands behind you? Baldly laughed heartily. Indeed, Miss Huangfu, you are quite astute. As for who, that is not for you to know. It would be wise for you to cooperate. Huangfu Shiwei's expression turned icy. And what if I refuse? As she spoke, an aura of defiance enveloped her. With a haughty tone, she declared, Nothing is impossible. Do you think I dared to come here alone without reason? Baldly quickly suppressed his astonishment, remarking, Truly, you are the most exceptional daughter of the Huangfu family. Huangfu Shiwei snorted coldly, poised to retaliate, when her expression suddenly shifted. A wave of heat surged within her, rapidly spreading throughout her body, her fair cheeks visibly flushed with color, and an uncontrollable primal desire rose from the depths of her heart. In an instant, she recalled the tea she had consumed earlier, her tone turning frigid. Scoundrel! Have you drugged me? Baldly Jie chuckled ominously. Miss Huangfu, when venturing outside, how can one indiscriminately consume what others offer? He had scarcely regarded her as a threat. Little did he expect to find himself in such a precarious situation. He quickly held his breath and concentrated, striving to expel the effects of the drug within him. However, after several attempts, his efforts proved futile. Miss Huangfu, do not waste your strength. What I administered was not poison, but an aphrodisiac. Baldly laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Huangfu Shiwei felt a surge of panic within, yet maintained a facade of composure as she coldly retorted, Scoundrel! Should you dare to lay a finger on me, my Huangfu family will ensure the annihilation of your White Wolf Society. Baldly remained unfazed, replying, Miss Huangfu, you overestimate yourself. I wouldn't dare touch you. Before Huangfu Shiwei could exhale in relief, Baldly's expression morphed into a sinister grin. While I may not dare, there are those who do. As his words hung in the air, the door nearby creaked open, revealing two figures. One was a tall youth with a defiant countenance, and the other, a gaunt, silver-haired elder. Baldly approached with a sycophantic demeanor. Kai, the plan has proceeded smoothly. I trust you are satisfied? The tall youth nodded slightly, his gaze appraising Huangfu Shiwei, filled with avarice and lewdness. Huangfu Shiwei's pupils constricted. Sima Kai, it's you? Sima Kai grinned. Shiwei, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? With an icy tone, Huangfu Shiwei declared, Sima Kai, if you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Sima Kai laughed boisterously. Shiwei, do you think I would be afraid? Once the deed is done, I shall visit your family to propose marriage, and at that point, you will have no choice but to marry me. Huang Fu Shiyue's demeanor was frigid, and she declared, "You can forget it. My father will never agree." Sima Kai chuckled ominously. "If he disagrees, there are others who will consent. You must be aware that the entire Huang Fu family desires your marriage. How could Huang Fu Shirui be oblivious to this?" Her heart plummeted into despair. "Shirui, you are aware of my intentions. Surrender to me willingly, and I assure you, I shall treat you well in the future." Sima Kai's tone softened as he moved closer to her. "Get away from me." Huang Fu Shirui retorted fiercely, launching a punch directly at his face. The elderly man with gray hair reacted with lightning speed, intercepting her attack. Huang Fu Shirui staggered back, her expression bereft of hope. Sima Kai's countenance darkened ominously. "Zhou, find this wretch. Once we reach the chamber, let us see how she defies me then." The gray-haired elder advanced menacingly towards Huang Fu Shirui, who was overwhelmed with despair. Chapter 9. Arrogance and Domineering, a Master of Meridian Opening? Mississippi Dongmei was beside herself with anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Just as the two women were engulfed in hopelessness, a voice suddenly resonated. The crowd turned to the speaker, Yichu. Dongmei's face reflected shock, while a glimmer of faint hope emerged in Huang Fu Shiyue's heart. "Little brother, if you can help me escape, I, Huang Fu Shiyue, will be immensely grateful." At that moment, Huang Fu Shiyue resembled a drowning individual, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest flicker of hope. The bald man, Li, frowned. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my White Wolf Society?" He had assumed the three were allies, but it appeared otherwise. Yichu replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is inconsequential. I simply cannot abide by your actions." With a clap of his hands, Sima Kai smiled, expressing a twisted sense of amusement. "You possess quite the audacity to meddle in my affairs," he remarked. But his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a sinister glare. "You wish to play the hero and rescue the damsel? Do you truly think yourself worthy? If you wish to avoid demise, kneel immediately. Today, I am in a generous mood and might only break your legs, leaving you with your hands for begging in the future." His laughter echoed mockingly as he regarded Yichu with derision. Baldly chimed in, "You insolent brat. Hurry and kneel to express your gratitude for young Master Kai's mercy." Yichu replied nonchalantly, "A reasonable suggestion, and I shall indeed leave you with your hands." Sima Kai's expression darkened instantly, and baldly, witnessing this, bellowed, "You audacious rogue, how dare you show such disrespect to young Master Kai?" He charged forward, fist raised, aiming directly at Yichu. "Be careful." Dongmei gasped, while Huang Fu Shirui wore a worried expression. Yichu was their last glimmer of hope. It was imperative that nothing went awry. She yearned to intervene, yet the effects of the medication coursed through her veins, clouding her consciousness further. Yichu rose, meeting the oncoming punch with one of his own. A resounding crack echoed as their fists collided, and baldly was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. The spectators stood in stunned silence. Huang Fu Shiyue's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. This time, she genuinely saw a chance for salvation. Though Sima Kai was taken aback, fear did not cross his features. He scrutinized Yichu from head to toe, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "You possess considerable strength, young one. I shall grant you an opportunity. Become my dog." His demeanor radiated arrogance, as though he believed it an immense honor for Yichu to serve him. Yichu nearly burst into laughter, perplexed by the audacity of this fool. "Begone." Sima Caibo was consumed by fury. "Zhou Lao, break this little scoundrel's limbs for me. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The gaunt elder strode forward, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Yichu. "Youngster, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall find death elusive." His voice was grating, hoarse, and jarring. Yichu remained silent, merely raising his middle finger in defiance. "Seeking death, are we?" The elder's gaze turned lethal, and he lunged at Yichu with the swiftness of lightning. Unfazed, Yichu evaded the attack with grace, then delivered a light but powerful strike to the elder's side. The elder was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Upon hitting the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The elder's strength was evident. Yet the question lingered, what cultivation level was Yichu? A meridian opening master. The realization struck those present like a thunderbolt. Disbelief etched across their faces. How could someone so young possess such formidable prowess? Huang Fu Shirui, though shocked, felt a wave of elation wash over her. She knew she was saved. The tension that had gripped her heart dissipated, leaving only a burgeoning desire. Her face flushed, and her hands began to tear at her clothing, revealing ample porcelain skin, accompanied by alluring moans. "Miss." Dongmei seized the moment while the group of black-clad men were still in shock. She rushed forward to support the swaying Huangfu Shiwei. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Chu's eyes. With a swift motion, he seized Sima Saibo by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Say that again," he demanded, his voice icy, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Sima Kai's face flushed crimson as he threatened loudly, "You are courting death. The Sima family is not one you can offend." Yi Chu remained silent, his palm subtly exerting pressure. Sima Kai's complexion turned a shade of dark purple, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Just at that critical moment, the office door burst open, and a throng of men clad in black stormed in with an intimidating presence, completely surrounding the office, nearly 100 in total. "Release young Master Kai at once, or you shall not leave this place today." Baldly, rising from the floor, wore an expression of renewed arrogance. Sensing the situation was amiss earlier, he had discreetly summoned all his subordinates in the building for assistance via his mobile phone. He was determined that such a multitude could surely handle Yi Chu. Yi Chu loosened his grip, and Sima Kai collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the searing pain in his neck, Sima Kai hurriedly distanced himself from Yi Chu. Only upon reaching Baldly did he finally relax his expression. "Everyone, attack. Break the bastard's limbs. I intend to turn him into a grotesque figure, teaching him the price of offending me," he bellowed, his eyes filled with madness and hatred. Having never endured such humiliation throughout his life, he was resolute. "Rest assured, this brat will not escape today," Baldly declared confidently, his gaze fixed upon Yi Chu. "You are indeed formidable, but 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Today, you shall meet your demise." Yi Chu knew that if such an enemy were to escape, he would be plagued by unease. Furthermore, Huangfu Shiwei could not be allowed to leave. Otherwise, the White Wolf would bring forth significant trouble. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. "Are you so confident?" Baldly moved behind the desk and retrieved a handgun from the drawer. "Young man, with so many brothers alongside me, coupled with this weapon in my hand, if you still manage to escape, I shall sever my own head to present it to you as a night pot." Dongmei's expression grew increasingly tense. Even at the pinnacle of body refinement, evading bullets was an impossibility unless one were a master. Yi Chu, being so youthful, could not possibly be one. Even if we were to entertain such a notion, the chances of evasion would be slim, not guaranteed. A sense of despair enveloped her. Was it truly destined for her to perish here today? Chapter 10, Lingering Death. "The moonlight body, young man. Surrender quietly, and I may allow you to retain a complete corpse." Baldly's face was a mask of mockery. Yi Chu, however, wore a look of disdain and provocatively beckoned with his finger. Baldly, incensed, roared, "Arrogant fool, die!" Bang! The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Chu. He did not flinch. Instead, he extended 2 fingers and gently pinched. The high-velocity bullet was thus caught between his fingers. The onlookers, who had initially worn expressions of cold amusement, were now rendered speechless at the sight. To catch a bullet with bare hands, what manner of monster was this? Even an opening master could scarcely achieve such a feat. Baldly's complexion paled, realizing he had provoked a formidable adversary. Although Sima Kai was also gripped by fear, his emotions leaned more towards rage. What is there to fear? He stands alone. Charge. Whoever dispatches this scoundrel shall receive a bounty of 100 million. With such generous rewards, valiant souls are sure to emerge. A burly man brandished a machete and rallied his comrades. "Brothers, let us advance together." Baldly quickly fired his weapon, 2 shots ringing out, aimed at Yi Chu's head and heart. There was no turning back. Having already offended Yi Chu, he was left with no choice but to fight to the death. Yi Chu raised his hand to catch 2 bullets, while with the other hand, he flicked a finger, sending one of the bullets flying. Whoosh! The knee of the burly man shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. "Ah, my leg." The previously restless crowd fell silent. "A bunch of useless fools. This kid dares not kill. Rush him." Sima Kai bellowed in fury. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Chu shot out the 2 bullets he had just caught. Sima Kai's knees erupted with 2 gaping wounds, and he cried out in excruciating pain. Yi Chu surveyed the crowd, challenging anyone to dare to try. The onlookers were rendered mute, instinctively retreating, no longer daring to make a move. "Ah, you filthy dog, may you suffer a terrible fate." Sima Kai's face contorted in agony, his voice a maniacal scream. "I swear, I will annihilate your entire family." The intense pain, coupled with his shattered legs, drove him to the brink of madness. Yi Chu's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The only reason I have refrained from doing so is my desire to avoid trouble upon my recent emergence." Sima Kai laughed maniacally. "You coward, if you have the guts, make a move." If I die, your entire family shall follow to the grave. Yichu's demeanor turned utterly grim as he suddenly glanced at the bald man, Li. The latter shivered in fear. "Me, brother, is there something you need? Do you wish to live?" Li nodded vigorously. Yichu pointed to a watermelon knife lying not far away, commanding, "Go and sever that brat's arms." The other party had persistently sought their own demise, and it was only fitting to oblige. Li's face turned pale. Offending the Huangfu family was the most reckless thing he had ever done. To provoke the Sima family, however, was an unthinkable act, for they, like the White Wolves, were also entrenched in the underworld. When it comes to doing things, one is far more ruthless than the Huangfu family. "Elder brother, Yichu replied indifferently. "You may refuse, but it will cost you your life." The bald-headed trembled, frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Sima Kai laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Look at him cowering. Even with 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me." Li, already simmering with anger, found himself in this predicament solely because of Sima Kai. Now, being mocked, he could no longer contain his fury. He rose, grabbed a watermelon knife, and swiftly approached. With 2 swift strokes, he severed Sima Kai's arms, blood splattering across his face. "Damn you, do you really think you hold any significance? Without the Sima family, you are nothing." Sima Kai let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with malice. You all will pay for this." Ignoring him, Li quickly moved to stand before Yichu, his expression one of eager supplication. "Elder brother, are you satisfied?" Yichu nodded slightly, then turned to the group of burly men, stating coolly, "You all go up. Each of you give that fellow a knife." The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Li glared. "Damn it, are you deaf? Did you not hear the elder brother's command?" No longer daring to hesitate, the men surged forward to deliver their blows. Even the man whose knee had been shattered joined in, striking with particular ferocity, feeling that his injury was Sima Kai's fault. Sima Kai could hardly fathom that Yichu truly intended to kill him, and in such a torturous manner. Just then, the unconscious elder stirred back to consciousness. Upon encountering the gruesomely mutilated Sima Kai, his face turned ashen with terror, and without uttering a word, he turned to flee. Yichu, however, was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. He seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at him. The teacup shattered, and a gaping wound appeared on the old man's head, resulting in his immediate demise. Yichu flashed a grin at the bald-headed Li and remarked, "Big Baldy, I trust you are aware of how to handle the aftermath of today's events?" The bald-headed Li nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, brother, this affair will remain confidential." It was no jest. All present had engaged in the fray. Should the Sima family learn of this, none would escape unscathed. Yichu nodded slightly, instructing, "You may leave first, and take care of the body." Without hesitation, Baldy Li summoned his men to remove the corpse from the office. Yichu approached Huangfu Shiwei, who was ablaze with desire. It must be said, her current appearance was exceedingly alluring, were it not for the presence of others. Yichu might have found it challenging to maintain his composure. Sensing the scent of a man, Huangfu Shiwei lunged toward him, but fortunately, she was intercepted in time by Dongmei, who placed her on the sofa. With a wary expression, Dongmei demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Yichu rolled his eyes, replying, "Of course, I am here to dispel the poison. What else could it be?" Dongmei, taken aback, retorted, "You scoundrel, step aside. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on Mississippi." Initially, she had felt gratitude towards Yichu for his intervention, but she had not anticipated his intentions to take advantage of the situation. Yichu, exasperated, clarified, "I meant to use my vital energy to cure the poison." "What are you imagining?" Dongmei's face flushed, and she huffed, "Who told you not to be more explicit?" It was hardly surprising she misinterpreted his words. Huangfu Shiwei had been administered an aphrodisiac, and to counteract the effects, what more could be required? "You would do well to refrain from harboring any ill intentions, or else I shall take your life," she stated coldly. Yichu, indifferent to her words, pressed several points on Huangfu Shiwei's body, immobilizing her movements, and then assisted her to sit upright. Their palms met as he channeled his vital energy into her being. "What is this?" Yichu's gaze sharpened as he examined her closely, discovering that Huangfu Shiwei possessed a unique constitution, a rare condition known as the moonlight body, which allowed her to absorb lunar energy for cultivation. "Is my fortune too good to be true?" Yichu mused silently, contemplating his remarkable luck. As his energy coursed through her, the aphrodisiac within Huangfu Shiwei transformed into perspiration, steadily seeping from her pores. After more than 20 minutes, she regained her normal state. Yichu withdrew his hands and smiled. "Miss Huangfu, how do you feel?" "Much better, thank you, young sir," Huang Fu Shui replied gratefully, her curiosity piqued. May I inquire your name? Yi Chu, he answered, his gaze unwavering as it remained fixed upon her. Her garments, thoroughly drenched in sweat, clung to her form, accentuating her contours. 2 buttons had been torn away earlier, revealing a deep, snow-white cleavage from which beads of sweat trickled down her moist skin, creating an alluring sight. You lecherous rogue, what are you staring at? Dongmei scolded loudly. Huang Fu Shui glanced down, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly turned away. Chapter 11. Acknowledging each other as siblings, the Emperor's private chamber. Dongmei shot Yi Chu an admonishing glare before hastily removing her own clothing to dress Huang Fu Shui. Huang Fu Shui once again gazed at Yi Chu, saying, Mr. Yi, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely intervention. Allow me to attend to matters here first, and then I shall host a banquet in your honor. Yi Chu responded with humility, Miss Huang Fu, you are too kind. Huang Fu Shui instructed Dongmei to summon Baldly. The latter approached with trepidation, exclaiming, Miss Huang Fu, it was all that scoundrel Sima Kai who forced us to harm you. We had no choice. And I beseech you to show leniency. Huang Fu Shui let out a cold snort, her imposing presence filling the air. Tell me, who is the traitor within the Huang Fu family? Baldly's face drained of color as he hesitated, unable to conceal the truth. It is Huang Fu Jie. Huang Fu Shui's expression darkened. Indeed, it was he. I shall not pursue this matter further, but you must vacate this place within a week. Should you dare to cause trouble again, prepare for your demise at the hands of the White Wolf Society. Baldly nodded fervently. Mr. Yi, please. Huang Fu Shui gestured invitingly to Yi Chu. Wait for me a moment. Yi Chu raised his hand and addressed Baldly. Bald, shouldn't you settle the outstanding payment to the Jiang family? Baldly was taken aback, realizing that this gentleman had come to collect money. He was unaware of when the Jiang family had acquired such a formidable figure. Without hesitation, he promptly transferred the funds. Brother, I remember owing over 8 million. Here, I will give you 6 million. He merely wished to rid himself of this intimidating presence as quickly as possible. 6 million? Are you trying to insult me? Yi Chu's expression darkened. After all this time, do you not think interest is due? Baldly dared not voice any objections and ingratiatingly replied, Brother, please, name your amount. Yi Chu extended 5 fingers, indicating 50 million. Baldly nearly collapsed in astonishment. The interest had surged tenfold, even more usurious than loan sharks. Were they in the underworld? Or was the other party involved in nefarious dealings? Yi Chu raised an eyebrow, reluctant to yield. Baldly hurriedly shook his head, fearful and assured. I will transfer it immediately. Yi Chu nodded, instructing him to transfer 6 million to the Jiang family company's finance department and the remainder to him. Baldly inwardly scoffed, realizing it was a scheme for private gain. Though it was illicit, who could deny the strength of the individual before him? After receiving the funds, Yi Chu and the 2 ladies descended the stairs. Initially intending to depart, they succumbed to Huang Fu Shui's invitation and boarded the Bentley. Mr. Yi, are you a local of Jiangdu? Huang Fu Shui inquired with curiosity. She had researched the power dynamics in Jiangdu prior to her arrival, but had never encountered anyone named Yi Chu. She speculated whether he might be an outsider. Yi Chu nodded, responding, Miss Huang Fu, there is no need for formality. Just call me by my name. He found it somewhat awkward for someone older than him to address him as Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is my benefactor. Such familiarity is unwarranted, Huang Fu Shui countered, waving her hand. Upon seeing Yi Chu's helpless expression, she contemplated and suggested, how about this? Since we seem destined to meet, and I am a few years your elder, shall we consider ourselves as foster siblings? Yi Chu's eyes sparkled at the idea of having a foster sister, which he found delightful. Of course, that sounds wonderful, he replied with a smile, though he still did not know her full name. Huang Fu Shui smiled back. I am Huang Fu Shui. You may call me Shui Jie from now on. The driver, Dongmei, was taken aback, witnessing her mistress's unusual warmth towards a man for the first time. The Bentley gracefully arrived at a shopping mall, where Huang Fu Shui changed into a new outfit before heading to a prestigious dining establishment, Jianghui Pavilion. Renowned as the finest restaurant in Jiangdu, where a meal would cost no less than several thousand. Upon entering the grand hall, the trio was immediately welcomed by a courteous attendant. Dongmei presented the reservation details for the Imperial Hall, which they had arranged in advance. The attendant, taken aback, promptly responded, Esteemed guests, please follow me. Shortly after their departure, 4 young men and women made their entrance. The attentive hall manager swiftly approached them. Young Master Qin, please. Come right in. What would you like to dine on today? One of the young men gestured grandly. I am hosting esteemed guests today. Take me to the Imperial Hall. The hall manager nodded eagerly. Certainly, this way please, young Master Qin. The attendant, who had just descended the stairs, was momentarily stunned and quickly approached the manager in a hushed tone. Manager Lee, the Imperial Hall has already been reserved. They just went upstairs. The hall manager furrowed his brow. Who are they? The attendant shook his head. I do not recognize them. They made an online reservation. Noticing the two whispering, Qin Dongyang's expression soured. Manager Lee, is there an issue? Li Muduan hastily explained. Young Master Qin, it appears a few individuals have reserved the Imperial Hall in advance. Please hold on. I will speak with them. Qin Dongyang replied coolly, let us go together. They approached a lavish private room on the top floor. Young Master, please wait a moment, Li Muduan stated before pushing open the door. Huangfu Shiriyue, who had just taken her seat, frowned slightly. What is the matter? Li Muduan wore a polite expression and addressed the group. Esteemed guests, it seems that some distinguished patrons have arrived and wish to exchange rooms with you. Huangfu Shiriyue's expression darkened. No exchange. Li Muduan's demeanor stiffened, taken aback by the blatant disregard for courtesy. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and continued, my dear guests. The individual outside is the young master of the Qin family. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Huangfu Shiriyue's displeasure deepened, and Dong Mei slammed the table, angrily declaring, leave this instant, or I shall have this establishment dismantled. Li Muduan's temper flared as well. Since you refuse to heed my advice, do not regret your decision later. Although the three individuals before him appeared extraordinary, they could not possibly compare to the young master of the Qin family. He was well acquainted with the prominent figures of Jiangdu, and none of them resembled the trio before him. Stepping out of the private room, he expressed his frustration. Young Master Qin, I have exhausted my pleasantries. Yet those inside refused to change rooms. A dark-skinned youth, with a mocking grin, responded, Qin, it seems your reputation in Jiangdu is rather mediocre. Qin Dongyang's countenance darkened. I shall see which blind fool dares to disrespect me. He pushed open the door to the room, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals inside. Upon spotting Huangfu Shiriyue, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a gem was indeed rare. His attention then shifted to Yichu, and a sneer emerged on his face. Ah, I see. It is the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Are you not satisfied with marrying Miss Jiang and now dare to flirt around? Yichu's expression soured. What business is it of yours? Qin Dongyang's expression darkened slightly, and then a thought crossed his mind as he mockingly remarked, ah, I see now. You, a pitiful wretch, surely cannot hope to share Miss Jiang's bed, which is why you resort to such reckless behavior. Indeed, had it not been for sheer luck, a person of your caliber would never even be worthy of her gaze, let alone marry her. After saying this, he turned his attention to Huangfu Shiriyue. My dear, this young man is nothing but a useless fool, and he has even served time in prison. Do not be deceived by him. Huangfu Shiriyue responded with a frosty tone. I am perfectly capable of handling my own affairs without your instruction. Oh, quite feisty. Qin Dongyang smirked, licking his lips. A gem like you is wasted on a fool like him. You would be far better off with someone like me. At that moment, several others entered the private room. One young man, upon seeing Huangfu Shiriyue's beauty, was equally captivated. Qin, who is this stunning lady? Qin Dongyang chuckled. She is probably just a minor internet celebrity. Associating with this fool, she cannot possibly be anyone of significance. He gestured towards Yichu. This young man is the much-discussed son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu City. Zhao Sen disdainfully cast a glance at Yichu before turning his heated gaze towards Huangfu Shiriyue. How about being my girlfriend? I could offer you $1 million a month. Chapter 12. The arrogant young master. Shiriyue's fury observing the self-important individuals before him, Yichu felt a chuckle rising within. $1 million a month to keep the young lady of the Huangfu family? How utterly condescending. Huangfu Shiriyue's delicate features darkened like a stormy sky as Dong Mei sprang to her feet and swiftly advanced. With a resounding slap, she sent Zhao Sen flying. What a despicable creature, daring to show disrespect to a lady. The sudden scene left Qin Dongyang and his companions utterly astonished. How dare you lay a hand on someone? Do you have any idea who Brother Zhao is? Qin Dongyang was infuriated. His two female companions hurriedly rushed forward to assist Zhao. Senator Young Master Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Sun spat out a mouthful of blood, several bloodied teeth falling to the ground. His gaze was filled with malice. You vile harlot, I shall make you wish for death today. Dong Mei's expression darkened as she delivered a swift kick, sending Zhao Sun crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. His chest caving in, several ribs shattered. Qin Dongyang was consumed with rage. You wretched woman, how dare you strike him? Manager Li, summon security at once. Li Muduan did not hesitate, promptly calling for security. Qin Dongyang swiftly approached Zhao's son, offering words of comfort. Brother Zhao, rest assured, I will avenge you. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Zhao conceded, I want that harlot dead, and those two must also pay a price. Do not worry, Brother Zhao. None shall escape, Qin Dongyang assured, casting a malevolent glance at Yi Chu and his companions. You worthless fools, your fate is sealed. Even the Zhang family cannot save you now. Listen well, Brother Zhao is the young master of the Zhao family from the neighboring Jinko city, whose power is not inferior to that of the Jiang family. If you dare to strike someone, prepare to rot in prison. He had anticipated witnessing fear and trepidation on the faces of the trio, yet to his astonishment, they remained eerily calm. His brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, a group of security personnel burst in, and Li Mudwan bellowed, seize these three at once. As a group of security personnel prepared to take action, Huangfu Shiriwa suddenly spoke up, I dare anyone to try. An invisible aura swept through the space, causing the security team to falter, some hesitating to advance. Li Mudwan coldly retorted, what are you afraid of? Move forward. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. You take responsibility? Huangfu Shiriwa scoffed. You, a mere lobby manager, have never possessed such authority. Li Mudwan's expression darkened. Whether I do or not, you will soon find out. The eyes of the security personnel brightened. The other party's cousin was the manager of the Jianghuai Pavilion. A mere word from him could double their bonuses. No longer hesitating, they swiftly surrounded the three individuals. Step aside, Dongmei harshly commanded, springing into action and quickly dispatching the group of security guards. Are you a martial artist? Qin Dongyang discerned a hint of insight, coldly remarking. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, even if you are a martial artist, today you shall not escape unscathed. Li Mudwan also spoke icily. Very well. No one has ever dared to cause such a ruckus in Jianghuai Pavilion. Just wait. He took out his phone and made a call. Soon after, a middle-aged man arrived at the private room. He was none other than Lu Shanchuan, the manager of Jianghuai Pavilion. Li Mudwan immediately twisted the truth, saying, Cousin, these individuals not only occupied the private room reserved by young Master Qin, but also assaulted someone. He also mentioned the identities of Yi Chu and Zhao Sr. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan's expression darkened. He first addressed Qin Dongyang with courtesy, Young Master Qin, rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. He then turned his gaze to Yi Chu and the others, his attention primarily lingering on Yi Chu, the son-in-law of the Jiang family. He had heard of him as well. Yi Chu, you mere son-in-law, dare to cause a ruckus at my Jianghuai Pavilion? Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Yi Chu felt a surge of displeasure. Was he merely a target for everyone to trample upon, assuming him easy prey? How dare you assert it was I who caused trouble without any investigation? His tone turned icy. Lu Shanchuan scoffed. You are but a son-in-law who has even served time in prison. Your character is abundantly clear without the need for inquiry. Huangfu Shiyue's eyes flickered with skepticism. With Yi Chu's capabilities, how could he stoop to being a son-in-law? Prejudice within the hearts of men is a formidable mountain. Yi Chu, disinterested in further debate, coldly advised. I suggest you vacate this place immediately to avoid inciting an unimaginable catastrophe. A mere useless son-in-law daring to speak such arrogance is truly beyond comprehension. Lu Shanchuan retorted with disdain. You should humbly apologize to young Master Qin, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Li Mudwan chimed in, insisting that one must bow and apologize, and that the woman should accompany young Master Qin and his companions for an entire evening to demonstrate sincerity. Qin Dongyang sneered. An evening is hardly sufficient. At least a month is required. Lu Shanchuan nodded in agreement. Gentlemen, best apologize obediently, or you shall not leave Jianghuai Pavilion today. The three exchanged barbs, showing no regard for Yi Chu and his companions. Huangfu Shiriwa laughed in anger. What great authority you wield. I never anticipated such talent under Huangfu Yun's command. Jianghuai Pavilion is indeed an enterprise under the Huangfu family's banner, with the owner, Huangfu Yun, being a distant relative of the Huangfu clan. It is precisely due to this affiliation that Lu Shanchuan feels emboldened to act so arrogantly. Furrowing his brow, Lu Shanchuan inquired, who exactly are you to brazenly utter our boss's name? He was somewhat perplexed, pondering whether the woman before him was indeed a person of great significance. Yet, after ruminating for quite some time, he could not recall any such figure in Jiangdu. Qin Dongyang scoffed, Manager Zhou, do not overthink it. What could a person associated with this waste possibly have in terms of stature? Lu Shanchuan, upon reflection, was about to speak when Huangfu Shiriwa calmly interjected. I believe it would be prudent for you to summon him and inquired directly. Li Muduan coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are? Our boss is not someone you can just meet at will." Huangfu Shiwei, uninterested in further banter, produced her phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she spoke icily. "I am at the Emperor's Hall of Jianghuai Pavilion in Nanqing. You have 30 minutes to arrive. Otherwise, kindly vacate the premises." Lu Shanchuan felt an increasing sense of unease, wondering if she truly knew their boss. Li Muduan sneered, "Ha, what a good act." Qin Dongong, however, remained unimpressed, coldly stating, "Woman, even if you do know the boss here, you will still have to apologize today. My Qin family is not to be trifled with." Seeing her unwavering confidence, Lu Shanchuan hesitated to act rashly, deciding to wait and observe. Time swiftly passed, and after more than 20 minutes, a man in his 30s burst into the private room. Panting heavily, Lu Shanchuan's expression changed, his heart sinking with foreboding. "Boss, why are you here?" he asked with a forced smile. Yet, Huangfu Yun bypassed him entirely. Striding directly to Huangfu Shiwei, and in a flattering tone, said, "Miss, had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a warm welcome for you." Chapter 13, showcasing medical skills. Poetry Moon, with a cold smile, remarked, "I wouldn't dare trouble Boss Huangfu to welcome me personally." Huangfu Yun's heart sank as he sensed something amiss, forcing a smile as he replied, "Miss, you jest. Without the assistance of the Huangfu family, how could I have achieved today?" With a disdainful snort, Huangfu Shiwei retorted, "It is good that you understand. Take care of your people. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Huangfu family." Lu Shanchuan trembled, fear evident in his eyes. "Boss, I did not realize who she was." Huangfu Yun interrupted sternly, "Enough with the frivolities. Tell me the truth." Lu Shanchuan shuddered but dared not disclose the reality. Huangfu Yun's expression darkened as he turned to the security personnel. "You speak." The security guards, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events as they unfolded. Upon hearing their account, Huangfu Yun nearly stumbled, glaring furiously at Lu Shanchuan and the others. "You have the audacity to insult the young lady." Lu Shanchuan's face turned ashen. "Boss, I was wrong. I truly did not know she was the young lady." Li Muduan kept his head lowered, too fearful to speak. Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sun exchanged anxious glances, having surmised Huangfu Shiwei's true identity. There was only one person who warranted being addressed as young lady by Huangfu Yun, the contemporary jewel of the Jinling Huangfu family, Huangfu Shiwei. Not even the combined might of the three ancient clans of Jiangdu could rival the Huangfu family. Huangfu Yun's expression darkened further. "Leave at once. Jianghuai Pavilion has no need for individuals with such contemptible perspectives." The two men dared not utter a word, hastily exiting the private room. "Though you merely act under orders, daring to lay hands upon the young lady is a grave disrespect. Depart to the personnel office to collect your wages and resign." Huangfu Yun cast a sweeping glance at the security personnel before turning his attention to Qin Dongyang and his companions. "As for you, you shall be expelled from Jianghuai Pavilion and forbidden from ever returning. Depart immediately." The two, trembling with fear, dared not linger and swiftly turned to leave. Qin Dongyang stumbled, nearly losing his balance, fully aware of the calamity he had brought upon himself, and hastily exited the premises. Huangfu Yun approached Huangfu Shiwei with a demeanor of utmost humility, carefully stating, "Young lady, it is my fault for not maintaining proper discipline. I implore you to punish me as you see fit." Huangfu Shiwei waved her hand dismissively, expressing, "I wish to see no such occurrences in the future. You may go." With a sigh of relief, Huangfu Yun bowed and retreated. Huangfu Shiwei, with a look of regret, addressed her brother, "I apologize for subjecting you to such a spectacle." Yichu waved his hand, reassuring, "It is of no consequence. In a vast forest, encountering a few pests is quite normal." Soon, the waiter brought forth an array of delectable dishes, and the three began their meal in high spirits. "Brother, with your capabilities, how could you possibly settle for being a son-in-law?" After a while, Huangfu Shiwei could no longer suppress her curiosity. Yichu offered a wry smile, replying, "This is a lengthy tale. I shall recount it to you at a later time when the opportunity arises." Huangfu Shiwei, discerning his intent, refrained from probing further. They spent over an hour at the table, sharing laughter and deepening their bond. "Sister Shiwei, I appreciate your generous hospitality. Allow me to present you with a small gift. Let us exchange WeChat." Yichu produced his phone and displayed the QR code. Huangfu Shiwei, while manipulating her phone, inquired with curiosity, "What gift?" Yichu responded with a mysterious smile, "You will know shortly." Huangfu Shiwei's curiosity deepened upon seeing the names of various Chinese medicinal herbs that Yichu had sent her. Could this be a prescription? She was taken aback. Yichu nodded with a smile, Sister Shiriwa. As long as you follow the prescription to procure the herbs and take medicinal baths, your hidden ailments from internal cultivation will be healed in no more than 4 or 5 treatments. Huangfu Shiyue's eyes widened in astonishment, almost exclaiming, "How did you know I had hidden ailments?" Dongmei also looked bewildered. This was a matter known only to her and the young lady. The Huangfu family was unaware. Yichu replied calmly. It was evident. Huangfu Shirwei paused, reflecting on the prescription, and seemed to understand something, exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be that my younger brother possesses medical skills?" Yichu humbly responded, "I have a modest understanding." Huangfu Shirwei recognized his humility. To discern her issues at a glance was no ordinary feat in her quest to resolve her hidden ailments. She had discreetly sought renowned physicians, yet to no avail. Her curiosity about Yichu intensified, and suddenly struck by an idea, she smiled and said, "Brother, may I ask you for a favor?" Yichu readily agreed, "Of course." "What is it?" Huangfu Shirwei continued, "A dear friend of mine is gravely ill and has found no remedy despite seeking help from various doctors. Could you possibly assist?" "A trivial matter. When shall we depart?" Yichu replied without hesitation. Huangfu Shirwei stood, saying, "Let us go at once." The group exited the imperial box, where Huangfu Yun awaited respectfully outside. "Miss, here is the supreme card you requested." Huangfu Shirwei handed the card over to Yichu. "Brother, this is the supreme card from Jianghuai Pavilion, allowing you to indulge at your leisure without spending a single penny." Yichu, not one to be overly formal, accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Shirwei." Meanwhile, Huangfu Yun observed discreetly, his heart racing at the ease with which the supreme card was bestowed. It was evident that Yichu held a significant place in Huangfu Shiyue's regard. He silently etched Yichu's visage into his memory. The trio departed Jianghuai Pavilion and soon arrived at the entrance of an opulent and elegant estate. Standing at the gate were several tall security guards clad in black suits, their faces dark and their temples bulging, a clear indication of formidable prowess. It was apparent that the inhabitants of the estate were not to be trifled with. A butler emerged from within the estate, hastening towards the Bentley as he spotted it. "Miss Huangfu, the lady is entertaining guests. Allow me to escort you." Huangfu Shirwei inclined her head slightly, instructing Dongmei to park the car, while she followed the butler into the estate alongside Yichu. Before long, they entered a villa where 4 men and 1 woman were seated. The woman appeared gaunt, her eyes devoid of life, exuding an aura of fragility that suggested her time might be limited. Despite her suffering, she was impeccably dressed, still radiating a refined and intellectual grace. It was evident that, prior to her illness, she must have been an exceptionally beautiful woman. Beside her sat a cultured middle-aged man, likely her husband. Opposite them sat 3 individuals, a tall, fair-haired foreigner with a prominent nose, a middle-aged man with glasses and a bald head, and an elderly gentleman with white hair. Upon hearing the commotion, the 5 turned their curious gazes towards them. "Shirwei, you've arrived. Come, take a seat." Upon encountering Huangfu Shirwei, the young woman appeared elated and attempted to rise to greet her. However, her frail condition caused her to stagger and nearly fall. The elegant gentleman promptly steadied her, saying, "Jing Xian, you are in a delicate state. Please sit down." In Chapter 14, Arrogant Foreigner, encountering a national master again, Huangfu Shirwei stepped forward, offering reassurance. "Jing Xian, there is no need for formality." Li Jingshuan's expression turned bittersweet as she replied, "Shirwei, I am truly sorry. My health has deteriorated further, and I fear I may not last much longer." Huangfu Shirwei comforted her. "Jing Xian, do not worry. You are blessed, and fate will protect you." Li Jingxian then cast a curious glance at Yichu, her eyes glimmering with suspicion. "Shirwei, is this young man the doctor you mentioned?" Huangfu Shirwei nodded with a gentle smile. "Jing Xian, my brother possesses remarkable medical skills. He will surely heal you." Meanwhile, the refined middle-aged man furrowed his brow, clearly harboring doubts. The astute, bald man nearby, adept at reading the room, interjected, "Humph, such grandiose claims." Huangfu Shirwei scowled and turned to the source of the voice. Noticing it was the bald, middle-aged man, Yichu also glanced over, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the white-haired elder. It was none other than the national master Li Jingyuan, who had recently appeared at the Jiang family. The elder observed him with curiosity. Yichu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the bald, middle-aged man. Raising an eyebrow, "What's the matter? Do you have an objection?" The bald, middle-aged man replied with a stern demeanor, "Young man, judging by your youth, you likely haven't even graduated from university, yet you dare to present yourself as a healer?" He admonished the younger generation in a tone reminiscent of a mentor. asserting that they should remain grounded and avoid lofty aspirations, lest they bring harm to themselves and others. Yi Chu remained speechless, pondering the pompous demeanor of the individual. One might easily mistake him for a high-ranking official on an inspection tour. Mind your own business, he thought. How audacious to speak so recklessly in front of the esteemed city head. The reprimand was delivered with a sharp edge. Huangfu Shuriwe coldly interjected, "Silence yourself. Should you continue to speak disrespectfully, do not blame me for being ungracious." Noticing the escalating tension, the cultured middle-aged man timely intervened. "Both of your guests. Let us not allow trivial matters to mar our harmony. In consideration of the city head's presence, I shall overlook your behavior." The bald-headed gentleman feigned a look of magnanimity. However, neither party deigned to acknowledge him, as Huangfu Shuriwe took Yi Chu by the hand, intent on consulting with Li Jingxian. Yet Huang Haijun remarked, "Miss Huangfu, we appreciate your kindness, but with Master Li and Dr. George present, I believe this young gentleman's assistance is unnecessary." Huangfu Shuriwe furrowed her brow, poised to respond, but was restrained by Yi Chu. "Sister Shuriwe, it's fine. I'll merely consider this a diversion." Huang Haijun turned to Li Jingyuan, Master Li, and inquired, "Might you have a remedy for Jingshuan's ailment?" Among those present, he placed his utmost trust in Master Li Jingyuan. "I must examine her first to ascertain the situation." Li Jingyuan replied, not daring to be overly presumptuous, as he stepped forward to take Li Jingshuan's pulse. Huang Haijun watched intently, while the blonde foreigner scoffed softly in English. "What era is this? They still put faith in traditional Chinese medicine." The balding middle-aged man hastily echoed, "Dr. George is right. Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a deceptive trick. To treat ailments, one must rely on Western medicine." Fortunately, Yi Chu could not understand their foreign language. Otherwise, she would surely have countered their claims. After a while, Li Zhengyuan finally ceased his pulse examination. Huang Haijun promptly inquired, "Master Li, what is your assessment?" Li Zhengyuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. "From the pulse, it appears that Mrs. Huang is afflicted with cardiac failure. However, I am unable to ascertain the underlying cause." He pondered for a moment before continuing, "At merely 30 years of age, it is implausible for her to suffer from such a condition without an extraordinary reason. Has Mrs. Huang ever had any heart-related issues, or is there a familial hereditary disease?" Huang Haijun shook his head. "No, Jingxian has always been in excellent health, and our family bears no hereditary ailments." Li Jingyuan's frown deepened further. "The symptoms of Mrs. Huang's condition are indeed peculiar. I can only hope to alleviate the cardiac failure, but a complete cure seems unattainable." Huang Haijun's complexion turned pale upon hearing this, despair flickering in his eyes. If even Master Li was at a loss, did that mean they were left waiting for death? The balding man stood and suggested, "Mayor Huang, why not let Dr. George have a try? He is an esteemed expert in cardiac transplants from the United States, with numerous successful cases to his credit." Huang Haijun appeared conflicted. The risks associated with heart transplants were immense. A single misstep could result in tragedy. He hesitated to take such a gamble. "Mr. Huang, I will be leaving Longwu in 3 days. Please consider your options swiftly, for if we delay any further, even I may lose hope." A middle-aged man named George, with golden hair, spoke in a rather clumsy manner of the Dragon Kingdom's language. "I am aware that Mr. Huang still wishes to seek traditional Chinese medicine. However, such practices are often mere deceptions. Placing one's hopes in them would undoubtedly lead to the tragic demise of Mrs. Huang's prospects." Upon hearing this, both Li Jingyuan and Yi Chu turned to him. The former's expression soured, as he remarked, "Sir, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, embodying profound knowledge that cannot be casually dismissed." George, with a contemptuous glint in his eyes, retorted, "Nonsense. If it is indeed so profound, then why is there no remedy for Mrs. Huang's ailment?" Li Jingyuan found himself momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he replied, "That may simply reflect my own lack of skill, not the ineffectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine." The balding middle-aged man scoffed, "Old man, spare us the embarrassment of defending traditional medicine. Most practitioners today are charlatans, and there are but a few who are genuinely capable. It is only a matter of time before it is entirely phased out." "You." Li Jingyuan's eyes widened in fury. It was one thing for George to belittle traditional medicine, but for a fellow citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to hold it in contempt was utterly infuriating. "What gives you the right to speak so recklessly about traditional medicine?" Yi Chu suddenly interjected, his tone far from courteous. The balding man's expression darkened as he growled, "What did you say, boy?" With an air of indifference, Yi Chu replied, "I said you are a disgrace to your ancestors, a sycophant to foreign customs." It is people like you who have led to the degradation of our heritage. The balding man trembled with rage, his small, beady eyes fixated on Yi Chu as if he intended to devour him whole. George then remarked, "This young gentleman, if I may inquire, are you also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" Yi Chuan nodded with an air of confidence, modestly claiming to possess a rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. At this juncture, his gaze shifted towards Li Jingxian, asserting that treating Madame Huang's ailment should pose no challenge. The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly was taken aback. A bald middle-aged man scoffed loudly, mocking the audacity of such a claim, seemingly unfazed by the potential repercussions of his words. Displeasure flickered in Huang Haijun's eyes, and even Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow in skepticism. Given Yi Chuan's youth, it was arduous enough for anyone to master Western medicine, let alone the complexities of traditional Chinese practices. Mastering such an ancient art is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. With a grin, George interjected, "Is that so? Perhaps you might demonstrate your skills for us, allowing everyone to witness whether traditional Chinese medicine is indeed as formidable as you assert? Then you must pay close attention." Yi Chuan replied with a slight chuckle, directing his gaze towards Huang Haijun. Although he was capable of treating Li Jingxuan's condition, he required the latter's consent first. Huang Haijun, with a courteous demeanor, responded, "Young man, I appreciate your goodwill. However, given Jingxuan's current state, she cannot endure any further strain. It would be wiser for old Li to prescribe some medicine for her recovery first." Chapter 15. Heart-eating goo worm, scarlet flame divine needle. While his words were polite, the underlying refusal was unmistakable. This was Huang Haijun exerting considerable restraint. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of Huang Fu Shiwei, he would have long since shown Yi Chuan the door. "Humph, young man, how can you presume to treat someone of Madame Huang's stature at your whim?" The bald man continued to mock. Yi Chuan shrugged, conceding, "If Mr. Huang does not believe, then so be it. Sister Shiwei, let us take our leave." As a disciple of the medicine sovereign, he would not demean himself by forcing his services upon others. Huang Fu Shiwei's expression was not pleasant. Despite her good intentions in bringing Yi Chu along, the latter not only failed to express gratitude but also harbored suspicions. Yet, she was reluctant to witness the decline of her dear friend, Li Jingxian. "Jingxian, this young doctor possesses remarkable medical skills. You might consider allowing him to take a look," she suggested. Li Jingxian nodded and addressed Huang Haijun. "Haijun, Shiwei means well. Perhaps we should let this young man examine the situation." George also chimed in, "Mr. Huang, it would be prudent to allow this gentleman to try. I am curious to see the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine." Seeing the consensus, Huang Haijun felt compelled to acquiesce. "Young man, I understand your desire to advocate for traditional Chinese medicine, but diagnosing an illness is no trivial matter. Please act within your capabilities," he cautioned, concerned that Yi Chu's eagerness might inadvertently harm his wife. Given the attitude of the others, he had already turned to leave. Yi Chu approached Li Jingxian to take her pulse and then stated, "Madame Huang's ailment is quite treatable. It merely requires the removal of the heart's cursed insects." In truth, he had already discerned through his mental acuity that she had been afflicted with a curse. His intention to take her pulse was to avoid appearing overly sensational. Upon hearing the term cursed insects, the expressions of those present varied. Huang Fu Shiwei was taken aback, while Li Zhenyuan exhibited uncertainty. The bald middle-aged man and George wore expressions of mockery. "Huh, young man, did I hear you correctly? Cursed insects? Do you think this is a television drama?" The bald man laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision. George smirked. "Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but an illusion." Huang Haijun's expression was one of extreme displeasure. "Miss Huang Fu, I appreciate your concern for Jingxian, but I kindly request that you exercise greater discernment in the future and refrain from bringing just anyone along." Although Huang Fu Shiwei was dissatisfied with his tone, she felt it inappropriate to retort and instead directed her questioning gaze towards Yi Chu. With utmost seriousness, Yi Chu understood the urgency of eradicating the goo worm. Otherwise, should it awaken, the patient's life would be in peril. The bald middle-aged man scolded vehemently, "Nonsense! Young man, how can you, as a product of the new society, speak of such absurdities as goo worms?" The city lord interjected, "I suspect this young man harbors ulterior motives and may be here to harm the lady. Perhaps we should detain him for questioning." Before Huang Haijun could respond, Li Jingyuan interjected, "This young friend is not speaking in vain. Goo worms indeed exist." Huang Haijun's eyes flickered with intrigue. Li Jingyuan was a master and would not make unfounded claims. "Li Lao, do you truly mean that?" Li Jingyuan nodded. "I have had the fortune of encountering a goo worm, Such entities do exist. At this point, a look of confusion crossed his face. However, goo worms were known to inhabit only the southern regions, and Jiangdu was quite distant from there. How could the lady have fallen victim to such poison? Huang City Lord. Has the lady recently traveled to the southern regions? Huang Haijun shook his head, insisting that Jingxian had never been to the south. Eagerly, he turned to Yi Chu. Young brother, is it true that Jingxian has actually been afflicted by that heart-devouring goo? Although he doubted Yi Chu's words, he could not dismiss Li Jingyuan's. Yi Chu wore an expression of incredulity. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? Huang Haijun's expression stiffened, and the balding middle-aged man immediately reprimanded him. How dare you show such disrespect to the city lord? Silence. Huang Haijun glared at him, then turned to Yi Chu, forcing a smile onto his face. Young brother, I beg your pardon for the earlier offenses. I implore you to save Jingxian. At that moment, he had realized that Yi Chu could discern the poison afflicting Li Jingxian, suggesting he possessed considerable skill, especially since even Li Zhenyuan had failed to notice it. Yi Chu snorted and inquired of Li Zhenyuan, Old man, do you have any silver needles on you? Li Zhenyuan nodded and produced a box of silver needles from his person. The balding middle-aged man interjected once more, City Lord. This young man claims to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, yet he lacks silver needles. He is undoubtedly a fraud. You must not trust him. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes. The man's repeated provocations were testing his patience. You bald fool, if I manage to cure Mrs. Huang, what will you do then? The balding middle-aged man scoffed derisively. If you succeed, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Yi Chu smirked. Very well, those are your words. Faced with his confident demeanor, the balding man felt an inexplicable unease and glanced at George beside him. Rest assured, Mrs. Huang's heart is severely damaged. There is no alternative to a heart transplant. George asserted confidently, crossing his arms and casting a mocking glance at Yi Chu. He was eager to see how the latter intended to treat her. Yi Chu disregarded the crowd, approaching Li Jingxian with a reassuring smile. Madam, there may be a bit of pain shortly. Please bear with it. Li Jingxian wore a gentle smile, reassuringly saying, It's all right, young brother. Feel free to proceed. Yi Chu opened the box containing silver needles, deftly grasping one needle after another between his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The needles sliced through the air, piercing the acupoints surrounding Li Jingxuan's heart. The onlookers could only catch glimpses of fleeting shadows. Li Jingyuan's eyes widened, his breath quickening slightly. Just from this single display, he could ascertain that Yi Chu's medical skills undoubtedly surpassed his own. A thread of invisible vital energy began to manifest from Yi Chu's fingertips, connecting to the ends of the silver needles. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the needles began to tremble gently. As time passed, the needles gradually took on a reddish hue. A wave of searing heat permeated the air. Li Jingxian winced in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Huang Haijun appeared anxious, yet dared not to utter a word. Even George, who wore a look of disdain, and the balding middle-aged man gaped in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. Suddenly, several clusters of flames erupted from the tips of the silver needles, transforming into streams of fire that flowed into Li Jingxuan's body. The Crimson Flame Divine Needle. Could it truly be the Crimson Flame Divine Needle? Li Zhenyuan gasped, his eyes brimming with incredulity and an unmistakable fervor. The others turned their gazes toward him, yet Li Zhenyuan remained fixated on Yi Chu, oblivious to their stares. It was no wonder he was so agitated. The Crimson Flame Divine Needle was a legendary technique, the brainchild of the renowned medicine emperor. Without a doubt, the young man before him shared an extraordinary connection with that enigmatic figure. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Juanyao's awakening. Not long ago, he had heard that the Jiang family sought a groom to bring joy, and miraculously, Jiang Junyao had regained consciousness. He had been puzzled by this. Now it all made sense. Jiang Junyao had undoubtedly been revived by Yi Chu. With a piercing scream, Li Jingxuan's face contorted in agony. Yi Chu issued a sharp reprimand, demanding, Come out. In Chapter 16, which astonished all present, Yu Rose sought help. Li Jingxuan's chest heaved erratically, as if something writhed beneath the fabric against her skin, causing the onlookers to shudder. With a tearing sound, her clothing ripped open slightly, and a shadowy crimson figure escaped, attempting to flee in a flash. You vile creature, where do you think you're going? Yi Chu exclaimed, raising his hand to launch a silver needle, pinning the blood-red silhouette against the distant wall. It was revealed to be a grotesque crimson insect, adorned with intricate patterns that rendered it extraordinarily sinister. Gulping audibly, the witnesses realized they were indeed witnessing a cursed insect. Unfazed by their astonishment, Yi Chu promptly sealed the wound on Li Jingxuan's chest with the silver needle, simultaneously using his vital energy to nurture her frail body. Soon, a hint of color returned to her previously pallid complexion. Huang Haijun stepped forward with concern, inquiring, "Jingxian, how do you feel?" "I feel much better," Li Jingxian replied, a smile illuminating her face. She expressed her gratitude to Yi Chu, saying, "Thank you, little divine doctor, for saving me." Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It was but a small effort, no need for thanks." Before long, he removed the silver needle and asked Huang Haijun to procure paper and pen, upon which he inscribed a prescription. "Follow this to gather the herbs, and within 3 to 4 treatments, the lady will fully recover," he assured. Huang Haijun received it as if it were a treasure, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you, little divine doctor, for your assistance. I apologize for any prior offenses. Should you ever require my help, please do not hesitate to ask." His attitude underwent a complete transformation. Yi Chu remarked indifferently, "Mr. Huang, you are too modest. In the future, do refrain from judging others by superficial standards." Huang Haijun shook his head awkwardly, indicating that he would not do so again. Huang Fusherwei, with a radiant smile, said, "Brother, I never anticipated that your medical skills were so remarkable." Although she had suspected as much, Yi Chu's proficiency still astonished her. Li Jingyuan expressed his admiration, genuinely surprised that such a young individual could inherit the true teachings of the medicine emperor. His words carried a hint of inquiry, as he sought to discern the nature of Yi Chu's relationship with the medicine emperor. Yi Chu returned the silver needles, saying, "Old sir, thank you for your silver needles." Noticing the lack of response, Li Zhenyuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he was convinced that Yi Chu shared a profound connection with the medicine emperor. "Young friend, it's merely a box of silver needles. Consider it a gift," he stated, refraining from accepting them. Yi Chu was taken aback. The needles in his hand were no ordinary items. The fact that the other party offered them so readily was unexpected. Recognizing the intent to forge a connection, Yi Chu graciously accepted. "Thank you, old sir. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek my help." This was precisely what Li Jingyuan had been waiting for, and he promptly took out his phone to add Yi Chu's contact information. "Hold on. Where do you think you're going?" Yi Chu called out, noticing the balding middle-aged man attempting to slip away. The man turned, forcing a smile onto his plump face. "Young brother, is there something you need?" Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what you just said?" The man's expression shifted. "Young brother, I was merely speaking nonsense earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Yi Chu cleared his ears. "I tend to take things seriously. What do you propose we do?" A balding middle-aged man, his flabby visage quivering, took a deep breath and said, "Young man, one must practice mercy. Being overly ruthless benefits no one. I am Zhang Dequan, the director of the First People's Hospital. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Are you threatening me?" Yi Chu narrowed his eyes, dismissing the so-called director as insignificant. Zhang Dequan's expression soured. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Huang Haijun. "Director Zhang, one must uphold integrity in dealings." Zhang's resolve faltered, and with a grimace, he bit his teeth and knelt, addressing Yi Chu as grandfather, before hastily rising to depart. Meanwhile, George was engrossed in studying a crimson goo worm, intrigued by this peculiar specimen he had never encountered before. Yi Chu approached, removing a silver needle, and remarked coolly, "So, what do you think, foreigner? Is traditional Chinese medicine not superior to your Western practices?" Yi Chu scoffed inwardly, recognizing that the heart-devouring worm, intertwined with flesh, could not possibly be detected by any instrument. "Sir, might you consider taking me on as your disciple?" George gazed at Yi Chu with eager anticipation. Having developed a profound interest in traditional Chinese medicine after witnessing earlier marvels, Yi Chu shook his head, about to respond, when George suddenly knelt with a thud. "I understand that in your dragon nation, one must kneel and bow to become a disciple." He was about to bow his head. Yi Chu quickly interjected, "Do not prostrate yourself recklessly. I do not take disciples." He felt somewhat exasperated by the foreigner's directness. George, visibly disheartened, rose and left. Li Jingyuan soon followed suit, departing shortly thereafter. Yi Chu turned to Huang Fusherwei, preparing to leave as well, when Huang Haijun interjected, "Little divine doctor, you have worked hard. Let us have a meal before you depart." As Yi Chu sought to decline, Li Jingxian interjected, "Little divine doctor, please stay for a meal before you leave. We have yet to properly express our gratitude." Faced with this, Yi Chu found it difficult to refuse. "Very well then." Huang Haijun promptly made a phone call to arrange for food, and soon an array of delectable dishes was delivered. "Little divine doctor, I sincerely apologize for any prior offenses. Allow me to toast you as a gesture of contrition. Huang Haijun personally poured the wine and offered a toast to Yi Chu. Yi Chu waved his hand, insisting that it was a trivial matter not worth dwelling upon. This only served to make Huang Haijun feel somewhat embarrassed. Huang Fushirwa laughed. The past is behind us. Let us enjoy our meal. The meal lasted for over an hour, and as the two prepared to depart, Li Jingxian produced a golden card. Dr. Yi, this is a membership card for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. With it, you may freely indulge at any establishment under its auspices. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Yi Chu did not refuse. He accepted it and casually tucked it away in his pocket before leaving the estate with Huang Fushirwa. Upon exiting the estate, twilight had descended. Sister Shiriwa, I shall take my leave now. Yi Chu parted ways with Huang Fushirwa, who intended to accompany him but was gently rebuffed. He hailed a taxi, heading directly for the Jiang family villa. However, midway through the journey, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Suspecting it to be Yu Tiancheng, he promptly hung up. Yet, the call came through again shortly after. Yi Chu furrowed his brow and answered, Kid, if you wish to save your little lover, come to the Southern City Wangchao nightclub. The voice on the other end was familiar. It belonged to the red-haired thug he had dealt with earlier that day. Yi Chu, you must not come. They sob. Yi Chu's expression changed abruptly. For the voice behind him belonged to Sun Yurua. Damn it. His countenance darkened, and he coldly stated, You had better not harm her. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Hee, kid, you better hurry. A mocking laughter echoed from the other end of the line before it was abruptly cut off. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Chu's eyes as he addressed the driver. Master, change course to the Wangchao nightclub in the southern city. Chapter 17. To survive in the underworld, one must have a powerful backing at the Wangchao nightclub, in a private room on the top floor. The red-haired thug hung up the phone and turned to a burly man nearby. Brother Jun, that kid will be here shortly. The dark-skinned man, known as Wang Jun, was a minor leader of the White Dragon Society in the Southern District. Beside him sat a provocatively dressed woman, her demeanor alluring. Wang Jun's large hand roamed over the woman as a glint of malice flickered in his slanted eyes. Prepare the brothers. I am eager to see if that kid is truly as formidable as you claim. Upon learning of the misfortune that befell the red-haired thug and his companions during the day, he had flown into a rage, promptly capturing Sun Yurua to use as leverage against Yi Chu. The red-haired thug exited the private room, while Wang Jun turned his gaze towards Sun Yurua, smiling broadly. Beautiful lady, if you willingly submit to me, I might spare that kid. A look of revulsion flashed in Sun Yurua's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Over my dead body, I will never allow a beast like you to lay a finger on me. Slap. The provocative woman struck, leaving a vivid red handprint on Sun Yurua's fair cheek. It is your distinct privilege to have garnered the attention of Junji, you contemptible wench. Cease this pretense of aloofness. She cast a disdainful glance at Sun Y, then turned to Wang Jun with a malicious grin. Junji, this little harlot feigns indifference, but you shall defile her before that boy's very eyes. Wang Jun slapped the woman's ample posterior and guffawed. An excellent notion, I relish it. The woman giggled coquettishly. Nestling into Wang Jun's embrace, we shall record the entire affair, and if this little harlot remains recalcitrant, we shall disseminate the video to her academic institution. Sun Y's face betrayed her dread, her eyes brimming with despair. If such a thing were to come to pass, she would be utterly disgraced, unable to bear the shame of living. Worthy of consideration. Wang Jun nodded in agreement, smiling lecherously at Sun Y, fair maiden. You would do well to contemplate your options, for I am not wont to resort to violence against women. Do not compel me to do so. Sun Y closed her eyes, her resolve firm. If Yi Chu could not deliver her, she would end her own life rather than be violated by this beast. Seemingly divining her intent, the flamboyant woman instructed a nearby lackey, administer the establishment's novel concoction to this little harlot. The lackey produced a cerulean pill and approached Sun Y. The latter resisted with all her might, but to no avail, as the pill was forced down her throat. Sun Y soon felt a surge of heat coursing through her veins, her pale face flushed crimson. Her hands tore incessantly at her garments, revealing expanses of alabaster skin. And here I thought she was so virtuous, but even she succumbs to lust. The flamboyant woman cackled raucously, her eyes filled with mockery. She reveled in watching innocent young women descend, step by step, into depravity. Wang Jun's breath grew heavy as he forcefully pushed aside the seductive woman. I can't take it any longer. I must indulge myself first. A flicker of resentment flashed in the woman's eyes, yet she dared not disturb him. Just as Sun Yuru was about to face an unfortunate fate, the door to the private room swung open, and a subordinate rushed in. Wang Jun's face darkened with fury. "Get out. Who permitted you to enter?" The young man trembled and hurriedly explained, "Brother Jun, bald brother has arrived." Wang Jun's expression shifted dramatically. "Where is he? Take me to him at once. Keep an eye on this woman," he commanded the seductive lady before following the subordinate out of the room. They soon arrived on the first floor, where the deafening music reverberated through the air. Surrounding them were several booths, with patrons drinking and enjoying the performances of scantily clad dancers on stage. The subordinate led him to one of the booths, where a large bald man was exchanging toasts with his lackeys, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the alluring women on stage. This bald man was none other than Baldly. The events of the day had left him feeling extremely frustrated, prompting him to seek a respite here. "Brother Bald, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming? It would have been easier for us to make arrangements." Wang Jun approached Baldly with an ingratiating smile. Baldly waved his hand dismissively. "I'm here simply to have some fun today. No need to mind me. Just attend to your own matters." Wang Jun, however, dared not take his leave. "Brother Bald, I have nothing pressing. I can stay here and keep you company." As he attempted to sit beside him, Baldly shot him a glare. "Go where it's cooler. Don't interrupt my drinking." Wang Jun hurriedly nodded, understanding the unspoken warning, and swiftly departed. He was merely a minor leader of the White Dragon Society. His status and position paled in comparison to that of Baldly. Meanwhile, bolstered by his monetary prowess, the taxi driver hastened to the Dynasty nightclub with utmost speed. Upon alighting, Yichu made a beeline for the entrance of the nightclub. Just as he reached the doorway, a familiar yellow-haired thug approached him. "You truly dare to show up?" Yichu's voice was icy. "Cut the nonsense and lead the way." The chilling gaze sent shivers down the thug's spine, rendering him silent as he obediently guided the way. The two traversed through the raucous dance hall, ascending to the upper floors. At the booth where Baldly resided, one of his lackeys rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the two figures departing in the distance. He couldn't shake the feeling that one of them resembled the formidable figure from earlier in the day. "Zhang Matzi, what is the matter with you?" Baldly inquired suspiciously. Surely, he mused, he was losing his wits. After all, the formidable individual was not one to frequent such establishments. He hastily shook his head, dismissing the thought. Inside the penthouse suite, Wang Jun entered to find Sun Yuru flushed, her face glistening with fine beads of perspiration, soft moans escaping her cherry-red lips. The scene was undeniably tempting. Wang Jun's eyes gleamed with desire, and he was poised to disrobe and indulge. However, at that moment, a red-haired thug burst in. "Brother Jun, that fellow has arrived." Wang Jun's irritation flared. This marked the second interruption. Yet, contemplating the imminent fulfillment of his desires, his annoyance somewhat dissipated. "Brothers, are you prepared?" The red-haired thug nodded. "All is ready. Dozens of our brothers are on standby in the adjacent suite, awaiting your command to encircle this place." Wang Jun slightly nodded and seated himself decisively on the sofa. The door to the private room swung open, and a scruffy man with yellow hair led Yichu inside. Upon seeing Yichu, Sun Yuru's dreamy gaze brightened, and she attempted to rise and rush over, only to be struck down onto the sofa by a brazen woman. "You little vixen, where do you think you're running off to? Just wait for Brother Jun to indulge you." Yichu's forehead throbbed with rage, and a storm of fury flickered in his brows. The provocative woman, far from being intimidated, wore a challenging expression, saying, "Oh, are you feeling distressed? Don't worry. This is merely an appetizer. The main event is yet to come." Yichu remained silent, striding purposefully towards Sun Yuru. Wang Jun's expression darkened, and he commanded, "Kid, halt. Move another step, and I shall break your legs." Ignoring him, Yichu continued to advance. Wang Jun's face suddenly grew sinister, and a lackey beside him stepped forward, scolding. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Jun speaking?" With a swift motion, Yichu delivered a slap that sent the lackey flying. Wang Jun's eyes turned icy, his countenance darkening ominously. A red-haired thug immediately unfastened his walkie-talkie to summon reinforcements. Moments later, a group of armed ruffians stormed into the private room, surrounding Yichu menacingly. Wang Jun stood up, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You little punk, do you think you can fight? What good is mere strength? In this world, one needs connections and influence. I am a member of the White Wolf Society with dozens of brothers at my command. I possess both connections and manpower. How could someone like you dare to provoke me?" Chapter 18. Dominating the scene, arrogant scoundrel Wang Jun exuded arrogance, completely disregarding Yichu. "Listen closely, boy. You have an opportunity before you. Kneel and watch as I take this woman and perhaps, if I am in a generous mood, I may spare you. Yichu suddenly chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. This morning, I encountered a similarly arrogant fellow, but he has since met his demise. He was too foolish to recognize his own limits. Wang Jun shouted furiously, "Seize him. First, break this little beast's limbs." A horde of ruffians surged forward, weapons raised, aiming their attacks at Yichu. Sun Yuru's face was etched with concern as she silently prayed for Yichu's safety. With a swift motion, Yichu seized a three-sided dagger and, with a graceful flick, sent several assailants sprawling. He deftly maneuvered through their onslaught, countering with remarkable speed. With every strike, another adversary was sent reeling backward. In mere moments, dozens of thugs lay defeated on the ground, each bearing injuries. Crimson blood pooled around them, and cries of agony echoed in the air. Gulp. The red-haired thug could not suppress his trepidation, his eyes betraying sheer terror. Though he was aware of Yichu's prowess, he never anticipated such overwhelming skill. Even Wang Jun was taken aback. As a core member of the White Wolf Society, he had encountered many masters. Yet the scene before him was nothing short of astonishing. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and forced a smile. "Kid, I must admit, your skills are impressive. How about joining the White Wolf Society? Such a trivial organization as the White Wolf Society is hardly worthy of my service," Yichu replied calmly, as if merely stating an undeniable truth. What an arrogant little brat. Wang Jun laughed in fury, tearing off his shirt to reveal his heavily scarred, muscular physique. "Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of strength grants you the audacity to act arrogantly? Allow me to enlighten you. This world is far grander than your imagination." With that, he seized a machete from the ground and charged forward in a swift motion. The razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Yichu's face. As a minor leader of the White Wolf Society, he was no ordinary adversary. Whoosh! A flash of cold light emerged as Wang Jun's hand, which held the knife, was severed in an instant. Ack! Wang Jun let out a piercing scream, his remaining hand pressed against the gushing wound, his eyes filled with terror. Yichu discarded the three-edged dagger and spoke with an unperturbed tone, "You are indeed correct. The world is far larger than you can fathom." Wang Jun's eyes flickered with a mixture of shame and anger. As Yichu approached, he attempted to feign bravery. What do you intend to do?" "I am a member of the White Wolf Society." Smack! Yichu delivered a resounding slap that sent Wang Jun spinning in place. Is the White Wolf Society truly so formidable? Wang Jun, bloodied, retorted, "If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll summon reinforcements." "Suit yourself," Yichu replied casually. Striding towards Sun Yuru, Wang Jun shouted to the red-haired thug, "Hurry to the first floor and fetch Baldy." The red-haired thug, not daring to hesitate, swiftly exited the private room. As Yichu approached, the flirtatious woman paled and hastily retreated. "Yichu!" Sun Yuru gasped, rising to leap into his embrace. The warmth of her presence, combined with the unique fragrance emanating from her, stirred Yichu's emotions. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and used his vital energy to dissipate the lingering effects of the drug within her. Sun Yuru quickly regained her clarity, tightly embracing Yichu, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Woo, Yichu, thank you for saving me." The young girl, overwhelmed with joy, wept with tears of relief. Having survived a harrowing ordeal, Yichu gently caressed the five-finger mark on her face, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "It must hurt terribly. But fret not, for I shall avenge you," he spoke softly. Nearby, a flamboyant woman collapsed in fear, trembling on the ground. Yichu turned his gaze towards her. She pleaded desperately, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Strike yourself until I am satisfied." Yichu's tone remained icy, devoid of any compassion. The woman dared not hesitate. She immediately began to slap her own face, her fair cheeks rapidly swelling into a painful red. Meanwhile, a red-haired thug descended to the first floor, seeking out Baldly. "Bald brother, trouble is brewing," he exclaimed in distress. Baldly, engrossed in merriment with his companions, felt his temper flare at the interruption. "Get lost. Stop disturbing me." The red-haired thug shivered in fear but summoned the courage to continue. "Bald brother, there's a commotion upstairs. Not only have they injured someone, but they also severed Brother Jun's arm." At this, Bald Lee's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of malice flashing within. "How dare they cause chaos in my White Wolf Society? Lead the way. I wish to see which fool dares to disturb us." His mood, already soured, ignited further upon hearing of the unrest. Several of his subordinates stood up, their expressions fierce and menacing. "Damn it, it seems we have been too low profile lately. Red hair, lead the way swiftly. Let me see which impertinent wretch has the audacity to wreak havoc here. Without delay, the red-haired thug hurried ahead to guide him. A group swiftly ascended to the top floor, the red-haired thug pushing open the private room door. "Brother, he is inside," he announced. "Let me go in," Zhang Matsi declared. Striding confidently ahead, his gaze swept the room with an air of disdain, but when it landed on Yi Chu, his eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Yet, upon a second glance, the familiar face remained unchanged. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed, a profound fear evident in his eyes. Due to the dim lighting, the others in the room were oblivious to his expression. Wang Jun approached, lamenting, "Matsi, you must advocate for your younger brother." Before he could finish, Zhang Matsi turned on his heel and exited. Wang Jun, alarmed, called out, "Matsi, where are you going?" Seeing him emerge so swiftly, one person remarked in surprise, "Zhang Matsi. What is going on? Why are you out so soon?" Baldly frowned as another voice chimed in, displeased, "Zhang Matsi, have you had too much to drink?" This lad led the way himself. How could he have entered the wrong room? The red-haired thug, puzzled, queried, "Brothers, what are you discussing? The troublemaker is right inside." Just then, Wang Jun also stepped out, and upon spotting Baldly, he intensified his lament. "Bald brother, look at my hand. You must stand up for me." Baldly furrowed his brow, about to speak when Zhang Matsi abruptly kicked Wang Jun, sending him flying. "What the hell, you fool? Have you lost your mind to provoke anyone?" Another shouted angrily, "Matsi, hit him harder. Scoundrels like him, who only know how to cause trouble, deserve to be dealt with severely." "Stop," Baldly bellowed. "Zhang Matsi, what are you doing?" Zhang Matsi, with a woeful expression, replied, "Be brother, inside. Inside is that calamity." Chapter 19. "I'll reckon with your grandmother." Baldly was momentarily dumbfounded. He had barely managed to send that calamity away during the day, only to encounter it again at night. To make matters worse, his subordinates had provoked the individual. Infuriated by the thought, he advanced and delivered a vicious kick to the just-risen Wang Jun. "You bastard, do you dare provoke anyone?" The red-haired thug nearby was astonished. Why is he turning on his own? Baldly, not daring to hesitate, cautiously entered the private room, where he indeed found Yi Chu seated majestically on the sofa. A glance at the disarray around him made his heart race. "Be brother, what a coincidence." Yi Chu smirked. "It is quite a coincidence. Everywhere I look, I see the arrogant countenance of your white wolf society." Baldly felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly ingratiated himself. "Brother, I truly had no knowledge of tonight's events. It was all that scoundrel Wang Jun's doing. Just give the word, and I shall comply with your every command." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's face turned ashen, realizing he had stepped into a perilous situation. Yi Chu coolly stated, "I no longer wish to see him." Baldly quickly nodded. "Brother, rest assured, after tonight, you shall never see him again." Wang Jun, feeling a chill run through him, suddenly knelt and pleaded, "Senior, spare my life. It was my ignorance that provoked you. I implore you." Baldly's expression instantly hardened. "Silence. Quickly drag him away." Zhang Matsi and his companions promptly sprang into action, dragging Wang Jun outside. Baldly gestured towards the crowd on the floor, inquiring, "Brother, how shall we deal with these individuals?" The younger subordinate's expressions tightened suddenly, fearing they might share Wang Jun's fate. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have already dealt with them. They may leave." Baldly felt a surge of relief and bellowed, "Why are you still here? Hurry up and thank the brother." The others, not daring to hesitate, grimaced in pain as they rose, collectively expressing their gratitude to Yi Chu before hastily exiting the private room. In the end, only the brazen woman remained, her face now marred from the slaps she had received. Yi Chu waved her off, saying, "Leave now, and take care in the future." The woman quickly expressed her thanks and stumbled out of the room. Sun Yirua watched in awe, finding Yi Chu's prowess astonishing. The swaggering ruffians, who were so brazen in public, appeared as docile as kittens before him. Baldly cautiously approached, asking, "Brother, what are your thoughts on tonight's events?" Yi Chu replied nonchalantly, "You performed adequately. Let this be the end of it. But remember, there shall not be a next time. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to uproot your white wolf society." Baldly nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, brother, it will never happen again." Yi Chu acknowledged him with a grunt and stood up, taking Sun Yirua's hand as they departed. It was only when their figures faded from view that Baldly's taut nerves finally relaxed. His clothes were soaked through, and he felt as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Zhang Matsi and others entered, one of them asking, "Brother, did that demon give you any trouble?" "No, he has already left," Baldly replied. Baldly sighed deeply and sank onto the sofa. Brother, that fellow is exceedingly arrogant. We cannot let this matter rest. One of them expressed his indignation, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Zhang Matzi cast a sidelong glance at him. Wang Dazue, do you wish to seek revenge? I. Wang Dazue fell silent, struggling to articulate his thoughts until, after a pause, he finally uttered, Yet we cannot simply let it go, can we? And if we do not let it go, what then? Baldly sighed again. That lad is undoubtedly a master of the pulse, and at such a young age. His future is limitless. Given the current plight of our white wolf society, it would be unwise to provoke a young master. The others, upon hearing this, also sighed in agreement. Yichu escorted Sun Yiru out of the nightclub, intending to hail a taxi for their departure. Suddenly, a roar resonated from afar as a red sports car sped toward them. The vehicle screeched to a halt at the nightclub's entrance, and its flamboyant scissor doors swung open. This spectacle instantly captivated many passers-by, who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. A few young women gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. A flamboyantly dressed young man emerged from the car, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Yichu. Ah, is this not my dear brother Yichu? The young man was none other than Yu Chancheng's second son, Yu Yifei. With a smirk, he approached, his expression turning to one of surprise upon seeing Sun Yiru. He had intended to orchestrate a kidnapping, but never anticipated encountering her here. Yichu, wishing to ignore him, turned to leave. Stop right there. Yichu, though you have married into the Jiang family, do not forget your own surname. Furthermore, you just wed, and here you are seeking out women. How could the Jiang family possibly allow this? If you wish to court death, so be it, but do not implicate the Yi family. Yi Yifei spoke with an air of reprimand, embodying the authority of an elder brother. His expression darkened, and his voice rose in intensity. You insufferable fool. It seems our mother was correct. With the Jiang family as your backing, you have grown arrogant. At this juncture, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you not assess your own worth? A mere son-in-law, and you believe the Jiang family holds you in high regard? It would be wise for you to comply and work towards the benefit of the Yi family, otherwise. Yi Chu coldly interrupted, otherwise what? With a terse remark. She departed alongside Sun Yiru. Yu Yifei's expression turned as dark as a stormy sea. This ungrateful fool. It seems you truly believe that being a son-in-law to the Jiang family grants you immunity from consequences. As he gazed at Sun Yiru's graceful silhouette, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Once I have possessed this woman, I shall relish the expression on your face. He strode into the nightclub, addressing the welcoming attendant. Lead the way, I wish to see your boss. Certainly, young Master Yi, right this way. The attendant promptly led him onward. They arrived at the boss's office on the top floor, where upon noticing the red-haired thug at the entrance, the attendant immediately stated, Brother Feiji. Young Master Yi wishes to see Brother Jun. The red-haired thug, recognizing Yi Yifei, forced a smile and replied, Young Master Yi, Brother Jun is not here today. Perhaps you could come back another time. Yi Yifei frowned. Where is he? I have pressing matters to discuss with him. The red-haired thug, unable to divulge the truth, pondered how to deflect the inquiry. Just then, a voice resonated from within the office. Who is out there? Yi Yifei's expression darkened. Was there not someone inside? With that, he pushed the door open and stepped in. Inside the office were none other than Baldly and his associates. After the previous booth had been left in disarray, they had retreated to this space. The red-haired thug followed him in and explained, Bald brother, this is the young master of the Yi family. He claims he has business with Brother Jun. Baldly glanced at Yi Yifei and replied nonchalantly, What business? Pray tell me. Yi Yifei's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident in the other man's tone. The red-haired thug hastily clarified, Young Master Yi, this is Bald brother, the elder brother of Brother Jun. Upon hearing this, Yi Yifei was taken aback. Wang Jun was a core member of the White Wolf Society. If this man was indeed his elder brother, he must be a pivotal figure within the organization. A smile immediately brightened his face. Ah, so it is Bald brother. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Zhang Matzi, growing impatient, snapped, Spare me the pleasantries. Get to the point. Though Yu Yifei felt a surge of discontent, he refrained from showing it and quickly articulated his intent. Gentlemen, I wish to propose a business transaction. Baldly raised an eyebrow. What kind of transaction? I need assistance in abducting someone. Upon completion, I will offer a reward of 2 million. Zhang Matzi scoffed. 2 million? Is that meant to appease beggars? Yu Yifei's lips twitched in irritation as he gritted his teeth. 5 million. I will provide 5 million. Now that is more reasonable, Zhang Matzi conceded. albeit with the caveat of needing to know who the target was. Rest assured, it is merely an ordinary student. As Yu Yifei spoke, he retrieved his phone, opened the gallery, and displayed a photograph. Her name is Sun Yurua. She is a student at Jiangdu University, and her family runs a noodle shop. She has no significant background. He spoke eloquently, entirely oblivious to the changing expressions of those around him. Li and his companions stared intently at the photograph on the phone, exchanging glances that reflected their shared indignation. Having just dispatched that formidable adversary, they were now being asked to abduct another's woman. Did they wish for their demise to be expedited? Yi Yifei chuckled. Brothers, what do you think? Is this deal not remarkably advantageous? Chapter 20. I can slap you within the private room. The expressions of the men were exceedingly vivid. Their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon Yu Yifei. Just as Yu Yifei began to feel uneasy under their scrutiny, Zhang Matzi was the first to leap up, exclaiming, Advantageous? I'll show you what is advantageous, you old hack. He lunged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Yi Yifei. The others quickly followed suit, and soon the office was filled with anguished cries. After leaving the nightclub, Yi Chu and Sun Yuru arrived at a shopping mall. Otherwise, Sun Xiaoying might suspect that Yi Chu had done something untoward to her daughter. They entered a women's clothing store. Welcome. A young saleswoman greeted them warmly. Dear guests, all the items in our store are newly arrived. Feel free to try on any piece that catches your eye. Yi Chu replied nonchalantly. Please recommend a few styles for her. The saleswoman cast a glance at Sun Yuru, her eyes momentarily reflecting admiration. Selecting a purple dress based on her figure, she said, Sir, this purple should complement your girlfriend's temperament beautifully. Misunderstood, Sun Yuru felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Noticing Yi Chu's lack of denial, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within her. She took the dress and examined it closely, growing fonder with each glance, only to be taken aback when she noticed the price tag. The dress cost over 30,000, nearly equivalent to her annual living expenses and tuition fees combined. Yechu, I'm not particularly fond of wearing dresses. Perhaps we should look elsewhere, she suggested. Yechu, well aware of the girl's apprehensions, smiled reassuringly. Do not fear. The price is of no consequence. Go ahead and try it on. However, Sun Yuru remained hesitant. She felt uncomfortable spending Yechu's money without reason. Yechu, with unwavering determination, interrupted. No ifs, ands, or buts. Hurry and change into the dress. The female sales associate washed with envy, exclaiming, You are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful boyfriend. Sun Yuru blushed deeply but did not persist in her objections. She was just about to head to the fitting room when an untimely voice interrupted. Oh, if at ISNT Sun Yuru? How dare someone from a family that runs a noodle shop come here to buy clothes? Yechu frowned and turned to see a flamboyantly made-up woman striding out from the back of the store. The sales associate immediately greeted her, Manager. The woman's expression darkened as she scolded, Zhang Xiaoli. How many times must I remind you that our clothing is exceedingly expensive and not meant for everyone to try on? If it gets soiled, who will take responsibility? The sales associate lowered her head, clearly intimidated by the woman. The latter then directed her disdainful gaze at Sun Yuru, sneering. Sun Yuru, do you even understand your own circumstances? How dare you come here pretending to be affluent? Can you afford to pay if you ruin a dress? Sun Yuru felt her face burn with embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a place to hide. Yi Chu gently tapped the young lady's fragrant shoulder, then cast a disapproving glance at the woman, articulating each word with precision. Apologize to you, Ro. Apologize? The woman scoffed derisively, as if she deserves it. With a dismissive gaze, she scrutinized Yi Chu and mocked. Sun Yuro, could this impoverished wretch possibly be your boyfriend? TSK, your taste is truly abysmal. Sun Yuro felt a surge of anger. Wang Ying, my affairs are none of your concern. Wang Ying curled her lip in disdain. Who cares about your trivial matters? Just scram and stop being an eyesore. Though Sun Yuro was infuriated, she understood the other's nature and wished to avoid further conflict. She grasped Yu Chu's hand, intending to leave. Not so fast. This woman hasn't apologized yet. Yu Chu shook his head, fixing his gaze on Wang Ying. Are you certain you will not apologize? Wang Ying crossed her arms, her demeanor haughty. Poor loser. I refuse to apologize. What will you do about it? With a swift motion, Yu Chu, disinterested in further discourse, delivered a sharp slap, coldly stating, I can indeed strike you. Feeling the sting on her cheek, Wang Ying momentarily froze, then her expression twisted into one of rage. You insolent wretch. How dare you hit me? Just wait. Her eyes aflame with fury, she quickly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, She began to wail. Tiangu, someone is causing a ruckus in the store and even hit me. You must stand up for me. Wah. Just wait. I'll be there shortly. A chilling male voice responded from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Wang Yingying put away her phone, her voice dripping with malice. Poor loser. Just wait and see how Tiangu will deal with you. Yi Chu glanced past her and addressed Zhang Xiaoli, instructing her to fetch several more outfits for Yu Rou to try on. Zhang Xiaoli hesitated, clearly apprehensive of incurring Wang Yingying's wrath. Fear not, for I am here. No one will dare to trouble you, Yi Chu assured her with an air of calm. Zhang Xiaoli nodded and proceeded to gather the garments, having resolved that if necessary, she could simply resign from her duties. Before long, Zhang Xiaoli returned with an array of clothing and led Sun Yu Rou to the fitting room. Initially, Sun Yu Rou considered declining the offer, but Yu Chu firmly nudged her into the changing area. Wang Yingying did not voice any objections, secretly wishing for Sun Yu Rou to try on as many outfits as possible, anticipating the opportunity to demand compensation later. Sun Yu Rou emerged from the fitting room, and Yu Chu's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Draped in a flowing purple attire, she appeared even more radiant and enchanting than before, exuding an ethereal charm. What do you think? Is it beautiful? The young lady inquired with eager anticipation. Exquisite, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, Yi Chu generously praised her. Sun Yu Rou's eyes curved with delight, her smile impossible to conceal, before she ventured to try on more outfits. After donning several ensembles, each more stunning than the last, it became evident that Zhang Xiaoli possessed an astute sense of style. Of course, this was also owing to Sun Yu Rou's innate beauty. Suddenly, a tall young man, accompanied by a group of security personnel, burst into the room. Wang Yingying's eyes lit up as she hurried to greet him. Tiangu, you have finally arrived. Look at my face, it's been struck, she lamented, embellishing the tale with exaggerated flair. At that moment, Yi Chu approached from the vicinity of the fitting room, causing Zhao Xiaodian to pause in surprise upon seeing her. Ah, I wondered who possessed such audacity to create a disturbance at the Jiangnan shopping mall. It turns out to be the son-in-law of the Jiang family. With a mocking expression, Zhao Xiaodian nodded in recognition. Tiangu, do you know this fellow? Wang Yingying asked in astonishment. Zhao Xiaodian affirmed, this lad is Yi Chu, the recently infamous son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu City. Yi Chu's photograph had circulated widely among the elite circle of Jiangdu, which enabled Zhao Xiaodian to recognize him at a glance. Wang Yingying was taken aback, realizing Yi Chu's significant identity. No wonder he dared to be so brazen. Tiangu, what should we? She hesitated, aware that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. Zhao Xiaodian waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, he is merely a useless son-in-law. The Jiang family would never offend the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce for his sake. Zhao Xiaoyan's father was the general manager of this shopping mall, which was backed by the powerful Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a colossal entity within Jiangnan province. Even as a mere mall manager, his status was not inferior to that of the Jiang family. Wang Yingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Sun Yu Rou emerged from the fitting room. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, thinking, what a stunning beauty. Sun Yu Rou approached Yi Chu and said, that's enough. No need to try any further. Yi Chu nodded and instructed Zhang Xiaoli, wrap everything up. Sun Yu Rou shook her head repeatedly. Yi Chu, just one piece will suffice. Taking them all is far too expensive. Yi Chu waved his hand nonchalantly. It's merely a few 100,000. I can afford it. Zhao Xiaodian scoffed, such grandiose claims. Truly worthy of being the illustrious son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu. Yi Chu coldly retorted, what business is it of yours? Zhao Xiaodian's smile froze on his face, and subsequently his expression turned cold. Calling you a son-in-law of the Jiang family, you truly believe yourself to be significant. He gazed down at Yi Chu with an air of arrogance. You, a worthless son-in-law, are nothing before true second-generation heirs. With the Jiang family's reputation in mind, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kneel down and apologize, and relinquish this woman to me. Perhaps I might consider sparing you. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyan's interest in Sun Yu Rou, Wang Yingying's eyes flickered with resentment. A similar incident had transpired during their high school days. She had worked hard to attract the attention of a wealthy heir. But the moment Sun Yu Rou appeared, he promptly discarded her to pursue Sun Yu Rou instead. From that day onward, Wang Yingying harbored animosity towards her. This was why. Upon seeing Sun Yu Rou, she had been so unreservedly confrontational. Despite her resentment, she dared not voice it. Wang Yingying was acutely aware that she was merely one of Zhao Xiaoyan's many girlfriends. In a bid to win Zhao Xiaoyan's favor, she even urged Sun Yu Rou. Being noticed by Brother Tian is a stroke of fortune for you. Hurry up and come over. As long as you obediently comply, you will reap the rewards. Sun Yuru trembled with rage, feeling reduced to an object by these two scoundrels. Yi Chu gently patted the young girl's shoulder, advising her not to engage with these self-important fools. Zhao Xiaotian, incensed, bellowed, "You worthless wretch, you seek death. Seize this fool," with a wave of his hand. A group of security personnel immediately surrounded Yi Chu. Chapter 21. Truth unveiled. A group of security guards approached menacingly, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Yi Chu's formidable strikes. "You worthless scum, how dare you inflict harm?" Zhao Xiaotian glared intensely. "Do you have any idea of the consequences of causing a disturbance in the Jiangnan Mall?" Upon hearing the name of Jiangnan Mall, Sun Yuru's expression shifted dramatically. That establishment was under the auspices of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a formidable entity in Jiangnan province, of which she had heard tales. "You speak nonsense. When have we ever caused a ruckus?" She couldn't help but retort. "We merely came here to purchase clothing. It was Wang Yingying who provoked us without cause. You came in here without discerning right from wrong and seized someone, clearly an abuse of power. I shall lodge a complaint against you." Wang Yingying scoffed. "Sun Yuru, what of it if we bully you? Tianji's father is the mall's general manager. Will your complaint have any effect?" She continued. "Furthermore, everyone here is on our side. Who would believe your words?" Zhao Xiaotian's face radiated smugness. "Yingying is right. If this escalates, it is only you who will suffer. You are bullies." Sun Yuru trembled with indignation. "And what of it?" Zhao Xiaotian retorted with arrogance. "People like you, who possess neither power nor influence, deserve to be trampled upon." He added menacingly, "This worthless scoundrel injured someone with a mere phone call. I can ensure he is imprisoned for years. If you wish to spare him from misfortune, you would do well to obediently become my woman." Sun Yuru felt a surge of panic. Although Yi Chu was skilled in combat, against the police, even the mightiest would find themselves powerless. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce loomed large behind the mall, and should matters escalate, Yi Chu would undoubtedly find himself incarcerated. "Do not fear, as long as I am here. Nothing will happen." Yi Chu Chong, a young girl, revealed a reassuring gaze before shifting her attention to Zhao Xiaotian, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you revel in bullying others?" Zhao Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. "And what of it? Who said you lack influence and power? How can you be so certain I do not possess such advantages?" Yi Chu Chong chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Since you enjoy wielding your authority over others, allow me to impart to you the sensation of being humiliated today." Zhao Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You waste of space? Am I hearing you correctly? Humiliate me? Based on what? I truly wonder where your misplaced confidence stems from. Is it courtesy of the Jiang family?" He continued, setting aside whether the Jiang family would even stand up for you. "The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce certainly wouldn't feel compelled to show you any favor." Yi Chu Chong remained silent, producing a golden card which she tossed towards him. "Is that so? Perhaps you should take a look at this." Instinctively, Zhao Xiaotian caught the card and scrutinized it closely, his pupils dilating in shock. If he was not mistaken, the golden card in his hand was the highest-tier membership card of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, the Jiangnan Dragon card. Holding the Jiangnan Dragon card permitted one to indulge in any establishment under the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce without the need to spend a single cent. It was said that only a scant dozen of these cards had ever been issued, and each bearer was an individual of extraordinary significance. His awareness of this fact came from his father's stern warning to never offend anyone holding such a card. Yet, here he was, not only encountering one but also having insulted its owner. Noticing his change in demeanor, Wang Yingying cautiously inquired, "Tian Ge, what is the matter with you?" Yi Chu did not answer, but countered with a question. "That's not for you to worry about. I simply ask, with such a card, can you be humiliated?" Not long before leaving the manor, Huangfu Shuriwei had given him a brief explanation of what the Jiangnan Dragon card entailed. Yi Chu had no intention of revealing it, but he could not stand Zhao Xiaotian's arrogance and saw it as an opportune moment to return the favor. Zhao Xiaotian was rendered speechless, holding the Jiangnan Dragon card. He wouldn't dare to utter a word, even if his father were present. Wang Yingying, filled with curiosity, asked, "Tian Ge, what is the Jiangnan Dragon card?" Though Zhao Xiaotian felt quite vexed, he still explained its significance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingying's mouth fell agape. She could hardly believe that the impoverished individual she looked down upon could possess the Jiangnan Dragon card. But wasn't he, that fellow, a mere waste of a son-in-law? How could he possibly have the Jiangnan Dragon card? Her voice trembled, her eyes wide with panic. This was also a matter of confusion for Zhao Xiaotian. How could a mere son-in-law like Yi Chu possess the Jiangnan dragon card? Not even the head of the Jiang family could claim such a card. Tiangu, do you think? Could it be that he found it somewhere? Wang Yingying speculated. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes brightened at the thought, sensing its plausibility. However, to be on the safe side, he took a photo of the card and sent it to his father, calling him to inquire about the cardholder's identity. His father, Zhao Daji, was initially in a private meeting with his secretary on the top floor of the mall when he received the news and was taken aback. The emergence of a Jiangnan dragon card holder within the mall was no trivial matter. Upon discerning the situation, he dared not hesitate and promptly checked the card information on the official website of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Results soon emerged. The cardholder was named Li Jingxian. Zhao Daji was taken aback upon seeing this name. Li Jingxian, the wife of the city's mayor, was well known among the influential in Jiangdu. However, as a mid-level member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Daji possessed deeper insights. Beyond her status as the mayor's wife, Li Jingxian hailed from the illustrious Li family of Jinling. The Li family, a premier clan in Jinling, wielded considerable influence across military, political, and commercial spheres, representing the true elite of Jiangnan province. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was jointly established by the third son of the Li family and the offspring of other prominent families from Jinling. Zhao Daji instantly concluded that Yi Chu must have either stolen or found the card. After all, how could a mere son-in-law of the Jiang family possibly be acquainted with a figure as exalted as Li Jingxian? Not to mention, even the esteemed Jiang Junyao, the jewel of the Jiang family, likely lacked such capability. He immediately called Zhao Xiaodian, instructing him to maintain composure and informing him that he would arrive shortly. In the women's clothing store, upon receiving Zhao Daji's message, Zhao Xiaodian sighed in relief. Considering Yi Chu's past incarceration and dubious character, he increasingly affirmed his father's suspicions. You worthless fool, confess where you obtained this Jiangnan dragon card, he demanded with a fierce countenance, as though interrogating a criminal. Yi Chu, however, was unperturbed and replied casually. It was given to me by someone. Given to you by someone? Zhao Xiaodian scoffed. You truly have the audacity to say that. Do you even comprehend who the cardholder is? She is the mayor's wife. How could a mere waste of space like you possibly know her? Moreover, how could one not be astonished by the fact that he was bestowed such a precious Jiangnan dragon card? Upon hearing this, the three women present were utterly shocked. They had not anticipated that a mere card would be connected to someone as significant as the wife of the city's mayor. Wang Yingying, with a derisive expression, remarked, Sun Yurua, it appears your judgment is rather poor, to have been enamored with a thief. Speaking of which, this fellow is remarkably audacious, daring to pilfer from the mayor's wife. You speak nonsense. Yi Chu could never steal anything, Sun Yurua retorted vehemently, utterly refusing to believe that Yi Chu would engage in theft. Chapter 22. What does it feel like to be humiliated? Shortly thereafter, Zhao Daji arrived on the scene. Xiao Tian, where's that scoundrel? Zhao Xiaodian pointed at Yi Chu, saying, Dad, it's that fellow. Zhao Daji's gaze shifted to Yi Chu, noting his ordinary attire and demeanor, which only reinforced his suspicions. You there, confess honestly, from whom did you steal the Jiangnan dragon card? Yi Chu, maintaining a calm expression, replied, It was given to me. Zhao Daji scolded him furiously, such utter nonsense. The mayor's wife holds a prestigious position. How could she possibly bestow such a valuable item upon a worthless son-in-law like you? Disclose the truth immediately, and out of respect for the Jiang family, I may show you some leniency. Yi Chu replied indifferently, No need for your leniency. I have no intention of letting you off easily. The father and son were both infuriated by his words, with Zhao Xiaodian sneering, What an arrogant fool. He dares to speak so defiantly even when death is imminent. Zhao Daji's voice turned icy. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. He took out his phone to call his direct superior, intending to escalate the matter. At that point, even if the Jiang family intervened, they would be unable to save Yi Chu. Unfazed, Yi Chu seated himself beside Sun Yuru, eager to witness the capabilities of these two clowns. In the Huang family manner, Li Jingxian was engaged in conversation with an elegantly poised woman, accompanied by a bespectacled secretary adorned with golden frames. Jia, what brings you to Jiangdu? Li Jingxian inquired. Zhuge Jia replied with a smile, Of course. I came to see you, dear sister. Li Jingxian smirked playfully, Don't flatter me too much. I suspect you are here for that girl, Shuriwa. Oh dear. You've seen right through me, Zhuge Jia feigned surprise, before her expression turned serious. Indeed, Sister Jingxian, you are correct. I have heard that Huangfu Shuriwa has taken on a project worth billions. I, Zhuge Jia certainly cannot fall behind. Li Jingxian rolled her eyes. You are still as competitive as ever. At that moment, a phone rang. Zhuge Jia furrowed her brows slightly, while the secretary's expression shifted as she hastily retrieved her phone. Who is calling? Inquire about the matter, she instructed. The secretary promptly answered and asked the caller for details. Zhao Daji quickly recounted the situation. After listening, the secretary expressed surprise and replied, Hold on. Let me verify before proceeding. Upon hanging up, she immediately reported the situation to Zhuge Jia. The latter turned to Li Jingxian, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sister Jingxian, did you give away the Jiangnan Dragon card? Li Jingxuan's thoughts instantly turned to Yi Chu, and her expression darkened. Jia? It appears that your management leaves much to be desired. A mere shopping mall manager dares to trouble my friend. Zhuge Jia was taken aback from Li Jingxuan's tone. It was evident that this friend held a significant position in her heart. Rest assured, Sister Jingxian, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. She rose, preparing to address the issue personally. Li Jingxian also stood, exclaiming, I shall accompany you to observe. Zhuge Jia's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us go together. Within the mall, Zhao Daji received a call from Secretary Song. Upon hearing that the matter would be handled directly, he felt a tinge of surprise. However, considering Li Jingxuan's status, he quickly regained his composure. Kid, our boss's secretary is coming personally. Just wait to be imprisoned, he remarked. His expression cold and filled with derision. Yi Chu remained unfazed, replying, Indeed, I await. Sun Yuruo, initially concerned, found solace in Yi Chu's unwavering confidence and quietly set her worries aside. Since reuniting with Yi Chu, he had consistently exhibited remarkable self-assurance. To date, it seemed he had never encountered an insurmountable problem. Approximately half an hour later, 3 striking figures entered the store. Zhao Daji promptly approached to greet them. And upon seeing Zhuge Jia and Li Jingxian, he was utterly astonished. The city's first lady had come in person. Moreover, Zhuge Jia was one of the directors of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and a member of the esteemed Zhuge family of Jinling. A surge of delight filled his heart as he speculated that the 2 women held this matter in high regard, undoubtedly leading to commendation for him in due course. Director Zhuge, Madam Mayor, it would have been courteous to announce your arrival in advance, so that I might. He intended to ingratiate himself, yet the trio merely brushed past him, heading towards Yi Chu in the distance. Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. You have been wronged. Li Jingxian expressed with a look of genuine regret. This scene left Zhao Daji and his companions utterly astonished. The Madam Mayor was treating Yi Chu with such deference. Wang Yingying and Zhao Xiaoyan's faces drained of color as they realized the gravity of their blunder. Yi Chu replied with a serene smile, Madam Huang, you are too kind. This matter is not your fault, if blame is to be assigned. It should rest upon the owner of the Jiangnan shopping mall for their lack of discernment in choosing associates. Zhuge Jia's expression darkened slightly, as the remark was a clear affront. Despite her displeasure, she refrained from voicing her concerns out of respect for Li Jingxian. Dr. Yi is indeed correct. Li Jingxian affirmed with a nod. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily. With that, she turned her gaze towards Zhuge Jia, who responded with a slight nod, then addressed Zhao Daji in a detached tone. Zhao Daji, unaware of the specifics, shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xiaotian, who hung his head in silence, too intimidated to speak. They were entirely in the wrong, relying solely on their influence to intimidate others. In the presence of Li Jingxian and her companions, they dared not reveal the truth. Allow me to elucidate, Yi Chu said with a calm smile, methodically recounting the events that had transpired. As he finished narrating the story, Zhao Daji's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In a fit of rage, he kicked Zhao Xiaotian down, exclaiming, You wretched child, all you do is cause trouble. I shall end your life. Zhao Xiaotian, cradling his head, cried out for mercy, pleading with desperation. Wang Yingying trembled in fear. Zhao Daji only ceased his assault on Zhao Xiaotian after rendering him battered and bruised. Then cautiously approached Zhuge Jia, bowing and scraping as he said, Director Zhuge, it is entirely my fault for failing to properly educate my child, which has led to this unfortunate incident with this gentleman. I sincerely apologize. He then bowed deeply to Yi Chushin, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Zhuge Jia responded with an icy tone, Zhao Daji, considering our past relationship, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, you are to resign from your position in human resources tomorrow. Zhao Daji's mind reeled, and he staggered, barely able to maintain his balance. Director Zhuge, I implore your mercy. Though I may not have accomplished much over the years, I have certainly endured my share of hardships. You cannot be so heartless. Zhuge Jia replied with indifference. I do not wish to repeat myself. Zhao Daji felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, causing his heart to shudder. Even Zhao Xiaodian was disregarded in that moment. Zhao Xiaodian hastily rose, intent on fleeing this place. Stop. Zhao Xiaodian trembled, turning slowly with a face full of trepidation. What do you want from me? Yu Chu's voice carried a mocking tone. How does it feel to be humiliated by others? Chapter 23. I will retrieve what belongs to me. Zhao Xiaotian's expression shifted chaotically. Although he was filled with suppressed anger and resentment, he dared not raise his voice, his head bowed. There was no recourse. He simply could not afford to provoke further. Finding the situation tedious, Yu Chu waved his hand dismissively. Leave, and remember today's lesson. Those who insult others shall inevitably face their own humiliation. Zhao Xiaodian, too intimidated to retort, swiftly turned and departed. Brother Tian, wait for me. Wang Yingying hurriedly pursued, only to be violently kicked away by Zhao Xiaodian, who seethed with anger. You wretch, it's all your fault. Get lost. He wished nothing more than to annihilate her, had it not been for Wang Yingying. He would never have crossed paths with Yu Chu. Wang Yingying too felt a deep regret, but it was too late. And she ultimately faced expulsion at the hands of Zhuge Jia. Sister Jingxian, are you satisfied? Zhuge Jia inquired, turning to Li Jingxian. The latter glanced at Yu Chu, who nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for Madame Huang's intervention. Li Jingxian waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a trifling matter. Doctor, you need not concern himself. Yu Chu acknowledged her with a nod and requested Zhang Xiali to assist in packing the garments, settling the bill with a Jiangnan dragon cart. Zhang Xiali promptly complied, soon returning with several large bags of clothing. Sun Yurua accepted the items, uttering a word of thanks. Zhang Xiali, with a respectful demeanor, replied, Madam, you are too kind. It is my duty to assist. Suddenly, Zhuge Jia spoke up. What is your name? She continued, You have performed admirably. Henceforth, you shall be the manager of this establishment. Do well. Zhuge Jia offered her encouragement, and then the group departed the shop. Dr. Yi, where shall you go next? Would you like us to escort you? Li Jingxian inquired. Yu Chu nodded. That would be most gracious. The group made their way to the underground garage, boarding a sleek black Rolls-Royce. As the vehicle emerged from the garage, heading towards Sun Yurua's residence, the atmosphere remained tranquil. Yu Chu was only acquainted with Li Jingxian, and their relationship was not particularly close, leaving him with little to say as he closed his eyes to rest. Sun Yurua, feeling even more reticent, refrained from speaking, fearful of inadvertently uttering an inappropriate comment. Li Jingxian was indeed eager to engage in conversation with Yu Chupan, yet upon witnessing him resting with his eyes closed, she hesitated to intrude. After a while on the road, Zhuge Jia, seated in the passenger seat, could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to inquire. I have heard that your medical skills are quite remarkable. Her gaze held a hint of skepticism. During their journey, she had been intrigued by whom Li Jingxian had bestowed the gold card. The latter, without reservation, recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing about the sinister nature of the goo worms, Zhuge Jia felt a natural disbelief, yet found it inappropriate to question Li Jingxian. Upon seeing the youthfulness of Yu Chupan, her skepticism only deepened regarding his medical prowess. Yu Chupan opened his eyes, perceiving the doubt reflected in her gaze, and offered a nonchalant smile. I wouldn't describe it as remarkable. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. For instance, I can discern symptoms such as menstrual irregularities, excessive internal heat, and hormonal imbalances in the young lady. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Zhuge Jia's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and inwardly she rebuked him for his impertinence. Do refrain from nonsense. I do not exhibit such symptoms, she retorted, casting an indignant glare at Yu Chupan before swiftly turning away. The lack of conviction in her response was not lost on the others. It was evident that Yu Chupan had hit the mark. Sun Yuro, her mouth agape, gazed at Yu Chupan with astonishment, feeling that he grew ever more enigmatic. Not only was he skilled, but he also had connections with prominent figures like the mayor's wife, and now he claimed to possess medical knowledge. The vehicle soon arrived outside the residential complex where Sun Yuro resided. Madame Huang, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Yu Chupan stated as he stepped out of the car, making sure to express his gratitude to Li Jingxian. Dr. Yi, you are too courteous, Li Jingxian replied, waving her hand dismissively, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. After all, her late-night efforts were aimed precisely at eliciting such a response. As she watched the car depart, Yu Chu accompanied Sun Yuru towards the dilapidated neighborhood ahead. Soon, they arrived beneath a worn-out building. "Yu Chu, I have arrived." "Thank you so much for today," Sun Yuru said, her gaze imbued with warmth. Recalling the myriad experiences of the evening, she still found it somewhat surreal. Nodding, Sun Yuru reluctantly ascended the stairs. Yu Chu watched her silhouette fade away before turning to leave the neighborhood. Exiting the area, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Jiang residence. "Who purchased these items for you?" Sensing her mother's unusual tone, Sun Yuru hurriedly clarified. "I bought them myself." Still daring to lie, Sun Shouying's expression darkened further. "These clothes must amount to several 100,000. Tell me, where did you acquire such a fortune?" Sun Yuru was rendered speechless by the inquiry and ultimately had to confess the truth. Unexpectedly, rather than feeling gratitude, Sun Shouying's anger intensified. "Didn't you say that the young man with the surname Yi is already married? I suspect this could all be a ruse orchestrated by him to win your affection." Sun Yuru felt a surge of indignation. "Mom, please don't make wild assumptions. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Who can say for certain?" Sun Shouying scoffed. "One may know a person's face, yet not their heart. In any case, keep your distance from that Yi fellow." "Mom, Brother Yi saved us last time." "How can you say such things?" Sun Yuru stormed into her room, her face aflame with fury. Just as she arrived home, she was greeted by a torrent of scolding from Jiang Haiyan. "Son-in-law, you truly are remarkable. Those White Wolf security guys have debts that stretch back several years. Previously, many had been sent to negotiate without success, yet you managed to resolve it effortlessly. Not long ago, while listening to the financial report of the company, Han Mengwan found it quite astonishing. The troublesome folks at Bai Lang Security not only repaid their debt but also returned several 100,000 in interest." Yu Chu humbly replied. "Mother, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune." Han Mengwan laughed. "With so many people failing before, it cannot simply be attributed to luck." Jiang Haiyan scoffed. "I believe it was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Perhaps they had intended to repay all along. And this lad merely happened to be in the right place at the right time." Han Mengwan dismissed Jiang's remarks and turned her attention to Yu Chu, inquiring, "Son-in-law, have you eaten? If not, I shall have the housekeeper prepare something for you." "Mother, there's no need for trouble. I have already eaten." Yu Chu waved his hand. As they conversed, Jiang Juyao entered from the villa's exterior. Jiang Haiyan immediately approached her, concern etched across her face. "Junyao, you just awakened not long ago. Your health has yet to recover. Do not focus solely on work. You must take care of yourself." Her demeanor contrasted sharply with her previous attitude. Han Mengwan also stepped forward to express her concern. "Junyao, what is the situation at the company?" Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow. "The company is essentially under the control of the primary faction, and our collaboration with the Huangfu family has been taken away. To re-establish that partnership will require considerable effort." She had been contemplating ways to reconnect with the Huangfu family over the past few days, but the results were unsatisfactory. To collaborate with the Huangfu family, one must possess both strength and capability. Over a year ago, she had secured the partnership through her own abilities, coupled with the robust capital of the Jiang Group. Presently, the Jiang Group has largely fallen under the control of the main branch, leaving her with limited financial resources. It is exceedingly challenging for her to negotiate a partnership with the Huangfu family alone, unless she ascends to the position of president of the Jiang Group. A feat equally formidable. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions grew somber. Han Meiwan contemplated and suggested, "Junyao, the old man has consistently favored the main branch. Perhaps we should concede. We could sell our shares in the group and focus on managing Yuming Pharmaceuticals." Yuming Pharmaceuticals is a company founded by Han Mengwan herself. Although it does not rival the Jiang Group, it boasts a valuation in the billions. With Jiang Junyao's capabilities, it is not beyond her reach to achieve remarkable success in the future. Chapter 24. One door, two meetings, three clans for families. Han Mengwan, well aware of her daughter's disposition, refrained from further persuasion, merely advising, "Do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health." Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and ascended the stairs with purposeful strides. Once she departed, Jiang Haiyan cast a discontented glance at Yu Chu, saying, as Junyao's partner, "Haven't you considered alleviating her burdens?" Yu Chu remained speechless, sensing that his father-in-law was persistently critical of him. "Rest assured, the Huangfu family will soon seek out Junyao," he asserted before following her upstairs. Jiang Haiyan, with a stern countenance, settled beside Han Mengwan and remarked, "Just look at this fellow. He possesses no real skills yet boasts with such bravado. Perhaps Xiao Chu is not merely boasting. In a few days, the Huangfu family might indeed approach Junyao." Han Mengwan countered. Jiang Haiyun widened his eyes in disbelief. "Do you truly believe such nonsense?" Why should I not trust what my son-in-law says? Han Mingwan retorted with an eye roll, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Upstairs, Yichu did not encounter Jiang Junyao and speculated that she had likely gone to the rooftop. Taking her clothes, she entered the bathing chamber. On the villa's rooftop, Jiang Junyao contemplated for a moment before dialing a number. The call connected swiftly, and a cool, feminine voice resonated on the other end. "Oh, you finally decided to call me?" The slightly teasing tone made Jiang Junyao's expression darken. "Speak. What is it?" Taking a deep breath, she replied, "During this year of unconsciousness, my plans have encountered some unforeseen changes. The collaboration with the Huangfu family may require your assistance, senior sister. How peculiar that you would seek my help." The voice teased initially, then turned serious. "I will intervene in this matter. But let me make it clear up front. There must be no mistakes this time. We must locate the place swiftly. Rest assured, the same error shall not repeat." Jiang Junyao assured, a glint of cold determination flickering in her eyes. "That is for the best." The voice continued, "By the way, the master has found the antidote for the corpse flower. In a few days, I will arrange for it to be delivered to you." Jiang Junyao ended the call and turned to descend the stairs. Upon entering her room, she discovered Yichu already asleep on the floor. Seeing her so dutifully compliant, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Junyao's eyes. They had previously agreed to share the same room, yet sleep separately. "Wife, it's getting late. You should rest early and avoid staying up too late." Yichu suddenly spoke, concern evident in her gaze. "Do not call me wife." Jiang Junyao shot Yichu a glare before striding into the bathing chamber. Watching her graceful silhouette, Yichu found herself amused, noting her prideful demeanor. Secretly, she thought, "One day, I shall conquer her heart." In a private hospital, Yi Tianqing and a few others gathered around a bed. Lying there was Yi Fei, his body wrapped in bandages. Yi Tianqing and Yi Yicheng were filled with rage. "Yi Fei, speak up. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Yi family must pay the price." Yi Tianqing's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He was genuinely furious. How could anyone inflict such injuries upon his son? Did they not regard Yi Tianqing and the Yi family at all? In a weak voice, Yu Yifei replied, "It was the White Wolf Society." The three men, who had been seething with anger, fell silent at this revelation. Fear flickered in Yu Yicheng's eyes as he exclaimed, "Yifei, how could you provoke the White Wolf Society?" Their trepidation was not unfounded. The White Wolf Society was a formidable adversary. In Jiangdu, there exists a saying, "One family, two societies, three clans, four houses." The one family refers to the true aristocratic Long family of Jiangdu. The Long family, the local emperors, is said to have been led by a prominent military figure in the past. Although he has since retired, his connections and influence remain, and his descendants have proven themselves capable. Thus, few dare to challenge the Long family. The two societies are the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society. The three clans comprise the Jiang, Wang, and Li families, three ancient lineages with a history spanning centuries. Finally, the four houses include the Yun, Qin, Wu, and Yi families. The Yi family is merely one of the four houses, and it ranks at the bottom, especially in comparison to the White Wolf Society. As one of the two major underground forces in Jiangdu, the White Wolf Society may not rival the Yi family in financial resources, but it surpasses them in many other aspects, such as connections and martial prowess. It is said that the four hall masters of the White Wolf Society are all formidable experts in the late stages of body refinement, while the vice president and president are even grandmasters. As one of the four prominent families, the Yi family is well aware of the martial artists, as there are several guardians within their ranks. Whenever they are engaged in activities of dubious morality, the Yi family often calls upon these martial artists for assistance. If the Yi family possesses such capabilities, then it stands to reason that others do as well. It is no exaggeration to assert that the White Wolf Society could dispatch a mere hall master to instill a sense of dread within the Yi family. Yi Yifei did not conceal his weakness, recounting the events in a frail voice. The three listeners wore expressions of confusion, and Yi Yichen inquired how this could be. Could it be that the White Wolf Society had connections with a woman? Yi Yifei bitterly nodded, revealing that those individuals referred to the woman as Big Sister-in-Law, suggesting she was likely the consort of a high-ranking member of the White Wolf Society. Not long ago, he had been severely beaten by the likes of Bald Li and his associates. Just before losing consciousness, he had defiantly questioned them about the reason for their assault, only to learn that Sun Yuru was their big sister-in-law. They had warned him never to harbor ill intentions towards Sun Yuru again, or he would face dire consequences. The three were taken aback, unable to comprehend how an unassuming girl could ascend to such heights within the White Wolf Society. Upon understanding the circumstances, They felt a sense of relief. Although Yi Yifei had been beaten, at least the White Wolf Society would not pose further trouble for the Yi family. Exchanging glances, Yu Yichen posed the question, "Father, it seems that using that woman to threaten Yi Chu is no longer viable. What should we do next?" Yi Tiancheng's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "In that case, we shall resort to force to subdue that rebellious child." The following day, after having breakfast at home, Yi Chu set out again to collect debts. On the way, he called Huangfu Shiriyue. "Sister, calling so early in the morning, do you miss me?" Her languorous and enchanting voice resonated through the phone, igniting a flutter of excitement within Yi Chu. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed some unwelcome thoughts and said, "Sister Shiriyue, I seek your assistance with a favor." "What kind of favor?" "Whatever it is, I will certainly accommodate you." Yi Chu briefly explained the matter concerning Jiang Juyao. With a slight frown, Yi Chu pondered and replied, "Sister Shiriyue, if you assist me with this, I shall be at your service for any future needs." At last, a voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Brother, you exaggerate. It is merely a trifling matter, and I do not require recompense." Yi Chu expressed his gratitude. "I sincerely thank you, Sister Shiriyue. No need for such formality between us," Huangfu Shiriyue retorted with a hint of annoyance. "I truly envy that young lady from the Jiang family. She has such a wonderful brother." Yi Chu couldn't shake the feeling that her last remark carried a tinge of melancholy, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. What was she lamenting? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? He dismissed the thought, realizing it was implausible, as they had only met the day before. Meanwhile, Huangfu Shiriyue hung up the phone, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This Jiang family young lady was indeed remarkable. Not only had she captured her brother's attention, but she had also enlisted the aid of the Long family. Chapter 25. Former friends. In the ensuing 2 days, Yi Chu busied himself with collecting the final payments. During this time, he encountered several tough obstacles, yet he managed to resolve each issue satisfactorily. Finally, after completing the last task, he strode towards a nearby medical clinic. The clinic was tastefully decorated, embodying a harmonious blend of traditional and Western medicine. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Yi Chu scanned the surroundings, but noticed a lack of patience. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how such a spacious and well-appointed clinic could be devoid of visitors. "Sir, may I inquire whether you are here for a consultation or to purchase medication?" A young nurse approached from behind the counter. Yi Chu shook his head. "Neither for consultation nor for medication. I have come to seek your manager." The young nurse's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, yet she politely replied, "The manager is in the back. Please wait a moment while I fetch him." At that moment, a voice called from the rear room, "Zhoujia, who is it?" Shortly thereafter, a young man in a white coat, appearing to be in his early 20s, emerged. The young nurse announced, "Manager, this gentleman is looking for you." The young man turned his gaze towards Yi Chu, who reciprocated the glance. An inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped them both, as if they had encountered each other previously. After mulling over the matter for a while, Yi Chu tentatively inquired, "Are you Zhang Miaochuan?" Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Miaochuan's suspicion was confirmed, and he approached with palpable excitement. "Yi Chu, is that truly you?" Yi Chu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it has been quite a while." "Yes, it has been 3 years since we last met. You have grown so tall." Zhang Miaochuan opened his arms and enveloped Yi Chu in a warm embrace. "You have changed too." Yi Chu reciprocated the hug tightly. The two were former classmates from middle school, having shared a close bond akin to brothers. "Where have you been all these years? What prompted your sudden departure from school back then?" Zhang Miaochuan released Yi Chu, curiosity etched on his face. Yi Chu offered a cursory explanation, omitting any mention of his misdeeds. Observing this, Zhang Miaochuan refrained from probing further, instead guiding Yi Chu aside to reminisce. After exchanging memories for a while, Zhang Miaochuan finally asked, "By the way, Yi Chu, did you come here for a specific reason?" Yi Chu found it somewhat difficult to broach the subject, prompting Zhang Miaochuan to say, "If there's something to discuss, please speak plainly. There is no need for pretense." With a resigned nod, Yi Chu confessed, "I have come to collect a debt on behalf of Yiming Pharmaceuticals." Instantly, Zhang Miaochuan's expression changed, a flicker of discomfort crossing her eyes. Yi Chu quickly reassured her, "Miaochuan, I had no idea it was you. Everyone encounters hardships. If you are unable to repay at this moment, you may take your time." Zhang Miaochuan offered a bitter smile. "I have indeed encountered some difficulties recently. Yet I acknowledge my fault in defaulting on the payment. Rest assured, I will devise a plan to repay as swiftly as possible." She did not shy away from sharing, explaining, "Not long ago, a patient experienced complications from the medication I prescribed. In order to compensate, I was forced to take out a usurious loan, intending to use the revenue from these months to repay it. However, since that incident, the clinic's business has plummeted to the point where it is now nearly abandoned. With a deep sigh, she concluded her tale, just as Yichu was about to offer some words of comfort. A group of men barged in with an air of menace. The leader, a young man in a floral shirt, boisterously declared, "Zhang, pay up immediately, or we will seize this clinic as collateral." In his 30s, he sported tattoos of dragons and tigers on his arms and wore a gold chain around his neck. Embodying the essence of a ruffian, Zhang Miaochuan's complexion turned pale as she stood up and shouted, "Isn't there's still 3 days left?" The young man scoffed derisively, "Zhang, spare us your futile resistance. 3 days? Do you seriously believe you can gather 1 million? If you had the means, you would have settled the debt already. Rather than waiting until now, hand over the clinic, and we will consider the debt settled." In Zhang Miaochuan's eyes flashed a glimmer of despair. Yet she resolutely spoke, "This medical clinic was bequeathed to me by my father. You shall not take it away." "Huh, that is not for you to decide," sneered the young man in the flowery shirt, gesturing dismissively. "Go, teach this boy a lesson." 2 of his subordinates immediately advanced toward Zhang Miaochuan. The young nurse, terrified, ducked behind the counter. Sweat beaded on Zhang Miaochuan's forehead. Though fear gripped her heart, she did not retreat. "You borrowed money from Brother Bao and now wish to default? Come, let us loosen your muscles and bones." The 2 men grinned maliciously, their fists like sandbags, aimed straight at Zhang Miaochuan's face. The latter trembled in fright, attempting to evade, yet her feet felt as if encased in lead, rendering her immobile. Just as the fists were about to descend, Yichu swiftly intervened, effortlessly catching the incoming blows. "Who are you, daring to meddle?" one of them barked. With a slight exertion of his hand, Yichu sent the man flying, followed swiftly by the other. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. The 200-pound men were tossed aside like mere playthings by the young man. Zhang Miaochuan, her face a portrait of incredulity, marveled at how formidable Yichu had become in the 3 years since they last met. The young man in the flowery shirt, regaining his composure, seethed with rage. "You dog, how dare you harm my men? You seek death," he bellowed. Instantly, a throng of individuals surged forth, launching an assault on Yichu. "Yichu, be careful!" Zhang Miaochuan cried out in alarm, wishing to assist, yet the subsequent spectacle left her utterly astonished. With each palm strike Yichu delivered, yet another adversary was sent flying. In less than a minute, a group of individuals was completely brought to the ground. The young man in the floral shirt gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. Yichu beckoned him forward, stating, "Come here. I have some questions for you." Silence. Yichu's commanding voice resonated, laced with an undercurrent of mental force that struck the young man like a hammer, causing a sudden pain in his head and rendering his legs weak, forcing him to kneel. Yichu approached, towering over him, and inquired, "Now, speak. What is the situation?" He had already discerned that something was amiss in the unfolding events. The young man in the floral shirt, now thoroughly terrified, dared not hesitate and recounted everything in detail. It turned out that the initial patient was intentionally orchestrated by them to create chaos, all to ensnare Zhang Miaochuan into borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates, with the ulterior motive of seizing control of the medical clinic. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaochuan was consumed with fury. "You scoundrels! I knew my medication was flawless. It was all your underhanded scheming." He charged at the young man in the floral shirt, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks to vent his pent-up anger. Ever since that incident, he had begun to doubt his own medical skills. Yichu allowed the assault to continue for a while before intervening, pulling Zhang Miaochuan away and addressing the bruised young man, summoned Brother Bao. The young man, quaking in his boots, immediately dialed Brother Bao. Zhang Miaochuan expressed concern. "Yichu, I've heard that Brother Bao wields considerable power and seems to have some ties with the Yun family. Should we not call in the city guards?" "Unnecessary," Yichu replied, shaking his head. "If the city guards arrive, the situation will become complicated." Chapter 26. Borrowing some money before long. Brother Bao arrived with a throng of followers in tow, descending upon the medical clinic. He was a rugged middle-aged man with dark skin and a face marked by excess flesh, exuding an intimidating presence. "Brother Leopard, you have finally arrived," lamented the young man in a floral shirt, his face etched with grievance. "This Zhang fellow not only refuses to repay his debts but has also hired thugs to assault us. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of dealing with a mere brat. What good are you to me?" Brother Leopard scoffed coldly, stepping forward with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark gaze sweeping over Yichu and his companion. "You little wretch, daring to lay a hand on my men, you possess quite the audacity. Zhang Miaochuan forced a smile, attempting to placate him. Brother Leopard, regarding today's incident. Wang Tianbao coldly interrupted. Spare me the pleasantries. Hand over the clinic and compensate my brothers for their medical expenses. No need for extravagance. Just 100,000 each. Moreover, the one who assaulted us must apologize on bended knee, one by one. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here unscathed today. His voice was imperious, exuding an air of authority that rendered Yi Chu and his companion as insignificant as ants, easily squashed at his whim. Zhang Miaochuan's expression fluctuated between despair and anger, while Yi Chu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not panic, I will handle this. Moved by the gesture, Zhang Miaochuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Thank you, he managed to utter. Turning his attention to Wang Tianbao, Yi Chu remarked coolly, you seem rather arrogant. What, do you take issue with that? Wang Tianbao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brat. Do not presume that a few martial arts skills grant you the right to be insolent. In my presence, you are nothing. Yi Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed. You are very arrogant, and I find that quite appealing. With a swift motion, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Yi Chu struck, catching Wang Tianbao off guard, sending him spinning in place. The group of subordinates gathered in a furious rage around Yi Chu. Unfazed, Yi Chu responded swiftly, delivering blows that left over 10 of them sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. You dare to be so audacious. Do you know who stands behind me? Yi Chu feigned curiosity. Who? Wang Tianbao, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, listen well. I am backed by the third master of the Yun family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangdu. Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. If you know what's good for you, surrender your clinic and kneel to apologize. I shall overlook today's incident. He tilted his chin, looking down at Yi Chu, expecting to see fear on his face, but was instead met with an expression of calm indifference, as if the Yun family held no significance for him. Have you thought this through? If the third master learns of today's events, Wang Tianbao attempted to threaten, but was cut short when Yi Chu raised his palm, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Little brother, let us talk this over. There is no need to spoil the atmosphere, he said, plastering on a forced smile, his demeanor shifting drastically. He realized that Yi Chu was merely a hot-headed youth. Provoking him would only lead to his own beating. Yi Chu inquired nonchalantly, how much does my brother owe you? Wang Tianbao quickly replied, the principal is 500,000. And with interest, it's nearly 1 million. For your sake, little brother, I won't charge interest. Just repay the principal. What do you mean by that? Yi Chu glared. My brother is not one to be untrustworthy. Since he borrowed at a high interest, he should repay the interest as well. Upon uttering these words, not only was Wang Tianbao bewildered, but even Zhang Miaochuan appeared utterly perplexed. Is there truly such assistance available? Very well, we shall heed the young brother's wishes. Wang Tianbao nodded repeatedly, unsure of Yi Chu's intentions, yet no one would ever complain about an excess of wealth. Yi Chu inquired further. I have heard that you engage in usury. I find myself in a bit of financial straits recently and would like to borrow some money from you, if you don't mind. Although Wang Tianbao harbored a hint of skepticism, he nonetheless acquiesced. Of course, that is no problem. How much does the young brother wish to borrow? Yi Chu raised 2 fingers. Not much, just 20 million. Wang Tianbao's expression shifted. 20 million was no trifling sum. What, is that too little? He hastily shook his head. Yi Chu then provided a string of card numbers, insisting on an immediate transfer. Wang Tianbao hesitated, stating, young brother, we must first sign a contract. Seeing Yi Chu nod in agreement, he promptly produced the contract. Yi Chu took it, signed his name with swift strokes, and declared, now, transfer the funds. Wang Tianbao, deterred by any delay, promptly instructed his associates to process the payment. Yi Chu soon received a notification and remarked, my brother owes you 1 million, correct? I shall repay it at once. He requested Wang Tianbao's card number and instantly transferred the sum, subsequently tearing the loan agreement to shreds. Wang Tianbao was left in a state of confusion, having lent him money only to receive repayment. Such an unconventional maneuver. Yi Chu calmly stated, the debt has been settled. Henceforth, do not harass my brother again, or you shall face consequences that you are well aware of. A shiver ran through Wang Tianbao, who quickly expressed his fear. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, now, be gone. Wang Tianbao, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly summoned his followers and swiftly departed. Just as they reached the door, a voice echoed from behind them. Indeed, my name is Yi Chu, a scion of the Yi family from Jiangdu. Should you require financial assistance, feel free to approach the Yi family. If that yields no results, you may also pursue legal action against me. Wang Tianbao staggered, nearly losing his balance. In that moment, he comprehended that Yichu was not merely requesting a loan, it was a blatant act of coercion. The notion of approaching the Yi family was absurd. Though the Yi family may not rival the Yun family in power, they were not an entity he could triflingly confront. The idea of pursuing legal recourse was even more ludicrous, as this was a matter of usury, unprotected by the law. Zhang Miaochuan, in disbelief, pondered how the once domineering Bao Ge could retreat in such a disheartened manner. Once she regained her composure, she immediately expressed her gratitude to Yichu, saying, "Thank you so much, Yichu. If it weren't for you, my family's medical practice might not have survived. Just a trivial matter, do not dwell on it." Yichu replied, waving his hand dismissively as he took out his phone, added her on WeChat, and transferred 100,000 to her. Zhang Miaochuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Yichu, what are you doing?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, almost overwhelmed by emotion. It was unbecoming for a man to weep so openly. "Come, let us go out to dine," he suggested, feigning disdain. Zhang Miaochuan, now smiling through her tears, turned to the young nurse and said, "Sister Zhou, we have the afternoon off." The two exited the clinic and found a nearby eatery, reminiscing over their meal until they parted ways around 3 in the afternoon. A young man, dressed in opulent attire, adorned with a Rolex watch and polished designer shoes, epitomized the image of a societal elite. He scrutinized Yichu from head to toe, and upon noticing his ordinary clothing, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Yichu frowned slightly. The man's gaze was unwelcome. "Mom, who is this?" he inquired. Han Mengwan introduced him. "This is Qian Xin, a classmate of Jun Yao." Yichu let out a sound of acknowledgement. And Qian Xin rose with a smile, saying, "This brother is none other than Jun Yao's husband." To have captured her attention undoubtedly speaks to his extraordinary qualities. "May I inquire where you are currently employed?" Chapter 27. The noble box noticing the teasing glint in Qian Xin's eyes, Yichu narrowed his gaze slightly and replied, "At present, I am without employment." Feigning surprise, Qian Xin exclaimed, "Is that so? Jun Yao is renowned as the jewel of our Jiangdu. As her husband, how could you be without a job? Surely, you are not relying on her to support you?" He continued, "My friend, I mean no offense, but as a man, one must possess responsibility and accountability. How can you allow a woman to bear the burden?" Qian Xin's countenance stiffened, while Jiang Haiyun reprimanded him sharply. "What nonsense is this? How do you speak so?" Han Mengwan merely smiled quietly, refraining from comment. "Look at your own standing. How dare you belittle my son-in-law? Were it not for Jun Yao's sake, I would have lost my temper long ago." Yichu shrugged. "I spoke no untruth. As an outsider, what right does he have to meddle in my affairs?" Jiang Haiyun retorted. "Qian's words ring true. You, a grown man, relying on Jun Yao for support. How can you bear the shame of it? Is it too much to hear a few words of criticism?" Qian Xin chuckled. "Uncle Jiang, I apologize. I merely intended to encourage this brother. After all, as Jun Yao's husband, he must uphold the dignity of both her and the Jiang family. I did not anticipate." He concluded with a gentle sigh. Jiang Haiyun felt a twinge of discomfort, as the thought of his accomplished daughter being with a seemingly incompetent man weighed heavily on his heart. "My dear nephew, this ineffectual wretch is akin to a piece of mud that cannot support a wall. How could he possibly compare to you?" Jiang Haiyun sighed, and at that moment, Jiang Juyao entered from outside the villa. Qian Xin's eyes brightened, and he immediately approached her, saying, "Junyao, it has been quite some time." Jiang Juyao furrowed her brow slightly, intending to decline, but Jiang Haiyun interjected, "Junyao, Qian Xinzi just arrived in Jiangdu this morning and came straight to our home to see you this afternoon. He holds you in great regard, so you must not refuse such goodwill." Seeing that Jiang Junyao still wished to decline, Qian Xin continued, "Junyao, I heard from my uncle that you have been busy negotiating a collaboration with the Huangfu family. Please, do enlighten me about the situation. I might be able to assist." Jiang Haiyun's eyes lit up. "Junyao, Qian Xinzi's intentions are sincere. You should not dismiss them." Jiang Junyao found it difficult to refuse any longer, and after a slight nod, she ascended the stairs to change her clothes. Jiang Haiyun turned to Yichu, saying, "You need not accompany us. It would be best for you to remain at home." He could easily discern Qian Xin's intentions and naturally did not want Yichu to tag along and cause any inconvenience. "Why can't Xiaochu go?" Han Mengwan interjected with discontent. "Xiaochu, ignore him and go change your clothes." Jiang Haiyun, visibly displeased, replied, "We are going to discuss serious matters. This fellow knows nothing and would only be a hindrance." Just as Han Mengwan was about to retort, Qian Xin suddenly spoke, "Uncle, it's all right. Let this young man accompany us." A fleeting smirk crossed his eyes. If Yichu did not go, how would he maintain his pretense of superiority later? Very well. We shall heed the wishes of my esteemed nephew. Jiang Haiyun's attitude shifted immediately as he turned to Yichu and scolded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and change your clothes." Yichu ascended the stairs with great strides and soon changed into a different outfit before descending. However, upon seeing his attire, Jiang Haiyun's expression instantly soured. Yichu was clad in a casual t-shirt and shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops, exceedingly informal. How can you possibly go out dressed like that? You may not care about your appearance, but the Jiang family does. Jiang Haiyun scolded him vehemently, her eyes filled with disdain. Yichu merely scoffed, asserting that such attire was comfortable for the evening, and questioned the need for formality since they were not attending a blind date. Why should I show respect to someone with designs on my wife? He mused. Jiang Haiyun's face turned a shade of fury, ready to unleash another tirade. But Han Mengwan interjected, "Xiaochu is right. It's not a blind date, so why dress so formally?" Jiang Haiyun shot a furious glare at Han Mengwan, yet found herself unable to retaliate effectively, ultimately directing a resentful look at Yichu. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Junyao descended the stairs, clad in a striking red dress that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by cascading waves of long hair. She exuded both beauty and sensuality, coupled with an undeniable air of regality. She and Xian gazed at her, entranced, silently vowing to win her affection. As for Yichu, he paid no heed to Qian Xian's intentions. He regarded him as nothing more than a petty clown, easily disregarded and unworthy of concern. The group departed the villa and entered Qian Xian's vehicle, a luxurious extended Lincoln. The car glided away from the villa complex and soon arrived at the Jianghuai Pavilion in the city center, which was significantly grander and more opulently decorated than its counterpart in the southern district. As soon as they entered, a welcoming hostess approached them. "Do you have a reservation?" she inquired. Qian Xian nodded slightly and retrieved his phone to display the reservation details. "I have booked the Wang Ho private room. Please lead us there." After confirming the information, the hostess gestured graciously, inviting them to follow. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a luxurious private room on the top floor. The interior was exquisitely adorned, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon the entirety of Jiangdu City. The hour was near dusk, and a waning sun on the horizon was poised to vanish. The crimson rays of sunset bathed Jiangdu City, creating a breathtaking panorama. Jiang Haiyun felt a surge of emotion, although he belonged to the Jiang family. He had seldom dined in the Wang Ho private room of the Jianghuai Pavilion. His last visit was over a year ago when Jiang Junyao and the Huangfu family forged a collaboration, and the family had come to celebrate. Han Mengwan, though not as visibly thrilled as Jiang Haiyun, wore a faint smile. Jiang Junyao, in contrast, maintained a composed demeanor, seated at the table while quietly admiring the view outside. "Uncle, Aunt, no need to stand. Please take a seat over here." Qian Xian warmly beckoned them. He then turned to Yichu and cheerfully remarked, "Brother, the window seat is yours. The scenery outside is splendid. I presume you have never been here before, so do take a moment to appreciate it. Should you miss this opportunity, it may be difficult to return." His tone was laced with jest, aiming to provoke a sense of discomfort in Yichu. "There's no need for that. Below are merely buildings. What is there to admire?" Yichu waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. "Moreover, I could come to this shabby place any time." Jiang Haiyun reprimanded sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the royal box, where the reservation fee alone amounts to a staggering 100,000, and securing a booking is a challenge in itself. A meal here starts at a minimum of 1 million. Those who dine here are individuals of status and distinction. Yet you, without even a respectable job, dare to speak so brazenly? How utterly shameless." Han Mengwan slightly furrowed her brow, feeling that Yichu's tone was indeed rather audacious. Jiang Junyao cast a glance at Yichu, her eyes flickering with displeasure. Being inept is one thing, but being inept and pretentious is the most irksome of all. Yichu shrugged. "What I said is the truth. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't even mention the royal box. Even the emperor's box is just the same." Chapter 28. You can't possibly afford it, can you? Upon Yichu's utterance, the expressions of those present varied significantly. Jiang Haiyun felt an increasing disdain, perceiving it as an extreme embarrassment. Jiang Juanyao's brows knitted slightly. Even Han Mengwan, who typically sided with Yichu, felt a pang of disappointment. Being incapable is one thing, with the Jiang family's resources. Supporting a layabout would pose no difficulty. However, boasting is decidedly unappealing. Qian Xian wore a mocking expression. "Oh, so you've been to the emperor's box, my brother?" Yichu nodded. "I just visited a few days ago. It's nothing extraordinary. Qian Xin feigned curiosity. Oh, I wonder what the fabled emperor's box is like. Could you enlighten me, so I too may broaden my horizons? It's merely a private room. There's nothing remarkable to discuss. Yi Chu outright declined. Qian Xin suppressed a smile and nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, my brother possesses lofty aspirations, so much so that he looks down upon even the emperor's private chambers. Truly, he embodies the illustrious reputation of the Jiang family as son-in-law in Jiangdu. I, as a younger brother, feel utterly inferior. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow, sensing the sarcasm in his tone. Just as he was about to respond, a sharp rebuke suddenly pierced the air. Enough. Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? How can you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of Qian Xian? Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with fury. Wishing nothing more than to expel Yi Chu from the Jiang family at that very moment, feeling that the family's honor had been thoroughly tarnished. Yi Chu was at a loss for words. Why was it that no one believed him when he spoke the truth? Father, I assure you, everything I say is genuine. His expression was earnest, and just as he was about to elaborate, Jiang Juniao interjected. Not having visited is no shame. Forcibly comparing oneself to others only leads to losing one's sanity and becoming the object of ridicule. Her voice, though calm, was laced with piercing truth. Meeting her indifferent gaze, Yi Chu felt a twinge of disappointment. Did she truly not trust him? He could hardly muster the will to explain further, sensing the tension escalating. Qian Xin hurriedly attempted to mediate. Juniao, it seems this brother is visiting such a place for the first time and may be feeling somewhat out of place, which is why he has lost his composure and spoken foolishly. It is said that a son-in-law can be sensitive. Let us show some understanding and consider this matter closed. His words, though wrapped in politeness, unmistakably implied that Yi Chu was merely a self-deprecating and cowardly son-in-law. Han Mingwan felt a flicker of dissatisfaction within, but was at a loss for how to counter that sentiment. Yi Chu's performance today had indeed left her disheartened. Uncle, Aunt, let us order, shall we? Qian Xin handed the ordering tablet to Jiang Haiyun and turned to Jiang Juniao, inquiring, Juniao, will you be having red wine or white? Red wine, please. Qian Xin then addressed the waiter with a flourish. Bring us 2 bottles of Roman e Conti. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied with a smile and a nod. Qian Xin then glanced back at Jiang Haiyun, expressing concern. Uncle, I wonder if you are accustomed to red wine. If not, we can certainly choose something else. His beaming smile suggested that he believed himself to be the son-in-law. That's fine, Uncle, Jiang Haiyun said. Waiter, please bring a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai as well. And you? Aunt? Qian Xin asked. I'm easygoing. Anything is fine, she replied. Finally, Qian Xin turned his attention to Yi Chu, his tone somewhat haughty. Choose whatever you desire. Opportunities like today are rare, so please, don't hold back. Yi Chu's eyes brightened. Really? Of course, Qian Xin nodded, a playful glint in his eyes, relishing Yi Chu's naivety. Jiang Juniao and the others exchanged discreet frowns but refrained from commenting. Han Meiguan subtly signaled Yi Chu to avoid embarrassing himself. Feigning ignorance, Yi Chu asked the waiter, What exquisite wines do you have here? Can wine truly be stored for so long? Doesn't tea expire? He pretended to be unfamiliar with such luxuries. The waiter chuckled and clarified, Sir, both white and red wines become richer with age. There is no such thing as expiration. Nearby, Qian Xin struggled to suppress his laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery, while Jiang Haiyun and his wife wore displeased expressions. I see, Yi Chu responded, slowly understanding. Yi Chu wore a bewildered expression and inquired, Is there any mitai from the year 1980? The waiter hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, but the price is somewhat. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him, Do not worry, this gentleman, Brother Qian, is truly a wealthy heir. A mere bottle of wine is insignificant to him. Qian Xion's countenance shifted, realizing the implications and wishing to intervene. Yet Yi Chu preempted him by stating, I have yet to taste the 1980 mitai. Please bring me 2 bottles. The waiter nodded and exited the private room. Yi Chu caught the sound of grinding teeth and looked up to see Qian Xian glaring at him. His eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Brother Qian, what troubles you? Are you unwell? He feigned curiosity, bemused as to why Qian Xin had appeared fine moments ago. Qian Xion's eyes reddened, his heart bleeding. The thought of 1980 mitai was staggering. During his last visit, he had heard of a guest in the imperial box who opened a bottle priced at 10 million. The mere mention of such a price had left him astounded. 10 million for a single bottle of wine was beyond extravagant. Now, this rascal was ordering 2, amounting to 20 million. Although his family was affluent, They had not reached the level of extravagance where a single meal cost 20 million. Even the thought of 2 million felt exorbitant. Were it not for the desire to win Jiang Juniao's favor, he would never have dined here. Jiang Juniao and her companions exchanged looks of surprise, not anticipating Yichu's audacious move. Sensing the tension in the air, Jiang Haiyun quickly attempted to mediate. You dare to order 1980 mitai? Is that something you can truly indulge in? He glared at Yichu. I am not particularly keen on drinking it myself. My primary intention is for you to savor it, father. Yichu wore a face of filial piety and remarked, besides, didn't brother Qian say to order freely? I am aware it might be a bit pricey, hence I only ordered 2 bottles. Jiang Haiyun opened her mouth, at a loss for how to counter this. Should she claim she was unworthy of indulging? As for Han Mengwan and Jiang Juniao, they were even less in a position to speak. The order had already been placed. And indeed, it was Qian Xian who had given the green light. What could they say? Qian Xian's lips twitched in silent frustration. Was this truly how one conversed? Only 2 bottles? How many more did he wish to order? 1 bottle for each person. In that moment, he regretted his earlier remarks, wishing he had held his tongue. Yichu turned towards the visibly distressed Qian Xian, grinning as he said, Brother Qian, you wouldn't be unable to afford it, would you? If that is the case, just let me know, and I shall have the waiter return it. The mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. Qian Xn's face turned a shade worse than if he had consumed something vile. His teeth clenched in indignation. Yichu's actions undoubtedly placed him in a precarious position. To admit he couldn't afford it would be a blow to his pride, while to deny it would result in a loss of 20 million. That was 20 million to procure such an amount. He would either have to max out his credit card or seek assistance from his family. Neither option was appealing. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile crept onto his face. You dare to deceive me. Just wait and see. He forced a smile, replying, My brother, you jest. 2 bottles are but a trifle. I can certainly manage that. Chapter 29. I have a solution truly. It is admirable of you, Brother Qian. Yichu said with a smile, though the teasing tone in his words was all too evident. Oh, it's nothing, Qian Xian replied nonchalantly, yet inwardly he scoffed. You'll see you will be crying soon enough. Soon, the waiter brought forth plates of delectable dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of vintage 8-decade Maotai. As Yichu uncorked one, an intoxicating aroma of the spirit permeated the air. Dad, here, let me pour you some, he said, filling Jiang Haiyun's glass. The latter gingerly accepted the cup, for he had never before sampled an 80-year-old Maotai. Mom, would you like a taste as well? Yichu inquired, glancing at Han Mengwan, who, despite not being much of a drinker, was curious about the esteemed Maotai she had yet to experience. Just a little, please, she replied. Yichu filled her glass generously before turning to Jiang Juniao. Noticing her silence, he swiftly poured her a full glass as well. In no time, 1 bottle was emptied. Yichu opened another, filled a pristine white porcelain bowl to the brim, and offered the remaining contents to Qian Xian. Brother Qian, there's a bit left. Do have a taste. Qian Xian's lips twitched, harboring a silent grievance. Nevertheless, he accepted the bottle and poured the remnants into his own glass. Glancing at the scant amount of liquor within, his resentment toward Yichu deepened. What a scoundrel. He treats us to such expensive wine, yet leaves me with so little. Dad, Mom, let us raise our glasses, Yichu declared, lifting his cup and signaling for the others to join in. Jiang Haiyun, unable to contain his eagerness, lifted his glass and took a delicate sip. The liquid entered his mouth, releasing a rich fragrance that enveloped his palate as he swallowed. A warm current flowed down his throat and into his belly. Even after swallowing, the lingering aroma remained, a testament to the extraordinary quality of the 80-year-old Maotai. Jiang Junyo and Han Mengwan each took a delicate sip, closing their eyes to savor the flavor. Qian Xian, unreserved, indulged in the 80-year-old Maotai, a luxury he had never before experienced. Only Yichu maintained a serene demeanor, for he had tasted finer spirits. He raised his glass and took a generous gulp. Smacking his lips in appreciation, the taste was satisfactory. Qian Xian regarded him with disdain, believing Yichu was merely putting on airs. To savor such exquisite wine is to have no regrets in life. He nodded in agreement, echoing Uncle Zhang's sentiment. Nephew, this is all thanks to you. Jiang Haiyun lifted his glass, exclaiming, Come, let us toast. The atmosphere was jubilant as Jiang Haiyun and Qian Xian exchanged cups, utterly disregarding Yichu. After a while, Jiang Haiyun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Nephew, you mentioned you could assist Junyo. Was that sincere? Qian Xian pounded his chest confidently, Of course. My father was recently promoted to a director at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, overseeing affairs in Jiangdu. Uncle Jiang surely knows that the Jiangnan Chamber frequently collaborates with the Huangfu family. If my father lends his support, we should be able to facilitate a partnership between the Huangfu family and Junyao. In truth, his assertion was somewhat exaggerated. A mere director could hardly influence the Huangfu family's decisions. However, Jiang Haiyun was unaware of this, and, upon hearing of the Jiangnan Chamber's director, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Nephew, you must lend your assistance. Once all is accomplished, the Jiang family shall offer substantial gratitude. As he spoke, he gazed affectionately at Jiang Junyao, hoping to see her moved, but her expression remained calm, leaving him slightly disappointed. Then, thank you, dear nephew. Jiang Haiyun once again raised his glass, sighing. What an exceptional child. How splendid it would be if you were my son-in-law. Han Mingwan shot him an irritated glare. At this juncture, he took a generous gulp of his drink, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of sorrow and regret. Although the subsequent words remained unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. Jiang Haiyun's heart stirred, and he encouraged, my dear nephew, do not lose heart. Life is unpredictable, and there may yet be opportunities ahead. As he finished speaking, he sensed Han Mingjuan's disapproving gaze upon him. However, Jiang Haiyun feigned ignorance and continued to indulge in his drink. Jiang Junyao maintained an expression of serene composure, seemingly unaffected by the events unfolding before her. Qian Xion's eyes hardened with resolve. His uncle was indeed correct. Life's uncertainties meant that the future remained shrouded in mystery. In the midst of this exchange, he cast a taunting glance at Yi Chu, who chose to disregard him entirely. A mere buffoon, attempting to covet his wife. Surely, he must be deluding himself. After a while of drinking, Qian Xian began to feign inebriation, swaying unsteadily before ultimately collapsing onto the table. My dear nephew, my dear nephew. Jiang Haiyun called out loudly, but after several attempts, there was no response. The youth's capacity for alcohol was evidently lacking, having consumed so little. He was already inebriated. Jiang Haiyun shook his head in bemusement. Yi Chu immediately discerned the ruse. It was clear that Qian Xian was not truly intoxicated, but rather unwilling to settle the bill. Jiang Junyao also sensed something amiss, her brows knitting together delicately. Noticing that Jiang Haiyun was preparing to drink further, she interjected, Father, perhaps it would be wise to consider how we shall settle the account? Jiang Haiyun, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of confusion in his eyes. Upon realizing the situation, Han Mingwan immediately cast a doubtful glance at Qian Xian. Could this fellow be feigning intoxication? A cold smile flickered in Qian Xian's heart. Indeed, he was pretending to be drunk. What could they possibly do about it? He had indeed consumed a considerable amount of alcohol with Jiang Haiyun, and no one here was aware of his tolerance. Who could discern whether he was genuinely inebriated or merely acting? It dawned on Jiang Haiyun that he was sobering up rapidly. He turned to Qian Xian and called out loudly, Xinzi, wake up. However, after calling for an eternity, there was no response whatsoever. His expression darkened. What were they to do now? Jiang Junjiao remarked indifferently, what can we do? We must bear the cost ourselves. Han Mingwan wore a displeased expression. Inviting others to dine and then getting drunk seemed to her a deliberate act on this young man's part. Humph. Isn't it also the fault of that scoundrel for ordering such exorbitantly priced wine? Qian Xian thought bitterly, though this was quite embarrassing. He had no choice but to act this way to avoid being the scapegoat. Jiang Haiyun glared angrily at Yi Chu, blaming him for insisting on ordering such expensive wine, resulting in their family incurring a loss of 20 million for no reason. Father, weren't you just enjoying yourself while drinking? Yi Chu's remark incited Jiang Haiyun's ire. As he was about to explode with rage, Yi Chu swiftly interjected, Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. I have a solution. Even at this juncture, you dare to boast? Jiang Haiyun rebuked. You coward. What can you do besides bluster? Han Mingjuan's expression shifted as she inquired. Xiao Chu, do you truly have a solution? Yi Chu smiled broadly, saying, I learned a method to sober up people during my time in prison. This will help Qian Xiao regain his senses. Chapter 30. Grateful for hospitality. As Yi Chu approached Qian Xian, Han Mingwan furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if this was appropriate. It felt somewhat coercive, as if compelling the other party to pay. Her concern was not for Qian Xian, but rather for the fact that the other party still needed to assist Jiang Junyao. Offending him over 2 million seemed rather unwise. Unfortunately, Qian Xian was not truly intoxicated. He was merely feigning. Humph. That scoundrel thinks he can make me pay. He is sorely mistaken. A cold smile curled upon his lips. Yi Chu reached Qian Xian's side. gently placing his hand on the latter's shoulder, channeling strands of vital energy into his body. Instantly, Qian Xian felt a sharp pain coursing through him, akin to being pricked by countless needles simultaneously. He trembled slightly, a pained expression crossing his face. Fortunately, he was lying down, and Jiang Junyao and the others could not see. Han Mingwan frowned. Xiao Chu, does this method really work? What's the use? I see this good-for-nothing is just toying with us. Jiang Haiyan scoffed in discontent. No sooner had he spoken than the feigning Qian Xian let out a piercing scream and suddenly sat up. Ah! Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. You bastard! What have you done to me? Qian Xian glared fiercely at Yi Chu. His eyes filled with murderous intent, the pain within him more unbearable than death itself. Yi Chu replied with a smile, Do not panic, Qian Xiao. I am merely assisting you in sobering up. Qian Xian suddenly realized that the sensation of being pricked had vanished, further confirming his suspicion that Yi Chu is up to something. However, in the present circumstances, it is difficult to articulate anything, with limited funds. And now that sobriety has returned, it is time to settle the bill, as the meal is nearly finished. Qian Xian gritted his teeth, seething with rage. He had initially intended to showcase himself in front of Jiang Junyao, while simultaneously belittling Yi Chu, to demonstrate that Yi was unworthy of Jiang. Instead, he found himself ensnared by the latter. The mere thought of the exorbitant sum of 20 million made his heart bleed. Most infuriating was the fact that he had only consumed a mere fraction of the 2 million worth of wine. Observing his prolonged silence, Yi Chu teased with a smirk. Qian Xiao, could it be that you were unable to settle the bill? A prominent figure like you, treating others to a meal, yet unable to cover the expenses. Resorting to splitting the bill. How amusing. Listening to such sarcastic remarks, Qian Xian's expression alternated between embarrassment and fury. Finally, he clenched his teeth and glared at Yi Chu, coldly retorting, Nonsense. A mere 20 million is nothing I cannot afford. With a flourish, he displayed his affluence. Yi Chu raised a thumb in mock admiration, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ultimately, Qian Xian nearly maxed out all his credit cards to barely cover the 2 million. After settling the bill, the group departed from Jianghuai Pavilion. Junyao, allow me to arrange a chauffeur for you, Qian Xian offered, looking earnestly at Jiang Junyao. Without waiting for his agreement, he hailed a taxi. Mom and Dad, quickly get in the car. Han Mingwan swiftly entered the vehicle, while Jiang Haiyun, eager for Qian Xian to drive, sought to create an opportunity for him and Jiang Junyao to interact. However, seeing that Han Mingwan had already boarded, he felt it inappropriate to insist, and waved goodbye to Qian Xian before entering the car himself. Thank you for your hospitality. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly to Qian Xian before also getting into the vehicle. With limited funds and heartfelt gratitude, I must say the flavor of the 80-year-old mutai is truly delightful. Yi Chuchong smirked at Qian Xian and swiftly entered the vehicle. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Qian Xian's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. You little bastard, just wait. Upon entering the house, Jiang Haiyan erupted in fury. You insolent wretch, come here at once. Yi Chu nonchalantly plopped onto the sofa, feigning ignorance. Father, what troubles you? Have you not yet had your fill? Jiang Haiyun's expression stiffened, intensifying his ire. What do you think is the matter? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Yi Chu pretended to be oblivious. What have I done? I merely went out for a meal. Seeing his son's act of folly, Jiang Haiyun's anger escalated. Who allowed you to order such expensive wine? Do you realize the offense it could cause? Qian Xian's father is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. He is not someone we can afford to offend. You spineless wretch, instead of alleviating the burden on our family, you only bring trouble. Though he too had indulged in the 80-year-old mutai, the mere thought of potentially offending Qian Xian ignited a fire within him. His ire grew as he raised his hand to strike Yi Chu. I'll teach you a lesson, you useless fool. Yi Chu swiftly dodged, further inciting Jiang Haiyun's rage. You insolent brat, how dare you evade? Stand there and do not move. Han Mingwan quickly intervened. Jiang Haiyun, what are you doing? Step aside. I must teach him a lesson today. Otherwise, this good-for-nothing will truly run amok. Jiang Haiyun bellowed, attempting to push past Han Mingwan, who resolutely blocked his path. Why are you shouting? You didn't say anything while drinking earlier, and now that you've had your fill, you turn your back? Jiang Haiyun's face flushed with indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury. As the situation escalated, Jiang Junyao interjected firmly. That's enough. Junyao, this worthless. Jiang Haiyun attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Jiang Junyao. Father, it's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. It's best you retire for the night. Furthermore, You need not worry about the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I have it under control. With that, she turned and descended the stairs, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette. Jiang Haiyun sighed, then turned to Han Mengwan. Look at this so-called good son-in-law you found. Impulsive and thoughtless. If this continues, who knows what chaos may ensue. Han Mengwan scoffed. It is that surnamed Qian who harbors ill intentions towards Junyao. Isn't it appropriate for Xiao Chu, as her husband, to teach him a small lesson? He held no fondness for Qian Xin, especially since when Jiang Junyao faced her predicament, Qian Xin had promptly fled abroad to study. Jiang Haiyun seethed. A small lesson? I suspect Qian Xin despises this spineless fool. And what if he retaliates, refusing to assist Junyao? Without the cooperation with the Huangfu family, Junyao will struggle to regain her footing in the corporation. Do you wish to see your daughter bullied by the main branch? Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he shot a disdainful glare at Yichu before turning to ascend the stairs. Thank you. Mom, Yichu said, touched, surprised that despite the circumstances of the evening, Han Mengwan remained steadfastly on his side. There's no need for thanks. We are family. Han Mengwan waved her hand and then earnestly advised, Xiao Chu, I understand your dissatisfaction with Qian Xin, but in the future, refrain from being so impulsive in your actions, as it may offend others. She was fully aware that Yi Chu had acted deliberately this evening. While it was somewhat gratifying, it also risked creating new enemies, especially since they were already being ostracized by the main household. Understood, Mom. Yi Chu nodded obediently. Han Mengwan acknowledged with a nod. You should rest now. You too. Get some rest early, Yi Chu urged, swiftly ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the door, however, he discovered it was locked from the inside. And after knocking for quite some time, there was no response. Yi Chu sighed. It was evident that Jiang Junyu was also displeased with his actions tonight. This was clearly a warning for him. He couldn't help but scoff internally. While others were making advances on his wife, was he expected to greet them with a smile? Did they truly consider him a pushover? Chapter 31. The Holy Sect. Why refrain from going downstairs? If Han Mengwan saw him, how would he explain it? That his wife had locked him out? Yi Chu was conscious of his dignity. Inside the room, Jiang Junyao, noticing the silence, furrowed her brows. She approached and opened the door only to find Yi Chu absent, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. His actions tonight left her feeling slightly dissatisfied, primarily because she thought he had been rather audacious. If he dared to deceive Qian Xin today, who could say what he might do tomorrow? If he ended up offending someone he shouldn't, she certainly wouldn't have the time to clean up his mess. Originally intending to give him a mild reprimand, she found that he had vanished entirely. Leaving the villa, Yi Chu sought a secluded park where he sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. Recently, I have been preoccupied with various matters, leaving me no time for cultivation. As the ethereal energy of heaven and earth coursed through my body, it suddenly provoked the vengeful dragon aura residing within my dantian. A shadowy black dragon, once dormant, awakened and wreaked havoc within. Yi Chu grimaced in agony. As his strength grew, so too did the ferocity of the vengeful dragon aura. The nourishing energy from heaven and earth simultaneously invigorated both his body and the vengeful spirit. He found himself powerless to halt this turmoil, for the dragon aura was intrinsically linked to him. To resolve this, he must dispel its resentment and gradually earn its recognition. According to his master, if he could achieve complete acceptance from the vengeful dragon, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. It seemed imperative to swiftly deal with Huangfu Shuriwa. Yi Chu mused inwardly, for enduring such pain during cultivation was becoming increasingly unbearable. As for Jiang Junyao, he had not yet contemplated her. That woman, with her regal demeanor, was not easily swayed. While Yi Chu was engrossed in his practice, he suddenly sensed a menacing presence behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a roll to evade. Whoosh! A bamboo arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Had Yi Chu reacted a fraction of a second slower, he would have surely been struck. The arrow's dark hue indicated it was laced with poison, revealing the assailant's lethal intent. Who dares to show themselves? Yi Chu bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on a towering ancient tree several meters away. Quite the nimble one, managing to evade my poisoned arrow. A sinister chuckle echoed as a cloaked figure descended from the treetop. It was an elderly man, his hair brittle and his face lined with deep wrinkles, revealing a set of yellowed teeth when he smiled. The eerie appearance of the figure, clad in a bizarre black robe, sent shivers down one's spine. Who are you? Yi Chu demanded in a deep voice, certain that he did not recognize the person before him. The old man replied ominously, You dare to kill my heart-eating goo? Have you thought about how you shall meet your end? This old man was indeed the one who had placed the curse on Li Jingxian. Not long ago, Upon discovering that the goo insect had been slain, he was filled with shock and rage. In recent days, he had been searching for the perpetrator, following the lingering sin of the heart-eating goo. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Tonight, he had finally found his quarry. Yichu's gaze sharpened. So you are the one who cast the curse. The old man in the black robe cackled menacingly. You dare to thwart my plans? Prepare to die. With a swish, several bamboo arrows shot through the air, aimed directly at Yichu's vital points. A mere trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me? Yichu scoffed, effortlessly dodging the incoming arrows with agile movements. Simultaneously, he charged towards the old man in black. Impudent wretch, the old man snarled, producing a handful of withered herbs from within his robe and scattering a large quantity of green powder into the air, enveloping the advancing Yichu. He also loosed several more bamboo arrows. Huh, you have fallen victim to my 10,000 ants heart-eating poison. Prepare to die a slow and agonizing death. The old man laughed triumphantly, swiftly retreating to create distance between himself and Yichu. With a sudden rush, a figure burst forth from the powder, dashing towards the old man like a bolt of lightning. Startled, the old man instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Crack! A wave of excruciating pain shot through his chest as an overwhelming force sent him flying. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yichu advanced towards the other party with determined strides, his voice frigid. Who are you? Why did you place a curse on the city's first lady? The elder struggled to rise, but Yichu's previous punch had been so devastating that it shattered his internal organs. After several futile attempts, he was only able to draw forth more blood, his complexion rapidly deteriorating. A master of meridian opening? How can this be? Who exactly are you? The elder's face was a mask of horror. To be grievously injured by a single blow indicated that Yichu was undoubtedly a master of meridian opening. And not just any master, but one of formidable strength, having opened at least 3 meridians. Yet, Yichu appeared to be merely in his early 20s. And the thought that he could already be a master of meridian opening was truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, Yichu had held back his full strength in order to interrogate him. Otherwise, that earlier punch would have certainly cost him his life. You needn't concern yourself with my identity. Just confess honestly, or you will find it difficult to escape death, Yichu stated with a dispassionate demeanor. Youngster, do not grow too complacent. You have fallen victim to my heart-eating ant's poison, and you shall soon accompany me to the grave, the elder retorted with a cold sneer, devoid of any fear. Is that so? Yichu's eyes glimmered with mockery. You are rather naive. Such a trifling poison as the heart-eating ants cannot possibly affect me. The elder's expression shifted, for he had begun to sense something amiss. After all this time, Yichu showed no signs of being poisoned, which was entirely incongruous. Impossible. The heart-eating ant's poison can only be resolved by the holy sect, he exclaimed, his voice rising to a frantic pitch, unable to accept the reality. Yichu's countenance displayed disdain. As a direct disciple of the medicine sovereign, he had frequently accompanied his master in testing medicines, thereby cultivating a body impervious to toxins. Most poisons in the world have no effect on him. What sacred sect is this? Speak honestly, he demanded in a low voice. This time, he employed his mental power, causing the old man to feel as though his mind was struck by an invisible force, rendering his consciousness momentarily dazed. Yet, in an instant, clarity returned. The old man's eyes widened in horror as he saw Yichu drawing near, swiftly retrieving a black pill to consume. A trickle of dark blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the light of life in his eyes swiftly dimmed. You dare to disrupt the plans of the sacred sect? Prepare to meet your demise. I shall await you below, he uttered before his head slumped, lifeless. Yichu's expression darkened as he cautiously examined the old man's body. Aside from some toxic powders, nothing else was found. A flicker of flame appeared at his fingertips. With a snap, the fire soared towards the old man. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted. After more than 10 minutes, only ashes remained. Yichu furrowed his brow, sensing that he had inadvertently become embroiled in a conflict. He pondered the identity of the sacred sect mentioned by the old man. His master had spoken of 2 powerful factions in the southern regions, the 5 Poison sect and the Witchcraft sect. Yet, he could not discern which one the old man referred to. After contemplating for some time, without resolution, Yichu decided to abandon the thought and swiftly departed to continue his cultivation elsewhere. In a villa in Jinling City, a middle-aged man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and retrieved a glass vial from his waist pouch. Inside the vial lay a black worm, motionless, clearly deceased. How could such a formidable figure appear in Jiangdu to have slain Elder Jiao? He initially wore a look of confusion, which soon transformed into a chilling glare. Whoever dared to slay a member of my sacred sect must face death. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, a respectful voice greeted him. Captain, what are your orders? Go to Jiangdu and investigate who killed Elder Jiao. Additionally, it is time to tighten the net around the Li family. We must secure that item. Chapter 32. Yunbing 1. As the first light of dawn broke, a radiant sun ascended the horizon. Upon returning to the villa, he discovered that Jiang Juniao had already departed, while Han Mingwan and Zhang Haiyun were having breakfast. Where did she run off to so early in the morning? Always so erratic, Zhang Haiyun expressed his displeasure. Having a perpetual disdain for Yichu, Yichu chose to ignore him as Han Mingwan beckoned. Xiaochu, come and eat. Taking a seat, Yichu noticed the somber expressions on their faces, hinting at some unspoken troubles. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Mom, has something happened? Han Mingwan sighed. The inauguration ceremony for Jiang Juanlong's presidency has been moved up. He will officially assume the role of president of Zhang's group in 3 days. Yichu was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a month later? A moment of reflection led him to the realization they likely expedited the process upon seeing Jiang Juanyao's awakening, fearing potential complications. Jiang Haiyun's expression mirrored his concern. Once Jiang Julong took the helm, his succession of Zhang's group would be virtually guaranteed. Even if Jiang Junyao forged an additional alliance with the Huangfu family, it would be of little consequence, potentially rendering her a mere pawn. What troubled them most was the prospect that once Jiang Junlong became president, life for their branch of the family would likely become even more arduous. Mother, do not fret too much. There are still 3 days remaining, and perhaps unforeseen circumstances may arise, Yichu offered in consolation. Unforeseen circumstances? Unless within these 3 days Junyu reaches an accord with the Huangfu family, Jiang Haiyun retorted, his gaze piercing. But is that even plausible? The faint glimmer of hope you possess has been extinguished by your folly. He remained troubled by the events of the previous night. Yichu inwardly scoffed, thinking his father-in-law quite naive, genuinely believing that a mere director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce could influence the Huangfu family's decisions. With the elder present, it would be impossible for them to compete with the main branch. Yichu wished to offer comfort and elucidate the matter concerning Huangfu Shuriwei, but reconsidered, realizing that the other party might not believe him and could even subject him to Jiang Haiyun's mockery. Regardless, with Huangfu Shuriwei's assistance, the main branch's aspiration to secure the position of president seemed nearly unattainable. After finishing his meal, Yichu departed, intending to procure some medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs. Having offended that so-called holy cult the previous night, he suspected retaliation could come at any time. Moreover, as they employed poison, he felt no fear for himself. But his companions were another matter. Thus, he resolved to prepare some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. After a brief search on his phone, he soon arrived at a medicinal herb wholesale market in the eastern district. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of herbs wafted to his nostrils. Yichu began to meander through the market, discovering that most of the herbs were cultivated, with truly wild varieties being exceedingly rare. This was to be expected, as in this era, wild herbs had nearly been eradicated. After making inquiries, he learned that Wanyaozhai boasted the finest quality herbs, with a predominance of wild specimens. Not long after, Yichu arrived at Wanyaozhai, a quaint 3-story building that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by a staff member. Sir, how may I assist you? Yichu produced a piece of paper filled with a list of various medicinal herbs. Do you have these herbs? The staff member took the paper, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Most of the herbs listed were exceedingly rare, collectively valued at several million. The staff member's expression brightened. He recognized they had encountered a significant client. Please wait a moment, I need to confirm with the store manager, he said before heading upstairs. Yichu took a seat and waited. Before long, the staff member descended the stairs accompanied by a gray-haired elder. Manager, this is the gentleman. The staff member indicated Yichu. The elder's surprise was evident upon seeing Yichu's youth. Sir, are you certain you wish to acquire these herbs? He inquired. Stepping forward for confirmation, Yichu nodded slightly. Please prepare 5 portions. The elder was taken aback once more. 5 portions were valued at over 10 million. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. Recognizing Yichu's seriousness, the elder wasted no time and promptly prepared the herbs. Soon, the 5 portions were neatly packaged. Sir, here are the herbs. Please check them. Yichu accepted them and examined the contents carefully, finding no discrepancies before taking out his phone to complete the payment. Upon hearing the payment notification, the elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. Given Yichu's youth, he had feared he was being jested with. He mused to himself that one should not judge by appearances. Have a safe journey, sir. We look forward to your next visit, the elder beamed, his face nearly splitting into a smile. Yi Chu exited the shop, a bundle of medicinal herbs in hand, only to unexpectedly collide with two remarkably elegant women. One of them was a familiar face. Madame Huang, what a coincidence! Li Jingxian exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating to encounter Yi Chu in this location. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? I came to procure some herbs, Yi Chu casually explained, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the woman beside Li Jingxian. The woman, seemingly in her 30s, possessed an extraordinary mane of violet hair and a voluptuous figure, exuding a mature charm. Most striking was the gentle aura she radiated, reminiscent of a wise older sister, compelling one to draw nearer. Yi Chu's interest was not merely piqued by her beauty, but rather by his acquaintance with the violet-haired lady. Her name was Yun Bingwan, the illegitimate daughter of the Yun family, and notably, a renowned widow in Jiangdu. Yi Chu's familiarity with her stemmed from the entanglements surrounding his imprisonment, which had some connection to her. Yu Yichen had once pursued Yun Bingwan fervently, yet despite his relentless efforts, he could never win her affection. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he resorted to administering drugs in a bid to force her into a compromising situation, intending to approach the Yun family for a marriage proposal thereafter. Naturally, he believed that as an illegitimate child and a widow, the Yun family would not retaliate severely. However, not only did his scheme fail, but it also incited the wrath of the Yun family, ultimately leading to the Yi family conceding numerous benefits and pushing Yi Chu to take the blame, thereby quelling the Yun family's fury. Though Yi Chu was but a child at the time, he was still aware of the woman who had driven Yu Yichen to such desperate measures. Truly, it has been said that beauty often brings calamity. Li Jingxian smiled and remarked, thanks to Dr. Yi, I am feeling much better, and I anticipate a complete recovery soon. Such is the case. Yi Chu smiled and nodded, engaging in a brief exchange with the other party before taking his leave. Once he departed, Yun Bingwan inquired curiously, Jingxian, is he the renowned divine physician you mentioned? Li Jingxian nodded affirmatively, saying, Bingwan, let me tell you, Dr. Yi is truly remarkable. She vividly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Yun Bingwan's expression revealed a hint of astonishment, followed by a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. He truly is an intriguing young man. Not long after Yi Chu's departure, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Zhang Miaochuan, and he immediately answered. A voice filled with distress echoed through the receiver. Brother Yi, hurry and save Dr. Zhang. He is about to be beaten to death, sob. The voice was familiar. It belonged to a young nurse from the clinic. Yi Chu's expression shifted as he asked in a grave tone, where are you? Yi Chu was taken aback by the coincidence. I will be there shortly. He ended the call and inquired with a nearby shopkeeper about the location of Baiao Pavilion, hastily making his way there. Meanwhile, within Baiao Pavilion, located to the west of the market, Zhang Miaochuan was being mercilessly assaulted by several burly men. Cowering on the ground with his arms wrapped around his head, he emitted cries of despair. Please stop hitting me, please stop, sob. The young nurse, Zhou Shaoan, rushed forward in tears to intervene, only to be roughly shoved aside by one of the assailants. She stumbled and fell to the ground, a flicker of pain crossing her brow. All right, just don't kill him. A deep voice resonated, as a middle-aged man in traditional attire rose from a nearby armchair. In his hand, he clutched two ancient walnuts, rotating them incessantly as he leisurely approached Zhang Miaochuan, casting a condescending gaze upon him. 20 million, he declared, his tone brooking no dissent, not a single cent less. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. At that moment, Zhang Miaochuan was already battered and bruised, with several ribs shattered within him. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he met the middle-aged man's gaze. That ginseng was counterfeit. You are clearly trying to extort me, he seethed, his voice laced with fury. Just a short while ago, he had brought Zhou Shaoan to procure medicinal herbs, with the intention of purchasing an aged ginseng as an ingredient. He had come to Ba through a friend's introduction. Due to this connection, Ba had welcomed him warmly, presenting numerous ginsengs for his selection. Among them was a specimen purported to be 100 years old. Although he could not afford such an extravagant item, his curiosity compelled him to examine it closely. However, this innocent inquiry brought calamity upon him. Zhang Miaochuan's family had a long-standing tradition in medicine, and he had been well-versed in various herbs since childhood, including ginseng. Upon scrutinizing the 100-year-old ginseng, he discerned that it was a forgery constructed from the remnants of several aged wild ginseng roots. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he was unexpectedly jostled from behind, causing the ginseng to fall and shatter into pieces. The shopkeeper immediately demanded compensation, a staggering sum of 20 million. Naturally, Zhang Miaochuan resisted, asserting that the ginseng was fake. Yet, the shopkeeper produced an array of authentication certificates and purchase invoices, confirming that it had indeed been procured for 20 million. Upon witnessing the meticulous preparation of the other party, Zhang Miaochuan quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. An immediate argument ensued, which culminated in a severe beating. Nurse Zhou Shaoan, sensing the escalating situation, picked up the fallen phone of Zhang and called Yichu for assistance. Fake? The middle-aged man scoffed. Who can prove otherwise? If I declare it to be genuine, then it is indeed genuine. You are extorting me. Zhang Miaochuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. I will call the police. Call the police? The middle-aged man chuckled derisively. I possess all the necessary credentials. Even if the police arrive, you will still be required to compensate. Zhang Miaochuan shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. Those credentials are forged, and the police will not believe them. Child, do not be so naive. The middle-aged man retorted with a mocking expression. Have you not heard the story of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse? If I assert that this ginseng is genuine, then it is indeed genuine. Even when the police arrive, it remains the same. Do you believe that they will even bother to examine those credentials? Zhang Miaochuan's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Indeed. In this world, where is true fairness and justice to be found? As long as one possesses power and influence, white can easily be declared black. The middle-aged man before him exuded an air of wealth and authority. Just as despair enveloped him, a familiar voice resonated from outside the store. Zhang Miaochuan's gaze shifted, and he immediately looked outside, where he saw Yichu striding confidently into the establishment. Yichu. Zhang Miaochuan felt a surge of emotion, intertwined with a sense of trepidation. The individual before him appeared formidable, leaving him uncertain whether Yichu would be able to handle the situation. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Yichu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhang Miaochuan did not conceal anything and quickly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Yichu narrowed his eyes, a sense of speculation brewing within him. Who might you be, young man? You have damaged the century-old ginseng in my shop and must compensate for it, the middle-aged man stated blandly. Yichu raised his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips. How amusing it is that the esteemed third master Yun resorts to such petty tricks. Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. Zhang Miaochuan was momentarily taken aback before swiftly realizing why the middle-aged man demanded a compensation of 20 million. So, he is the third master Yun, no wonder. With this knowledge, his anxiety deepened. The Yun family is one of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangdu, not to be trifled with. Your reaction is quite astute, Yin Zhanghe chuckled lightly. Yichu, since you are aware of my identity, you should obediently hand over the 20 million. My money is not easily acquired. Although Yichu felt a surge of anger, he refrained from immediate action and instead instructed his men to conduct an investigation. Upon discovering Yichu's background, they were quite astonished. A son-in-law daring to be so audacious? Though they looked down on Yichu, he was still a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Thus, Yin Zhanghe hesitated to give the order to strike, orchestrating a scheme instead. Even if the matter escalated, he would have justification if the Jiang family intervened. Yichu responded indifferently. The money was borrowed through my own efforts. Why should I repay it? Yin Zhanghe scoffed. Then there is nothing to discuss. Have this young man compensate and then leave. The ginseng is counterfeit. Why should I pay? Yichu shook his head, asserting that if compensation was to be made, it ought to be from you to my brother. You cannot simply let this matter rest after having him beaten to such a state. Yin Zhanghe, seething with rage yet laughing, responded, what an arrogant young man. Do you truly believe that with the Jiang family backing you, I would hesitate to act against you? Unfazed, Yichu replied, then go ahead and make your move. If you dare. Very well, since you are so oblivious to the consequences, I shall oblige, Yin Zhanghe declared, turning to a gaunt elder not far away. Addressing him with deference, Elder Feng, I implore you to intervene. The elder nodded subtly and strode forward with purpose. His hawk-like gaze fixated on Yichu, warning, young man. You had better be prepared. Once I strike, blood shall surely flow. Yichu merely curled his finger and retorted, spare me your trivialities, just make your move. Such insolence. Feng Hansen erupted with fury, his withered hand morphing into a talon, lunging directly at Yichu. The air crackled with a series of faint sonic booms as his hand sliced through it, revealing its terrifying prowess. The eagle claw technique. Yichu, taken aback, quickly engaged in combat, though it was more akin to him toying with Feng Hansen than a true battle. Having spent years confined in prison with little knowledge of the martial arts outside, he found himself invigorated upon witnessing the eagle claw technique and could not resist emulating it. Mimicking Feng Hansen's movements, he curved his fingers into a claw and struck out with sudden force, reminiscent of an eagle soaring through the sky, imbued with a sharp intent. Feng Hansen's eyes widened in horror as he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing. Feng Hansen felt an excruciating pain surge through his left forearm as he was violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force. With a series of abrupt steps backward, he steadied himself after retreating 7 or 8 paces. Lowering his gaze, he noticed several deep welts on his forearm, starkly visible against his skin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "How is it that you possess the eagle claw technique?" Yi Chu replied nonchalantly, "Did I not just learn it from you?" Feng Hansen's pupils constricted, utterly skeptical of her claim. After decades of rigorous training in the eagle claw technique, he could not fathom how she could unleash such a terrifying attack. If Yi Chu had not diligently practiced, how could she have mastered the technique to such an extent? Suppressing his inner turmoil, he demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Beside them, Yin Zhonghe was already rendered speechless. Feng Hansen was the second most formidable expert of the Yun family, having never faltered in his endeavors until today, when he was bested by a mere youth. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have found it utterly implausible. Not only was he astonished, but Zhang Miaochun was equally taken aback. After 3 years apart, her old classmate had transformed remarkably, no longer the reticent and clumsy boy of the past. Yi Chu turned to Yun Zhonghe, teasingly inquiring, "Are you not aware of my identity?" Feng Hansen glanced at Yun Zhonghe, his expression betraying confusion. How could such a master be deemed a useless son-in-law? Yun Zhonghe, too, was perplexed. How could Yi Chu, so young yet so powerful, have married into the Jiang family as a mere dependent? Yi Chu, it was truly unexpected that you, renowned as a useless son-in-law in Jiang, were so profoundly concealed. Initially astonished, Yun Zhonghe's tone turned icy as he stated, "Even if your prowess is considerable, you must still return the 2 million. My Yun family is not to be trifled with." Yi Chu shook his head, replying, "As I have mentioned, the money was borrowed based on merit. Why should I be obliged to repay it?" Yun Zhonghe's expression darkened as he addressed his group of bodyguards. "All of you, attack together and subdue this young man alongside Feng Lao." The bodyguards nodded in agreement, coordinating with Feng Hansen to besiege Yi Chu. Zhang Miaochuan's face immediately displayed concern. Yet, Yi Chu remained utterly unperturbed, skillfully employing the recently acquired eagle claw technique. His agile form evaded their assaults, and with each strike of his palm, a bodyguard was sent hurtling backward, injured. In less than a minute, the entire group of bodyguards lay on the ground, wailing in agony. "Old man, it is your turn now," Yi Chu said with a grin, his fingers curling menacingly as they lunged toward the opponent's chest. Feng Hansen hastily attempted to evade, but was a fraction too slow. In the final moment, he could only forcefully twist his body. Although he managed to avoid a direct hit to his vital organs, his shoulder was struck instead. A searing pain surged through him. The fabric of his shirt torn, revealing 5 deep welts that nearly exposed bone. His arm drooped, rendered incapable of further combat. As Yi Chu prepared to strike again, he urgently pleaded for mercy. "Young friend, I concede." Only then did Yi Chu relent, turning to Yun Zhonghe, whose face was a portrait of shock, and spoke with an indifferent tone, "I do not know whether the Yun family is formidable or not, but I assure you, I am not to be trifled with." Chapter 34. An apology. Despite his meticulous preparations, he had still faltered. Forcing a smile onto his face, Yun Zhonghe remarked, "Young friend, you truly possess hidden depths. I, Yun, acknowledge today's events. You may take your leave." Yi Chu shook his head, responding, "You may leave, but I request that third master offer an apology to my brother, along with compensation for medical expenses." Zhang Miaochuan, alarmed, attempted to interject, but was silenced by Yi Chu's gesture. Yun Zhonghe, taken aback, found it bewildering that even after his own concession, the other party remained unyielding. "My young friend, do not overreach. I may have injured this fellow, but you have also extorted 20 million from me and harmed my people." His tone seethed with suppressed rage. Yi Chu replied calmly, "That is indeed the case. But let me clarify, third master, I never claimed I would reason with you. You." Yun Zhonghe's eyes widened in fury. "You may indeed possess strength, but the Yun family is not to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to escalate this matter?" Yi Chu shook his head. "Third master, your words are misguided. I have already shown restraint. Were it not for the Yun family's reputation, these individuals would not merely be injured. Yun Zhanghe's expression faltered, and Feng Hansen hastily stepped forward. Third Master, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Perhaps you should concede to this young man for now. Yun Zhanghe took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and coldly inquired of Yi Chu. Speak then, what do you desire? Ah, now you understand. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Yi Chu replied with a serene smile. It is simple. Compensate my brother with 1 million for medical expenses, in addition to my labor fees. Yun Zhanghe frowned. What labor fees? I have endured quite a struggle during this altercation, you know. Yi Chu grinned. I happen to require some medicinal herbs. Let us offset the labor fees with those. Yun Zhanghe's lips twitched, and he felt an urge to curse. The one who had struck him was now demanding compensation for his labor. This was utterly outrageous. Third Master, have someone prepare it. I do not require more than 5 sets. Yi Chu produced a piece of paper and handed it over. Upon receiving it, Yun Zhanghe's expression soured immediately. The herbs listed were exceedingly expensive, valued at no less than 2 million, meaning 5 sets would amount to over 10 million. Before him stood a scoundrel, who truly believed himself to be a victim of circumstance. Yet, he refrained from erupting in anger, casting a deep glance at Yi Chu, and solemnly remarked, These medicinal herbs are quite precious and rare. Some of them are unavailable here and will need to be retrieved from other locations. We shall require a moment. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Without further regard for the other, he advanced to treat Zhang Miaochuan. Yi Chu, perhaps we should reconsider. Zhang Miaochuan whispered cautiously. The Yun family wields considerable power. It would be prudent not to provoke them unnecessarily. Yi Chu smiled lightly. Fear not. The Yun family is but a trifling concern to me. Zhang Miaochuan opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Before long, a formidable throng of security personnel, accompanied by a cadre of black-clad bodyguards, stormed into the buyout pavilion, each wielding a weapon. Amidst the commotion, 2 graceful figures emerged, Li Jingxian and Yun Bingwan. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes, addressing the Third Master. It seems you have no intention of honoring your word? Yun Zhanghe scoffed. Boy, I have warned you. My Yun family is not to be trifled with. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the entrance. Little sister, what brings you here? Li Jingxian inquired with curiosity. Who dares to stir trouble on Yun family grounds? The 2 women had been leisurely exploring the market when they fortuitously encountered the aggressive security team. Upon learning of the disturbance, their curiosity led them to follow. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chu was ensconced within the throng, surrounded by the crowd. Yun Zhanghe pointed inward, declaring, A brash young pup resides within. He guided the 2 women forward, and the crowd parted to reveal Yi Chu at the center of attention. Dr. Yi. Li Jingxian exclaimed in surprise, her expression quickly turning grave. Yi Chu stood in a daze, marveling at the serendipity of encountering them once again. Yun Zhanghe's expression shifted slightly, as he never anticipated that Yi Chu would be acquainted with the city's first lady. Li Jingxian, intrigued, pondered how Yi Chu had come to clash with Yun Zhanghe. Yi Chu did not conceal the matter and recounted the events succinctly. Li Jingshuan's countenance darkened somewhat, reassuring him, Rest assured, esteemed Dr. Yi. I shall ensure justice prevails in this matter. Turning her gaze towards Yun Bingwan, the latter nodded slightly, affirming, Do not worry, I will handle it appropriately. She then addressed Yun Zhanghe, Third brother, apologized to this young man. Yun Zhanghe's face contorted with displeasure. Sister, this fellow. Yun Bingwan's tone grew more assertive. Apologize. It appeared that Yun Zhanghe held a certain trepidation towards Yun Bingwan, as he refrained from further protest, his expression oscillating between anger and resignation. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, stating, My young friend, I apologize. Yi Chu was taken aback. How could a mere illegitimate daughter command such respect from Yun Zhanghe? Since the Third Master has apologized, let this matter rest here. Yi Chu waved his hand, yet insisted, however, the medicinal herbs still need to be provided, and the compensation for my brother must not be overlooked. Yun Zhanghe's eyelids twitched, his fury barely contained as he replied, Of course, I shall arrange for that. He first instructed the staff to prepare the herbs, then personally transferred 1 million to Zhang Miaochuan. Soon, the staff returned with 5 portions of medicinal herbs, which Yun Zhanghe handed directly to Yi Chu. Thank you very much, Third Master, Yi Chu said with a smile, nodding towards Li Jingxian. Madam Huang, I appreciate your assistance. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Jingxian smiled and nodded. Dr. Yi, do take care. Yi Chu departed with the bewildered Zhang Miaochuan at his side. After a few individuals departed, Yin Bingwan turned to Li Jingxian, saying, Jingxian, please head to Wanyao's High and wait for me. I shall join you shortly. Li Jingxian nodded and exited the bioge. Once she was gone, Yin Zhanghe eagerly remarked, Sister, that fellow has overstepped his bounds. Why did you? Yun Bingwan countered with a question. You mentioned that he defeated Old Feng. Please elaborate on the details. Yun Zhanghe did not hold back, recounting the recent events in detail. Yun Bingwan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she turned to Feng Hansen, saying, Old Feng, please share the account of your battle with that individual. Feng Hansen nodded and meticulously described his confrontation with Yu Chu. Does that fellow also practice the eagle claw technique? Or did he learn it on the spot? She inquired, her surprise evident. Feng Hansen affirmed, not only does he practice it, but his mastery of the eagle claw technique is indeed remarkable. Even I cannot compare. He must have devoted years to its cultivation. It is certainly not something he just picked up. Yun Bingwan narrowed her beautiful eyes, growing increasingly intrigued by Yi Chu. Third brother, that fellow has saved Jingxian's life. Let today's matter rest and do not provoke him further, she cautioned Yun Zhanghe before leaving Bioge. Yi Chu, thank you. Had it not been for you today, I fear I might have. Zhang Miaochuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although they had only reunited for 2 days, he had already done so much for her. Were she a man, she might have offered herself in return. It was but a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it. Yi Chu replied with a comforting smile. Focus on your recovery, and should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Do not overexert yourself. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoyan's plea for help, Zhang Miaochuan, with her temperament, would likely have preferred to face dire consequences rather than seek assistance from him. Zhang Miaochuan nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Zhou, please take good care of Miaochuan. Yi Chu urged Zhou Xiaoyan once more. He had discerned that she harbored feelings for Zhang Miaochuan, yet the latter, oblivious as a blockhead, appeared utterly unaware. Rest assured. I will look after Miaochuan, Zhou Xiaoyan affirmed with a determined nod. After exchanging a few more words with the two, Yi Chu departed from the medical clinic. Chapter 35. Return to the Yi family. Upon leaving the clinic, Yi Chu intended to find a place to concoct medicine. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, signaling a text message. Upon glancing at it, his eyes narrowed. Although the number was unfamiliar, the content of the message allowed Yi Chu to deduce the sender's identity. Just then, the phone rang, and it was the same number that had sent the message. Yi Chu chose to answer it. Yi Chu, I am waiting for you at the Yi residence, came the voice of Yi Tianqing, who hung up immediately after speaking. Yi Chu's expression darkened. The Yi family was indeed relentless. Though aware that this could be a deception, he refused to abandon any possibility, however slim. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the Yi residence. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, after hanging up the phone, Yi Tianqing turned to the middle-aged man seated across from him. Mr. Su, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would appreciate your assistance. The middle-aged man, exuding an air of arrogance, replied, the master need not worry. A mere young lad poses no threat. I doubt my intervention will even be necessary, as these few brothers beside me will suffice. He glanced at the bodyguards stationed nearby. The latter, along with others, wore expressions of arrogance, dismissing a mere young lad. They believed that even a single one of them could easily deal with him. Yi Tianqing had invited the opponent to maintain a cautious stance. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Chu arrived at the Yi family residence. Following the butler into the villa, his gaze swept across the assembled guests, his eyes narrowing slightly. He lingered a moment longer on Su Wanshan before swaggering over to the sofa and sitting down, fixing his gaze on Yi Tianqing. Speak. Is there anything you have yet to disclose to me? Yi Tianqing glared furiously. Yi Chu, how dare you speak so boldly to your elder? Xie Yushan interjected sarcastically. Oh, but he is now a son-in-law of the Jiang family, so naturally, he regards our family with disdain. Elder? Yi Chu cast a derisive glance at Yi Tianqing, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He is hardly worthy. Yi Tianqing's expression darkened abruptly, and in a cold voice, he reprimanded, unfilial son. Do you truly believe that joining the Jiang family grants you immunity from consequences? Yi Chu, displaying impatience, retorted, are you going to speak or not? If not, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he prepared to walk away. Yi Tianqing's lips twitched, unable to contain his fury any longer. You lot. Teach this ungrateful child a lesson, so he understands the hierarchy of respect. He commanded a few bodyguards. One burly bodyguard stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face as he approached Yi Chu. Kid, if you wish to avoid a beating, you better apologize to the family head. Yi Chu replied coldly. I have already stated, he is unworthy. Unaware of your own peril, the giant scoffed, advancing towards Yi Chu with heavy footsteps, his massive fist aimed directly at his face. Yui Qin and Xie Yushan exchanged knowing smirks, eager to witness whether Yi Chu would retain his bravado after being struck. Yi Chu stood firm, extending his hand to grasp the fist of his opponent, then effortlessly flinging him aside. The burly man soared through the air like a discarded sack, crashing against the distant wall with a resounding thud, creating a gaping hole. As he collapsed to the ground, blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell unconscious, his head lolling to one side. Silence enveloped the scene. One could hear a pin drop. All eyes were incredulously fixed on Yi Chu. Yi Tiancheng's face was a mask of astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Xie Yushan and Yui Qin widened their eyes in disbelief. The previous display was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The only plausible explanation was that Yi Chu possessed martial prowess. "Surprised, are you?" A mocking grin played on Yi Chu's lips. "Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning." Yu Tiancheng inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and coldly remarked, "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have indeed become a martial artist." As he spoke, a sneer crept across his face. "But you are still too young. Believing that becoming a martial artist allows you to challenge the Yi family? A mere martial artist is but a lowly creature before my clan." His arrogance was palpable. He felt secure in his assessment of Yi Chu's youth, presuming his strength to be lacking. "Oh, is that so?" Yi Chu retorted with a teasing expression. "Why not let me experience the might of the Yi family?" As you wish." Yi Tiancheng scoffed, then turned with a respectful demeanor towards Su Wanshan. "Mr. Su, I implore you to take action." Su Wanshan inclined his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Chu. With a tone of arrogance, he warned, "Young man, should I strike? Blood will inevitably flow. If you wish to avoid injury, you would do well to admit your faults and apologize." Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. The last person who spoke like that was soon begging for mercy after just a few moves. "I wonder how long you can endure." Arrogance. Su Wanshan's gaze turned icy as he rose and walked outside, remarking that the space was too confined for their duel. Without hesitation, Yi Chu followed suit, and Yu Tiancheng and the others swiftly trailed behind. Upon reaching the courtyard, Su Wanshan placed one hand behind his back and beckoned Yi Chu with the other, stating, "I disdain to bully the weak. You may strike first." Yi Chu, taken aback, shook his head and replied, "You should go first. Otherwise, once I make my move, you will have no opportunity left." What an arrogant young one. Su Wanshan's expression darkened. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." He assumed a stance, bending slightly and swaying, his hands coming together as if he were a man is preparing to strike. "Prepare yourself." In an instant, Su Wanshan lunged forward with agility, aiming directly for Yi Chu's vital points. Yi Chu sidestepped, all the while observing his opponent's technique. Man his fist, how intriguing. A smirk graced his lips as he mimicked Su Wanshan's movements, his body swaying with ease as he deftly evaded each of his opponent's attacks. Seizing the right moment, he struck swiftly, landing a blow to Su Wanshan's side. The tremendous force sent Su Wanshan flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. How is this possible? Yi Tiancheng and the others were left dumbfounded. Su Wanshan staggered to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. "How could you possibly know Mantis Fist?" Yi Chu chuckled. "Did I not just learn it from you? This is impossible." Su Wanshan's pupils constricted, unable to accept this assertion. He has diligently practiced praying Mantis Fist for decades. Yet he pales in comparison to Yi Chu's prowess. It is evident that his opponent has devoted considerable time to training. He could not have possibly just begun. Whether you believe it or not, Yi Chu finds no inclination to explain. Is there still a desire to continue the fight? Su Wanshan's expression darkens as he experiences excruciating pain in his side, recognizing that he is outmatched, and thus concedes. "I concede." Yi Tiancheng and the others struggle to accept that their esteemed champion is no match for Yi Chu. The most perplexing question remains. When did the opponent become so formidable? They are utterly oblivious to this transformation. A twinge of regret stirs within Yi Tiancheng. Had he known Yi Chu's true capabilities, he would never have allowed him to marry into another family. "Yi Chu, He attempts to say something to ease the tension, but is coldly interrupted by Yi Chu. The Yi family still possesses formidable experts, but without the old patriarch's consent, he cannot summon them. It seems there are none available," Yi Chu remarks with a mocking expression, implying that the Yi family is not as impressive as they claim. Yi Tiancheng's lips twitch, his face contorted in a manner that suggests he has consumed something distasteful. Yui Chen, dissatisfied, scolds, "Yi Chu, do not become complacent. The Yi family is not solely reliant on Mr. Su. If we invite other masters, dealing with you would be a trivial matter." Chapter 36. You can do whatever you wish. Yi Chen's eyes flicker with intent as he promptly states, it's simple. You merely need to arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang. Father wishes to see her. Should this succeed, the Yi family will certainly reward you handsomely. Originally intending to mock his adversary, Yi Chu suddenly alters his approach. Do not merely speak, present tangible benefits directly. Yi Chen choked slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural. What do you want? He inquired. Yi Chu tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before responding. Just give me the money directly. After all, there is nothing of interest to me in the Yi family. Humph, what an audacious remark. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly while maintaining a composed exterior. He asked, how much do you want? Yi Chu extended a single finger, indicating $1 billion as a mere suggestion. Yi Chen's countenance stiffened, and then his voice turned somber. Yi Chu, do not overstep your bounds. $1 billion, merely as a suggestion. What audacity. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. Is it true that the esteemed Yu family cannot even afford $1 billion? Yi Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the Yi family could produce such funds. However, simply handing it over to Yi Chu seemed utterly imprudent. At that moment, Yi Tianqing interjected, $1 billion is excessive. The Yi family's business has been sluggish lately, and our liquid assets are limited. At most, $5 million. $5 million? Yi Chu's gaze narrowed in disbelief. Are you attempting to insult me? Yi Tianqing's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. $8 million. $80 million. Not a penny less. $10 million. Not a cent more. $40 million. $15 million. $30 million. Yi Tianqing's forehead throbbed with veins, struggling to contain his fury. At most, $20 million. Do not be overly greedy. Yi Chen hastily added, Yi Chu, we are family after all. Let's settle on a reasonable amount. Yi Chu agreed, nodding in concurrence. You are right. Considering our familial ties, $20 million it shall be. He promptly provided his card number for the transfer. Yi Tianqing did not hesitate and promptly transferred $20 million to Yi Chu. Upon receiving the notification, a glimmer of joy flickered in Yi Chu's eyes. Another $20 million added to his account. How delightful. Just wait, he thought to himself. Outwardly, Yi Chu agreed, but internally he mused, you can keep waiting. By the way, do you have any news you haven't shared with me? Yi Chu recalled the matter at hand. Yi Tianqing's expression became slightly awkward as he shook his head. Seemingly at a loss, I must have remembered incorrectly. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. Yi Chu cursed inwardly and turned to leave the Yi family. Observing his swift departure, Xia Yushan felt a twinge of concern. Tianqing, do you think this kid will take the money and do nothing? He dares to. Yi Tianqing raised an eyebrow, but upon reflecting on Yi Chu's recent behavior, it seemed he truly would. He turned to Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, I have heard that you have a senior brother? Su Wanshan nodded. Indeed, my senior brother works for the Yun family. Upon hearing the mention of the Yun family, the three men's expressions grew slightly uneasy. Yi Tianqing inquired further, may I ask what level of strength your senior brother possesses, Mr. Su? Yi Tianqing's demeanor brightened. I would appreciate it if you could introduce him. Should that young man resort to tricks, we may need your senior brother's assistance. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Chu contemplated finding a quiet place to refine medicine. The process of alchemy necessitates tranquility and an absence of disturbances. Returning to the Jiang family was certainly out of the question. If he were to encounter Jiang Haiyan, chaos would inevitably ensue. Yi Chu pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to call Huangfu Shiwei. Little brother, what inspired you to call your sister? Came the enchanting voice of Huangfu Shiwei over the phone. Yi Chu felt a stirring in his heart. This woman certainly had a captivating allure. Sister Shiwei, is your residence spacious? I wish to borrow a room. He briefly elaborated on the matter of alchemy. My place is quite ample. You can do whatever you wish. The alluring tone of her voice made Yi Chu's heart flutter, and he was tempted to inquire, is it truly permissible to do anything? After hanging up, Yi Chu summoned a taxi to the location she had provided. Soon, he arrived at an exquisite villa district. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure waiting at the entrance. It was Dongmei. Yi Chu alighted from the vehicle and waved at her, only to receive a roll of her eyes in return. Follow me. He followed her into the villa area and shortly arrived at a grand two-story villa. The estate was vast, adorned with gardens, and the interior was extravagantly decorated. Entering the villa with Dongmei, Yi Chu beheld Huangfu Shiwei seated on the living room sofa, organizing documents. Today, she was clad in a black camisole loungewear, her alabaster shoulders exposed, and a tantalizingly alluring neckline revealed beneath her elongated neck. Her long, graceful legs were crossed, and her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight, appearing exceptionally enticing. Today, Huangfu Shiwei exuded a blend of charm and languor. a departure from her usual composed and icy demeanor. Upon hearing the commotion, Huangfu Shiwei turned her gaze towards Yichu, and her face instantly lit up with delight. "Brother, you've arrived." She rose to greet him, and Yichu was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, his vision momentarily captivated by a cascade of white. He discreetly averted his gaze. Such a captivating scene was almost too overwhelming for his youthful vigor. Noticing his flustered demeanor, a glimmer of teasing sparkled in Huangfu Shiwei's beautiful eyes. "Brother, may I ask what sort of elixir you intend to concoct?" She was filled with curiosity, having heard earlier that Yichu intended to concoct medicine, leaving her utterly astonished. The art of alchemy, which she had only encountered in television and ancient texts, truly existed in reality, and she was acquainted with someone who practiced it. He prepared antidotes and elixirs to enhance one's strength, Yichu explained. Huangfu Shiwei's eyes sparkled at the mention that these potions could indeed elevate one's abilities. "Of course," Yichu affirmed, with a hint of significance in his voice. "Especially for those on the verge of a breakthrough, it can expedite the process." Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiwei's expression brightened. Ever since she had utilized the medicinal bath formula provided by Yichu, her latent ailments had rapidly healed, and her strength ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement. She was merely one opportunity away from reaching the realm of meridian opening. Initially, she had thought it would take some time, yet she was pleasantly surprised that the chance for a breakthrough arrived so swiftly. "Brother, could you grant me a pill?" Her demeanor suddenly shifted to one of bashfulness. It was evident that a pill capable of facilitating a breakthrough would be exceedingly precious. "Of course, not a problem," Yichu replied readily. His purpose for coming here to concoct medicine was indeed to assist Huangfu Shiwei in her breakthrough. She had aided him, and naturally, he wished to reciprocate. Furthermore, he harbored other intentions. Seeing Yichu's immediate agreement without a second thought, Huangfu Shiwei felt a swell of gratitude that she could not hide. Her gaze towards him transformed, imbued with a tenderness akin to flowing water. Dong Mei observed this with growing anxiety, sensing that if this continued, her young mistress would inevitably succumb. "Brother, thank you," she expressed sincerely. Yichu feigned annoyance. "Sister Shiwei, our relationship makes such formalities unnecessary." Huangfu Shiwei's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. "Come, let me take you to my room. Do not rush. Is there a rice cooker here?" Yichu inquired as he entered the kitchen, leaving the two women with puzzled expressions. Shortly thereafter, Yichu emerged with a rice cooker in hand. Huangfu Shiwei, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother, what is this?" Yichu, unable to suppress his frustration, explained, "I currently lack an alchemical cauldron, so I must resort to this instead." The two women stiffened, their minds swirling with doubt. Could a rice cooker truly be employed for alchemy? Chapter 37. The underground auction. Huangfu Shiwei escorted Yichu to the basement. The room below was spacious and tranquil, ideal for alchemical practices. "Sister Shiwei, please wait for me upstairs," Yichu instructed as he closed the door behind him. He retrieved the rice cooker and meticulously organized the purchased medicinal materials before commencing the alchemical process. As he cast the herbs into the rice cooker, a flicker of true fire danced at his fingertips, enveloping the cooker and refining the ingredients within. Soon, the air was filled with a fragrant aroma of herbs, wafting up to the two women above. What a rich scent! Huangfu Shiwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The afternoon slipped away in a blur, and as darkness fell, Yichu finally emerged from the basement, weariness etched upon his brow. The art of alchemy was no trivial endeavor. In his arms, he cradled the dark rice cooker, brimming with a multitude of pills. "Brother, you have worked hard. Come and eat." Huangfu Shiwei warmly beckoned, having already prepared a meal herself. Yichu sat down and indulged in the feast with abandon, his hunger from the long afternoon evident. Rather than being put off, Huangfu Shiwei eagerly served him more dishes. "Brother, there is no rush. Take your time," she encouraged. "Sister Shiwei, I can manage on my own," Yichu replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He pushed the rice cooker forward, revealing the yellow elixirs meant for breakthroughs. "You may take a few. The green elixirs, serving as detoxifying agents, are also available for your selection." Huangfu Shiwei grasped the rice cooker, and an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Upon glancing inside, she discovered dozens of elixirs, predominantly green, constituting 2/3 of the contents, while approximately 10 yellow elixirs lay nestled within. She seized one and, unable to contain her eagerness, consumed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through her body. Aware of the gravity of the moment, Huangfu Shiwei swiftly settled into a cross-legged position to refine the medicinal power. In no time, a formidable aura began to emanate from her. and with the aid of the elixir, she finally broke through to the meridian opening stage. "Miss, congratulations," Dongmei exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Huangfu Shirui rose, reveling in the newfound strength within her, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Brother, thank you so much," she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Just a small matter." "No need to dwell on it." Yichu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Sister, perhaps you should take a bath first." Huangfu Shirui glanced down and was taken aback to find her body covered in a sticky residue, accompanied by a foul odor. It appeared that, alongside her breakthrough, the impurities within her body had been expelled. Her fair complexion flushed crimson as she swiftly turned and dashed toward the bathroom. Yichu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Suddenly, Dongmei spoke up. Could I also have an elixir?" Yichu noticed her bashful demeanor and inwardly laughed. Adopting a serious expression, "No, the minor true yuan pill is far too precious to be wasted on you." Dongmei's face turned beet red with indignation. "You are bullying me. I will tell the miss." Upon witnessing the once proud and haughty female bodyguard now resembling a wronged little wife, Yichu found it exceedingly amusing. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, stating, "I might grant you this, but only if you beseech me." "You." Dongmei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yichu initially anticipated a refusal, yet to his surprise, Dongmei declared, "I too wish to grow stronger. I implore you for a medicinal pill." Yichu paused for a moment, then chuckled heartily. "One will not suffice. You will need at least two." Dongmei's expression brightened, her previous anger dissipating in an instant as she hurriedly fetched 2 pills, seemingly anxious that Yichu might rescind his offer. Without hesitation, she consumed the first pill, preparing to make her breakthrough. Shortly thereafter, a formidable aura erupted within the villa once more. After ingesting a small true yuan pill, Dongmei advanced to the pinnacle of body refinement. "Aha! I have succeeded." Her face radiated with excitement. As for the remaining pill, she chose to hold off on consuming it, intending to wait until her realm was thoroughly stabilized before using it for a breakthrough into the meridian opening stage. Yichu, visibly disdainful, remarked, "It stinks terribly. I must hasten to wash." Though not as exaggerated as Huangfu Shirui, a certain odor lingered. Dongmei, blushing with indignation, dashed into the bathroom. After more than half an hour, the 2 women emerged from their baths. Huangfu Shirui felt hesitant to meet Yichu's gaze, as the memory of her earlier embarrassment flooded her with shame. "Sister Shirui, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Yichu proposed. Wishing to avoid any awkwardness, Huangfu Shirui quickly interjected, "Brother, do not be in such a hurry to depart. I wish to take you somewhere." Yichu, puzzled, inquired, "Where might that be?" "You will find out shortly," she replied. After more than half an hour, the 3 arrived at a private estate. The estate was opulently decorated, featuring artificial mountains and flowing water, with pavilions and towers aplenty. They made their way to the reception hall at the center of the estate, which was spacious and exquisitely adorned. In the middle of the hall stood a circular platform, surrounded by rows of chairs, resembling an auction venue. Yichu was increasingly puzzled and asked, "Sister Shirui, what is this place?" Huangfu Shirui smiled and explained, "This is the largest underground auction in Jiangdu, held every 6 months, where many valuable items can be found." She continued, "Since you lack a medicinal cauldron, I thought I would bring you here to take a look. You might just find something." Yichu's interest was piqued, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. "By the way, not only can one purchase items here, but one can also sell them." Yichu was taken aback for a moment before producing the elixirs he had concocted that afternoon. "Sister Shirui, could you help me sell these elixirs?" Huangfu Shirui frowned. "Brother, these elixirs are so precious. Wouldn't it be a waste to sell them?" "It wouldn't be a waste. I can always refine more if needed," Yichu replied with a smile, "and I still have some left." Huangfu Shirui considered this and, seeing his determination, ceased her persuasion. She took the elixirs and said, "I will find the organizers. Please wait for me here." With that, she departed with Dongmei, while Yichu began to wander around the reception hall. The hall had already gathered a considerable number of guests, most of whom were dressed in luxurious attire, clearly indicating that those who frequented this venue held significant status. Yichu also noticed that there were numerous martial artists among the crowd. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. As Yichu was idly wandering, a voice suddenly emanated from a nearby direction. "Oh, you worthless fool, what brings you here?" Yichu turned to look, his brow slightly furrowing. The speaker was a tall young woman, none other than Jiang Julan, the youngest daughter of the Jiang family. Beside her stood a tall man, whose attire and demeanor suggested he hailed from a distinguished background. The young man, Wang Zihao expressed his surprise. Junlan, is this fellow? Jiang Junlan clarified, Brother Zihao, indeed. This is the illegitimate son of the Yi family who has married into our second uncle's household. Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of those around them. The infamous Jiang family's son-in-law was a topic many in attendance had heard about. Their gazes scrutinized Yi Chu, revealing a mix of curiosity, jealousy, disdain, and contempt. Wang Zihao looked down at Yi Chu, amusement evident in his eyes. So you are the lucky lad? Yi Chu, visibly displeased, retorted, What business is it of yours? Jiang Junlan, incensed, exclaimed, You worthless fool. How dare you speak to Brother Zihao in such a manner? Yi Chu shot her a sidelong glance. I said what I said. What can you do about it? Chapter 38. I wonder who dares to touch him at Wang Zihao's words. Those around them nodded in agreement. His elder brother, Wang Zitong, was the eldest son of the Wang family, renowned not only for his exceptional business acumen but also for his formidable martial prowess. He was considered a standout among the younger generation of Jiangdu. Among the many suitors vying for Jiang Junyao's affections, he was undoubtedly the most suitable. At that time, he was favored by numerous onlookers. Even the upper echelons of both the Jiang and Wang families shared this sentiment. Unfortunately, Jiang Junyao later encountered a misfortune, and Wang Zitong went abroad. If Prince Ting were to confront Yi Chu, he would possess no means of resistance. The crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Chu, eager to witness his reaction. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chu retorted, Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? The onlookers stiffened in surprise. Wang Zihao, momentarily taken aback, soon adopted a frigid demeanor. This is not a lesson, he asserted, but a command. If you divorce Miss Jiang, you may still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, not only you, but the Yi family as well, shall face utter annihilation. His eyes glinted with disdain, regarding Yi Chu as inconsequential. Indeed, in the eyes of the Wang family, Yi Chu was no more than a mere insect, easily extinguished. Jiang Junlan sneered in agreement, Useless fool. It would be wise for you to comply. Should Zihao become enraged, you shall not fare well. Yi Chu remained silent, merely raising a middle finger, his eyes brimming with provocation, as if to challenge, What can you do to me? The crowd exchanged glances, some astonished by Yi Chu's audacity to stand up to Wang Zihao. Speculation swirled. Did Yi Chu possess some hidden strength? Yet, others dismissed him as a mindless fool, believing that marrying into the Jiang family would enable him to oppose the Wang family. They were unaware that even the Jiang family held great trepidation towards the Wang family. Among the three ancient clans, the Wang family was the most formidable, being a family of martial artists with a master of pulse opening residing within. It was common knowledge that in Jiangdu, only 4 major powers boasted such masters, 2 sects in the Wang family among the 3 clans. It was a reckless gamble. Jiang Julan coldly rebuked him, her indifferent gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. Wang Zihao flashed a grin, declaring, It has been quite some time since I encountered someone as audacious as you. Very well, allow me to discern the source of your arrogance. As he spoke, he beckoned to the captain of the security team stationed nearby. The latter promptly approached, courteously inquiring, Young Master Wang, how may I assist you? Wang Zihao pointed towards Yi Chu, stating, I suspect this fellow has infiltrated our gathering. Please conduct a thorough investigation. The security captain glanced at Yi Chu, understanding that he had likely offended Wang Zihao. However, for the sake of caution, he asked, May I inquire who this gentleman is? Wang Zihao, with a mocking expression, replied, This lad is Yi Chu, the infamous son-in-law of the Jiang family in our city. The security captain had heard the recent uproar surrounding the Jiang family's son-in-law and, upon realizing Yi Chu lacked any substantial backing, felt a sense of relief. Adopting a stern demeanor, he approached Yi Chu and demanded, Please present your invitation. Although this event was part of an underground trade fair, it still had its prerequisites. Entry required a specific invitation. Yi Chu shrugged, responding, I don't have one. I came with someone else. The security captain was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to find a pretext to reprimand Yi Chu, but it dawned on him that Yi Chu truly lacked an invitation. Nonsense. Each individual must possess their own invitation to enter, he barked. Confess. How did you manage to gain access? His statement was somewhat misleading, as martial arts masters or individuals of significant status could indeed bring others with them. Nevertheless, the captain did not believe Yi Chu belonged to either category, for even Wang Zihao lacked the privilege to bring guests. Yi Chu spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, asserting that he had been brought in by others. Undeterred by the accusation, the bodyguard captain approached him with a fierce glare, determined to teach him a lesson he would not soon forget. Onlookers around them wore expressions of intrigue, eager to witness whether the previously arrogant Yi Chu would maintain his bravado in the face of adversity. I advise you to refrain from making any sudden moves. The consequences could be dire, the captain warned, his voice laced with menace. Yi Chu's expression hardened slightly. Oh, is that so? Allow me to see just how dire, he retorted. With a dismissive gaze, the bodyguard captain lunged forward, attempting to seize Yi Chu. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as Yi Chu deftly grasped the captain's wrist and twisted it with precision. The captain's face contorted in agony, and before he could utter a cry, an overwhelming force propelled him backward, crashing heavily against a distant surface. A hush fell over the crowd, the silence palpable as they absorbed the shocking display of defiance. Yi Chu strode confidently towards the staggering bodyguard captain, casting a condescending glance upon him. Do you understand now? He inquired coolly. The captain, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, shot a venomous glare at Yi Chu. You little pest, daring to strike here. You will pay dearly for this, he seethed. Even before he could call for assistance, several bodyguards were already rushing towards the scene. Wang Zihao erupted into laughter, mocking, Fool, you truly have a death wish. Creating chaos in this place. Indeed, brother Zihao, this imbecile is nothing but a brainless fool, Jiang Julan scoffed disdainfully. Just as the group of bodyguards prepared to take action, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. I dare anyone to lay a hand on him. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions brightening as they beheld two elegant figures approaching with purpose. Among them stood a striking beauty, her figure voluptuous and captivating, truly an exquisite woman. She was none other than Huangfu Shiwei and Dong Mei. As they approached, Huangfu Shiwei commanded, Stand aside. The bodyguards felt an invisible force pressing upon them, compelling them to step aside involuntarily. Huangfu Shiwei reached Ye Chu's side, her expression softening as she inquired with concern, Brother, what has transpired? The onlookers were astonished. How could a mere worthless son-in-law be acquainted with such an extraordinary beauty? Ye Chu recounted the events in brief. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiwei's countenance turned icy. This young lady. Did this scoundrel harm someone here? I advise you to refrain from meddling. The captain of the bodyguards, recognizing Huangfu Shiwei's extraordinary demeanor, hesitated to act violently and opted for persuasion instead. Huangfu Shiwei replied coolly, I insist on intervening. The captain's expression grew grim. Wang Zihao chuckled, My dear lady. Is it worth offending the master of this place over a worthless son-in-law? Huangfu Shiwei turned, her tone frigid. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Wang Zihao was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening rapidly. Jiang Julan scolded, You wretched girl, daring to disrespect brother Zihao. I see you seek death. In a flash, Dongmei stepped forward and delivered a heavy slap. Jiang Julan was instantly left bleeding from her mouth and nose, clutching her face in shock. You dare strike me? With a swift motion, Dongmei slapped her again, coldly stating, Disrespect towards the young lady deserves punishment. Jiang Julan erupted in fury, You little wretch. I will kill you. She lunged at Dongmei with outstretched claws, yet she was no match for her. In the blink of an eye, she was met with several slaps. If you dare to make another sound, I shall end you. Dongmei's gaze was frigid. Jiang Julan was taken aback, her audacity quelled. She turned to Wang Zihao, her face a portrait of grievance. Zihao, you must stand up for me, sob. Wang Zihao's expression had long since darkened, his cold, piercing eyes fixed on Dongmei. This young lady, Junlan, is a member of the Jiang family. Are you not afraid of inciting their wrath by laying hands on her? Chapter 39. Lord Longjio. Dongmei's countenance remained indifferent, her eyes filled with disdain. The Jiang family? I have not heard of them. Such audacity. Wang Zihao, furious yet amused, retorted, The Jiang family is one of the three ancient clans of Jiangdu, and they have recently established a comprehensive partnership with the Huangfu family of Jinling. For you to claim ignorance is rather presumptuous. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Dongmei's eyes as she feigned ignorance. I have indeed heard of the Huangfu family. They are said to be a prominent clan in Jinling with remarkable power, especially their eldest daughter, Huangfu Shiwei, renowned as a paragon of beauty and talent. Yi Chu felt somewhat speechless at the flattery being lavished. Wang Zihao's expression shifted as he coldly remarked, It is good that you are aware. The Jiang family has formed a complete alliance with the Huangfu family. To offend the Jiang family is to offend the Huangfu family. If you possess any sense, you should promptly apologize to Junlan. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Were it not for the extraordinary demeanor of the two women, leading him to speculate that their origins might be extraordinary, he would have been disinclined to say so much. Jiang Julan remarked. Indeed. My brother is the president of the Jiang Group, wholly responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family. And he is also acquainted with the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. You would be wise to apologize and then give yourself 10 slaps. Otherwise, you shall not leave Jiangdu. Her threat was laced with malice, her eyes brimming with resentment. Yi Chu's expression was peculiar, wondering how the two would react if they were aware that the very eldest daughter of the Huangfu family they spoke of was right before them. Nonsense, Dongmei retorted, her countenance turning cold. How could the esteemed eldest daughter of the Huangfu family possibly know individuals of your Jiang family's ilk? She advanced, delivering 2 more slaps to her adversary. You. Jiang Julan covered her cheek, trembling with rage. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Wang Ziheo's expression was equally grim as he addressed the captain of the bodyguards. Captain Zhao, this woman is brazenly assaulting others. Will you not intervene? With a sweeping gesture, he prepared to command his subordinates to apprehend them. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance, "Stop." The crowd turned in unison, their expression shifting to one of apprehension. A distinguished middle-aged man approached, adorned in a purple robe, his hair a light lavender, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a scholar, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. However, most present understood that this was merely a fade. While he appeared refined, he was, in truth, deep and ruthless, known on the streets as Dragon Jit. In Jiangdu, few dared to disregard him. Even the heads of the 2 factions would be courteous in his presence. This was precisely why the onlookers were taken aback when they witnessed Yi Chu and the others engaging in conflict here. The head of the bodyguard stepped forward immediately. "Ninth Master, there is trouble here." "Silence," Long Jio reprimanded, striding towards Huangfu Shiwei, his expression laced with regret. "Sister Shiwei, I apologize. It is my lack of discipline that has caused this disturbance." Huangfu Shiwei waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's of no consequence. There are always a few rogue elements everywhere. It's quite normal." The onlookers widened their eyes upon hearing their exchange. It was no wonder they dared to act so brazenly. It appeared they were acquainted with the Ninth Master, and their relationship seemed rather intricate. The bodyguard captain's face turned pale in an instant. Wang Ziheo and Jiang Junlan also felt their color drain, realizing they had inadvertently trespassed into dangerous territory. "Sister Shiwei, rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution," Long Jio declared, his demeanor shifting from jovial to icy as he turned his gaze towards the bodyguard captain, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere. "I want to know the entire sequence of events." The bodyguard captain dared not conceal the truth, recounting the incident in its entirety. "You have abused your power, and you shall bear the consequences. Now leave this place." Long Jio's voice was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. The bodyguard captain's face went ashen, and he fell to his knees. "Ninth Master, I was wrong. I beg you for another chance." Long Jio's expression darkened. "I do not wish to repeat myself." The former, as if struck by lightning, dared not utter another word and quietly departed. Long Jio then turned his gaze towards Wang Ziheo and Jiang Julan, his eyes devoid of warmth. Wang Ziheo forced a smile. "Ninth Master, we..." However, he was cut off before he could finish. Wang Ziheo appeared as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. He sought to speak, but, upon meeting the icy gaze of Long Jio, he instinctively fell silent. Without daring to utter another word, he discreetly retreated alongside Jiang Julan. The onlookers were filled with quiet astonishment. Indeed, Long Jui's presence rendered the so-called young master of the Wang family utterly mute. As they marveled at the scene, their curiosity about Huangfu Shiyue's identity grew. Who was she that could command such deference from Long Jui? They were equally perplexed by how Yi Chu, a mere son-in-law, could possibly be acquainted with such an eminent figure. Long Jui turned his attention to Yi Chu, inquiring with interest, "Sister Shiwei, could this be?" Huangfu Shiwei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is Master Yi." Long Jui's eyes sparkled with recognition as he promptly extended both hands, exclaiming, "Master Yi, I am Long Jio. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yi Chu reciprocated the gesture and introduced himself. "I am Yi Chu." The crowd was once again taken aback. Wang Ziheo's expression contorted with rage. How could a useless son-in-law receive such favor from Long Jut? At that moment, a bell chimed at the center of the venue. The attendees turned their attention, aware that the auction was about to commence, and began to gather around the central platform. Long Jui also led Huangfu Shiwei and several others over, taking the prime seats. "Sister Shiwei, Master Yi, I have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later," Long Ju remarked before hastily departing. Yi Chu turned to Huangfu Shiwei, puzzled. "Sister Shiwei, how have I come to be known as Master Yi?" Huangfu Shiwei replied with a bright smile. You, my dear, possess the ability to concoct medicine and provide medical care. How could you not be regarded as a master? Yichu contemplated her words and found some merit in them. Yet, at barely 20, being addressed as a master makes one feel rather aged. Ah, is that not Huangfu Sherwei? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. The group turned, only to behold 3 graceful figures approaching. All 3 women possessed remarkable beauty. Particularly 2 of them, who were not in the least inferior to Huangfu Sherwei. Yichu's eyes widened in astonishment, for he recognized all 3, Zhuge Jia and her secretary, along with Yun Bingwan. He pondered how these parties had come to converge. Huangfu Shui's expression darkened. Zhuge Jia, you truly are a persistent spirit. Chapter 40. The body of light Zhuge Jia elegantly seated herself beside them, a slight smile gracing her lips. Miss Huangfu, your assertion is rather misplaced. I have come to Jiangdu on a familial mission, which bears no relation to you. Huangfu Sherwei huffed disdainfully and ceased to engage further. Yun Bingwan offered a slight nod towards Yichu. Young friend Yi, we meet again. Bingwan, you also know this lad? Zhuge Jia inquired, surprised. Not quite an acquaintance. Merely a few encounters, Yun Bingwan clarified. Zhuge Jia responded with an "oh," her gaze appraising Yichu with curiosity. Their previous meeting lingered vividly in her memory. Moreover, the fact that Huangfu Sherwei held him in such regard suggested he was far from ordinary. He likely possessed talents beyond just medical expertise. Fair lady, if you require medical attention, I can prescribe a remedy at this very moment. Given Madame Huang's standing, I can offer you a 20% discount. Yichu winked. Yun Bingwan was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed the usually composed Zhuge Jia display such an expression. Huangfu Sherwei, curious, inquired, brother, do you know Zhuge Jia? Yichu nodded and briefly recounted the events from their previous encounter. Huangfu Sherwei's expression turned contemplative, and she promptly cautioned. This woman is not to be trusted. Keep your distance from her. Zhuge Jia's gaze turned icy as she coldly retorted, Huangfu Sherwei, clarify your words. Why do you deem me untrustworthy? Huangfu Sherwei cast a sidelong glance. Are you not aware of your own nature that you require my explanation? Zhuge Jia's countenance darkened ominously. And just when Yichu anticipated her wrath, she unexpectedly smiled. Are you merely afraid of my proximity to this young man? I was initially just mildly curious about him, but my interest has now shifted. She turned her gaze towards Yichu, displaying a captivating smile, and rose to extend her hand. Yishini, I am Zhuge Jia, and I wish to befriend you. Those nearby were momentarily stunned by her words. Such an exceptionally graceful beauty had taken the initiative to approach Yichu. How could a mere son-in-law possess such allure? Wang Zihao, seated across the terrace, was filled with jealousy upon witnessing yet another stunning woman engage Yichu in conversation. Damn it! What right does this good-for-nothing have? He raged inwardly, unable to accept the reality. Of course, I can, Yichu replied. Feeling the warmth and smoothness of her hand, which was quite pleasant to the touch. Instinctively, he released a strand of true energy to assess her physique. Moments later, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. She, too, possessed a special physique, one of radiant light, a unique constitution that rivaled even the illustrious moonlight body. He never anticipated such fortuitous luck. Upon stepping out, he encountered 3 individuals with extraordinary constitutions. While he found the proud woman Jiang Juyao temporarily unmanageable, he could devise a strategy to win over Huangfu Sherwei and the woman before him. Should he succeed, the malevolent dragon energy within him might subside, alleviating the torment experienced during his cultivation sessions. The mere thought ignited a fervent glow in his eyes. Zhuge Jia involuntarily shivered, intimidated by Yichu's gaze. A sudden rush of alarm coursed through her, yet she feigned composure. Dr. Yi, might you consider releasing your grip? She asked, masking her unease with a smile. My apologies. I was momentarily lost in delightful thoughts, he quickly offered, mindful of not leaving a negative impression. Zhuge Jia's eyelids fluttered, sensing that the joyful matters he referenced were likely not of a pleasant nature. Drawing a deep breath, she retrieved her phone to exchange contact information with Yichu. Dr. Yi, I still hold some influence in Jiangdu. Feel free to reach out should you need anything. Her voice was sweetly inviting, yet her glance provocatively flicked toward Huangfu Sherwei. Certainly, Yichu replied with a cordial nod. Just as he settled into his seat, he felt a piercing gaze laden with resentment. Turning to look, he found Huangfu Sherwei staring intently at him, while Dongmei cast a fierce glare in his direction, clearing his throat. He was about to explain when the sound of a bell resonated from the stage, signaling the commencement of the auction. A graceful woman ascended the platform, microphone in hand. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's auction. I am your host, Dandon, and I hereby declare the auction officially open. Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Ichu remarked, Sister Sherway. The auction has begun. We must remain vigilant to ensure we do not miss any remarkable items. After speaking, she fixed her gaze unblinkingly on the stage. Huangfu Sherway cast a resentful glance at Ichu, then turned her attention to the platform. A staff member ascended the stage, bearing a tray draped in crimson cloth. As the host, Dandon, began her introduction. The first auction item of the evening was a luminous pearl. As the red cloth was unveiled, a pale green orb, roughly the size of an adult's fist, was revealed. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the pale green pearl radiated a gentle green glow in the darkness. Through the luminescence, the intricate patterns within the pearl became vividly discernible, evoking a sense of wonder among the spectators. When the lights were restored, Dandon elaborated, this luminous pearl hails from the western regions, reportedly unearthed from deep within the mountains. According to expert evaluation, it is a previously unrecognized rare mineral, possessing the ability to calm the mind and enhance focus. Prolonged wear is also said to nourish the body. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, with some individuals' eyes gleaming with fervor. For aficionados of jade, this was undoubtedly a true treasure. As the initial clamor subsided, Dandon announced the starting bid for the luminous pearl at 10 million, with increments no less than 1 million, 11 million, 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. The crowd soon descended into a frenzy of bidding, swiftly reaching 30 million. Those seated in the front row remained composed, showing no inclination to participate in the bidding war. Ultimately, the luminous pearl was secured for an astronomical sum of 100 million by a jade merchant. Next is the second item for auction, an exquisite relic from the Han Dynasty, which ultimately fetched an astonishing price of 150 million. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner, swiftly moving through 8 or 9 items, all of which were of immense value. Among them, the most expensive was a string of imperial green prayer beads, purportedly originating from the Tang Dynasty, which sold for an impressive 400 million. Following this was an antique from the pre-Qin era. The host, Dandon, unveiled a red cloth to reveal a small bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. The tripod, roughly the size of a basin, bore extensive rust and was adorned with numerous intricate engravings, lending it an air of ancient mystery. However, it was marred by several cracks, and 1 ear and 1 leg were missing, rendering it in a dilapidated state, as if it might shatter at any moment, severely diminishing its aesthetic appeal. Initially, the audience expressed anticipation at the mention of a pre-Qin antique, but upon witnessing the condition of the tripod, their interest waned. Regardless of its authenticity as a pre-Qin artifact, a fragile and deteriorating bronze vessel held little collectible value. Observing the disinterest among the attendees, Dandon felt a tinge of disappointment but pressed on with her detailed introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this bronze tripod has been authenticated by experts and indeed hails from the pre-Qin era. However, the exact period remains untraceable. It is unequivocally a genuine pre-Qin antique, though regrettably not intact. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Yet, as her words echoed, no one raised a bid. Dandon felt disheartened but understood the rationale. This was already the 10th item, and superior treasures lay ahead. Spending funds on a fractured vessel could jeopardize the opportunity to acquire truly valuable pieces in the forthcoming lots. Just when Dandon thought the item would go unsold, a sudden voice rang out. 11 million. Chapter 41. The Youth Preserving Herb. Everyone turned to see who had such foolish wealth. Upon recognizing the bidder, they were taken aback. It was none other than Yichu. A chuckle escaped some lips as they realized he was merely the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Truly a fool with money to spare. Some smirked in disdain, while Yichu remained unfazed, his gaze casually fixed upon the bronze cauldron on the stage. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to perceive its extraordinary nature, and since he was in need of an alchemical vessel, he resolved to secure it. Huangfu Sherway furrowed her brow. Brother, isn't this small cauldron a bit too shabby? Yichu shook his head. It's fine, as long as it serves its purpose. Huangfu Sherway chose not to press further. The earlier scene was still vivid in their minds, and no one dared to contest Yichu. Thus, the bronze cauldron was ultimately sold for 11 million, though its value was relatively modest. Had it been of greater worth, there surely would have been competitive bidding. Despite the low selling price, Dandon was elated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the 11th item for auction. Anticipation gripped the crowd, knowing the main event was at hand. A staff member approached the stage, cradling an ancient wooden box, piquing everyone's curiosity. The box, a soft purple hue, was adorned with intricate carvings, suggesting it was of considerable value. Just from the appearance of the box, one could infer that its contents were extraordinary. After arousing the crowd's interest, Dandan leisurely opened the box, releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs. The audience leaned in, and within the box lay a delicate purple herb. What could this be? A look of perplexity crossed the faces of the crowd. Although they could discern the extraordinary nature of the herb, its identity eluded them. Could it be the famed youth-preserving herb? A flicker of astonishment sparked in Yichu's eyes, for such a rarity was seldom encountered. On stage, the host, Dan, elaborated. This is the youth-preserving herb, consumption of which can ensure a decade of unaging beauty. Should it be refined into a pill, the effects would be even more remarkable. At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment, particularly the women, whose eyes gleamed with fervent desire. The allure of eternal youth held an irresistible charm for them. Despite its limited duration of merely 10 years, it incited a frenzy among the attendees. Yichu distinctly noted a few women nearby whose breaths quickened slightly. Huangfu Shuwei immediately turned to Yichu, whispering, "Brother, if this youth-preserving herb were to be given to you, could you refine it into a pill?" "Indeed," Yichu affirmed with a nod, "though I would require additional medicinal materials as support." Huangfu Shuwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This youth-preserving herb was reputed to originate from the 100 Herb Valley within the Shenangjia region, brought forth at great expense by herbalists, rendering it exceedingly rare and precious. The host began with an elaborate introduction before announcing the starting bid. The youth-preserving herb begins at a staggering 100 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 10 million, 110 million, 120 million, 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. Despite the exorbitant price, a multitude of bidders remained undeterred, and the bidding rapidly escalated to 200 million. Yet, the stream of competitors persisted, predominantly women. The price soared further, swiftly reaching 400 million, surpassing the previous bid for the Buddhist beads. Upon reaching this price, the bids had become exceedingly sparse. Clearly, those capable of producing such a substantial sum of money were few and far between. 500 million. A monotone voice suddenly resonated, causing the room to fall into a profound silence. An increase of 100 million could no longer be merely described as extravagant. It was nothing short of opulent. The crowd turned their gazes, realizing that the bidder was Huangfu Shuwei. A shiver ran through them. Indeed, she was acquainted with the illustrious Long Jiao, and her mere presence commanded the attention of all. Yichu could not help but marvel at his sister, acknowledging her as a true heiress. He momentarily entertained the thought of abandoning his efforts, considering that perhaps a life of leisure would not be so bad after all. With the declaration of 500 million, no one dared to bid further. Primarily, they wished to avoid antagonizing the enigmatic Huangfu Shuwei, and secondly, they felt that even if they did bid, they would hardly be her match. Just as the crowd believed that no further bids would emerge, a languid voice broke the stillness. 600 million. The assembly was momentarily stunned, followed by another bid of 100 million. They turned their gazes once more to the new bidder, discovering yet another stunning beauty seated beside Huangfu Shuwei. The crowd was taken aback, filled with curiosity about when two such affluent women had emerged in Jiangdu. Huangfu Shuwei cast a cold glance at Zhuge Jia and raised the bid. 700 million. Zhuge Jia showed no signs of retreat, responding with 800 million. Her tone remained unperturbed, as if she were merely bidding a single dollar instead of 100 million. 900 million. 1 billion. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief. This was indeed beyond extravagant. Huangfu Shuwei's brows finally knitted together, her icy gaze directed at Zhuge Jia. "Do you truly wish to contend with me?" Zhuge Jia replied with a calm smile. "What contention is there? Shouldn't the auction be won by the highest bidder?" Huangfu Shuwei's visage was as cold and still as water, her brows furrowed with a tempestuous fury. Long Jiao observed from backstage, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Why have these two young ladies come to my domain? As the tension between the two women escalated, Yichu felt compelled to intervene. He softly proposed, "Dear sisters, let us not quarrel. How about I take charge of this rejuvenation herb? Once I have refined it into a pill, I shall bestow one upon each of you." Huangfu Shuwei's expression shifted as she pondered his words, finally conceding, "Very well, I shall abide by your suggestion." On the other hand, Zhuge Jia wore a skeptical expression, her doubts evident. It was clear to her that Yichu's connection with Huangfu Shuwei surpassed her own. His youth and proficiency in alchemy were indeed hard to believe. Yet, Yichu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Even if I were to do so, you could always come to the Jiang family to find me." After a moment's contemplation, Zhuge Jia nodded in agreement. All right, I shall trust in the esteemed physician Yi. The contention between the two women ceased, and ultimately, the rejuvenation herb was sold for an astronomical price of 1 billion, purchased by Zhuge Jia. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why the two women, who had been so fiercely competitive just moments ago, suddenly made peace. Since their conversation had been conducted in hushed tones, the others were oblivious to the unfolding drama. However, their attention soon shifted to the next auction item, which turned out to be a scroll of martial arts techniques. Although it could only be practiced to the pinnacle of body refinement, it nonetheless incited a frenzy among the crowd. In a place like Jiangdu, having a peak body refinement expert within one's clan meant that few would dare to provoke them. After a fierce bidding war, the scroll ultimately sold for an astonishing 12 billion. What follows is the grand finale of the event. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's gaze sharpened, their eyes fixed intently on the stage. The host, Dandan, unveiled the crimson cloth covering a tray, revealing 8 small jade vials. These vials were divided into 2 distinct groups. One set was blue, while the other was white. Each vial bore a label, though the text was too minuscule for the audience to decipher. Curiosity ignited within the crowd, eager to uncover the contents of these jade vessels that warranted such a climactic reveal. This time, the host did not keep them in suspense. She first pointed to the white vial and proclaimed, "Inside is an antidote capable of neutralizing a myriad of toxins." At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the attendees. An elixir that could counteract a multitude of poisons, even if embellished, was undeniably precious. As the murmurs began to subside, the host continued her introduction. Contained within this blue vial is a lesser true essence pill, which, when consumed by a martial artist, can facilitate the breakthrough of 1 or 2 minor realms. For those at the pinnacle of body refinement, it may even offer a chance to transcend into a master. Boom. The moment her words resonated, the atmosphere erupted. Chapter 42. A fiery scene. The hall, initially hushed, soon erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Is it true? Can it truly enable a breakthrough to master level? Lord Longjiu was known for his impeccable reputation. He would surely not exaggerate. Incredible! How can such a pill exist in this world? The crowd buzzed with speculation, a blend of curiosity, astonishment, and skepticism. Once the noise began to wane, Dandan spoke again. I understand that some of you may be doubtful. Do not fret, for we have made thorough preparations for this. As she spoke, a lean middle-aged man ascended the stage. The crowd's gaze sharpened as they recognized one another. Their eyes flickered with anticipation, and a sense of expectation filled the air. The host, Dandan, opened a blue jade vial and poured out a pill. Jiahu accepted it and swallowed it whole, then sat cross-legged to begin refining its potency. Upon sensing the shift in Jiahu's aura, several martial artists present began to breathe heavily, their eyes igniting with fervor. Indeed, the pill was genuine. Someone exclaimed in excitement, their eyes brimming with desire. After Jiahu's breakthrough, he nodded slightly to the spectators below and then departed. With a radiant smile, the host Dandan addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the effects, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. For detox pills will be auctioned, each starting at a price of 100 million, with a minimum increment of 10 million. 3 lesser true essence pills will commence at 500 million, with increments no less than 20 million, 520 million, 550 million, 600 million. Despite the staggering starting prices, countless bidders eagerly participated, primarily vying for the lesser true essence pills. The atmosphere was electric. It was no wonder that the crowd was so fervent. Acquiring even one could potentially forge a master. The value of a master transcended mere monetary measurement. Julan, assist me in bidding. I shall call home immediately to ensure we secure a lesser true essence pill. Wang Zihao declared as he swiftly retrieved his phone. Jiang Julan nodded in agreement. Zhuge Jia also prepared to bid but noticed that Huang Fu Sherwei remained utterly still beside her. A frown creased her brow. How could someone remain unmoved by such a treasure? Was there some hidden agenda? A sudden alertness surged within her, yet upon further contemplation, she deemed it improbable. Setting aside the earlier scene, her understanding of Lord Longjiu informed her that he held his reputation in high regard and would never stoop to the deception of selling counterfeit goods. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Stealthily, she cast a glance at Huang Fu Sherwei, who appeared unfazed, showing no intentions of bidding. Her suspicions deepened, prompting her to suppress her bidding aspirations and observe the situation for the time being. Beside her, Yun Bingwan expressed surprise. Jia, such a treasure, do you not feel tempted? Jia, feigning a bitter smile, replied, having already expended 10 billion on the rejuvenation herb, I find myself with little to spare this time. Hence I shall refrain from competing for now. Noticing Yun Bingwan's skepticism, she added, primarily, I am not a practitioner. Investing heavily in such an item would be unwise. Yun Bingwan considered this and refrained from further inquiries, subsequently joining the bidding. At that moment, the price had escalated to 8 billion. Suddenly, a direct increase of 2 billion sent a shockwave through the audience. This bid, an increment of 2 billion, was far more aggressive than the previous bids from the two ladies. Eyes turned in unison, and upon recognizing the bidder as Yun Bingwan, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. The widow of the Yun family was a figure of considerable renown in Jiangdu, having propelled her clan from the bottom of the four great families to the pinnacle within a mere few years. Undeterred by the scrutiny of the assembly, Yun Bingwan rose and addressed the crowd with a smile. Esteemed guests, my family is in dire need of this elixir. I kindly ask for your leniency, allowing this humble lady to prevail without contention. Reactions among the crowd varied. Some withdrew, while others displayed dissatisfaction, yet none dared to voice their opposition. The rationale was simple. The Yun family was not to be trifled with. Though the Yun family is merely one of the four prominent clans, rumors abound suggesting a profound connection with the Long family. In the past, the Yi family held the esteemed position of the foremost among the four great clans. However, after incurring the ire of the Yun family, they plummeted to the lowest rank. It is said that the Long family played a role in this downfall. As silence enveloped the crowd, Yun Bingwan gracefully clasped her hands together, expressing her gratitude to everyone present. Ultimately, the first small true essence pill was secured by Yun Bingwan through her bidding. The subsequent pill ignited fierce competition, the price swiftly escalating to 10 billion. Observing the soaring bids, Wang Zihao felt a sense of urgency and, imitating Yun Bingwan, rose to speak. Esteemed guests, my Wang family has a pressing need for this small true essence pill. I sincerely hope you will grant us a measure of consideration. My Wang family will be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd. Is it a jest? Your Wang family requires the small true essence pill. But do we not? Wang Zihao's expression darkened as he turned to locate the source of the derision, only to find a burly man with a menacing scar running down the left side of his face. So, you are unwilling to extend a courtesy to my Wang family? He inquired, his tone laced with veiled threat. And if I refuse? The scarred man retorted with a chilling laugh. I am Chen, the scarred wolf of the White Wolf Society. If you have grievances, the White Wolf Society will seek me out. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chen, the scarred wolf, is the most formidable of the four hall masters of the White Wolf Society, renowned for his ruthlessness and brutality. It is no wonder he dared to disregard the Wang family. Wang Zihao's demeanor stiffened. He was well aware of Chen's reputation. Not only was he known for his cruelty, but he was also a peak body refinement master. Such a figure would undoubtedly dismiss any threats from the Wang family. Ah, Master Chen, I see there has been a misunderstanding, he stammered, forcing a smile as he bowed slightly. Chen merely grunted in response, refusing to acknowledge him further as he continued to bid. 1 billion. With a single increment of 100 million, an unsettling chill swept through the crowd. As they discerned the determination in each other's eyes, at that moment, no one dared to raise their bid further. Clearly, no one wished to provoke the White Wolf Society. Ultimately, the second small true essence pill was acquired by the scarred Chen for the sum of 1 billion. Next came the final pill, where the competition intensified even more than for the previous two. The most fervent bidder was Wang Zihao, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied determination. The price quickly soared beyond 1 billion, reaching the astronomical figure of 12 billion. At this juncture, the number of bidders dwindled significantly. Firstly, few could muster such a substantial amount of cash at once. Secondly, the efficacy of the small true essence pill remained unproven. The host had also mentioned that it merely held the potential to help one break through to the master level. Should that not materialize, such a price would indeed be exorbitant. As it became evident that no one else was willing to bid, Wang Zihao felt a sense of relief wash over him. The host, Dan, beamed as she announced, "This esteemed guest has bid 12 billion. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The hall fell into a profound silence. This esteemed guest has bid 12 billion. Is there anyone else? Wang Zihao felt reassured, believing victory was within his grasp. Yet, at that moment, an untimely voice pierced the air. 12 billion 200 million Chapter 43. You truly disappoint me. The crowd turned in unison, momentarily stunned upon recognizing the bidder. It was none other than Yichu. Who is this young man? I have never heard of him. They did not recognize him. Yet he was the infamous son-in-law of the Jiang family. Surely, it cannot be that a mere son-in-law possesses such wealth? Nonsense. I suspect he is merely seeking trouble. Some are curious, some are astonished, and others have begun to perceive certain clues. Wang Zihao also feels that Yi Chu is deliberately provoking trouble, and he is filled with intense anger. The host, this fellow is merely a useless son-in-law. It is impossible for him to produce such a sum of money. I believe he is just causing chaos here. He raised his doubts toward the host on stage. I request the organizers to verify the funds first. The host, Dandan, glanced at Yi Chu, who was seated in the front row, and began to question Wang Zihao's words in her mind. At that moment, the voice of Long Zhiz came through her earpiece. Pay him no mind. The auction shall continue. Dandan smiled politely, saying, Sir, we do not have a prior verification of funds policy here, so please refrain from causing disturbances. Wang Zihao was nearly seething with rage. Who was truly causing the disruption? Suppressing his anger, he continued to raise the bid. 12,500 million. 12,700 million. Yi Chu's voice was remarkably calm, as if he were merely reciting a sequence of numbers. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhuge Jia's eyes, noticing that Huang Fushirwei had not entered the bidding. A suspicion began to form in her mind. Yi Chu is proficient in alchemy. Perhaps the small Jin Yuan Dan before us was concocted by him? Only in this way would it make sense. Otherwise, with Huang Fushirwei's character, she would never allow such a precious item to slip away. Am I mistaken? Doubts lingered in her heart. Wang Zihao gritted his teeth, raising the bid to 13 billion. 13,200 million. 13,800 million. 14 billion. No matter how much Wang Zihao raised the bid, Yi Chu only increased it by 20 million each time. Everyone could clearly see that he was doing this purposefully. This insolent young man, so it is. Zhuge Jia's expression turned to one of realization. Wang Zihao, suppressing his fury, remarked, Yi, do not overstep your bounds. Yi Chu, with an indifferent gaze, replied, What? Are you the only one allowed to place bids while others cannot? Wang Zihao, seething with anger, fixed his eyes intently on Yi Chu. If glares could kill, Yi Chu would have long been riddled with wounds. 1.5 billion. Should you raise it further, I shall withdraw. He made his final bid, increasing it by 1 billion. Yi Chu discerned that his opponent had likely reached his limit and responded with a smile, Indeed, you are from the Wang family. Wealthy and bold, it seems I cannot compete. He feigned a sigh, yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Wang Jihao's face turned ashen, devoid of the joy one might expect from acquiring a pill. After all, he had squandered an additional 3 billion. Who could find joy in that? Had he known that all this money would ultimately line Yi Chu's pockets, he might have been driven to the brink of rage. The 3 small true essence pills fetched an astronomical sum of 37 billion. One cannot deny that alchemists are indeed profitable. Next came the auction for the detoxification pills. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding the true essence pills, the detoxification pills attracted virtually no interest. This was to be expected. In this era, people are exceedingly conscious of their dietary health, making poisoning a rare occurrence. Ultimately, for detoxification pills sold for a mere 450 million. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Zhuge Jia presented a wooden box to Yi Chu, saying, Dr. Yi, this contains the youth-reviving herb. I hope you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Yi Chu replied with a smile as he received it. I will ensure your satisfaction. Yun Bingwan, with a gentle smile, inquired, Dr. Yi, might I also receive a pill when the time comes? Yi Chu did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze toward Zhuge Jia. The rejuvenating herb, after all, was purchased by the other party. Zhuge Jia pondered and inquired, how many elixirs can be refined from a single rejuvenating herb? With a stroke of good fortune, one could refine 6 or 7. Zhuge Jia's eyes sparkled with interest. Then let us bestow one upon Bingwan. Very well, Yi Chu nodded in agreement, having no objections given the circumstances. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yun Bingwan smiled, extending her delicate, jade-like hand, which Yi Chu promptly grasped. He intended to probe her physique with his vital energy, but Yun Bingwan deftly withdrew before he could do so. Master Yi, I bid you farewell. With that, she and Zhuge Jia departed. Yi Chu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yun Bingwan possessed an extraordinary aura, especially with her rare violet hair. He sensed that her constitution might be exceptional. Stop gazing. They have already walked far away. He cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Sister Shiriwe, let us hasten to retrieve the items. Huang Fushirwen nodded and led Yi Chu to seek out Lord Longjiu. In the distance, among the crowd, Wang Zihao's eyes glimmered with malice. Just you wait. Today's affair is far from over. He had already devised a plan. Once the Wang family produced another master, he would surely avenge today's grievances. Jiang Junlin's eyes also reflected bitterness as she gazed at the retreating figures. With a swift motion, she retrieved her phone and captured a photograph. In the image, Yichu walked between the two women, turning to converse with Huang Fushiwei, his smiling profile distinctly visible. She opened the family group chat, sent the photo, and accompanied it with the caption, "Shocking. The son-in-law is actually keeping mistresses outside, and not just one, but two." Once the photo caption was released, the family chat group erupted in excitement. Unbeknownst to Yichu, he followed Huang Fushiwei to meet the esteemed Long Jui. "Master Yi, here's the bronze cauldron you purchased." Long Jui first instructed his attendants to bring forth the cauldron and then arranged for funds to be transferred to Yichu. In no time, a notification appeared on Yichu's phone, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he noticed the sum of 7,100,000,000. "Jui, could there be an error in the calculation?" Yichu inquired, his expression one of skepticism. He had presented a total of 10 medicinal pills, 5 detoxifying pills, and 5 minor true essence pills. Huang Fushiwei had previously mentioned that Long Jui would initially receive 3 pills, with the remaining ones priced at auction's highest bid. Altogether, the total should approximate 70 billion. And after deducting a 30% handling fee, it should amount to 50 billion. No mistake at all, Long Jui chuckled. "Master Yi, as a friend of Shiriwei, I shall waive the handling fee." Yichu, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Jui, that seems inappropriate. You cannot work for free. It's a trivial matter, no need for concern." Long Jui laughed heartily. "Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should you acquire anything of value in the future, do remember." Long Yichu ceased his objections. Smiling as he nodded, "Certainly, certainly." After exchanging a few more pleasantries and contact information, they parted ways. Upon exiting the estate, Yichu initially intended to visit Huang Fushiwei's residence to examine the bronze cauldron. Sensing a shift in her tone, he refrained from lingering and said to Huang Fushiwei, "Sister Shiriwei, please keep the bronze cauldron for now. I have matters to attend to." Huang Fushiwei asked, "Would you like me to give you a ride?" Yichu waved his hand, hailing a car that sped towards the Jiang family. As soon as he arrived home, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Lifting his gaze, he found Jiang Haiyun and Han Mingwan sitting expressionlessly on the sofa. Their faces suggested that something significant had transpired. He approached them and inquired, "Mom, Dad, has something happened?" Yichu, feeling suspicious, picked up his phone, and in the next moment, his expression shifted. The screen displayed a photograph of him walking alongside 2 women. While only the backs of the women were visible, his profile was distinctly clear. It was an image from not long ago, when he was with Huang Fushiwei, and only Jiang Junlan had been present at that time. This photo had undoubtedly been taken by someone else. Damn it, that wretched person. Yichu silently cursed, realizing that this would be difficult to explain. "Mom, please don't misunderstand. They are merely my friends." "Friends?" Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "You have barely been out of prison for a few days, and you've already made 2 female friends. Your social skills are quite impressive." "Dad, please don't overthink this. They really are my friends." Yichu attempted to clarify, but was coldly interrupted by Jiang Haiyun. "Enough. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to argue?" His anger escalated, his eyes filled with disdain. If it weren't for Han Mingwan being present, he likely would have resorted to violence by now. Yichu's lips curled in frustration. It was audacious to claim he was keeping Huang Fushiwei. "Mom, let me explain. It's not what you think." Turning to Han Mingwan, he prepared to disclose the truth. Noticing his serious demeanor, Han Mingwan's expression shifted slightly just as she was about to speak, but Jiang Haiyun preempted her. Without further ado, "You claim that you have not been keeping a mistress, yet just days ago, Mingwan gifted you 1 million. Present the money for us to inspect. If the funds remain, we shall temporarily trust you." Han Mingwan nodded in agreement, urging, "Yes, Xiaochu, quickly show us." In truth, she harbored doubts about Yichu's character. Yet the evidence was glaring, sowing seeds of suspicion in her heart. As long as that 1 million still existed, Yichu could not possibly afford to maintain a mistress, especially since he had only just emerged from a challenging period with no income. Yichu's eyes sparkled with hope. He had not touched that 1 million at all. He promptly ascended the stairs to retrieve the card. "Mom, the card is here. Take a look. I haven't spent a single cent." Han Mingwan nodded and took out her phone to link the card number for verification. This card was in her name, and with mobile banking linked, she could easily check the balance. Soon, she accomplished this and opened the balance inquiry. Yichu, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "Mom, isn't it true that I haven't spent a penny?" However, he quickly sensed something amiss as he noticed the dark expression on Han Mengwan's face. A glance at the balance revealed that not a single cent remained. Yichu was left bewildered. He was certain he had not touched it. Jiang Haiyun seized the moment to berate him loudly. "You worthless fool. What do you have to say now? Where's the money?" The reality loomed before Yichu, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Humph, you have no words left, do you? Just a few days, and the 1 million has vanished completely. How dare you claim you haven't been keeping a mistress?" Jiang Haiyun, relishing her advantage, pressed on. "Divorce. We must divorce. A person of your corrupt character has no place in the Jiang family. You would only bring shame upon us." Yichu's expression shifted as a thought struck him, his gaze locking onto Jiang Haiyun with intensity. "There is no need for contemplation. It is most likely the handiwork of the other party. As the husband of Han Mengwan, coupled with the connections of the Jiang family, a simple phone call to the bank would suffice to effortlessly transfer the funds. Could it be that this good-for-nothing has discovered the truth?" Under the penetrating gaze of Yichu, Jiang Haiyun felt a twinge of anxiety. But he quickly regained his composure and retorted angrily. "What? Am I not allowed to speak out when someone has done wrong? Spare me your sour expressions. Were it not for Juanyao's sake, I would have already struck you. Ha! Deep down, you know who has truly erred." The latter interjected sharply. "Enough, Yichu. You have genuinely disappointed me." Chapter 44. The curiosity of Jiang Zhuyao. Han Mengwan was both disheartened and furious. She had never harbored any respect for Yichu and had genuinely liked this son-in-law, only to find him. Yichu recognized that she was upset, and he knew that further words would be futile. In a moment of inspiration, he said, "Mom, I just recalled that I transferred that 1 million to my card. I will send it to you right now." Han Mengwan's gaze sharpened. "Really? Mengwan, do you truly believe these words?" Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "What kind of person is this? Have you not seen through him yet?" Yichu paid him no mind and reached for his bank card, saying, "I would never deceive you, Mom." He took out his phone and swiftly completed the transaction. "Huh, it seems quite convincing. Will you soon claim that the bank is experiencing delays or some such excuse?" Jiang Haiyun remarked with a cold sneer, utterly disbelieving that Yichu could produce a sum of 1 million. That money had already been siphoned away. Initially, he had looked down upon a good-for-nothing squandering the Jiang family's wealth, but he had not anticipated that it would come to bear significance this very night. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Mingjuan's phone suddenly chimed with a text message notification. She immediately picked it up and, upon reading the message, her face lit up with joy. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted slightly as he leaned in to take a look. His countenance darkened upon seeing the content of the message. "How is this possible? Where did you get such a large sum of money?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Yichu not only transferred the money, but had sent 1,100,000. Yichu feigned surprise. "Dad, what do you mean by that? Isn't this money from Mom?" Jiang Haiyun was rendered speechless, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. He distinctly recalled transferring 1 million. How could Yichu possibly have more? Where did the additional 100,000 come from? Yichu smiled and explained, "Mom, here's the thing. A few days ago, a friend of mine approached me for an investment opportunity. He runs a casino." Upon hearing this, Han Mingjuan's face instantly tensed. "Xiao Chu, you mustn't do anything foolish. You cannot get involved with such establishments. Rest assured, I would never engage with that sort of thing," Yichu assured her with a smile as he continued his narrative. During his recounting, he mentioned that while he declined a friend's invitation to the casino for a business discussion, he couldn't resist and ended up gambling a little. Fortunately, he won a total of 100,000. The two women he encountered were merely casino staff, guiding him at the time. "Mom, that's exactly how it happened. I certainly don't have the means to support a mistress," Yichu said with a wry smile. He speculated that Jiang Junlan must have been at the casino as well and misinterpreted the situation. "Humph, what misunderstanding? I believe she did it on purpose." Han Mingwan retorted coldly, before adding a cautionary note. "Xiao Chu, since your friend runs a casino, he is likely not a good person. It would be wise to keep your distance from him. Furthermore, henceforth, one must resolutely avoid gambling. Never assume that a single victory will yield a fortune." Yichu nodded earnestly, responding, "Mother, I understand." Feeling a slight relief at having evaded the scrutiny, he relaxed inwardly. However, a flicker of resentment passed through Jiang Haiyun's eyes. He was acutely aware that Yichu's words were likely fabrications. After all, that 1 million had been transferred away by him. A twinge of regret stirred within him. Had he not brought up the subject of the 1 million, perhaps Yichu would not have escaped so easily. He could not fathom where Yichu had acquired over 1 million. At that moment, Jiang Junyao entered the room. Her expression was solemn, indicating she was in a foul mood. Han Mingwan discerned the underlying tension and promptly rose to clarify, Junyao, don't overthink it. The photos in the group were fabricated by that wretched girl, Jiang Junlan. Here's what transpired. She quickly recounted the events. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and addressed Yi Chu. Come upstairs. I need to speak with you. Yi Chu followed her upstairs. Upon entering the room, Jiang Junyao's icy gaze fell upon him. Let this matter rest. But heed my words. It is permissible to seek companionship, yet do not bring it into our home, and do not let our parents know. Yi Chu was taken aback. Having already provided explanations, yet she still did not believe him. Do you doubt me so profoundly? He asked. Ah, the lingering scent of your perfume is royal one. Priced at 2 million a bottle. Do the casino staff utilize such a fragrance? Jiang Juanyao's smile dripped with sarcasm. Yi Chu was momentarily stunned, reflecting on her keen perception. Simultaneously, he was astonished by the exorbitant cost of the perfume used by Huangfu Shiwei. Truly, she was a woman of wealth. Hee. I did not expect that you could recognize a woman who uses such things. Jiang Juyao chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling somewhat wronged by her marriage into the Jiang family. Yi Chu, disinterested in engaging in a dispute, prepared to retire for the night. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Juyao's expression turned cold. Leave, she commanded. Yi Chu, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, if you wish me to leave, then I shall. Who is afraid of whom? He turned and exited the room, slamming the door behind him. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Juanyao's eyes. Taking a deep breath to quell the inexplicable agitation within her, she approached and locked the door, retrieving a pill to consume. As the medicinal effects coursed through her body, her internal energy began to surge, ultimately breaking through the barriers of the body refinement stage and reaching the meridian opening realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, astonishment flickered in Jiang Juanyao's eyes. According to her senior sister, this minor True Yuan pill was crafted by a Master Yi. One wonders just who this Master Yi might be to concoct such a wondrous elixir. Meanwhile, after departing from the Jiang residence, Yi Chu placed a call to Huangfu Shiwei, intending to stay at her place for the night, primarily to examine the bronze cauldron. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Huangfu Shiwei's home. Brother, what brings you here so late at night? Have you been cast out? Huangfu Shiwei teased with a smile. Yi Chu's expression stiffened slightly as he hastily shifted the topic. Sister Shiwei, where is that bronze cauldron? Although his change in demeanor was but a fleeting moment, it did not escape Huangfu Shiwei's notice, and she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Could it be true, brother, that you really were cast out? Yi Chu's face darkened. Sister Shiwei, can we please not discuss this? All right. I shall heed my brother's wishes. Huangfu Shiwei let out a melodious laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Dongmei, please fetch that small cauldron. After giving her instructions, Huangfu Shiwei led Yi Chu upstairs. Brother, you shall stay here tonight. She ushered Yi Chu into a room that was immaculate and tidy. Yi Chu nodded and added, by the way, Sister Shiwei, I will send you the other auxiliary herbs for the formulation of the youth-retaining pill shortly. Please have someone gather them. Huangfu Shiwei nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Brother, may I ask how effective this youth-retaining pill is? Rest assured, it surpasses the youth-retaining grass significantly. It can preserve one's youthful appearance for 30 years, Yi Chu explained with a smile. If we could use the youth-retaining fruit as the primary ingredient, the results would be even more remarkable, granting eternal youth. Unfortunately, the youth-retaining fruit is exceedingly rare. As he spoke, he remained oblivious to the astonished expression on Huangfu Shiwei's face. Brother, are you speaking the truth? She pressed, her gaze intense. Yi Chu nodded affirmatively, of course. Huangfu Shiwei's face radiated joy. Brother, I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. The very thought of maintaining her youthful appearance for 30 years made her tremble with excitement. Yi Chu chuckled, I feel the same. At that moment, Dongmei approached with the bronze cauldron in hand. Upon overhearing their conversation, she silently lamented, realizing that her young mistress had likely succumbed to infatuation. Yi Chu accepted the cauldron, waved at the two women, and said, Sister Shiwei, you both should rest early. Carrying the bronze cauldron into the room, he settled down cross-legged, extending his spiritual energy to examine it closely. After a prolonged inspection, he could discern nothing extraordinary. Yi Chu furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that I misjudged? He recalled his master's words regarding the blood oath of allegiance, and with a swift motion, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the small cauldron. Surely, it could not be as simple as this, he murmured to himself. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The bronze cauldron emitted a gentle azure glow, and the layers of verdigris rapidly shed away. Mysterious and profound patterns began to emerge from the cauldron's surface. Chapter 45. The Fair Lady. In a few minutes later, all the greenish copper corrosion had vanished, revealing its true form. It was a small black cauldron, intricately engraved with numerous enigmatic designs, and a cerulean dragon coiled around it, exuding an ancient and mystical aura. With a swift motion, the cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light, entering Yichu's sea of qi. Corresponding information simultaneously surfaced in his mind. The Dragon Soul Void Cauldron, crafted from void divine gold and infused with the essence of a true dragon soul, was indeed a genuine treasure. Yichu's ability to easily pledge his blood for allegiance stemmed from his true dragon bloodline, which activated the dragon soul within the cauldron. For an ordinary person, such a feat would be utterly unattainable. Yichu turned his introspection inward, scrutinizing the cauldron within a sea of qi. The cauldron exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, the cerulean dragon appearing vividly lifelike, as though it might spring to life at any moment. Inside the cauldron, there were also some arcane characters. Yichu focused intently, discovering that the script was exceedingly profound, a surge of ancient and mysterious energy striking his very soul. However, as he was unfamiliar with this script, he could not discern what it recorded. Roar. The previously dormant spirit of the vengeful dragon suddenly erupted in a fierce roar, its tail sweeping as it soared toward the small cauldron. The entire dragon coiled around the cauldron, perfectly overlapping with the azure dragon patterns. Resembling a being that was absorbing the essence of the true dragon within the dragon soul. Yichu was initially taken aback, but then a thought struck him. He immediately attempted to cultivate, and indeed found that the resentful dragon energy no longer surged violently as before. However, before he could rejoice, the azure dragon patterns on the small cauldron suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue light, and faintly, a dragon's roar seemed to emanate. Buzz. The small cauldron trembled gently, and the resentful dragon energy was forcefully expelled, immediately rampaging through his qi sea. Yichu's face contorted in pain as he hurriedly employed his true energy to suppress and soothe it. After a considerable time, the tumultuous, resentful dragon energy finally calmed down. It dared not approach the small cauldron again and continued to cower in a corner, resembling a pitiful child abandoned by its mother. Yichu's expression darkened with disappointment. He had thought that with the small cauldron, he would no longer have to endure the torment of the resentful dragon energy. Yet, it seemed that the cauldron had other intentions. Nonetheless, he soon set aside his despondency. Overall, this acquisition was still quite significant. The small cauldron was not only mysterious and ancient, but also crafted from void divine gold and possessed a storage function. Yichu retrieved the remaining elixirs, and with a mere thought, the elixirs entered the small cauldron. Indeed, it was remarkably useful. A smile graced his face as he reminisced about the time he witnessed his master using a storage ring, feeling both envious and astonished. Little did he expect that he too would come to possess such a treasure. Suppressing his excitement, he began his cultivation. The night passed without incident. The following day, after enjoying breakfast personally prepared by Huangfu Shuwei, Yichu prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Huangfu Shuwei cheerfully remarked, "Brother, if you ever find yourself being chased out again, you may always come to your sister's place." Yichu's face darkened. This woman had become quite addicted to teasing. Choosing not to respond, he swiftly turned and left, eliciting a peal of laughter from Huangfu Shuwei. On the way, he received a call from an unfamiliar number, and upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Yun Bingwan on the line. "Dear Dr. Yi, I hope you do not take offense at my intrusion." Although Yichu felt puzzled, he remained outwardly composed and inquired about the purpose of Miss Yun's visit. Yun Bingwan did not conceal her intentions, stating, "Dr. Yi, Jing Xian has spoken highly of your extraordinary medical skills. A friend of mine has a mother who has been unwell lately, and I would like to ask if you could assist in examining her, if you have the time." After a moment of contemplation, Yichu replied, "Certainly. Where are you located?" "I am at the Yun residence." "Where might you be, Dr. Yi?" "I shall come to fetch you immediately," Yun Bingwan responded. Yichu provided his location, and upon hanging up, Yun Bingwan murmured softly, "Let me see if you are truly as formidable as they say." Shortly thereafter, Yun Bingwan departed from the Yun residence and arrived at the agreed location to pick up Yichu. Upon entering the car, Yichu's eyes brightened. Today, Yun Bingwan donned a purple qipao, which perfectly showcased her alluring and voluptuous figure. The slit of the dress revealed a pair of snow-white legs. This exquisite attire, complemented by her cascading purple hair, rendered her both regal and seductive. Even with Yichu's composure, he could not help but steal a few extra glances. Yun Bingwan, aware of his gaze, did not mind. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips. Dr. Yi, I had thought you might decline to assist, she suddenly remarked, her voice melodious and gentle. Yi Chu countered, oh, Miss Yin, what led you to believe that? With a sigh filled with remorse, Yin Bingwan expressed, it is regrettable that had my family not pursued the matter back then, you would not have suffered unjustly for several years. Others would likely harbor resentment. But it is indeed rare to find someone as magnanimous as you, Dr. Yi. I truly admire that. Yi Chu was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from the other party. Indeed, had it not been for the Yun family's pursuit, he might never have faced imprisonment. However, given the ruthless nature of the Yi family, even without incarceration, his subsequent days would likely have been fraught with difficulty. Miss Yun's assertion was misguided. It was entirely reasonable for the Yun family to seek accountability after Yu Yichen's despicable actions. He spoke with a smile, his tone light and devoid of any resentment towards the Yun family. Upon hearing this, Yun Bingwan felt a slight relief and replied with a beaming smile. With Dr. Ye's assurance, I can rest easy. The two continued their conversation, with Yun Bingwan behaving like a caring elder sister, inquiring about his experiences in prison and his circumstances at the Zhang family. Yi Chu felt a growing suspicion. They were not well acquainted. So was her concern perhaps excessive? Did she harbor some ulterior motive? A sudden alertness gripped him, yet upon deeper contemplation, it seemed unreasonable. After all, she was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yun family. Possessing everything one could desire, what could she possibly gain from him? Was she perhaps interested in him as a person? That seemed even more implausible, considering he was already married. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yun Bingwan indeed harbored such an intention. Dr. Yi, there is one thing I have always been curious about. With your abilities, why would you willingly join the Jiang family? Ah, it was a matter of necessity, he chuckled. Had it not been for his desire to uncover his origins, he would never have consented to such a union with the Yi family. Yet, such matters were not easily shared with others. Observing his reluctance to elaborate, Yun Bingwan wisely shifted the topic with a smile. If Dr. Yi ever finds himself feeling discontented, he may confide in me. I am acquainted with some remarkable young ladies whom I could introduce to him. Yi Chu paused for a moment, taken aback by such a fortunate proposition. He chuckled, saying, there's no need to wait. Introductions can be made at this very moment. Yun Bingwan looked slightly surprised, then smiled coyly. Very well, I am curious about the type of lady Dr. Yi prefers. Yi Chu's gaze traveled up and down Yun Bingwan, grinning as he replied, a lady like you, Miss Yun, would be quite delightful. I hold a great fondness for such. Yun Bingwan was momentarily stunned, then a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Dr. Yi, please do not jest. A widow like myself could hardly catch your eye. Yi Chu shook his head with a smile. Miss Yun, you are being too modest. I assure you, I am not jesting. Noticing his earnest demeanor, a flicker of annoyance crossed Yun Bingwan's eyes. How audacious of this young man to tease her. Such an honor it was. If Dr. Yi does not mind, we may commence our courtship at once. She smiled mischievously, then sighed softly. Yet, I fear that Dr. Yi may still hold affection for Miss Jiang. Yi Chu looked utterly astonished. Miss Yun, are you serious? Yun Bingwan giggled. Ah. It seems Dr. Yi is hesitant now? Yi Chu chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond further. Soon after, the two arrived at an upscale villa area. Upon reaching the entrance, a maid approached them. Miss Yun, the madam is waiting for you inside. Yun Bingwan nodded slightly and followed the maid into the villa complex. Shortly thereafter, they entered a residence situated in the heart of the community, where a middle-aged couple awaited in the living room. Bingwan, come sit with us, they urged. The woman immediately rose to greet them with enthusiasm, adorned in luxurious attire and shimmering jewels, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yun Bingwan approached with a radiant smile, sistering. Allow me to introduce this esteemed physician, Dr. Yi. Zhang Ying scrutinized Yi Chu with curiosity, noting his youthful appearance, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. However, given that he was a friend of her acquaintance, she refrained from voicing her doubts and graciously invited, young friend, please take a seat. Yi Chu, alongside Yun Bingwan, settled onto the sofa. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Miss Yun, my mother's condition is quite severe, this young man seems. Although his words trailed off, the implication was unmistakable. Li Guangling was puzzled by the sudden inquiry, but nodded in understanding. Having heard that the city's chief had sought out renowned doctors, yet none could remedy his wife's ailment. Ah, Mrs. Huang's illness has been cured. Yun Bingwan interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chu, and it was Dr. Yi who performed the treatment. The couple was taken aback, exchanging astonished glances towards Yi Chu. Bingwan, are you serious? Zhang Ying questioned, incredulous. Yun Bingwan smiled and nodded, sistering, Of course it's true. I have no reason to deceive you. Zhang Ying's expression softened with hope. If that is the case, then my mother has a chance. Although Li Guangling remained somewhat skeptical, he approached Yichu with a respectful gesture. Dr. Yi, I implore you to help save my mother. Yichu nodded and inquired, where is the patient? Please lead me to her. The former promptly took the lead, and they all entered the adjacent bedroom. In the bedroom, a frail elderly woman lay upon the bed, surrounded by an array of medical instruments that constantly monitored her physical condition. Several private doctors stood by, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Upon the arrival of an unfamiliar figure, the doctors cast curious glances. The optimal solution would be to perform another kidney transplant. However, the mother's advanced age posed significant surgical risks that left him hesitant to proceed. At this juncture, he let out a heavy sigh, his eyes brimming with sorrow. It was evident that he was deeply filial, genuinely concerned for his mother's well-being. I shall take a look, Yichu said as he approached, gently grasping the elderly woman's hand to check her pulse. Li Guangling and the others observed anxiously from the sidelines. In the distance, a few doctors exhibited expressions of astonishment, one of whom promptly retrieved a mobile phone to discreetly send a message. Moments later, Yichu released his hold, his brow furrowing slightly. To his disbelief, he had discovered a parasitic worm residing within the woman's kidney, immediately conjuring thoughts of that so-called sacred cult. Li Guangling, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, Dr. Yi, what is the situation? Yichu refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question in return. Mr. Li, have you recently offended anyone? Li Guangling looked bewildered. Dr. Yi, what do you mean by that? Yichu did not conceal the truth, stating plainly that the elderly woman's renal failure was not due to rejection, but rather poisoning. This revelation astonished those present, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Yun Bingwan could not help but ask, Dr. Yi, are you certain you are not mistaken? Yichu affirmed with conviction that the toxin affecting the elderly woman was not of a common nature, but rather a form of goo poison. The others were further taken aback, but before they could respond, a voice suddenly erupted from outside the door. Nonsense. The group turned to see two men and a woman entering the room. At the forefront stood a middle-aged woman, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility, bearing a resemblance to Li Guangling. Sister, what brings you here? Li Guangling inquired with astonishment. Coldly, Li Guanghan retorted, if I do not come, you would soon be in chaos. Without granting Li Guangling the chance to explain, she pointed an accusatory finger at Yichu and declared, how dare you bring such a fraud into our home, allowing him to treat our mother? It seems you wish to bring her harm. The younger of the two men echoed her sentiment. Indeed, brother, how can you trust just anyone? This boy hasn't even matured. Can he truly practice medicine? And what of this goo worm? Does he think he is in a film? His disdainful gaze swept over Yichu. The young man, named Li Guangjiang, was Li Guangling's younger brother. Rendered speechless by the reprimand, Li Guangling attempted to justify her actions but was swiftly interrupted by Li Guanghan. Make this fraud leave immediately, or I shall ensure he regrets it. Her tone was imperious, leaving no room for dissent. Unable to contain himself, Li Guangling countered, Sister, how can you be so certain that Dr. Yi is a fraud without even giving him a chance? I do not wish to repeat myself, Li Guanghan replied, ignoring the former's protests and turning her attention to the elderly gentleman in the long robe beside Li Guangjiang. Master Gu, I kindly ask for your assistance in examining our mother. Her words were marked by courtesy, a stark contrast to her earlier aggression. The old man, exuding an air of superiority, reassured her, do not worry, with my presence, the matriarch will be just fine. He strode confidently to the bedside, placed a hand on Yichu's shoulder, and said with an air of condescension, young one, you are fortunate that I arrived in time today. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in grave trouble. Depart swiftly. Yichu casually opened the old man's large hand and remarked softly, there's no rush. I wish to observe how the esteemed elder treats ailments. The old man narrowed his eyes, refraining from further conversation as he began to take the old lady's pulse. Yun Bingwan appeared apologetic, saying, Dr. Yi, I am truly sorry. I had no idea things would unfold in this manner. Yichu waved his hand dismissively, no matter. It is but a trivial matter. Zhang Ying whispered, Bingwan, Dr. Yi, perhaps it would be best for you to leave. My sister has quite a temper. Yichu shook his head, insisting, let us not be hasty. We shall see how it unfolds. Li Guanghan suddenly glared, his eyes filled with disdain. What is there to see? The Li family does not welcome charlatans like you. Leave at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yun Bingwan, slightly displeased, replied, Miss Li, I am friends with Sister Ing. Your words are rather excessive, are they not? Li Guanghan ignored her, fixing her gaze on Zhang Ying, admonishing. In the future, be discerning in your friendships. Not everyone is worthy of associating with the Li family, especially not those who are widows cursed to bring misfortune. Chapter 47. The mysterious shadow. Yun Bingwan's expression darkened significantly. Such words were indeed deeply hurtful. Even Li Guangling found it hard to bear, saying, Sister. Miss Yun had good intentions. How can you speak so harshly? Good intentions? Li Guanghan scoffed. I hardly think so. Do not presume I am unaware that she has withdrawn a substantial sum from our family bank. That is merely a normal business transaction, Li Guangling attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Yun Bingwan, who said, Mr. Li, please, no more need for explanation. Since Miss Li does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Dr. Yi, let us depart, she beckoned to Yichu, making her way outside. Yichu promptly followed, and as they passed by Li Guanghan, he couldn't help but remark, Madam, we are taking our leave. Do not harbor regrets. Remember your words, she retorted lightly. With a soft chuckle, Yichu followed Yun Bingwan out of the villa. Zhang Ying hastily trailed behind, intent on seeing them off. What an audacious individual, oblivious to one's own worth, daring to speak so arrogantly, Li Guangjiang scoffed, disdainfully. How dare he suggest that my sister would regret her choices? He is hardly worthy. Li Guangling's expression soured, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, the elderly gentleman in the long robe released his grip, prompting Li Guanghan to inquire, Master Gu, what is the situation? Master Gu stroked his beard thoughtfully, his demeanor grave as he replied, the old matriarch suffers from severe renal failure. A cure is no longer feasible. Li Guanghan's countenance shifted dramatically, stumbling backward in disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Her pallor deepened, clearly struggling to accept this reality. Li Guangling's sadness mirrored her own. Li Guangjiang hastily interjected. Master Gu, is there truly not a single remedy? Master Gu coughed softly, contemplating before stating, I possess an ancient formula that may extend her life, but at most, it will only grant an additional 6 months. The trio's eyes brightened with hope, and Li Guanghan quickly implored, Master Gu, I beseech you to assist us. 6 months is sufficient, during which we shall seek other solutions. Li Guangjiang echoed her plea, Please, Master, save our mother. We, the Li family, are willing to pay any price. Li Guangling furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet found himself at a loss for words at that moment. Master Gu waved his hand with an air of magnanimity, saying, Young friend, your words are misguided. To save a life is worth more than constructing 7 pagodas. How could I seize this opportunity to demand a reward? Li Guanghan felt a surge of respect. This was indeed a true master, unlike the charlatans encountered earlier. Master Gu then retrieved a black pill from the cloth bag slung over his shoulder. This is a Baichao pill, a treasured remedy passed down through my family. Crafted from 100 rare herbs. It can prolong the life of one on the brink of death. Please fetch some water. Li Guangjiang promptly went to pour water. Li Guanghan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Master Gu, rest assured. Your generosity in offering such a precious item to extend my mother's life will be forever etched in the hearts of the Li family. Master Gu waved his hand dismissively, replying, Madam Li, you overstate the matter. Soon, Li Guanghan returned with the water, and as the elder was about to administer the medicine to his mother, Li Guangling furrowed his brow and quietly asked Li Guanghan, Sister, are you certain this master is trustworthy? Li Guanghan's expression soured. Guangling, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect I would harm our mother? Li Guangling hastily shook his head. Of course not. It's just, no need for further words, just observe. Li Guanghan coldly interjected. Meanwhile, Master Gu had already administered the Baichao pill to the elderly matron. Remarkably, not long after taking it, she awoke from her slumber. The 3 exchanged glances of astonishment and quickly surrounded her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichu and his companion were driving away from the villa district. Dr. Yi, I truly feel embarrassed. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have invited you, Yun Bingwan expressed regretfully in the car. No matter, besides, we cannot place the blame on Miss Yun, Yichu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yun Bingwan nodded gently. Dr. Yi, it is getting late. Shall we go for a meal? Yichu did not decline. They found a restaurant, and after dining, Yun Bingwan intended to escort Yichu, but he politely refused. Once they parted ways, Yichu hailed a cab and headed straight for the villa district where the Li family resided. Old rascal, I shall see what sort of scoundrel you truly are, Yichu thought to himself with a cold snort. not long ago. That old man had left a faint mark upon him when he struck. Although subtle, it had not escaped his notice. He was almost certain that the individual was inexorably linked to that so-called sacred sect. However, he was left pondering the purpose behind the hex placed upon the matriarch of the Li family. Upon arriving at the villa district, Yichu disembarked and circled the area, seeking a secluded spot to infiltrate. With his capabilities, the patrolling security guards remained utterly oblivious. He soon reached the Li family villa and, with a sweeping glance, noticed a magnificent osmanthus tree beside it. Swiftly ascending the tree, he concealed himself among its dense foliage, straining to catch the sounds emanating from within the villa. Inside, Li Guanghan and others were hosting a banquet in honor of Master Ge. Master Ge, we owe your intervention today for my mother's revival. Li Guangzhong raised his glass. Allow me to toast to you. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for you to be overly concerned, young Master Li. Master Ge replied as he clinked glasses with him. Li Guanghan also lifted his glass. Master Ge, what may have been a mere gesture for you is, to us, a tremendous blessing. I toast to you as well. The two parties exchanged pleasantries, and the meal extended for several hours. It was not until darkness had descended that Master Ge, slightly inebriated, departed the villa, with Li Guangzhong seeing him off. Upon exiting the villa, the intoxication on the faces of the two men dissipated considerably. Master Ge inquired softly, is everything in order? Li Guangzhong nodded gently, assuring, rest assured, Master. Everything has been taken care of. Master Ge inclined his head slightly, prompting Li Guangzhong to summon the bodyguards to bring the car. The two men then settled into the vehicle and departed from the villa. Beneath the osmanthus tree, Yichu raised an eyebrow, chuckling, these two fellows are indeed in cahoots. Earlier in the day, he had sensed a similar aura emanating from both Li Guangzhong and the elderly man in the long robe, leading him to speculate that they were allies. Once the old man had left, Yichu extended his mental energy, allowing him to perceive everything within the villa. Li Guanghan lay sprawled on the sofa, presumably having drunk excessively, while Zhang Ying attended to him. Li Guangling was in the adjacent bedroom, caring for their elderly mother. Ah, is that a listening device? As his mental energy swept through the bedroom, Yichu discovered not one, but two listening devices. Were there others present? A sense of uncertainty washed over him. Inside the villa's bedroom, the elderly woman peered towards the door, pondering the whereabouts of the others. Eldest sister is drunk, and Ah Ying is looking after her. Guangzhong has gone to see Master Ge, Li Guangling explained. The elderly woman nodded, her expression suddenly turning grave. Lock the door. My child, I have something to discuss with you. Although puzzled, Li Guangling complied obediently. Mother, what is it? The elderly lady removed the iron ring from her finger. This is for you. Li Guangling was taken aback. Mother, isn't this the token of love father gave you? Why are you giving it to me? The elderly woman shook her head. No, this ring is a treasured heirloom of the Li family, said to be connected to a great secret. The old lady suddenly spoke, her words striking like thunder. However, the specifics remain elusive. My time is running short, and today I shall pass this on to you. Remember, it must not reach another's ears, or it could bring about grave misfortune. Outside the villa, Yichu wore a look of realization, finally understanding why the so-called holy sect had fixated on the Li family. It seemed they were after this ancestral relic. Suddenly, his gaze darted towards the distance. In the darkness of night, a shadow stealthily entered the villa, heading straight for the room of Li Guangling. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a furious shout from within. Who are you? Call for help. In mere seconds, the shadow leaped from the window and fled swiftly. A flash of insight crossed Yichu's eyes, just as he intended to pursue. He heard an angry shout nearby. Bold thief! How dare you intercept what our holy sect has set its sights on? Do not flee. Raising his eyes, he saw an elderly man in a long robe hastily chasing after the shadow. It was Master Ge. It turned out the intruder had not escaped, but had merely hidden nearby. A smirk curled at the corners of Yichu's lips. Indeed, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 48. Brazen and unreasonable. Just as Yichu prepared to give chase, a figure rushed into the villa, followed by sounds of argument and screams from within. His mental acuity swept through the interior, revealing everything. The figure was none other than Li Guangzhong, who was currently pressuring Li Guangling to relinquish the position of family head. What have you done to mother? Li Guangling's eyes were wide with fury. On the bed, the elderly woman displayed signs of agony. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, clearly enduring inhumane torment. Li Guangzhong sneered, Li Guangling, as long as you obediently relinquish the position of family head, mother will no longer suffer the torment of the cursed insects. Li Guangling's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "Bastard, it was you all along." At this moment, he finally comprehended the truth of Yi Chu's words, regretting deeply that he had not believed them sooner. Li Guangjiang, how cruel your heart is. Mother endured countless hardships to raise you, and yet you resort to witchcraft against her. Humph, this is not my fault. You can only blame Mother for her favoritism. Throughout our lives, all the good things have been yours. The position of family head, shares in the bank, even the ancestral treasures. Why should they all belong to you? I am her son too. His expression twisted with rage, and he appeared almost deranged. Li Guangling opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Even so, you cannot cast a curse on Mother. Humph, I had already given her a chance. She chose not to speak. Li Guangjiang scoffed, recalling how he had subtly inquired about the ancestral items not long ago, only to be scolded by the elderly woman. Anger brewed within him, and he had initially intended to confront her directly, but fearing her wrath could lead to mutual destruction, he reconsidered. He remembered that before the elderly woman underwent her kidney transplant, she had left behind a will, which gave him the idea to secretly cast a curse and enlist Master Ji's assistance, informing him that she had only 6 months left to live. He speculated that the elderly woman would likely divulge the matter of the ancestral items. Thus, he planted a listening device in her room, and indeed, events unfolded as he had anticipated, yet the outcome was one he found hard to accept. Once again, the elderly woman chose Li Guangling. At that moment, a drunken Li Guanghan awoke to the sound of their quarrel. Overhearing the conversation between the two, she approached without a second thought and delivered a resounding slap to Li Guangjiang. Beast, how dare you lay a hand on Mother? I will kill you. She was poised to strike again, but Li Guangjiang retaliated swiftly, landing a blow that caught Li Guanghan off guard. Staggering, she fell to the ground, astonished, with disbelief etched across her face. You dare to hit me? What of it? Li Guangjiang retorted coldly. Li Guanghan, stop your self-importance. Who do you think you are? Throughout our lives, everything has had to conform to your will. You have married out, yet you still meddle in the affairs of the Li family. By what right do you do so? Li Guanghan was taken aback, unable to fathom that the resentful youth before her was the same obedient and adoring brother she once knew. Rising to her feet, she admonished Li Guangjiang. You still have time to relent, otherwise, no one will be able to save you. With that, he produced a white bone flute and gently blew into it. Instantly, Li Guanghan and Li Guangling contorted in agony, clutching their stomachs as they writhed on the ground. You wouldn't dare? Li Guangling managed to lift his head, his eyes filled with incredulity. Haha, how does it feel to be gnawed at by the poison of the insect? Li Guangjiang laughed maniacally. Yield your position as head of the family and relinquish all your shares, or you shall not see the light of tomorrow. Li Guanghan's eyes blazed with fury. You shall not succeed. The Li family will never fall into the hands of someone like you. Humph. Even now, you dare lecture me? Li Guangjiang sneered repeatedly. It seems that only through suffering will you comprehend the gravity of the situation. He once again played the bone flute, causing both individuals to scream in agony. Their faces contorted in pain. Beast, they are your own brothers and sisters. How could you act thus? Zhang Ying admonished, attempting to intervene and halt Li Guangjiang, only to be sent flying by a single slap. Aye, Li Guangling exclaimed in shock. On the bed, the elderly woman gritted her teeth against the pain and uttered, Third son, you must stop. Cease this at once. Li Guangjiang remained unmoved, sneering, Ha, mother, do not blame me. All of this has been brought upon by you. The elderly woman, tears welling in her eyes, opened her mouth to speak, but the waves of torment within her rendered her voiceless. Ah, what a splendid performance. The sudden voice startled those present. Who is it? You kid? Li Guangling and Li Guanghan's eyes brightened, with the former pleading, Dr. Yi, please, lend us your aid to save our mother. Do not worry, Mr. Li, with my presence. The old lady shall come to no harm. Arrogant! Li Guangjiang scoffed, blowing the bone flute once more, summoning several cursed insects that flew straight towards Yi Chu. Kid, perish. A mere trifle, Yi Chu retorted, swiftly striking out and obliterating the cursed insects on the spot. How is this possible? Li Guangjiang exclaimed in horror. Yi Chu leaped forward, quickly incapacitating Li Guangjiang's limbs. He then produced 3 detoxification pills, administering one to the elderly woman, whose pain swiftly subsided. Next, he approached Li Guangling and provided him with a pill as well. Finally, he turned to Li Guanghan, towering over her as he asked, Miss Li, do you recall what I previously stated? Li Guanghan had long been tormented by the cursed insects, suffering immensely as he struggled to utter, help me. Yichu originally intended to humiliate him further, yet at that moment, his interest waned. He tossed down the antidote pill. Li Guanghan hurriedly picked it up and swallowed it. Feeling the poison within him swiftly eradicated, the agony on his face dissipating. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she immediately rushed to Li Guangxiang's side. Worry etched across her face. Guangxiang, are you all right? Does it hurt? Yichu was somewhat taken aback, sensing that this woman must be gravely ill. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, intending to pursue the two figures in long ropes. Stop. You injured my brother, and you think you can just leave? Upon hearing the voice behind him, Yichu was momentarily stunned. He slowly turned around, his expression turning icy. What do you want then? Li Guanghan replied coldly. Apologize and wait for the police to arrive. You have harmed a member of the Li family, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Li Guangling rebuked angrily, Li Guanghan. Have you lost your mind? Doctor, you saved you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you turn against him. What do you mean by saved me? Li Guanghan retorted defiantly. I believe this is all a ruse orchestrated by him, and that so-called Master Gu, my younger brother, must have been deceived by them. Chapter 49, Young Lady Yun. I apologize. Li Guangling was left dumbfounded, shouting, Li Guanghan, this is not how things are. Stop your nonsensical bickering. Li Guangling, have you turned against the heavens? How dare you yell at me? Li Guanghan snapped back. If I'm being unreasonable, then tell me why this fellow appeared at our home in the dead of night? Li Guangling was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Yi Chukai had no time to squander here. Were it not for the favor owed to Yun Bingwan, he would not have intervened. Mr. Li, I harbor no ill will towards the Li family, but I must take my leave. He prepared to depart, only to be obstructed by Li Guanghan. You shall not leave. Yi Chu's gaze turned icy. Do you seek death? Li Guanghan exhibited no fear. Try to move against me, and I'll inform you that my husband is the deputy chief of police. If you dare lay a finger on me, prepare to rot in prison. Yi Chu, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, readied himself to teach the other a lesson. Guanghan, stand down. A sudden authoritative voice broke through the tension. Li Guanghan turned towards the bed, where an elderly woman was casting a stern gaze upon him. Mother, I command you to stand down. The elderly woman's tone intensified. Though Li Guanghan was headstrong, he dared not defy his mother and reluctantly stepped back. Guangling, assist me in getting out of bed. Li Guangling promptly approached to help the elderly woman descend. She trembled slightly as she reached Yi Chu, bowing respectfully. Young friend, the kindness you have shown today will surely be remembered by the Li family. Yi Chu hastily helped her up. You exaggerate, dear lady. No exaggeration. Were it not for your intervention, the Li family would have suffered greatly. The elderly woman shook her head, continuing, Young friend, I have some matters to attend to at home, but I will certainly host a banquet to express my gratitude on another occasion. Yi Chu nodded, then turned to leave the villa. Following the traces left on the elderly gentleman's long robe earlier that day, he began his pursuit. He moved swiftly through the city. Like an agile monkey, his speed remarkable. More than half an hour later, he followed the trail of energy to a secluded park. Within the park, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, the cloaked man and the elderly gentleman in the long robe. Yi Chu found a hidden spot to conceal himself, quietly observing the intense confrontation between the two. Judging by the aura of their strikes, it was evident that both possessed comparable strength, each hovering around the 4th or 5th level of the opening meridian's realm. However, the elderly gentleman, being a master of the Gu arts, not only wielded his own formidable power but also excelled in employing Gu insects. This forced the cloaked man to defend against the insidious attacks of the insects while simultaneously engaging in combat. I care not who you are, surrender your belongings at once, or this day shall be your last. The elderly gentleman's voice was icy as he produced a bone flute and began to play swiftly. Several black Gu insects fluttered their wings and surged toward the cloaked man, seizing the moment while the opponent focused on the incoming insects. The elder reached into his bag and hurled a cloud of pale red powder forward. The cloaked man's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily. Yet he was a fraction too late. Inhaling a small amount of the powder, he felt a surge of warmth within, an uncontrollable desire erupting from the depths of his being. His face paled as he chose to abandon the fight, turning to flee swiftly. Where do you think you're going? The elderly gentleman cackled, hastening his pursuit. Yi Chu followed closely behind, and the cloaked man was soon overtaken by the elder, leading to another round of combat. This time, the cloaked man was evidently at a disadvantage, quickly falling behind. His dark robe was torn apart, revealing an enchanting visage. It was she. Yi Chu's pupils constricted. The cloaked figure was none other than Yun Bingwan. Ah, So it is you, my dear woman. The elderly man in the long robe displayed a look of astonishment, soon replaced by a lewd glimmer in his eyes. Dare to seize what my sacred sect cherishes. Today, I shall make you aware of our might. Feeling her body grow increasingly feverish, Yun Bingwan felt a sense of urgency, yet found herself powerless. Forced to retreat while engaging in combat. Heh, my dear woman, surrender quietly, do not resist. Soon, I shall cherish you properly. The old man, with a face twisted in a lascivious grin, refrained from confronting Yun Bingwan directly, opting instead for long-range assaults to keep her at bay. Biding his time for the effects of the drug to fully manifest. As time passed, Yun Bingwan could no longer withstand the pressure, her exquisite visage flushed crimson. Her will unable to suppress the fiery turmoil within. Seizing the opportunity, the elder advanced swiftly, delivering a palm strike that sent Yun Bingwan hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the distant lawn. Little beauty, you cannot escape now. The old man approached slowly, his eyes filled with mockery. With her last shred of consciousness, Yun Bingwan flickered with a fierce glint in her eyes, reaching for a dagger hidden within her garments, preparing for a final stand. Witnessing this scene, Yichu emerged from the shadows. Old fool, what are you up to? Ah, it's you? The elder's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yichu, wearing a playful smirk, retorted, surprised? Did you not expect this? You have come to meet your demise willingly. Splendid, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. The elder sneered coldly, swiftly casting a cloud of toxic powder. The vibrant hues of the powder obscured Yichu's figure. Perish, boy. The elder laughed maniacally. But as the powder dissipated, he discovered that Yichu had vanished. His expression shifted dramatically as he began to search, only to be startled by a voice from behind him. Old man, are you searching for me? The elder's face turned pale with fear, and before he could react, an overwhelming force struck from behind. His body was hurled away like a tattered sack, crashing to the ground from a great distance. With a single blow, his life was nearly extinguished. Yichu advanced with determination. Old man, confess honestly, what exactly is that damned holy sect behind you? What are your intentions in Jiangdu? The elder fiercely crushed the bone flute in his grasp, a maniacal smile spreading across his face. You insignificant wretch, just wait. The holy sect will avenge me. As his words fell, the elder's eyes widened in horror, a look of unprecedented agony etched upon his features. Simultaneously, the vitality within him swiftly dissipated. Yichu rushed forward, only to find the elder already lifeless. Extending his spiritual sense, he discovered that the man's heart was being devoured by parasitic insects, consumed by his own vile creations. A band of lunatics indeed. Yichu frowned deeply, realizing that none of those sent by the holy sect were sane. He unleashed a torrent of true fire, incinerating the corpse, and then swiftly made his way towards Yun Bingwan. Help me. Yun Bingwan struggled to utter those three words. Her consciousness wholly engulfed by desire, her hands tearing at her garments, revealing large swathes of pristine skin. The scene before Yichu ignited a fierce desire within him. Taking a deep breath, he fought to suppress the wicked flames of lust that threatened to overwhelm him, crouching down to prepare an antidote for her. Yun Bingwan, like a mesmerizing mermaid, immediately entwined herself around him, her intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. Yichu felt as though he were facing the greatest trial of his life, biting his tongue to maintain his resolve against the burgeoning desire. Just as he was about to administer the antidote to Yun Bingwan, the malevolent energy within him, the grievance dragon Qi, suddenly stirred restlessly. Yichu's face contorted in anguish, as if something within him had been stirred, rendering him unable to suppress the malevolent fire raging inside. Seizing the last vestiges of his reason, he swiftly took Yun Bingwan and sought refuge in a nearby hotel. Upon entering the room, Yichu could no longer endure the turmoil. The resentment within him surged restlessly. It seemed that something about Yun Bingwan irresistibly drew it forth. My apologies, Miss Yun. Chapter 50. The family banquet this night marked the most joyous occasion in Yichu's nearly 2 decades of existence. The sensation was unparalleled, leaving him entranced and reluctant to part with it. He could hardly recall how many times he had succumbed to the ecstasy, only aware that, in the end, his robust physique had rendered him too weary to move. It was not until dawn that he fell into a deep slumber, cradling the enchanting figure in his arms. The following afternoon, Yichu gradually awakened from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, an aura of menace enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, he found Yun Bingwan gazing at him with an icy glare. Her violet hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face, marred by faint scars on her porcelain skin, bore testament to the wildness of the previous night. Yet, the warmth she once radiated had vanished, replaced by an air of frostiness. Miss Yun, Please allow me to explain. Yichu felt a twinge of embarrassment, though he had saved her. He had also sullied her innocence, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He attempted to articulate his thoughts, only to be cut off by Yun Bingwan's frigid tone. Let us consider last night as if it never occurred. If you dare to speak of it, I shall ensure your demise. Yun Bingwan's voice was as cold as ice as she swiftly donned her garments and descended from the bed. The pain in her lower body caused her to stagger slightly, prompting Yichu to express his concern. Miss Yun, are you all right? Mind your own business, she retorted. After casting a penetrating glance at Yichu, she swiftly departed from the room. Was it truly so? I was the one who saved you, yet you offer no words of gratitude. Yichu pouted. Albeit he acknowledged his part in the matter, he had indeed rescued her. It was not as if he sought to gain an advantage. As he pulled back the covers, intending to leave, his gaze suddenly sharpened. There, upon the pristine white sheets, several vivid crimson stains were glaringly conspicuous. Could it be? A look of astonishment crossed Yichu's face, and realization dawned upon him. Now he understood why Yun Bingwan had been so furious. It turned out that he had taken her virginity the previous night. What was happening? Hadn't he heard that she was a widow? Yichu's expression was one of utter confusion as he donned his clothes, tucking the sheets into a small cauldron. After all, she was his first woman, and some things were worth preserving. Once he had completed his tasks, Yichu began to examine the changes within his body. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that the malevolent energy of the vengeful dragon had diminished somewhat. Indeed, it was effective. A smile graced Yichu's face as he recalled that during their union with Yun Bingwan, he had discerned her unique physique, the nine evil body. Not only was her constitution extraordinary, but her bloodline was also remarkable, seemingly connected to the dragon clan, which drew the vengeful dragon's energy towards her. This was likely the reason for the energy's earlier outburst. Had it not been for that turmoil, perhaps the events of the previous night would never have transpired. As he attempted to cultivate, he was pleasantly surprised to find the vengeful dragon's energy no longer exhibited the same volatility as before. Rest assured, Miss Yun, I shall take responsibility for you. Yichu resolved firmly in his heart to find a way to win over Yun Bingwan. Her unique constitution and apparent dragon lineage would be of immense assistance to him. Upon picking up her phone, Yichu discovered several missed calls, all from Han Mingwan. Naturally, Yichu could not reveal the truth and fabricated a story, saying, Mom, I ran into an old classmate last night and had a bit too much to drink. So I forgot to inform you. After a brief acknowledgement, she hung up. By the time she returned to the Jiang residence, it was past 4 in the afternoon. Days passed without her returning home, leaving others to wonder what she was up to outside. Jiang Haiyun shot Yichu a glare, his demeanor anything but amiable. Yichu ignored him and inquired of Han Mingwan. Mom, is there a reason for the family banquet? Han Mingwan scoffed. Tomorrow marks the day Jiang Zhulong assumes the role of president. The old man likely wishes to issue a warning in advance. Yichu responded with a simple acknowledgement. Han Mingwan then pressed on, Junyao, tomorrow is the day that little Jiang Zhulong takes the helm. What is the situation with the Huangfu family? Jiang Junyao, exuding calmness, replied, Mom, there is no need for your concern. I will handle it appropriately. With that, she ascended the stairs. Han Mingwan hesitated, her eyes betraying a flicker of worry. Yichu reassured, Mom, since Junyao has said so, it will undoubtedly be fine. Jiang Haiyun snorted, It is easy for you to say. Once Jiang Zhulong becomes president, life for our branch will become exceedingly difficult. My father-in-law possesses no skills beyond his idle chatter. If we were to confront them, it would only lead to frustration. Soon, Jiang Junyao descended once more, now adorned in a different, yet equally captivating outfit. The family departed for the venue of the banquet, the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Jiangdu. The hotel is situated in the heart of the city, adorned with luxurious decor and surrounded by a picturesque environment, where an array of exquisite vehicles are parked outside. A family parks their car and steps into the hotel lobby. Recalling a previous incident, Jiang Haiyun quietly admonishes Yichu, reminding him that the old gentleman is present today, urging him to speak less and avoid any embarrassing moments like last time. Yichu casually nods in acknowledgement. As they enter the lobby, a robust young man approaches from a distance. Second uncle, the young man greets, then casts an appraising glance over Yichu. This must be my brother-in-law, young yet having faced the law, indeed remarkable. Han Mingwan, visibly displeased, interjects, Jiwenhu, what do you think of my son-in-law? It's not your place to comment. Jiang Jiwenhu chuckles lightly. And, please don't be upset, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Grandfather and the others are in the private room on the top floor, You may head up first, and I'll wait for my elder aunt and her family. With a huff, Han Mingwan prepares to leave, but Jiang Juanhu suddenly adds, "Second uncle, let my brother-in-law stay. I'm feeling a bit bored and would like some company." Jiang Haiyun nods, instructing Yi Chu, "Did you hear that? Stay here and keep Juanhu company." Han Mingwan attempts to voice her objection, but is pulled away. Jiang Junyao remains silent throughout. Once the others depart, Jiang Juanhu turns to Yi Chu and says, "Brother-in-law, please wait for me here. I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for a response, he strides off, not heading to the restroom but instead veering to the other side of the lobby. He takes out his phone and calls, inquiring about the arrival of his elder aunt's family. Upon learning they have reached the parking lot, he promptly goes out to greet them. "Juanhu, over here." Not far away. A middle-aged woman waved her hand. Her name was Jiang Haiyun, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Beside her stood a young couple, her daughter Zhang Biyue and her boyfriend Sun Tao. Jiang Juanhu immediately rushed over, his curious gaze scrutinizing Sun Tao. "Is this the gentleman who works at Jiangnan Bank and is dating my sister Biyue?" he inquired. Jiang Haiyun nodded proudly. Jiang Juanhu quickly extended his hand, saying, "Brother-in-law, a pleasure to meet you." Sun Tao merely grunted in response, not reciprocating the gesture. Jiang Juanhu's smile froze on his face. Just then, a long Rolls-Royce approached in the distance. The group instinctively turned to look, witnessing a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepping out of the car. Flanked by two bodyguards, Sun Tao's expression changed abruptly as he sprinted forward, only to be halted by the bodyguards. "Who goes there?" "Halt." Sun Tao immediately explained, "Gentlemen, I mean no harm. I merely wish to greet directorly." The middle-aged man turned his gaze, frowning as he remarked, "You're a manager's son from the East District branch." Sun Tao nodded vigorously, replying, "Chairman, I am honored that you remember me. Truly a privilege for a subordinate like myself." His voice trembled with excitement. This man was his superior's superior, and he had recalled such a minor figure. "I have a vague impression," the middle-aged man acknowledged, then asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" Sun Tao quickly shook his head. "No, I simply saw the chairman and thought to extend my greetings." The middle-aged man responded with a nonchalant, "That is thoughtful of you. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he proceeded into the hotel, escorted by his bodyguards. "Chairman, take care," Sun Tao murmured. Sun Tao bent slightly to see them off as Jiang Juanhu and a few others approached. Zhang Biyue curiously inquired, "Is that gentleman the esteemed Li Guangling, the president of Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu branch?" Sun Tao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is he." The group was taken aback upon hearing this. Jiangnan Bank, the largest private bank in Jiangnan province, boasts immense financial power and is backed by the illustrious Murong family of Suzhou, rendering it nearly as formidable as the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Truly impressive, Sun Tao is acquainted with such a prominent figure, Zhang Biyue thought, her admiration evident. Of course, Sun Tao replied with pride. Jiang Juanhu beckoned, "Cousin, aunt, let us proceed inside." The three nodded in agreement, and he deliberately led them through a different entrance. Zhang Biyue frowned. "Cousin, why are we taking this route?" Jiang Juanhu casually explained, "This way is a bit closer." She refrained from pressing further. And soon they entered the elevator. Just wait down there," Jiang Juanhu thought with a smirk. The trio swiftly arrived at the top-floor private room, where 8 individuals were seated. Besides Jiang Haiyun and his companions, there were 4 from the eldest branch, along with the patriarch of the Jiang family. "Aunt, come join us," a tall man called out, rising to greet them. He was elegantly dressed, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of affluence. He was none other than Jiang Junlong, the eldest son of the main branch. Jiang Haiyun smiled and nodded as she took a seat beside her elder brother, Jiang Haifeng. Korean Mingwan, noticing the absence of Yi Chu, inquired, "Juanhu, where is Xiao Chu? I wonder what pressing matter requires him to keep us all waiting." Chen Meijing interjected, deeming the matter trivial. "That lad is merely a convict, likely up to no good again." "Who knows?" Jiang Juanhu scoffed. "Perhaps he has never frequented such upscale venues and felt intimidated, hence concocted an excuse to make a hasty exit." Chapter 51. Encountering Li Guangling. Jiang Haiyun's countenance darkened considerably, his disdain for Yi Chu intensifying. He had clearly communicated prior to their arrival, yet the situation had unraveled unexpectedly. Han Mingwan, displeased, spoke up, "Sister-in-law, as an elder, should you not exhibit a measure of decorum?" Chen Meijing retorted sharply, "Han Mingwan, what do you mean by that? Am I not stating the truth?" "Humph, whether my son-in-law has been imprisoned or not is of no concern to you." Han Mingwan huffed coldly, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Qin Meijing stood her ground, asserting that Lad has joined the Jiang family, and as the matriarch of the main branch. Do I not have the right to voice my opinions? As the tension escalated between the two, the elder patriarch, seated at the head of the table, let out a heavy grunt. Enough. The two women fell silent. Jiang Fingyin's authoritative gaze turned to Jiang Haiyan. Indeed. Having a convict associated with our family tarnishes the Jiang name. Arrange for Junyao to file for divorce at the earliest opportunity. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Haiyan nodded eagerly, in full agreement. Han Meiwan shot him a glare, but, mindful of the patriarch's presence, refrained from an outburst. Jiang Junyao remained silent. Jiang Fengyin slightly inclined his head, then addressed the assembled guests, stating calmly, "Today's family banquet serves to inform you of two matters." The guests' expressions turned serious as they listened attentively. Firstly, Julong will assume the role of president of the group tomorrow, fully responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will extend their support to his endeavors henceforth. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Jiang Junyao, his eyes laden with a warning. Han Meijuan's expression grew slightly grim as she anxiously glanced at her daughter. The others discreetly turned their attention to Jiang Junyao, eager to observe her reaction. Yet were met with the disappointment of her unwavering calmness throughout. The elder took a moment to collect himself before continuing. Bua has begun a relationship with a young man currently employed at Jiangnan Bank, and I encourage everyone to get to know him. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise and curiosity. Jiang Haiyun, brimming with pride, turned to Sun Tao and said, "Young son, please introduce yourself so that everyone can become acquainted." Sun Tao spoke with confidence. "Greetings, everyone. I am Sun Tao, presently serving as the department manager at the Jiangdong North branch of Jiangnan Bank. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Impressive, young man, attaining the position of department manager at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly bright, they praised. Young son, I trust that you will lend your support to the Jiang family when the need arises. The crowd continued to commend him, while only Han Meiwan and Jiang Junzhao remained silent. The former was preoccupied with messaging Yichu, while the latter's nature rendered her sparing with praise. Few could earn commendation from Jiang Junyao, and Sun Tao had yet to reach that threshold. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Jiang Haiyun's eyes as she declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, not only is my son-in-law a department manager, but he is also quite familiar with the president of the Jiangdong branch of Jiangnan Bank. Just moments ago, I encountered President Li downstairs, who expressed high praise for our young Tao. I surmise that it will not be long before Tao ascends in rank." The crowd exhibited astonishment, after all. The president of the Jiangdu branch is no ordinary figure. He wields substantial financial power, with many prominent families in Jiangdu engaged in business dealings with him, or rather, relying on him for assistance. In this era, numerous affluent families are in need of bank loans. Moreover, Li Guangling is the head of the esteemed Li family, one of the three great ancient clans. While the Wang family boasts the most comprehensive strength, the Li family undoubtedly possesses the greatest financial resources. Besides the Jiangnan Bank, the highly profitable Jiangnan Grand Hotel is also backed by the Li family. It is remarkable that such a young friend has caught the attention of President Li. His future prospects are indeed limitless. Dear sister, with such a promising son-in-law, you are bound to enjoy a life of comfort ahead, the crowd chimed in praise. When Chun Meijing spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Han Meiwan, sarcastically remarking, "Unlike certain individuals who invite all manner of people into their homes, bringing misfortune not only upon their own daughters, but also tarnishing our Jiang family's reputation." The onlookers turned their gazes toward Han Meiwan, their eyes glinting with derision. In the past, Jiang Junyao was so breathtakingly talented that she overshadowed her peers in the Jiang family, eliciting both envy and admiration. Now, however, she has not only lost her coveted position as CEO, but also settled for a husband of little standing. To the spectators, it appeared that the second branch had irrevocably lost its influence. As the crowd continued to ridicule Han Meiwan and her family, the true protagonist, Yu Chu, was drawn into a private room by Li Guangling. Earlier, upon entering the hotel lobby, Li Guangling had spotted Yu Chu immediately and approached him with enthusiasm. "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" Yu Chu was quite taken aback, not expecting to encounter the other party here. "I had come to attend a family banquet and was waiting for someone." Li Guangling appeared somewhat dazed and then remarked, "Dr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance last night. I had intended to host a banquet in your honor in a few days. Since we have fortuitously crossed paths today, I must extend my utmost hospitality and introduce you to some friends." Given the other party's enthusiasm, Yichu felt it inappropriate to decline. Moreover, he had come to realize that Jiang Juanhu was likely not merely using the restroom, but rather had intentionally left. The intention seemed to be to intimidate him and cause him embarrassment. Thus, Yichu figured there was little to gain by confronting Jiang Juanhu and decided to accept Li Guangling's invitation. Very well, I shall impose upon you. Impose? It is an honor for Dr. Yi to join us. Li Guangling responded with a hearty laugh, leading the way with remarkable warmth. Chapter 52. Encounter with Zhuge Jia. Li Guangling escorted Yichu to a lavish private room on the top floor. Within, a group of individuals was seated, all impeccably dressed and exuding an air of distinction, unmistakably influential figures. Among them was a familiar face, Zhuge Jia. Boldly, hurry up, we've been waiting for you, called a bald middle-aged man, waving with a smile while curiously sizing up Yichu. Boldly, who is this young gentleman? Inquired another middle-aged man with a dark complexion. The others also appeared intrigued. Li Guangling replied with a smile, this is Dr. Yi, whom I fortuitously encountered today and brought along for everyone to get acquainted. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a flicker of skepticism. Could someone so youthful truly be deemed a divine physician? Doubts naturally arose in their minds. However, due to the face of Li Guangling, the few could not question further. It turned out to be Dr. Yi seated here. Zhuge Jia smiled warmly and beckoned. By her demeanor, it seemed to be her first encounter with Yichu. Yichu, unceremoniously, strode over and took a seat beside Zhuge Jia. The crowd was once again astonished. Today's gathering was indeed organized by Zhuge Jia. The identity of the individual was well known to those present. She was the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family from Jinling. It was rather peculiar that she would extend such warmth towards a young man she had just met. Li Guangling was slightly taken aback but did not dwell on it. Summoning the waiter to bring out the dishes. Boldly, is this young brother truly skilled in medicine? A burly man inquired in a hushed tone. Li Guangling nodded earnestly. Old Zhou, Dr. Yi's medical skills are unparalleled in my lifetime. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek him out. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Zhou Bingtian observed Yichu with skepticism, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The young man appeared youthful, seemingly under 20, and hardly resembled a renowned physician. Before long, the waiter brought forth a succession of delectable dishes. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meal while engaging in conversation. Li Guangling announced, then turned to Yichu. By the way, Dr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed individuals. Let us become acquainted. This is Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city guard. This is Sun Weiming, the minister of finance, and this is Changguang Yuan, the deputy mayor. Yichu was initially surprised, then realized that they were facilitating connections for him. Although he did not particularly need it, he appreciated their goodwill and did not decline, nodding slightly towards the leaders. He introduced himself. I am Yichu, a physician. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of a few individuals as the young man before them, upon learning their identities, exhibited not a trace of change in his demeanor. This remarkable composure amidst shifting circumstances was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Bingtian could not help but speak. Young brother, being hailed as a divine physician by old Li at such a tender age, might you hail from a lineage of medical practitioners? Perceiving the skepticism in his inquiry, Yichu remained unfazed, shaking his head. Not at all. I commenced my medical studies merely 3 years ago. Zhou Bingtian's expression shifted to one of disappointment. After all, what medical expertise could one possess after only 3 years of study? The others discreetly shook their heads, quickly losing interest in Yichu. Li Guangling, silently bemused, had brought Yichu here not only to introduce him to some connections but primarily to present this divine physician to a few friends. After all, no one could guarantee immunity from illness. Meeting a divine physician undoubtedly offered an added layer of assurance to one's life. Zhuge Jia felt a surge of curiosity. Although she had previously investigated Yichu and discovered that he was a private child of the Yi family from 3 years prior, with no genuine medical skills, suspecting he might have acquired some knowledge while in prison, hearing it firsthand still left her astonished. 3 years had yielded extraordinary medical prowess. She could only think of one word: genius. With this thought, she smiled brightly and remarked, ladies and gentlemen, one must not judge by appearances. Do not underestimate divine physician Yi simply because of his youth. I have a relative who, at a tender age, possesses astonishing talent. Not only is he a masterful practitioner, but he is also well-versed in the esoteric knowledge of the 8 trigrams. The group exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that Zhuge's relative undoubtedly came from a prestigious lineage. nurtured from a young age to achieve such brilliance. Yichu, intrigued, interjected, esoteric knowledge, you say? I too possess a modicum of understanding in that realm. Zhuge Jia expressed his astonishment. Dr. Yi, are you also well-versed in metaphysics? I possess a modest understanding, came the reply. The few individuals present exchanged silent glances, thinking to themselves that he merely spoke casually, yet he seemed to be boasting. Zhou Bingtian, known for his forthright nature, could no longer hold his tongue and deliberately inquired. Is that so? Pray tell, which aspect of metaphysics do you excel in, young sir? Yichu responded with a calm demeanor. I have a rudimentary knowledge of the 8 trigrams, yin and yang, the 5 elements, as well as the practices of mountain medicine, fate calculation, and divination. Upon hearing this, disdain and disgust flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Such arrogance was most unbecoming. Were it not for the favor of Li Guangling, they would have readily voiced their desire to dismiss him. Unbeknownst to them, Yichu's words were already a display of humility. Over the past 3 years, under the tutelage of his master, he had not only delved into medicine and martial arts, but had also thoroughly explored various disciplines, including the 8 trigrams, yin and yang, the 5 elements, divination, and artifact crafting. While perhaps not as transcendent as his medical skills, he could certainly be deemed proficient. Suppressing his irritation, Zhou Bingtian queried. Is that so? Then, Dr. Yi, could you perhaps cast a divination for me? Certainly, Yichu replied. What would you like to inquire about, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Bingtian replied nonchalantly, let us consider matters of fate and love. At this, the others present perked up, their gazes fixated on Yichu, eager to see how he would respond. Very well, Yichu nodded, taking a careful measure of Zhou Bingtian's features. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Zhou has endured the loss of a wife in his middle age. Indeed, Zhou Bingtian said, his expression tinged with sorrow. My beloved departed this world due to illness a few years ago. He then added, however, this is a matter easily discerned with a little inquiry. Your ability to state it does not constitute a significant feat. Upon hearing these words, several individuals present could not help but chuckle, for they were well aware of Zhou Bingtian's deep affection for his wife, having vowed never to seek another. Over the years, numerous acquaintances had attempted to introduce him to potential partners, and even his children urged him to remarry, yet all such propositions were met with firm rejection. The laughter echoed as the young man before them spoke nonsense. Zhou Bingtian, with a stern expression, replied, Young brother, it appears your skills are lacking. To be frank, I have no intention of seeking another companion for the latter half of my life. Perhaps that is so, Yichu conceded without further argument, addressing Li Guangling, Mr. Li. I appreciate your hospitality, but I must attend a family banquet. I shall take my leave. On his phone, Han Mengwan had already sent multiple messages, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Dr. Yi, old Zhou is simply straightforward. Do not take his words to heart. Li Guangling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired about Yichu's private room number, intending to send a few bottles of wine later. No need, Yichu waved his hand and called out to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, I shall take my leave first. Zhuge Jia nodded slightly. Once Yichu departed, the remaining individuals could not suppress their mockery. Today's youth truly dares to boast about anything. Indeed, the world is in decline, and the hearts of men have grown cold. Old Li, you can't possibly have been deceived. Can you? It seems this young fellow is merely full of hot air, possessing no real medical skill. Zhou Bingtian cast a skeptical glance at Li Guangling, who, uncertain of how to respond, could only shake his head in resignation. You fail to cherish the opportunities presented to you. In due time, you shall regret it. The others exchanged knowing smirks, convinced that their companion had been misled. Miss Zhuge, are you truly planning to establish a commercial complex in the Eastern District? Vice Mayor Changguang Yuan inquired, shifting his focus to Zhuge Jia as he broached the subject. The others in the room also turned their attention. Of course, I am serious. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Zhuge Jia lifted her glass, declaring, My future endeavors will commence in Jiangdu, and I kindly ask for your support. After finishing their drinks, both parties prepared to discuss detailed plans. Just then, the door swung open, and a graceful woman entered. Her complexion was flushed, as if she had indulged in too much wine. Haidang, Zhou Bingtian suddenly rose, his gaze fixated on the woman. It was no surprise he lost his composure. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife, as if they were identical twins. The woman was startled, composed herself, and realized she had entered the wrong room. I apologize, I had too much to drink and wandered into the wrong box, she said with an apologetic smile before turning to leave. How could she look so alike? Zhou Bingtian sank back onto his seat, murmuring as if he had lost his spirit. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. It was evident that Zhou Bingtian had been profoundly affected by the earlier woman. Without needing to deliberate, they understood that his destined connection had indeed manifested. Cheng Guangyuan sighed with a wry smile, realizing that their young friend was not merely boasting. They had been narrow-minded in their perspectives. Chapter 53. Maintenance. Unbeknownst to the events unfolding, Yichu had already arrived at the private room belonging to the Jiang family. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun wore dark expressions, their brows furrowed with suppressed anger. Xiao Chu, Junhu mentioned that you had to leave due to some matters. Why didn't you inform your mother in advance? Han Mengwan's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, having been ridiculed by a group earlier. It was hardly surprising that she felt discontented. Yichu cast a glance at Jiang Junhu, who responded with a provocative smile. I just ran into a friend and exchanged a few words, he explained with a smile. Humph. What kind of friend could be so significant that our entire family had to wait for you here? Jiang Haifeng scoffed, his words laced with displeasure. Jiang Junhu mocked, Dad. What decent friends could this fellow possibly have? They are likely just as insignificant as he is. Chen Meijing nodded in agreement, affirming that a friend of a convict is most likely another convict. Yichu disregarded their banter and nonchalantly sat beside Jiang Junyao. Jiang Haiyun scolded, You reckless fool. Don't you have a mouth? There are so many elders here, and you didn't even offer a greeting. Is there no sense of decorum? Yichu replied lazily. How am I to know who is who? How should I greet them? Jiang Haiyun was momentarily taken aback with anger, at a loss for a retort. Jiang Junhu sarcastically remarked, Uncle, there's no need to be angry. This brat is merely an illegitimate child. How could he possibly grasp any manners? Jiang Haifeng added, Second brother. I wonder what you were thinking to let such a disrespectful wastrel become your son-in-law. Compared to young son, he is simply worlds apart. Father is right. You should consider having Junyao in this marriage as soon as possible. Jiang Haiyun's expression fluctuated, for today, due to Yichu. He had already faced countless reprimands from the family. A fire has long been smoldering within me. A fervent desire to expel the useless Yichu from the Jiang family at this very moment. The eldest brother is correct. This fellow is not only incompetent but, as Junlan has reported, also engages in reckless behavior outside. The Jiang family cannot harbor such a man. Jiang Fengnian spoke with gravitas, declaring that a son-in-law of the Jiang family must possess excellence akin to that of Xiao Sunday. Others readily concurred, echoing the grandfather's sentiment that the Jiang family, one of the three ancient clans, requires its members to be exemplary youths like Sun Ge, and cannot accept someone as spineless as him. Once again, the Jiang family members lavished praise upon Sun Tao, while simultaneously disparaging Yichu. Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun wore expressions of utter dismay. It is all your fault for insisting on this useless man as a son-in-law. Now look where we are. Jiang Haiyun whispered furiously at Han Mengwan, clearly at her wit's end. Han Mengwan was equally agitated, her chest heaving with indignation, utterly unprepared for the turn the family banquet had taken. Just as the discussion reached a fervent peak, the previously silent Jiang Junyao suddenly interjected, Enough. All eyes turned towards her. Yichu is my man. Whether he is good or not is of no concern to you. Her words, though unembellished, carried an undeniable authority. Yichu was secretly astonished. She was actually defending him? Jiang Junlong scolded, Jiang Junyao, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Jiang Junyao met his gaze with indifference, replying, My courage rivals yours. You forsake your kin and act without restraint. Jiang Julong felt a pang of anxiety, though he maintained a facade of composure. Jiang Junyao, what nonsense are you spouting? Despite his outward calm, he was inwardly unsettled. Jiang Junyao wore an expression of derision. If one wishes to remain unacknowledged, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Are you not aware of your own actions? Chen Meijing, visibly displeased, retorted, Jiang Junyao, mind your words. Julong is soon to be the president. It would be wise for you to show some respect, or else. Or else what? Han Mengwan interjected coldly. As it stands, Jiang Julong is not yet the president. Let us not speak too prematurely, for the future remains uncertain. Chen Meijing scoffed. Han Mengwan. Do you still cling to unrealistic fantasies? Very well, let us wait until tomorrow and see what you have to say then. Han Mengwan stood firm. Fine, I shall watch. No one paid heed to Han Mengwan's words. In their eyes, she was merely a stubborn individual. The appointment of Jiang Junlong as president seemed an inevitability. Only Jiang Junlan felt an unsettling disquiet within her. Among those present, she alone recognized that Yichu was not to be underestimated. There could very well be unforeseen tactics at play. Yet, She felt too embarrassed to voice the humiliating incident from that day. Junyao, as a member of the Jiang family, I hope you will act with propriety. Jiang Fengyan's words carried an implicit warning as he cast a glance at Yi Chu. Moreover, this fellow is indeed unworthy of you. I urge you to reflect carefully. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall never forget my identity as a member of the Jiang family. And all my actions will consider the family's interests, Jiang Junyao replied coolly. As for my own affairs, there is no need for your concern. I am well aware of my own limits. That is for the best. Jiang Fengyan narrowed his eyes. Just then, the door swung open, and two hotel staff members in uniforms entered, drawing the curious gazes of the assembly. The middle-aged woman at the front introduced herself. Greetings, everyone. I am the general manager of the hotel, here to deliver a gift of wine from our owner. The young employee behind her promptly stepped forward, placing 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of red wine on the table. These are 2 bottles of 30-year-old Flying Fairy Maotai and 2 bottles of Domaine de la Roman y Conti, a gift from our owner for you all. Please enjoy them at your leisure. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she turned with the young employee and departed. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the 4 bottles of wine on the table. Although it appeared to be merely 4 bottles, their combined worth was several $100,000. Why would the hotel owner present them with such extravagant gifts? Jiang Julan pondered. I recall that the Jiangnan Grand Hotel is somehow associated with the Li family. Could these wines be a gift for brother Sun? Among those present, only Sun Tao had any connection to the Li family. Jiang Haiyan quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. It must be President Li's gift to Xiao Tao. Zhang Biyue gazed at Sun Tao with admiration. Brother Tao, you are truly remarkable. Others also joined in with compliments, their sincerity heightened compared to before. Initially, they had harbored some doubts, but witnessing the lavish gift from Li Guangling to Sun Tao dispelled any skepticism. Sun Tao felt bewildered. Had he truly garnered such importance in the eyes of Li Guangling? Yet, given the current situation, he refrained from voicing his inner uncertainties. Jiang Juanhu's eyes flickered with suspicion. He had clearly observed the scene downstairs, where it seemed Li Guangling did not regard Sun Tao with much esteem. After pondering, he concluded that some matters should not be judged solely by appearances. Haha, you all flatter me. I have only dined with Mr. Li a few times. We are not particularly close, Sun Tao replied with a smile, though his words bore no hint of humility. Hee, Sun Xiaoyu, there's no need for you to be modest. My family, the Jiang clan, is about to collaborate with the Huangfu family to develop the southern district, and we will likely require some financial assistance. I hope you will lend us your support when the time comes. Rest assured, it is all on me. Observing the scene, Jiang Fengyan laughed heartily. With such outstanding juniors, how could the Jiang family not prosper? As the others engaged in their joyful conversation, Chen Meijing once again directed her barbs at the second branch of the family. Look, this is truly the exemplary son-in-law of our Jiang family, unlike some individuals who attract all manner of unsavory characters to their home. The gaze of the onlookers turned towards Han Mingzhuan's family, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Jiang Haiyan quickly interjected, Meijing, please refrain from such remarks, or else Mingwan will be hurt. Reflecting on Junyao, who was once such an exceptional person, pursued by countless young talents, only to end up, alas, her life seems to be ruined. It is indeed a pity. With a deep sigh, she shifted her tone. One's fate truly plays a significant role. My daughter Baiyu could not compare to Junyao before, yet she has found an outstanding boyfriend. You see, no matter how capable a woman may be, ultimately, it is essential to marry the right person. Her words were laden with double meanings, subtly referencing Jiang Junyao while also pointedly mocking Han Mengwan for her ill-fated marriage. If only Jiang Haiyan had possessed a modicum of competence, the second branch would not have fallen to such a state. Han Mengwan's face turned ashen. Had it not been for the presence of the old patriarch, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she chose to ignore the two women. She was acutely aware that any attempt to argue would merely invite further ridicule. Jiang Haiyun's face twitched incessantly. Today marked the most humiliating moment of his life. His gaze towards Yi Chu grew increasingly disdainful. In his eyes, all of this was the result of Yi Chu's actions. Noticing the lack of reaction from the others, Chen Meijing found the situation tedious and chose to refrain from further commentary, instead lavishing praise on Sun Tao. Only Yi Chu understood that the wine was not intended for Sun Tao but rather for himself. Yet, he deemed it a trivial matter and chose not to dwell on it. Expressing it would surely invite disbelief and a wave of mockery. He certainly could not summon Li Guangling merely to validate his claims for the sake of vanity. As the meal concluded, everyone else was in high spirits. except for Han Mingjuan's family, who were left seething with indignation. As soon as the banquet ended, Jiang Haiyan urged everyone to leave. Haha, uncle, why rush? No one is going to eat you, Jiang Juanhu laughed heartily. Although Jiang Haiyan longed to depart immediately, the elevator took an eternity to arrive. Eventually, he shared the same elevator with the others. Second brother, Meng Wan, tomorrow Junlong will assume the role of president. You must be present. Chun Meijing deliberately interjected with a hint of mockery in her eyes as they exited the elevator. Jiang Haiyan also stepped forward to taunt Meng Wan. I heard your son-in-law is still unemployed. Should I speak to Xiao Tao and see if he can get your son-in-law a security position at their bank? Zhang Buf feigned displeasure. Mom, Tao and their bank have very high standards for employees. How could they possibly hire someone with a criminal record? Jiang Haiyan sighed deeply. Meng Wan, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's just that. Han Mingjuan's face turned ashen. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister. But my son-in-law has never held a job in his life. My family can manage just fine without your unnecessary concern. The mother-in-law's staunch defense of her daughter moved Yi Chu, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he contemplated whether to teach these individuals a lesson. At that moment, the middle-aged female manager who had previously delivered the wine approached from a distance, instantly capturing the attention of the Jiang family. The manager walked directly to Yi Chu, politely inquiring, May I ask if you are Mr. Yi Chu? Yi Chu nodded, affirming, Yes, that's me. Do you have something to discuss? The middle-aged manager produced a black card from her pocket and respectfully handed it over, saying, Mr. Yi. This is a Supreme membership card gifted to you by our boss. From now on, all your purchases here will be at a 10% discount. I hope you will accept it. This scene left the members of the Jiang family utterly astonished. Jiang Haiyan could not help but exclaim, Manager, are you sure there's no mistake? Shouldn't this membership card be given to our Xiao Tao? The manager smiled as she clarified, Madam. Our boss specifically instructed that this card is for Mr. Yi Chu, and there has been no error. At these words, the Jiang family members widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? You must be mistaken. Jiang Haiyan struggled to accept this revelation, recalling that the wine they had just received was also complimentary. As she reached this point in her thoughts, she abruptly realized the implication, her words trailing off. The manager, beaming, added, Madam. The wine was also offered by our boss in consideration of Mr. Ye's presence for everyone to enjoy. After speaking, he turned to Yi Chu and inquired, Mr. Yi, how do you find the taste? Yi Chu glanced at the members of the Jiang family, his voice laced with mockery. How is the flavor, everyone? The expressions of the Jiang family members fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty, particularly Sun Tao, who looked as if he wished to disappear into the ground. Jiang Haiyan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, Zhang Biyue was quick to assist her. At that moment, the faces of the Jiang family were a vivid tapestry of emotions. The pride they had moments ago now transformed into palpable discomfort. Mr. Yi, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The female manager said with a sweet smile. Yi Chu nodded. Very well, please extend my gratitude to Mr. Li. The female manager acknowledged him with a nod and departed. Mother, I present this card to you, Han Meiwan remarked, as if awakening from a dream, her face instantly brightening with a smile. Xiao Chu, since you have shown such filial piety, I shall graciously accept it, she replied, taking the card and waving it triumphantly, declaring him truly a wonderful son-in-law. As she spoke, she deliberately cast a teasing glance at Jiang Haiyan. Sister, while your son-in-law is indeed a young prodigy, a child of destiny, it appears his methods are somewhat unscrupulous. To claim others' goodwill as his own, I must say today has truly opened my eyes. TSK. She emphasized the words young prodigy and child of destiny with particular weight. Why you? Jiang Haiyan trembled with rage, her breath becoming labored as she pointed a quaking finger at Han Mingwan. Yet, after a long pause, she found herself at a loss for words. Sister, please do not be angry. I mean well. After all, he is half my son. One must choose wisely when selecting a son-in-law. Han Mingjuan's face was alight with joy. And in that moment, the gloom within her heart dissipated entirely. Jiang Haiyan trembled even more violently, her gaze fixed intently on Han Mingwan. Xiao Chu, let us depart. Han Mingwan, indifferent, beckoned Yi Chu and the others to leave the hotel, leaving the Jiang family members exchanging perplexed glances. Jiang Juyao and Jiang Haiyan also turned their attention towards them. Yi Chu candidly stated, not long ago, I saved Mr. Li's life. The three, upon hearing this, appeared bewildered. It turned out to be a matter of life and death, which explained the gifts of wine and cards. Just as Yi Chu was about to elaborate, Jiang Junyao suddenly received a phone call, her expression instantly turning cold. Han Mingwan inquired with concern, Junyao, what is the matter? Without delay, she exited the car. Yi Chu, full of concern, asked, my dear, what is it? Do you need my assistance? After saying this, he promptly departed. It's nothing serious. Mr. Li was poisoned. And I happen to know a bit about detoxification methods, which I used to assist him. Yi Chu casually explained, omitting the entirety of the truth, primarily to avoid alarming the two with mention of the poisonous insects. Truly, my son-in-law is remarkable, Han Mingwan praised sincerely, a smile brightening her face. Remarkable? He cannot seize the opportunities presented to him, Jiang Haiyan scoffed. Mr. Li has sent gifts of cards and wine, plainly wishing to repay his debt of gratitude. He likely sees no future in this lad and is disinclined to pursue a relationship. Had it been another young talent, would he have been so easily dismissed? With each word, his irritation grew, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chu. A useless person remains useless, a golden opportunity presented, yet he cannot grasp it. Chapter 55. I have my own opinion. Silence. If you cannot speak, then do not. Han Mingwan glared at Jiang Haiyun and smiled at Yi Chu, saying, Little Chu, ignore him. Yi Chu nodded in acknowledgement as the vehicle departed from the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyao exited the hotel but did not hail a taxi. Instead, she strode away purposefully. Upon reaching a secluded alley, she turned and spoke coolly, Come out. From the shadows emerged a man clad in black. Ah, you are perceptive. No wonder you are Miss Jiang. This man was dispatched by Jiang Julong. A recent incident had led Jiang Julong to suspect that Jiang Junyao had forged an alliance with the Li family. To prevent any unforeseen events the following day, he sent a trusted subordinate to abduct Jiang Junyao. He believed that once tomorrow passed, no matter how formidable the adversary, they would be unable to stir up trouble. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was already under Jiang Junyao's surveillance. The moment he took action, she was informed. Thus, she had separated from Yi Chu and the others, preparing to handle the situation alone. The man's pupils contracted. How do you know my capabilities? Take a guess. Jiang Junyao replied with an indifferent smile, her long, light red hair billowing in the night breeze, while her jade-like skin shimmered under the moonlight, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Humph. Stop pretending to be mysterious. The man scoffed and lunged towards Jiang Junyao. Miss Jiang, I apologize for the offense. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Once tomorrow has passed, I will let you go. Jiang Junyao's expression hardened as she raised her hand to counter his move. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying by a single punch. How is this possible? Are you a martial artist? The man clutched his fractured arm, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Junyao spoke with an indifferent tone. What? Am I not allowed to be a martial artist? The man suppressed his astonishment and attempted to flee. But Jiang Junyao swiftly stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. He was sent flying once more. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of horror. How could you be so strong? Jiang Junyao advanced, towering over him, and commanded. Call Jiang Julong and inform him that the abduction has been successfully executed. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall face death. The final word rang out like thunder. The man's head spun, feeling as if countless sharp needles pierced his mind simultaneously. Overwhelmed with fear and without a shred of hesitation, he immediately retrieved his phone and complied with Jiang Junyao's instructions, his thoughts solely focused on obedience. Miss Jiang, I have done as you instructed. I beg you to spare my life, he pleaded, his head bowed in supplication. Jiang Junyao replied coolly, That is acceptable, but it must wait until after tomorrow. Thank you. Miss Jiang, the man expressed his gratitude hastily, wary of showing any sign of discontent. Meanwhile, Jiang Julong hung up the phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. Jiang Junyao, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Once tomorrow passes, you shall have no chance of turning the tables. On the other side, Han Mingwan expressed her concern. Is Junyu feeling overwhelmed by pressure? Alas, there is little we can do to assist. Jiang Haiyan sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Once Jiang Julong ascends to the position of president, the second branch will have no hope of rising. Yi Chu offered words of comfort. Dad, Mom, rest assured. Junyao possesses a resilient spirit. She will not be easily shaken by such matters. Moreover, the matter has not yet been definitively settled, and it is uncertain whether Jiang Junlong will indeed assume the role of president. Jiang Haiyan scoffed, You know nothing. At this point, it can be said that the situation has become a foregone conclusion, unless Junyao forges an independent collaboration with the Huangfu family overnight. But how likely is that? In the end, his voice nearly erupted in a roar, as if he wished to unleash all his discontent upon Yi Chu. Why are you shouting? Han Mengwan retorted, displeased. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu, disregard him and go upstairs to rest, she added. Yu Chu nodded and descended the stairs. Upon entering his room, he retrieved his phone and called Huang Fu Shiwei to inquire about the situation. She assured him that Jiang Junlong could not possibly become the president of Jiang Group unless they wished to sever ties with the Huangfu family. Feeling reassured, Yi Chu engaged in a few more exchanges before ending the call. The night passed in silence. The following day, Yi Chu rose early. Descending the stairs, he found Han Mengwan and another individual already dressed and prepared. As core members of the Jiang family, they naturally intended to witness the proceedings firsthand. Especially since the main branch had extended a special invitation the day before. They held a glimmer of hope, pondering if any unforeseen circumstances might arise. The trio drove to the headquarters of Jiang Group, which primarily operates in the real estate sector and is situated in the heart of the city. Within a towering skyscraper reaching heights of 100 meters, they took an elevator to a spacious office on the top floor. Inside, Jiang Fengnian sat at the head of the table, with Jiang Julong standing by his side, surrounded by a host of directors and management team members. Core family members, including Jiang Haifeng and Jiang Haiyan, were also present. Upon the arrival of the three, everyone turned their gaze toward them, with a glint of mockery evident in the eyes of Jiang Haifeng and the other Jiang family members. As for the assembly of directors and senior executives, their gazes varied significantly. Some sycophants exhibited a glimmer of mockery and disdain in their eyes. Jiang Junyao has always acted with decisiveness and without compassion, having offended numerous individuals within the company in the past. The current predicament is precisely what they relish. Conversely, those with genuine strategic insight hope for Jiang Junyao to assume the role of president, for her capabilities surpass those of Jiang Julong. Without Jiang Junyao, the prospect of the Jiang Group achieving collaboration with the Huangfu family appears exceedingly slim. Yet, the arm cannot outhustle the thigh. Jiang Junlong's presidency is at Jiang Fengnian's behest, leaving them with no alternative. Mengwan. Today marks an internal company meeting. It would be prudent to refrain from bringing along any dubious characters. Jiang Haiyun remarked with a disapproving expression. If company secrets were to be leaked, could you bear the consequences? Last night, she had lost face and harbored deep resentment towards Han Mengwan. Seizing the opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Half of the Jiang family. And this brat is deemed worthy? Jiang Haiyun's face contorted in disdain. What do you mean by not worthy, Jiang Haiyun? What is your implication? Han Mengwan retorted loudly. She was prepared to go all out. If she could disrupt this meeting, it would be splendid. Just as the two were on the verge of an altercation, Jiang Fengnian's authoritative voice boomed. Enough. His stern gaze swept over the two. Do you think this is a marketplace? Do you wish to quarrel and cause a scene? The two exchanged a fierce glare but fell silent. Jiang Fengnian surveyed the assembly and stated calmly, I declared a year ago that whoever possesses the capability to forge a partnership with the Huangfu family shall be appointed president. Julong has now fully established a collaboration with the royal family, demonstrating remarkable performance. I believe he possesses the capability to assume the role of president. What do you all think? I have no objections, declared Jiang Haifeng, the first to voice his opinion. I too have no objections, Jiang Haiyan followed suit. With these two taking the lead, the remaining directors and executives also promptly expressed their support. Ultimately, aside from a few company veterans, only Han Mengwan remained silent along with two others. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brow, casting a discreet glance at several elders before turning his gaze to Jiang Haiyun. Do you have any objections, second brother? Jiang Haiyan clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Why are you not speaking? Have you turned mute? Jiang Fengnian's tone suddenly grew more severe. Startled, Jiang Haiyan was about to respond when Han Mengwan interjected. Yes, we have objections. The collaboration with the Huangfu family was clearly negotiated by Junyao. Why should Jiang Junlong be appointed as president? At that moment, those who were at odds with the second branch revealed expressions of anticipation. Everyone present was aware of this fact, yet no one dared to voice it, for defying Jiang Fengnian could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Fengnian's expression darkened abruptly. But before he could speak, a voice rang out from outside. I too have objections. Chapter 56, May I inquire about your thoughts? The crowd turned to see two figures entering the room, one of whom was Jiang Junyao, accompanied by a poised and elegant mature woman. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and Jiang Junlong's pupils constricted, nearly losing his composure. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice. Junyao, what do you intend to do? Do not forget your position. Yesterday, the other party had readily agreed, and he assumed there would be no further complications. Jiang Junyao entered the office with a calm demeanor, her gaze sweeping across those present before finally resting on Jiang Fengyan. "Grandfather, I am entirely aware of my identity, which is precisely why I am here today." She cast a glance at the visibly displeased Jiang Junlong and spoke bluntly, "Forgive my candor, grandfather, but your judgment in selecting a successor leaves much to be desired. With Jiang Junlong's abilities, he will only lead the corporation into decline. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot allow such a fate to befall us." Jiang Fengyan's temples throbbed, fury evident in his furrowed brow. A man of considerable wisdom, he understood that in terms of capability, Jiang Julong could never rival Jiang Junyao. Nonetheless, she was a woman, and the vast Jiang family could not be entrusted to one of her gender. This was his unwavering principle, and being publicly challenged today ignited his wrath. Just as he was about to rebuke her, Jiang Haifeng interjected. "Jiang Junyao, have you lost your senses? How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, my son Zhu Long possesses extraordinary talent and has demonstrated remarkable performance in the company over the past year. His collaboration with the Huangpu family has also been notably successful. How could he possibly lead the corporation astray?" Jiang Haiyan chimed in. "What my elder brother says is correct. Zhu Long is indeed exceptional. As president, he will undoubtedly elevate the corporation to new heights. Moreover, we all share the same opinion. What right do you have to oppose? Who do you think you are?" With two individuals leading the charge, others who supported Jiang Junlong began to echo their sentiments, vehemently attacking Jiang Junyao. This left Han Mengwan seething with indignation. Yet she found herself powerless at that moment. Jiang Junyao remained unperturbed, waiting until the crowd had voiced their opinions before casting her gaze upon the company's esteemed elders. "Gentlemen, do you also concur with Jiang Junlong assuming the role of president?" All eyes turned towards the few who had yet to express their stance. Among them, a venerable elder with graying hair glanced at the poised matron beside Jiang Junyao, and then turned to Jiang Fengyan with a beaming smile. "Chairman, everyone is well aware of Junyao capabilities. Moreover, she was the one who initially negotiated the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I believe she may be more suited to the presidency." The room fell into stunned silence at his words. Jiang Fengyan furrowed his brow, a flicker of shock crossing his features. "Chairman, I too echo old Wang's sentiments. Junyao might indeed be the more fitting candidate." "Yes, indeed, Junyao is more suitable." Several other elders chimed in. The assembly was rife with astonishment as they turned their attention to Jiang Junyao, realizing that she had subtly garnered the support of the elders. In that moment, they witnessed once more the formidable prowess of the Jiang family's prodigy. Not just the others, but even Han Mengwan and her husband were taken aback, completely oblivious to this turn of events. In recent days, Jiang Junyao had been preoccupied not with seeking cooperation from the Huangfu family, as her senior sister had already resolved that matter. Instead, her focus had been on winning over the company's elders. This time, she aimed for Jiang Fengyan's unequivocal endorsement. The members of the main family were livid, their faces pale with fury. Shen Meijing was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Jiang Junyao, how cunning you are to conspire with the company elders in secret." Jiang Junyao paid no heed to the situation, her gaze shifting towards Jiang Fengyan as she calmly inquired, "Grandfather, what do you think?" Jiang Fengyan felt the muscles in his forehead twitch with fury. Not only had Jiang Junyao defied his directive, but she had also severely challenged his authority. "Very well," he thought, "she is indeed my granddaughter, possessing remarkable capabilities." He laughed in anger, yet reminded her, "Do not forget, I am the chairman of the board. No one has the right to question my decisions. Junlong is the heir I have chosen, and none shall obstruct that. Though your abilities are commendable, your stubborn and domineering nature disregards the principles of seniority and respect. You are not yet the president. Yet you dare to question my authority as chairman. If you were to ascend to the presidency, what chaos would ensue?" His words were laced with fury, revealing his deep dissatisfaction with Jiang Junyao. Witnessing the old man's formidable stance, those who supported Jiang Junlong felt reassured, as if fortified by a powerful tonic. The members of the main family cast provocative glances at Jiang Junyao, as if to say, "No matter your prowess, it is of no consequence without the old man's support." Han Mengwan trembled with indignation, incensed by the old man's blatant favoritism towards the main family. Jiang Haiyan clenched his fists in frustration. Though he too was outraged, his lifelong fear of the old man held him back from uttering a single dissenting word. Yichu observed quietly, his expression betraying no emotion. "Indeed, grandfather speaks truth. You are the chairman, and no one can challenge your decisions," Jiang Junjiao replied, a hint of mockery gracing her lips. She then deftly redirected the conversation, gesturing towards the elegant woman beside her. "Allow me to introduce. This is Yushan, the personal secretary of Miss Huangfu." Her words sent a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Jiang Juanlong's expression shifted, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. Throughout the lengthy negotiations with the Huangpu family, his most frequent interaction had been with a department manager from their Jiangdu branch. He had never encountered a secretary like Miss Huangpu. Jiang Fengyan initially furrowed his brow, but then quickly donned a smile, rising with warmth to say, "I was unaware of Secretary Yu's esteemed presence. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome and hope for your understanding." Yushan waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality, Director Jiang. I have come to discuss a matter with you." Jiang Fengyan eagerly nodded. "Please, Secretary Yu, go ahead." Yushan replied calmly, "Our young lady has indicated that the initial cooperation was established by Miss Jiang. Therefore, it would be more appropriate for Miss Jiang to continue leading the subsequent collaboration. What are your thoughts on this, Director Jiang?" Jiang Fengyan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The others present displayed expressions of astonishment, glancing toward Jiang Junyao. Her influence was remarkable, having persuaded the Huangpu family to extend their support, although it was not directly stated that Jiang Junyao would assume the role of president. Everyone present understood that a partnership with the Huangpu family was immensely coveted. Whoever held that partnership wielded significant power within the company. Even if the elder insisted on appointing Jiang Junlong as president today, it would merely be a fade. As long as the collaboration with the Huangpu family remained in Jiang Juanyao's hands, the majority of the company would inevitably gravitate towards her, rendering Jiang Juanlong's position increasingly tenuous. Though spoken with a smile, the words struck Jiang Fengyan like thunder in a clear sky. This was a request put forth by the young lady of the Huangpu family. Should he decline, the prospects of their collaboration would likely be jeopardized. He managed a reluctant smile, unwilling to create difficulties. "Since Miss Huangfu has spoken, I naturally have no objections." The expression of the main house changed abruptly, and Jiang Junlong could not help but interject, "Grandfather, please be silent." Jiang Fengyan shot him a glare before turning to Jiang Junyao, his face displaying a faintly strained smile. "Junyao, you shall take full responsibility for the collaboration with the Huangfu family from now on. Do not let your grandfather down." "Rest assured, grandfather, I will seize this opportunity to elevate the corporation to new heights," Jiang Junyao replied with confidence. Then she shifted her tone, "Grandfather, I still believe I am more than capable of assuming the role of president of the corporation. May I ask for your thoughts on this matter?" Chapter 57. The schemes of the main house. The crowd's expressions grew tense. Jiang Juanyao's words carried an undertone of coercion. Jiang Fengyan furrowed his brow, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Junyao intently. "Junyao, your grandfather certainly believes in your abilities, but you are still rather young. How about this? You may serve as the acting president for now, and should you perform well, you shall be formally appointed." He spoke with a cheerful tone, appearing genuinely concerned for Jiang Junyao's interests. Jiang Junyao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the need to avoid pushing the old man too hard. She smiled and nodded. "Very well. I shall comply with grandfather's wishes." Jiang Fengyan breathed a sigh of relief, wary of Jiang Junyao's potential stubbornness. He cast a stern glance over the assembled individuals, declaring, "From now on, Junyao will serve as the acting president, taking full charge of the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will support her endeavors." The crowd nodded in agreement, none daring to voice opposition. Even the members of the main house remained silent, though they felt a deep sense of resentment. The circumstances were beyond their control, forcing them to yield. Moreover, given the current situation, the elder still remained tight-lipped, indicating that he had left a glimmer of opportunity for Jiang Junlong. With careful planning in the future, a solution would surely emerge. "Secretary Yu, as you are visiting for the first time, allow this old man to show you around." Jiang Fengyan extended an invitation to Yushan, seeking to foster a closer rapport. Reluctantly, Jiang Fengyan acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall see you off." Yushan accepted without further refusal, nodding to Jiang Junyao. "Miss Jiang, I bid you farewell." Jiang Junyao smiled and replied, "Secretary Yu, you have worked hard. Let me accompany you." Yushan nodded and departed the office alongside Jiang Junyao and Jiang Fengyan. With their exit, the meeting came to a conclusion. Han Mengwan immediately turned to Chen Meijing, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh dear sister-in-law, how unpredictable life can be. The president we had in our grasp has flown away. What a pity." Chen Meijing's face alternated between shades of pale and green, her body trembling uncontrollably. If glances could kill, Han Mengwan would likely be riddled with wounds by now. Han Mingwan, do not be too pleased with yourself. Jiang Junyao is merely acting as president, not the true president. She could be dismissed at any moment, Jiang Haiyun retorted, unable to tolerate Han Mengjuan's arrogance. Well, an acting president is still a president. She has the authority to manage you just the same, Han Mengwan replied, her face adorned with an unmistakable smugness. Jiang Haiyun, infuriated, caught her breath and shot Han Mengwan a fierce glare before rising angrily to leave. Humph, Han Mengwan, do not get too carried away. This matter is far from over. We shall see, Chen Meijing declared, storming out in a huff. It's all right, sister-in-law, I'm waiting, Han Mengwan exclaimed loudly. Heir, you truly have raised a wonderful daughter. Jiang Haifeng shot a stern glance at Jiang Haiyun, his expression darkening as he departed. Jiang Juanhu and the others swiftly followed suit. Let's be on our way. Han Mengwan beckoned to Yichu and Jiang Haiyun to leave, while the remaining individuals exchanged glances in bewilderment. They had never anticipated such an outcome. Upon exiting the building, Han Mengwan's smile remained intact. Xiaochu, mother is in a splendid mood today. Let us go and indulge in a grand feast. Yichu, naturally, would not dampen her spirits and nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Haiyun appeared perplexed, pondering, why would the Huangfu family extend their assistance to Junyao? He furrowed his brow in contemplation until a sudden realization illuminated his eyes. Could it be that Qian Xinji has lent a hand? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately turned to Han Mengwan and voiced his speculation. Mengwan, it is likely that Qian Xinji played a significant role in this matter. We ought to express our gratitude. What do you think would be the best way to do so? Yichu was rendered speechless. His father-in-law truly seemed devoid of any insight. It was no wonder he was the least accomplished among the second generation of the Jiang family. He contemplated revealing his own contribution but decided against it, knowing that Jiang Haiyun would undoubtedly scoff at him. Han Mengwan frowned. Surely that cannot be true. Xiaochu offended them last time. How could they possibly assist us? The mention of this infuriated Jiang Haiyun, who retorted, Do you think everyone is as petty as this useless fool? Qian Xinji is a well-educated individual who has studied abroad and would never be so trivial as to hold a grudge over such minor matters. Han Mengwan rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in a dispute, and replied nonchalantly, Perhaps, but let's refrain from jumping to conclusions just yet. We shall consult Jiunyao's opinion this evening. With Jiang Haiyun's interruption, Han Mengwan lost her appetite for a lavish meal and settled for a casual lunch before heading to Yuming Pharmaceutical. Yichu intended to depart, but was drawn along by Han Mengwan, who suggested exploring the possibility of securing him a position. Curse be that scheming woman, Jiang Juyao, who not only colluded with those elderly men, but also covertly enlisted the Huangfu family to take action. Jiang Haifeng erupted in a torrent of curses, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Chen Meijing and the others shared in the indignation. Only Jiang Julong wore a troubled expression. He had clearly dispatched individuals to abduct Jiang Junyao the previous day, so why had she appeared at the company today? After leaving the company, he promptly attempted to contact his trusted subordinates, yet his calls remained unanswered. Concerned, Jiang Juanhu inquired, Elder brother, are you all right? Jiang Julong shook his head, assuring them, Do not worry, I am not so easily rattled by such matters. Nonetheless, his tone betrayed a barely concealed fury. Chen Meijing asked, Junlong, what should our next course of action be? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Junlong's eyes. If all else fails, we shall eliminate that vile Jiang Junyao. Chen Meijing gasped, questioning whether such a course of action would be too perilous. This seems unwise, Jiang Haifeng interjected. After all, we are family. If our father catches wind of this, we shall face dire consequences. Furrowing her brow, Chen Meijing pressed, Then what do you propose? Shall we simply stand by and watch? Jiang Haifeng furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss for a better solution. Suddenly breaking the silence, Jiang Julan suggested, I have an idea, but I am uncertain of its viability. The others turned their attention to her, and Jiang Juanhu inquired, Younger sister, what is your proposal? Please share. Jiang Juanhu then frowned. You must be joking. Jiang Junyao is already married. With a sly smile, Jiang Julan replied, This is simple. We merely need to eliminate that useless man. The other's eyes brightened, as this indeed seemed feasible. Jiang Julong contemplated and remarked, however, given Jiang Juanyao's strong-willed nature, even if that young man were to perish, she may not agree to marry. Jiang Haifeng nodded in agreement. Precisely. Although the Wang family is formidable, convincing Jiang Junyao to submit is far from certain. Jiang Junlan responded with a smile. I am well aware of this, but what if another martial arts master were to emerge from the Wang family? The group fell silent, and Jiang Julong pressed, Younger sister, What do you mean by this? Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter. Jiang Junlan did not withhold information and recounted the events of the recent auction. However, she omitted her encounter with Yi Chu, as it had been somewhat embarrassing. The others were taken aback upon hearing her words. To think there exists a miraculous elixir capable of propelling someone to master status. Jiang Juanhu exclaimed in astonishment. It is a pity we were not present, otherwise, we would have certainly secured a vial. Jiang Haifeng expressed his regret. Jiang Zhulong stated gravely, if this is the case, it is highly probable that the Wang family may soon welcome another master. The atmosphere shifted as the group's expressions grew serious. The Wang family was already the most powerful among the three ancient clans, and the addition of another master would render them even more formidable. If the Wang family were to propose a marriage alliance at that time, the old man would undoubtedly acquiesce, making it difficult for Jiang Junyao to refuse. Jiang Junlan remarked, I have heard from Brother Zaheo that Wang Zidong still harbors feelings for Jiang Junyao, and it seems that he has already reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The Wang family will likely present him with that elixir. Once Wang Zitong breaks through to the master level and personally comes to propose, it is likely that Jiang Junyao would find it impossible to decline. The others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with realization. If this were indeed the case, Jiang Junyao would have little choice but to marry. The demands of a master are not easily dismissed, especially when it is a young master. Once Jiang Junyao is wed, everything will be resolved. Thus, it appears that our primary task is to eliminate that useless son-in-law. Jiang Juanhu smirked ominously. Allow me to handle this. I assure you he will not see the light of tomorrow. Second brother, do not act impulsively, Jiang Junlan quickly interjected. We are still unaware of the relationship between that useless one and the Li family. For the sake of caution, we should first send someone to probe the matter. In truth, her trepidation did not stem from fear of the Li family, but rather from the enigmatic Lord Longjiu and that mysterious woman. At present, the exact relationship between Yi Chu and the two remains unclear, making it unwise to intervene directly. Should they pursue the matter, the Jiang family would not withstand the repercussions. Jiang Julong frowned. Must it be so complicated to deal with a mere waste? Junlan is correct. We must act with prudence. Jiang Haifeng remarked as he turned to Jiang Junlan. Junlan, feel free to share your thoughts. We could discreetly send someone after that young man to observe the Li family's reaction, Jiang Junlan suggested. The others nodded in agreement, finding her idea quite sound. Jiang Juanhu immediately remarked, I am acquainted with individuals from the Black Tiger Society. I can enlist their assistance. Jiang Haifeng nodded in agreement. Very well. I entrust this matter to you, Juanhu. Jiang Junlong acknowledged. Understood, father. In the Jiang Group's presidential office, Jiang Juyao gazed out at the bustling scenery. A subtle smile flickering in her eyes. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The call was swiftly connected, and a cool female voice resonated from the other end. Junior sister, congratulations. Senior sister, thank you for your assistance. I shall remember this favor, Jiang Junzhao replied solemnly. Once master emerges from seclusion, I will request her to bestow upon you additional dispelling pills. There was a brief silence on the line before a frigid voice responded. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Since your matters have been resolved, swiftly locate that place. Otherwise, should master become enraged, we shall all suffer dire consequences. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in the tone of her interlocutor. I understand. Furthermore, exercise caution around the young lady of the Huangfu family. She is not a simple character. I will be vigilant. Meanwhile, Han Mengwan intended to arrange a position for Yi Chu within the company, but she was repeatedly thwarted by Jiang Haiyun, who clearly did not wish for Yi Chu's comfort. Unbeknownst to her, this aligned perfectly with Yi Chu's desires. Having been confined for 3 years, he was reluctant to return to any form of employment. Ultimately, he fabricated an excuse to leave Yuming Pharmaceuticals. After his departure, he planned to seek out Yun Bingwan to mend their relationship, as she possibly possessed dragon blood and might have knowledge regarding the dragon lineage. At present, there seems to be no hope from the Yi family. To uncover the secrets of his lineage, one must seek other avenues. If he were to approach them directly, he would undoubtedly be met with a cold reception. Thus, a gift must be procured. After some contemplation, Yi Chu concluded that he ought to buy something to appease the other party. Given Yun Bingwan's demeanor upon her departure the other day, it would be a stroke of luck if she were to simply refrain from causing him further trouble, let alone provide him with any answers. He hailed a cab and made his way to Jiangnan Jewelry, the largest jewelry store in Jiangdu. As the daughter of the Yun family, Yun Bingwan would undoubtedly dismiss anything ordinary. Thus, he needed to select something of considerable value. Jiangnan Jewelry is situated in the heart of the city's jewelry district, where an array of exquisite shops can be found, with Jiangnan Jewelry standing out prominently at the center of the street. Upon arriving, Yichu stepped out of the cab and walked directly into Jiangnan Jewelry. He initially intended to navigate around, but suddenly he caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the crowd and decided to approach. In the center of the throng, a middle-aged man with a rotund visage was glaring imperiously at a young couple. The woman was none other than Sun Yuro, while the man was a stranger to Yichu. "You must compensate me 1 million today. Otherwise, you shall not leave here," the middle-aged man declared, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, the young man's complexion shifted dramatically as he protested. "Wasn't that bracelet priced at 10,000? How has it escalated to 1 million? The middle-aged man scoffed. 10,000 was the price before it shattered. Now, it's worth 1 million. If you dispute it, then you must provide me with an identical piece." Those nearby silently shook their heads, recognizing that this unfortunate couple had crossed paths with the notorious Luo Sampang, marking a most unfortunate turn of events for them. In the jewelry district, who does not know that the other is a ruthless, black-hearted thug? Although many harbor resentment, no one dares to confront him due to his connections. The man, feigning bravado, declared, "You are robbing me outright." I shall summon the city guards." "Go ahead and try," retorted the middle-aged, portly man with a cold laugh, waving his hand. Instantly, several burly men encircled him. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily shifted the blame, exclaiming, "Boss, this is not my fault. It was this woman who shattered the bracelet. You should seek compensation from her." Sun Yuru's face was a picture of shock, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at him. The man, feeling a twinge of guilt, quickly reminded himself of the staggering sum of 1 million and gritted his teeth. "What are you staring at? Did I say something incorrect? If you hadn't reacted so dramatically, the bracelet wouldn't have been broken." Sun Yuru's chest heaved with anger as she retorted, You are shameless." Furious and anxious, tears welled in her eyes. The man before her, Wen Xiaoshan, was an arranged suitor introduced by a relative. Instead of feeling delighted, Sun Xiuying had unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Sun Yuru, urging her to keep her distance from Yichu. According to her mother, Yichu was already married, and his kindness towards Sun Yuru was surely not sincere. Furthermore, she pressured her into blind dates, seemingly hoping to dissuade Yichu from pursuing her. Initially, Sun Yuru resisted vehemently, but ultimately succumbed to her mother's relentless persuasion. Reluctantly, she agreed to a meeting, thinking to simply appease the situation. Recently, accompanied by her mother and the matchmaker, the two had dined together. During the meal, Wen Xiaoshan had exhibited utmost politeness, leaving a favorable impression on Sun Xiuying. After dinner, Wen Xiaoshan invited Sun Yuru to take a stroll together. Sun Xiuying readily agreed and insistently urged Sun Yuru to accompany him, encouraging them to become better acquainted. As they wandered, they arrived at Jewel Street, where Wen Xiaoshan, perhaps eager to display his financial prowess and win Sun Yuru's favor, intended to purchase a jade bracelet for her. Despite Sun Yuru's fervent refusals, she could not withstand his persistent coaxing. After all, they were introduced by relatives, and she felt compelled to show some courtesy. She thought they might simply enter to take a look and then claim disinterest. However, Wen Xiaoshan, acting unilaterally, selected a piece and, seizing her wrist when she was distracted, attempted to put it on her. Sun Yuru instinctively pulled away, causing the jade bracelet to fly from her hand and shatter into several pieces, leading to the current predicament. Chapter 59. Shamelessness. Luo Sampang scrutinized Sun Yuru from head to toe, growing increasingly fond of her. She was precisely the type he favored. "Little girl, if you are willing to accompany me for a month, you need not worry about compensating for the bracelet," he leered. This, in truth, was the underlying reason for his fixation on them. Sun Yuru, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, "You must be joking." Luo Sampang snorted dismissively, unwilling. "Are you? Then you shall pay for it, not a single cent less." Wen Xiaoshan immediately grew anxious, hissing under his breath, "Have you lost your mind? Hurry and agree. This man is clearly not to be trifled with. If we provoke him, we shall surely face dire consequences. Besides, what is a mere month in exchange? Rest assured, I shall not look down upon you afterward." Sun Yuru was left utterly bewildered, astonished that such shameless individuals existed in the world. The onlookers, upon hearing Wen Xiaoshan's words, displayed expressions of disdain. A grown man, instead of confronting matters head-on, chose to push his girlfriend forward, all while speaking in such a grandiloquent manner. Not only was he lacking in character, but he was also utterly shameless. The spectators, unaware of the nature of their relationship and mistaking them for mere acquaintances out shopping, pointed and whispered among themselves. Faced with such scrutiny, Wen Xiaoshan felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, in this moment, pride held little value. The sum at stake was a staggering 1 million, an amount he could never hope to muster, even if he were to exhaust his entire fortune. Unless he resorted to exorbitant loans, he would never allow a woman to ruin the course of his future. In any case, you must quickly agree to the terms, or prepare to face financial repercussions. After all, it was your carelessness that shattered the bracelet, and I shall not part with a single coin. His tone was resolute. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Sun Yuru was on the verge of tears, filled with regret. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never consented to the blind date. Enough of this quarrel. We must settle the debt. Luo Sanpeng's expression darkened, or no one shall leave. The two exchanged glances, Wen Xiaoshan pondering an escape while Sun Yuru considered enlisting Yi Chu's assistance. After much deliberation, she ultimately refrained from making the call, feeling too guilty to reach out to him again. It seems you two have no intention of cooperating. You lot, escort them inside to have a seat. Luo Sanpeng commanded with a wave of his hand, and several burly men stepped forward. Wen Xiaoshan hastily pleaded, "Boss, I truly cannot produce 1 million. Would 10,000 suffice? Additionally, you may deal with this woman as you see fit." Luo Sanpeng raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation. "Given your commendable attitude, 10,000 shall suffice." Wen Xiaoshan felt a sense of relief wash over him as he promptly retrieved his phone to transfer the funds. After completing the transaction, he cautiously inquired, "Boss, may I take my leave?" Scram. Luo Sanpeng waved his hand dismissively. Just as Wen Xiaoshan was about to depart, an unexpected voice rang out. "Wait." Everyone turned to see who dared to intervene in Luo Sanpeng's affairs. A tall young man approached. "Yi Chu," Sun Yuro exclaimed, her eyes brimming with delight. In her moment of greatest need, Yi Chu had once again come to her aid. Luo Sanpeng narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Who are you?" Yi Chu disregarded him, casting a cold gaze towards Wen Xiaoshan. "Stop." Wen Xiaoshan, eager to escape, paid no heed. Yi Chu let out a disdainful snort and flicked a silver needle, causing excruciating pain to shoot through Wen Xiaoshan's left calf, making him stumble and fall to the ground. Realizing that he had lost all sensation in his left foot, he looked on in horror. What have you done to me?" Sun Yuro did not hold back, recounting the circumstances truthfully. She even revealed the reason her mother had urged her to attend the blind date, seemingly intent on dispelling any misunderstandings Yi Chu might harbor. "Yi Chu, my mother can be quite suspicious. She means no harm, so please don't take offense." She spoke cautiously, fearful that Yi Chu might be angered. "Rest assured, I am not so petty. It's just that your mother's taste appears to be quite lacking, to have chosen someone like this." Yi Chu jested, subtly glancing at Wen Xiaoshan. Such a spineless man was the epitome of his disdain. Indeed, Sun Yuro nodded in agreement. "If it weren't for Yi Chu's timely arrival today, I would have been at a complete loss. Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The disdainful indifference of Yi Chu left Luo Sanpeng's expression exceedingly grim. Yi Chu cast a cold glance at him, his tone laced with amusement. "You demand 100,000 for a jade bracelet worth 10,000. This is clearly extortion. Is it no longer customary to conduct business with integrity in this day and age?" "Custom?" Luo Sanpeng initially scoffed, then his face twisted into a brazen smirk. "In this street, my rules reign supreme." Yi Chu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such audacity. "What's this? Are you challenging me?" Luo Sanpeng's expression was mocking. "Even if you're unwilling, you'll have to swallow it. On this street, if you're a tiger, you must crouch. If you're a dragon, you must lie low. Or else you shall not leave this street." Despite the arrogance in his words, none among the onlookers dared to refute him. For behind Luo Sanpeng stood the Black Tiger Society, a formidable force indeed. It was evident that, aside from the Jiang and Jewelry House, none dared to provoke him. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I, for one, am disinclined to believe in such superstition. I intend to see how you can deal with me. Unaware of your own folly, since you're so eager to witness, I shall oblige you." Luo Sanpeng's demeanor turned grim as he gestured to several burly men. "Go on. Break this brat's limbs first, then we shall take our time." The group of muscular men advanced rapidly towards Yi Chu. Drawing from past experiences, Sun Yuro remained unfazed, swiftly stepping aside to avoid hindering Yi Chu's performance. As the burly men prepared to strike, the onlookers silently shook their heads, certain that Yi Chu was doomed. However, the next scene left them utterly astounded. In a flurry of movement, Yi Chu dispatched all the burly men with just a few punches and kicks. The sensation was as smooth as if one had casually crushed a few ants beneath their fingers. It became evident that some martial prowess could indeed embolden one to act with such arrogance. Luo Sanpang, unfazed, coldly remarked, "Youngster, you have committed a grave mistake. My brother-in-law is the leader of the Black Tiger Society. These individuals are all affiliated with the Black Tiger Society, and by striking them, you have provoked the wrath of the organization." At this juncture, his tone grew chilling. The repercussions of antagonizing the Black Tiger Society were indeed severe. If you wish to avoid the destruction of your family, you would do well to heed my words. Yi Chu feigned curiosity, inquiring, "Oh, and what do you propose?" Luo Sanpang's gaze was laced with amusement as he replied, "It's quite simple. All you need to do is bow and apologize, and allow that woman to accompany me for a few months. Furthermore, I see potential in your skills. You could serve as my loyal dog henceforth. In doing so, we may let today's incident pass without further consequence." Chapter 60. Jiangnan Jewelry Store. Luo Sanpang, with an air of superiority, scrutinized Yi Chu from a lofty position. His eyes filled with disdain, completely disregarding him. The onlookers turned their attention to Yi Chu, eager to witness his response. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "What are you, to dare speak so boldly before me?" With that, he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Luo Sanpang's chest. The impact resonated with a loud crash as Luo Sanpang's corpulent form was sent flying, shattering the glass door of the shop. Silence enveloped the scene. When Xiaoshan's face turned pale as he trembled, retreating behind the crowd, fearful of drawing Yi Chu's attention, Yi Chu strode towards the bloodied Luo Sanpang, casting a detached gaze upon him. Luo Sanpang wiped the blood from his face, his eyes turning crimson with rage. "You scoundrel, just wait. If I don't end your life today, I shall no longer be called Luo San." Enduring the pain, he took out his phone to seek help. Once the call connected, he immediately lamented, "Brother-in-law, there is someone causing trouble here, and they even struck me, showing no respect for the Black Tiger Society. You must stand up for me." It was unclear what was said on the other end, but his expression shifted to one of intense agitation. After hanging up, he shouted at Yi Chu, "You brat. If you have the guts, don't run away. My brother-in-law will be here shortly." He urged them to hurry as he waited at the Jiangnan Jewelry Store. Yi Chu tossed a remark before leading Sun Yuru towards Jiangnan Jewelry Store, followed by a throng of onlookers eager to witness whether Yi Chu was merely youthful and impetuous or truly possessed the audacity to back up his bravado. In the shadows, when Xiaoshan's eyes gleamed with resentment as he trailed behind, fueled by an intense hatred for Yi Chu due to his incapacitated left foot, he felt a profound sense of discontent unless he witnessed Yi Chu being punished. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chu had merely sealed his acupoints temporarily, and he would regain full function with the removal of the silver needles. "Yi Chu, thank you." Sun Yuru expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her gaze towards him brimming with admiration. "It was just a trivial matter. No need to dwell on it," Yi Chu replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then cautioned her, "In the future, if you encounter similar situations, do not hesitate to call me. Do not act recklessly." Sun Yuru nodded gently in acknowledgement. Moments later, upon entering the Jiangnan Jewelry Store, they were warmly greeted by a young female sales assistant. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Yi Chu replied nonchalantly, "I would like to browse first." The sales assistant led the way, enthusiastically introducing the various items available in the store. The lack of discernment was evident in the disdainful glint of an elderly saleswoman's eyes. The Jiangnan Jewelry Store was in close proximity to the establishment owned by the infamous Luo Sanpang. She enjoyed observing the unfolding drama and had witnessed the entire affair. In her view, Yi Chu had offended Luo Sanpang, and it was only a matter of time before he faced the repercussions. The audacity of the young saleswoman to assist him was, in her opinion, a futile endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, the elderly saleswoman promptly ascended to the second floor to report the matter to the store manager. Meanwhile, the young saleswoman was enthusiastically presenting the merchandise to Yi Chu. After surveying the offerings, Yi Chu, uncertain of what to purchase, inquired, "What is the most expensive item you have here?" The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of skepticism crossing her features. The young man appeared rather unremarkable, and his confidence seemed rather presumptuous. It was important to note that this was Jiangnan Jewelry Store, home to opulent pieces, including those worth hundreds of millions. Even the genuine scions of wealth might hesitate to indulge. Sensing her doubt, Yi Chu smiled and teased, "What? Do you think I can't afford it?" The saleswoman quickly shook her head. No, sir, please follow me upstairs." Yi Chu nodded slightly and followed her, accompanied by Sun Yuru. The onlookers who had followed them up the stairs wore expressions of astonishment, pondering whether Yi Chu might be a scion of a prominent family. This could potentially explain his indifference towards the Black Tiger Society. Curiosity piqued, they followed suit. The jewelry on the second floor was evidently of a superior caliber, with each piece valued at millions. Sir, we have a signature treasure in our store. Aptly named Heart of the Forest, it is crafted from the most exquisite portion of imperial green jade, personally sculpted by the foremost artisan of the Dragon Kingdom. Yichu's interest was piqued. Where is it? Bring it out for me to see. Right this way. The saleswoman quickened her pace and soon arrived at a central location on the second floor. There stood a solitary glass display case, showcasing an exquisite jade necklace. The chain was composed of diamonds of varying sizes and unique shapes, culminating in a heart-shaped jade pendant adorned with a delicate ring of tiny diamonds at its edge. Under the illumination of the lights, it sparkled with resplendent brilliance, offering a breathtaking visual impact that made it difficult to tear one's gaze away. At the bottom of the display was a description and price of the necklace. Heart of the Forest, priced at 220 million. Upon seeing this figure, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The saleswoman, beaming with a smile, asked, Sir, are you satisfied with the Heart of the Forest? Quite so, Yichu nodded. May I see it? The saleswoman hesitated, for the Heart of the Forest was exceedingly valuable, and she could not afford to take responsibility in the event of damage. Yichu produced a Jiangnan dragon card. Are you familiar with this card? The saleswoman scrutinized the card closely, and her pupils dilated in shock, nearly gasping aloud. As an employee of Jiangnan Jewelry, she was well aware of the Jiangnan Dragon card. It was the highest-tier card from Jiangnan Commerce. Introduced during her training to ensure that subordinates would not offend its bearer, she never anticipated that she would personally attend to a cardholder in her lifetime. Oh, it seems you recognize it, Yichu remarked with a faint smile. Am I now allowed to see it? Yes, of course, she replied, visibly flustered. The female sales associate nodded eagerly and was about to unlock the display case to retrieve the Heart of the Forest when a sudden voice interrupted. Stop. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and saw three figures approaching. In addition to the earlier sales associate, there was a man and a woman. The man, portly and balding, was dressed in a manner befitting a high-ranking executive, his status unmistakable. The woman, adorned with flamboyant makeup and draped in gold and silver, exuded an alluring charm, presenting herself as a striking beauty, albeit not quite on par with the exquisite Sun Yura. Store manager, the sales associate greeted respectfully. The woman reprimanded her sharply. Who permitted you to handle the Heart of the Forest? Are you unaware of its immense value? Can you afford to compensate for any damage? Manager, the sales associate hastily began to explain, eager to mention the Jiangnan Long card, but was abruptly silenced by the woman. Be quiet and stand aside. I will deal with you later. After finishing her tirade, the woman ignored the sales associate and shifted her gaze towards Yichu and his companion. Lingering primarily on Sun Yura. I thought I recognized you. It is our school's renowned beauty, Sun Yura. As she spoke, her attention turned to Yichu, feigning curiosity while secretly probing. She had long heard of Sun Yurua's lofty standards, dismissing even the wealthiest heirs, and imagined that her chosen companion must belong to some illustrious family. Yichu, bold enough to confront Luo Sampang and intent on purchasing the Heart of the Forest, could very well be a person of significance. Rather than attacking directly, she chose to test the waters first. Sun Yurua's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly replied. No comment, and I am not familiar with you. The woman before me is Xiaomei, a fellow student at Jiangdu University, albeit several years my senior. Initially, we were strangers. Yet a rivalry ensued when I inadvertently usurped her status as the campus belle, inciting her jealousy. Xiaomei has since made it her mission to undermine me within the school. And due to my lack of influence and unwillingness to exploit my beauty, I have suffered considerable setbacks. My impression of her is far from favorable. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of irritation. Sun Yuro, you call yourself the campus beauty, but don't get ahead of yourself. You are merely a girl without any connections. She scoffed. Do you think this is still school, where foolish admirers back you? Let me tell you, out there, everything is dictated by interests. I remained silent, my expression cold. Xiaomei scoffed again, her gaze shifting to Yichu. Sir, the Heart of the Forest is indeed precious. Should you wish to see it, you must first verify your assets. The female sales associate hesitated momentarily before shaking her head, wary of concealing the presence of clients holding the Jiangnan Dragon card. Yichu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he noted her assertion that no such rule existed. Chapter 61. The Insignificant Black Tiger Society. I can effortlessly annihilate it. Xiaomei shot a furious glare at the saleswoman, incredulous that an employee of the jewelry store would dare to speak on behalf of an outsider. Humph, am I the store manager, or are you? She retorted coldly, her eyes gleaming with derision. What's the matter? Afraid to verify your assets? Could it be that you are simply impoverished? Initially, she intended to probe further, but upon reflection, she deemed her caution excessive. Let us not forget that this young man has already offended the Black Tiger Society. It remains uncertain whether he can depart from this place unscathed. Furthermore, with the support of this prominent figure beside him, even if the opposing party possesses some influence, they are unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Yichu wore a mocking expression. After all, the Jiangnan jewelry store is a well-known enterprise in Jiangnan province. And it is rather absurd that a mere shop manager such as this individual, who looks down on others, holds such a position. It seems the owner of Jiangnan jewelry must be blind. Xiao Mei's countenance darkened, yet instead of expressing her anger outright, she turned to the bald middle-aged man with a hint of grievance, saying, Mr. Qian, this fellow is bullying people. You must stand up for the innocent. Though the bald man recognized that the woman was deliberately feigning innocence, he was nonetheless captivated by her act. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor and directed his gaze at Yichu, saying, You young man, how audacious of you to speak disrespectfully to someone from Jiangnan jewelry. Yichu replied with a tone slightly heavier, And who might you be? The bald man, with an air of arrogance, responded, You are not even worthy to know my identity. He waved his hand grandly, fabricating a non-existent charge against Yichu. Several security personnel promptly encircled Yichu, trapping him. The onlookers were taken aback. The bald man's swagger rivaled that of Luo Sanpeng. He brazenly assigned false accusations without a second thought. However, some individuals present understood that the middle-aged man indeed had the arrogance to back it up. He was not only the general manager of Jiangnan Jewelry but also a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. His status far surpassed that of Luo Sanpeng. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered. With her keen intellect, she quickly discerned that the bald man intended to curry favor with the Black Tiger Society later on. Indeed, individuals of such stature will seize every opportunity to forge connections. Yichu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. At that moment, a group of people stormed in with great fervor. Leading them was a short, menacing middle-aged man, flanked by others who wore equally fierce expressions, including the rotund Luo San. It was evident that these were his reinforcements. Luo San pointed at Yichu and declared, Brother-in-law, that's the brat. The fierce middle-aged man nodded and strode forward, the crowd parting instinctively to grant him passage. He regarded Yichu with a chilling gaze and spoke, You boy, are the one who dared to provoke my Black Tiger Society? Yichu replied with an air of nonchalance, Indeed, that would be me. What do you intend to do about it? With a grin that revealed his bravado, the middle-aged man replied, I am Wei Qi-xiong of the Black Tiger Society. You have the audacity to step outside with me. He refrained from making a move within the establishment. Clearly wary of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce that backed the jewelry shop, Yichu scoffed, Oh, the rotund one here was boasting about your Black Tiger Society as if it were invincible, yet you turn out to be a coward. Why step outside? If you have the guts, act here. The onlookers expressed astonishment at Yichu's audacity, though some speculated he might be afraid, explaining his presence in this location. Despite the Black Tiger Society's formidable reputation, they were cautious not to offend the Jiangnan Jewelry House, given the immense influence of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce behind it. Is this your reliance, boy? Wei Qi-xiong's eyes glinted with menace. Do you truly believe that hiding here puts you beyond my reach? Having concluded his words, he turned to the balding middle-aged man and courteously inquired, Mr. Qian, may I address a personal matter here? I shall compensate for any damages incurred thereafter at the established rate. Qian Senheo chuckled heartily, replying, Master Weiqi, you are too kind. I had intended to apprehend this fellow and hand him over to you, but since you have arrived, it is only fitting that you deal with him personally. Thank you. Mr. Qian. Wei Qi-xiong clasped his fists in gratitude, then cast a piercing gaze toward Yichu, signaling the men behind him with a wave of his hand. Instantly, several burly figures advanced, fist raised, aiming to strike Yichu. They were blissfully unaware of their impending doom. With a disdainful snort, Yichu retaliated. And with a series of resounding thuds, the assailants were hurled backward, crashing into nearby display cabinets, shattering them and scattering precious jewels across the floor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The jewels and jade strewn about were worth millions. It became evident that he was a martial artist. Explaining his audacity and challenging my Black Tiger Society, Wei Qi-xiong's expression shifted to one of surprise before hardening into a frigid glare. Do not be mistaken. Even a mere body refinement practitioner like you, or a master of opening meridians, who dares to defy my Black Tiger Society, shall pay the price. He boldly swung his fist, targeting Yi Chu's face with lightning speed. As the leader of the Black Tiger Society, his prowess was formidable. "Brother-in-law, eliminate this brat," Luo Sanpeng exclaimed with excitement. However, in the next moment, the exhilaration on his face froze. Yi Chu effortlessly unleashed a punch, sending the formidable Wei Qi Xiong flying across the room. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. As the crowd reflected sheer shock in their eyes, Yi Chu retracted his fist and regarded Luo Sanpeng with indifference. "Is this the savior you have summoned, fatty?" Luo Sanpeng trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Yet, he was no match for the youthful adversary. What formidable strength did the opponent possess? Wei Qi Xiong's eyes bulged in disbelief, and with a sudden spurt of blood, he collapsed to the ground, evidently overwhelmed by rage. "Brother-in-law." Luo Sanpeng rushed forward in alarm. Suddenly, a series of applause echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Qian Haosen clapping his hands, a look of keen interest adorning his face. Impressive, truly impressive, to defeat the leader of the Black Tiger Society with such potential. This young friend will surely become a formidable figure in due time. Qian Haosen's admiration was soon tempered by a note of regret. Alas, the Black Tiger Society is unlikely to grant this young man the opportunity to grow. In his view, although Yi Chu possessed talent, he was still young and impulsive, lacking the wisdom to conceal his prowess. Little did he realize, being overly aggressive can lead to one's downfall. The Black Tiger Society is not to be trifled with. As a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, he possessed knowledge far beyond that of the ordinary individual. The Black Tiger Society not only boasted formidable strength but also had powerful backing. It was rumored to have been initially supported by a significant force in Jinling to counter the White Wolf Society. Once, the White Wolf Society dominated the Jiangdu region, led by the ambitious young leader known as the White Wolf King, who aspired to expand into the provincial capital of Jinling. However, just at that moment, the Black Tiger Society emerged seemingly out of nowhere, quickly establishing a firm foothold in Jiangdu and standing toe-to-toe with the White Wolf Society. Presently, it has subtly eclipsed the latter. Among the local powers in Jiangdu, only the Long family could maintain a slight upper hand over the Black Tiger Society. Yi Chu gazed calmly at his adversary, declaring, "The mere Black Tiger Society is but a trivial challenge that I could easily dismantle." The tone was unassuming, yet the content struck like thunder. Chapter 62. Show me. Qian Haosen was momentarily taken aback, but soon a sneer appeared on his face. "You are quite arrogant, my friend. Yet such arrogance must come at a price. One day you will certainly pay for your words." The onlookers shook their heads, deeming Yi Chu excessively presumptuous. Completely oblivious to the terror of the Black Tiger Society, Luo Sanpeng glared at Yi Chu with malice, beckoning a few injured men to assist Wei Qi Xiong as they prepared to leave. "A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait." "Stop." Luo Sanpeng trembled at the command, turning to see Yi Chu's piercing gaze fixed upon him. What do you want?" His voice quivered, genuinely fearing that Yi Chu might assault him. Yi Chu stepped forward, his tone indifferent. "You frightened my friend earlier. Shouldn't you provide some form of compensation?" Luo Sanpeng, eager to escape, gritted his teeth and asked, "How much do you want?" Yi Chu extended 5 fingers. 50,000. "I can send that right away," Luo Sanpeng responded, feeling a sense of relief as he reached for his phone to transfer the funds. However, Yi Chu's expression darkened. 50,000? Are you trying to insult me?" "I meant 5 million. Gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by Yi Chu's audacity. After physically assaulting someone, he now demanded a staggering 5 million in compensation. Luo Sanpeng's lips twitched in anger as he struggled to contain his fury. "Do not take advantage of me too much. Have you not heard the saying, those who bully others will ultimately be bullied themselves?" Yi Chu remained unfazed, replying coldly, "I am indeed bullying you. What will you do about it?" Luo Sanpeng opened his mouth to retort but paused, realizing the futility of resistance. Indeed, what could he do? He was no match for Yi Chu. "Fine, I will transfer the money." He clenched his teeth, recognizing that the situation left him no choice but to concede. Yi Chu waved his hand at Sun Yuru, saying, "Yuru, please provide your card number." "Brother Yi, just transfer it to you will suffice," Sun Yuru hurriedly declined. "That won't do. I must ensure that the compensation reaches you." Under Yi Chu's firm insistence, Sun Yuru reluctantly disclosed her card number. When she received the notification of the funds being transferred, she was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, she was merely a struggling student, and now she found herself endowed with a fortune of 1 million. "Begone," Yi Chu gestured dismissively. Luo Sanpeng, feeling as though he had been granted amnesty, swiftly departed. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. The Black Tiger Society had arrived with great bravado, only to leave in such a disheartened state. How foolish, Hausen remarked, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the scattered jade jewelry. Young man, your affairs with the Black Tiger Society do not concern me. However, you are liable for the damages incurred here. Yichu glanced at the array of jewels and calmly replied, these items were damaged by the members of the Black Tiger Society. Why should I be held accountable? With arms crossed, Hausen retorted, I declare that you are responsible for the damages. Furthermore, your actions have disrupted my business operations, warranting compensation. A modest sum of 5 million will suffice. His gaze was condescending. Despite Yichu's victory over Wei Qixing, he still viewed him with disdain. After all, with the backing of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, he felt no fear. Yichu's heart harbored a cold amusement, and his eyes deepened with intensity. And what if I refuse to pay? What will you do then? Young man, you must think carefully. My Jiangnan jewelry house is not the Black Tiger Society, Hausen warned, his gaze narrowing dangerously. Do not presume that a modicum of martial prowess allows for arrogance. There are countless individuals in this world far more formidable than yourself. Before the Jiangnan jewelry store, you are but an insignificant insect. The onlookers nodded in tacit agreement. Behind the Jiangnan jewelry store looms the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a true behemoth that even the Black Tiger Society would not dare to provoke. Many shook their heads, believing that Yichu's youthful impetuosity would lead him to misfortune today. An insect, you say? Yichu chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. You are correct. Before me, you are merely an insect. The crowd gasped, astonished by the young man's audacity. Qian Sinheo's expression darkened completely, his gaze icy. However, before he could speak, Xiaomei interjected, you audacious rogue, how dare you disrespect Mr. Qian? Do you comprehend his stature? Your meager abilities are utterly insignificant before the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Even a mere notable could effortlessly crush you. She held her chin high, her eyes radiating an air of superiority, as if she herself were a figure of immense authority within the chamber. Hausen nodded in approval. This woman is quite adept at navigating social dynamics, and his efforts to elevate her were not in vain. Yichu, disinterested in rebuttal, forcefully slammed the Jiangnan dragon card onto Xiaomei's face. You audacious little brat, how dare you? Xiaomei was about to unleash her wrath, but upon catching a glimpse of the card, her body trembled in shock, her expression one of sheer horror. Why you? Overwhelmed by astonishment, she struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. What madness is this? Hausen reprimanded her with discontent. Xiaomei took a deep breath and cautiously handed the Jiangnan dragon card to the former. President Xiao he possesses the Jiangnan dragon card. Hausen's pupils constricted as he promptly received the card, scrutinizing it intently. Upon confirming its authenticity, a wave of shock surged within him. Who exactly are you? How could you possess the Jiangnan dragon card? Yichu maintained an air of indifference, responding, you are not worthy to know my identity. Hausen's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Since his promotion to a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, few had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Despite the fury boiling inside him, he dared not show the slightest hint of discontent. The bearer of the Jiangnan dragon card was not someone he could afford to offend. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Yichu was so audacious. Could this young man be a figure of significance from the provincial capital? His thoughts swirled with uncertainty. He was acquainted with the notable young scions of the city, and he was certain none bore such a name. The esteemed one is right. It was my folly to speak out of turn. Hausen collected his thoughts, hastily nodding, his face betraying his unease. My lord, I was blind to your grandeur earlier and inadvertently offended you. I hope you will overlook my transgressions and not hold them against me. The onlookers were taken aback. How could the previously arrogant Hausen suddenly alter his demeanor? What manner of identity did this young man possess to elicit such subservience from a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Yichu wore a mocking expression. What? No compensation required then. Hausen quickly shook his head. My lord jokes. Those items were destroyed by the members of the Black Tiger Society. They have no relation to you at all. The corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched, as it was evident that the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was indeed no ordinary individual. The audacity displayed was unparalleled, and it truly opened my eyes to the fact that within the esteemed Jiangnan Chamber, there existed despicable and capricious individuals. Yichu clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with derision. The previous Zhao Daji exhibited similar behavior, and now Hausen followed suit. He began to doubt the judgment of the chamber's leadership. Could it be that the leader was of the same ilk? Despite being publicly humiliated, Hausen refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he wore a sycophantic smile and lingered nearby. Yi Chu, disinterested in him, turned to the young sales associate and commanded, "Bring forth the heart of the forest for my inspection." The associate, fearing to hesitate, promptly complied. This time, no one dared to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Hausen swiftly retrieved his phone to search for the card's information. He needed to ascertain the identity of the individual to determine his next course of action. If it were someone ordinary, it would be manageable. However, if this person had connections to the upper echelons of the chamber, the situation could become dire. He had to devise a remedy. Soon, he discovered the card details, and upon seeing the cardholder's name, he was momentarily stunned. Li Jingxian, the first lady of the city and the eldest daughter of the distinguished Li family of Jinling, she was indeed a person of great significance. Was this individual connected to the first lady, or had the Jiangnan dragon card been pilfered? His heart was a tumult of uncertainty. Yet, having learned from past experiences, he refrained from speaking impulsively. Considering that a prominent figure would be arriving shortly, he resolved to inquire further then. Suppressing his anxious thoughts and continuing to maintain a cordial demeanor beside her, Yi Chu took the heart of the forest handed to her by the female sales assistant, delicately toying with it in her hands. It was undeniably beautiful, truly deserving of its title as the store's treasure. However, it seemed somewhat mismatched with Yun Bingwan's aura. With her flowing purple hair and regal presence, she would perhaps be better suited to a piece of purple jade. Contemplating this, she turned to Sun Yuru and smiled. "Yuru, come here. Let me see you wear it." Sun Yuru was startled and quickly waved her hands. "Big brother Yi, I can't. It's too precious." As she spoke, her heart raced like a startled deer, her mind in a whirl. Was Yi Chu truly so kind to her? Could it be as her mother said, that his intentions were not pure? But upon further reflection, she found that unlikely. With 2 billion, what woman could not be found? What did it matter if it was valuable? "Put it on. Let me have a look." Yi Chu assertively placed the exquisite jade necklace around the girl's neck. The delicate craftsmanship accentuating Sun Yuru's fair and graceful neck, a sight to behold. If she were to don a formal gown, she would undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Chapter 63. A frustrating situation indeed. "It's truly beautiful," Yi Chu praised sincerely. The heart of the forest complimented Sun Yuru's charm perfectly. The onlookers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Such exquisite jewelry paired with a strikingly beautiful girl created an impeccable match. Sun Yuru felt a bit shy under the praise, lowering her head slightly. Meanwhile, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Xiao Mei's eyes. She longed to swap places with Sun Yuru. After all, that was a heart of the forest worth over 2 billion. If it adorned her neck, it would be worth any sacrifice. "Dad, what are you doing?" A sudden voice interrupted the moment. As the crowd turned to the source of the sound, a young man approached. Hausen, surprised, asked, Xian, what brings you here? Did you not mention that a rare violet had arrived at the shop?" "I came to have a look." However, the youth's words trailed off as his gaze was captivated by the striking beauty of Sun Yurua, who stood out in the crowd. At that moment, he could not suppress his feelings of infatuation. Just as he contemplated introducing himself, he caught sight of Yi Chu turning around, causing his expression to freeze instantly. Yi Chu, recognizing the familiar voice, turned to see a familiar face. "Oh, is this not young Master Qian? Long time no see." The young man was none other than Qian Xian. Confronted by Yi Chu's teasing smile, he was reminded of their previous encounter, and his expression darkened immediately. "What a nuisance. It seems fate has conspired to bring us together today, and I shall not let you have an easy time." The thought of having to borrow money to repay his credit card debts filled him with resentment towards Yi Chu. Hausen, puzzled, inquired, Xian, "Do you know this gentleman?" "Gentleman?" Xian scoffed. "Father, you must have been deceived. He is merely a useless son-in-law." Without reservation, Xian revealed Yi Chu's background. Illegitimate child, son-in-law. Upon hearing these terms, the onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. The seemingly arrogant youth, possessing such a dismal identity, completely astonished everyone present. Sun Yurua's beautiful eyes flickered. It was the first time she learned of Yi Chu's family history, and she found it hard to believe. How could someone so capable be an illegitimate child and a son-in-law? Hausen widened his eyes, initially expecting to encounter a significant figure, only to be met with this? How foolish of him to have been so cautious, resembling a lapdog. As this thought crossed his mind, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. What a useless son-in-law. Daring to deceive me. "Speak frankly, from where did you acquire this Jiangnan dragon card?" Yi Chu chuckled. finding the other party's capriciousness truly eye-opening. Humph. I see you are feeling guilty. Qianhaosen scoffed. Do you realize that the Jiangnan dragon cards are all registered under real names? I have already checked. And this card does not belong to you at all. You are misusing someone else's card, and the consequences are grave. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce will certainly pursue this matter rigorously. Yi Chu displayed a look of disdain, and with you as a representative. Can you truly speak for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Qianhaosen sneered. You will soon find out whether I can or cannot. He pulled out his phone, preparing to call for help. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. What is happening? Why all this commotion? Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and two graceful figures approached, sparking astonishment among the crowd. The newcomers were two stunningly beautiful women, one of whom rivaled Sun Yuro. Qianhaosen was taken aback and hurriedly went to greet them. Miss Zhuge, I apologize for my subordinate's delay in welcoming you. Please forgive us. The visitors were none other than Zhuge Jia and her secretary. She glanced at Yi Chu and inquired curiously, what transpired here? Qianhaosen, not daring to withhold anything, promptly recounted the events with embellishments. Miss Zhuge, it is that rascal who not only caused a ruckus in the store, but also impersonated another's Jiangnan dragon card. When discovered by my subordinates, he stubbornly refused to admit his wrongdoing, showing utter disregard for our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. I was just about to take action against him. Take action? Zhuge Jia's voice was laced with intrigue. Yes, indeed. Qianhaosen nodded, sensing an unusual tone in her words. Zhuge Jia chose to disregard him and strode directly towards Yi Chu. Oh, Master Yi, it seems you can be found anywhere. Yi Chu flashed a grin, suggesting that our fates are intertwined and perhaps we could get to know each other better. Zhuge Jia's expression stiffened slightly, her heart filled with disdain. This insolent young man dares to tease me. Haha, Master Yi, you jest. She offered a faint smile, then shifted the topic, commenting on Master Yi's lavishness towards his young girlfriend, casually mentioning sums in the billions. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the heart of the forest adorning Sun Yurua's neck. Misunderstood, Sun Yurua's face flushed crimson, yet she peculiarly refrained from offering an explanation, secretly reveling in the moment. Yi Chu chuckled. What is this? If Miss Zhuge is willing, I too can be equally extravagant. This audacious young man has clearly become addicted to his teasing. Zhuge Jia inwardly rolled her eyes, cautioning Master Yu not to jest further, lest the young lady become envious. The two continued their pleasant exchange, leaving those around them in a state of disbelief, especially those aware of Zhuge Jia's status. Qianhaosen trembled uncontrollably, his complexion drained of color. What on earth have I done? His head spun, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Qianhaosen hurriedly supported him, whispering with concern, Father, are you all right? Qianhaosen's eyes were bloodshot. What do you think? At this moment, he wished he could eliminate this troublesome entity. He had already humbled himself, only to be assured by the other party that Yi Chu was merely a useless son-in-law, not to be feared. Now, it seemed that the other party was acquainted with Zhuge Jia and had a close relationship with her. Offending her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him. Qianhaosen trembled and dared not utter a word. How could he have anticipated that Yi Chu, an illegitimate son and son-in-law, would actually know such a prominent figure as Zhuge Jia? Yi Chu did not conceal the truth, laying the matter bare. Zhuge Jia's expression darkened as she cast a cold gaze at Qianhaosen, her voice laced with disdain. Truly, you are a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Your ability to distort the truth is quite admirable. Chapter 64, Ziwei Star. With a thud, Qianhaosen knelt down. Miss Zhuge, I was in the wrong. I hope you will spare me this time. Our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce does not require the presence of a capricious individual like you, Zhuge Jia replied, her demeanor frosty. Considering our past relations, I shall compensate for the damage, Jade, but I will not pursue any further matters. Now leave at once. Miss Zhuge, Qianhaosen's face turned pale as he attempted to speak, but was coldly interrupted by Zhuge Jia. I do not wish to repeat myself. Qianhaosen opened his mouth but dared not speak further. After compensating, he departed with a dejected expression. Qianhaosen cast a reluctant glance at Yi Chu before following suit. And you may also take your leave, Zhuge Jia said, turning to Xiaomei, who dared not utter a single word and left in a dejected manner. After completing everything, she turned her gaze towards Yi Chu and inquired, Master Yi, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? Thank you, Miss Zhuge, Yi Chu replied gratefully. Then shifted the conversation. I heard that a superb violet has recently arrived at the store? Zhuge Jia glanced at the heart of the forest adorning Sun Yuru's neck and responded with surprise, Master Yi, are you not pleased with the heart of the forest? You misunderstand, Miss Zhuge, Yichu chuckled. I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and I wish to purchase a gift for her. He had not revealed the truth, but instead told a little lie. Zhuge Jia appeared momentarily taken aback and remarked meaningfully, Haha, Master Yi is indeed generous to his friends. Spending billions without hesitation. Yichu cleared his throat and asked, Miss Zhuge, could you bring it out for me to see? Of course, it is no problem. Zhuge Jia readily agreed and instructed a young female sales associate, please fetch the violet star from the warehouse. The sales associate was taken aback, her eyes betraying her uncontainable excitement. It was a rare honor for Zhuge Jia to give her such an order in front of so many people. All right, I will do that, she replied, quickly departing. The onlookers displayed curiosity. Soon, the sales associate returned, cradling a delicately designed jewelry box. Open it for Master Yi to see. Zhuge Jia commanded. The sales associate carefully opened the box, revealing its contents. A radiant purple light captured everyone's attention. Inside lay a pendant resembling a star, shimmering in purple hues, intricately carved with the image of a purple dragon. The exquisite shade of purple, combined with the majestic dragon motif, bestowed an air of both nobility and power. Paired with a delicate golden chain, the piece becomes extraordinarily exquisite. If the heart of the forest embodies elegance and splendor, the present ZY star exudes nobility and grandeur. Carved from the rarest premium violet, the two are entirely incomparable. At a mere glance, Yichu felt that the purple pendant perfectly suited Yun Bingwan. After an in-depth conversation that night, Yichu realized that Yun Bingwan possessed a depth beyond her gentle facade. Within her essence lay an air of nobility and aloofness. Coupled with her suspected lineage of dragon ancestry, the ZY star undoubtedly complemented her being. Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. At this remark, several industry professionals present displayed expressions of disbelief. Not long ago, a sky-high jade pendant had appeared at the Jinling auction house, reportedly fetching an astronomical price of 1 billion. To their astonishment, that very jade pendant now surfaced in Jiangdu. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Yichu was quietly astounded. A jade pendant could be so exorbitantly priced, rivaling the value of a pill he casually concocted. Zhuge Jia smiled and asked, Master Yi, what do you think of this ZY star? Yichu nodded in satisfaction. It's quite remarkable. I truly appreciate it. Zhuge Jia's lips curled into a smirk. Master Yi, you seem to be mistaken. This ZY star is not for sale. Then why bring it out? Yichu thought to himself, yet he chuckled. Everything can be sold. It merely depends on whether the price is right. Miss Zhuge, please name your price. I have my eyes set on this ZY star. Zhuge Jia wore a troubled expression, replying, Master Yi, please do not put me in a difficult position. This ZY star is truly not for sale. It was specifically sent by my family for me to use as a gift. Yichu harbored a sense of skepticism, suspecting that the other party was deliberately attempting to inflate the price. I have heard that Miss Zhuge's family operates a winery, he inquired unexpectedly. Zhuge Jia was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Yichu's sudden question. The Zhuge family, a prominent lineage in Jinling, possessed substantial strength and ventured into various industries, with the winemaking business being the most significant. The renowned Jiangnan Daku, celebrated throughout Daxia, was produced by her family. While winemaking is indeed lucrative, it is also fiercely competitive. In recent years, the Zhuge family had been attempting to diversify their ventures but had not achieved notable success. Zhuge Jia's visit to Jiangdu was motivated not only by competition with Huangfu Shiwei but also by a desire to explore new avenues. According to family regulations, anyone who successfully transitioned into a new industry could become the heir. May I ask why Master Yi inquires about this? She expressed, her curiosity piqued. Yichu refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. Might we have a word in private? Zhuge Jia nodded. Of course, please follow me. The group ascended to an office on the upper floor, where Zhuge Jia inquired, Master Yi, please feel free to speak your mind. Yichu smiled and remarked, I possess a particular wine that could elevate Miss Zhuge's family winery to the pinnacle of Longhua. Zhuge Jia's expression turned serious for a moment before she chuckled and shook her head. Master Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. Are you aware of how fierce the competition is in Longgua's winemaking industry? Were it not for the regard I hold for you, I would have already entered a mode of derision. Claiming to be the best in Daxia is quite bold. Even the Maotai distillery would hesitate to make such assertions, considering it is valued in the trillions. Faced with skepticism, Yichu remained unfazed, responding with a smile, Does Miss Zhuge believe I am jesting? Zhuge Jia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yichu did not appear to be joking. Master Yi, are you truly serious? Her expression suddenly turned grave. Certainly. Yichu nodded. If I could elevate your family's winery to the pinnacle of the Great Xia, would you be willing to part with that Ziwei Star Jade pendant? Naturally. Zhuge Jia smiled faintly, but the condition is that Master Yi possesses such capability. Yichu replied with a confident smile, the wine I mentioned is a medicinal brew. Crafted from 100 herbs steeped in liquor in a unique ratio, aptly named 100 herbs wine. Upon hearing this, the women present displayed expressions of astonishment. This is no ordinary health tonic, it is evidently a miraculous elixir. Many suffer from various ailments, and if this 100 herbs truly possesses such efficacy, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Just the thought of it ignites a thrill. Zhuge Jia took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, Master Yi, if this 100 herbs wine is indeed as remarkable as you claim, my family could genuinely become the foremost winery in Longhua. She paused momentarily, then with a look of skepticism continued, but this matter is significant. How will you substantiate your claims? Chapter 65, The Imaginative Zhuge Jia Miss Zhuge. I can even concoct the minor true essence pill, so this humble 100 herbs wine is hardly a challenge. Yichu spoke with unwavering confidence, and moreover, I have no reason to deceive you. Zhuge Jia nodded slightly at his words. Indeed, while the 100 herbs wine sounds extraordinary, it pales in comparison to the minor true essence pill, which can enable a person to transcend to the master realm. The mere possibility of its authenticity sent waves of excitement through her. Wait, why would he offer me such a precious item? Suddenly, Zhuge Jia felt a sense of caution arise within her. The medicinal wine is indeed a veritable treasure trove. Yichu could undoubtedly manage it independently. So why offer it to her? The pretext of exchanging it for the ZY star fails to convince her. For the value of a jadeite cannot possibly rival that of the medicinal wine. No, this young man must certainly have ulterior motives. With this thought, her vigilance heightened. Yet she maintained an outward appearance of composure. I naturally trust Master Yi. But the value of this medicinal wine is exorbitant and cannot be compared to a mere piece of jadeite. Is it not too much of a loss for you to give it to me so readily? Although she feigned modesty, her true intent was to probe further. This young woman is quite perceptive. Noticing her skepticism, Yichu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had initially intended to gift it to her directly, but it appeared that such a course was no longer feasible. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, Miss Zhuge, let me be frank with you. I actually wish to collaborate. Just as she suspected, Zhuge Jia's heart surged with clarity as she inquired with a smile. Pray tell, Master Yi, how do you envision this collaboration? Quite simply, I will provide the formula for the medicinal wine, and you will be responsible for its brewing and distribution. Zhuge Jia pressed further, what about the profit sharing? Despite their brief acquaintance, Yichu had discerned her inherently suspicious nature. If he requested too little, she would surely grow wary, so after a moment's consideration, he proposed 60-40. How does that sound to you, Miss Zhuge? Under Yichu's earnest gaze, alarm bells rang loudly in Zhuge Jia's mind. Something was amiss. This young man was not one to suffer a loss, and he was undoubtedly testing her resolve. Zhuge Jia mused quietly, her brow furrowing slightly, observing her troubled expression. Yichu promptly revised his offer. 70-30. Zhuge Jia's brow instantly relaxed as she smiled and extended her hand, echoing Master Yi's sentiment. You shall take 70, and I 30. May our collaboration be delightful. Yichu opened his mouth, pondering if that was truly the implication. A pleasant partnership indeed. He reached out and shook hands with her. Inwardly, Yichu mused that sometimes, being overly astute could prove disadvantageous. He had intended for the distribution to be the other way around, himself receiving 30 while she took 70, considering he was merely providing a formula without further obligations. Additionally, Yichu initially planned to gift the formula to her, as his true aim was not profit, but rather Zhuge Jia herself. Had she been privy to Yichu's genuine intentions, she would likely have been infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Yichu procured pen and paper, meticulously documenting the formula for the 100 herbs wine along with the requisite proportions, promptly handing it over to Zhuge Jia. She was somewhat taken aback. Without a contract in place, Yichu simply bestowed the formula upon her. This gesture of trust was moving. However, recalling Yichu's character, she became cautious once more. Something felt amiss. He was undoubtedly still probing her, and the formula was likely incomplete. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became, simultaneously admiring him while growing increasingly wary. Collaborating with someone so profoundly calculating required constant vigilance, lest she fall victim to his schemes without even realizing it. Zhuge Jia nodded with a smile and instructed her secretary to properly package the heart of the forest for Yichu. She also asked that the purple star be prepared. Yichu called the secretary to a halt, intending to remove the heart of the forest from Sun Yuru's neck. Such a valuable item, worth billions, was far too ostentatious to wear. Brother Yi, the heart of the forest is far too precious. I must decline, Sun Yuru reiterated. Do not concern yourself. Consider it merely a small gift, he insisted. Yichu smiled reassuringly, but suddenly his gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the heart of the forest. Under the illumination, he distinctly noticed that its radiance was no longer as brilliant as before. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Sun Yuru asked. Her face etched with concern as she hurriedly lowered her head to examine the emerald pendant, fearing it might be damaged. Yichu paid her no mind, intently observing for a while longer before realizing he had not misjudged. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he seized Sun Yuru's wrist, allowing his vital energy to permeate her body for inspection. After a brief moment, he released her, his eyes alight with uncontainable joy. A true martial spirit body. Sun Yuru possessed the rare, true martial spirit body, a physique that rivaled the formidable phoenix body. Not only was she innately suited for martial cultivation, but her body also autonomously absorbed the spiritual energy from the surrounding world. The diminished brilliance of the heart of the forest was a consequence of her absorption of some of the energy within. Exceptional jade possesses a degree of spiritual energy, which explains why fine gemstones can nurture one's vitality. The previous time at the nightclub, Yichu had been too anxious to save someone and had not thoroughly examined Sun Yuru's physique, primarily believing that he could not be so fortunate as to encounter another individual with a special constitution. Yet, outcomes often defy expectations. Observing the fluctuations in Yichu's expression, Sun Yuru grew increasingly anxious. Brother Yi, is something the matter? It's nothing, Yichu replied, shaking his head. Yuru, you should keep wearing it. There's no need to take it off. Sun Yuru quickly shook her head, insisting on removing the heart of the forest. This is worth billions. If it gets scratched or damaged, I would be heartbroken. Yichu did not insist further and turned to Zhuge Jia, saying, Miss Zhuge, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhuge Jia made no attempt to retain her. At this moment, she was solely focused on studying the medicinal liquor. Upon descending the stairs, Yichu selected several exquisite jade ornaments worth millions, intending to present them to Sun Xiuying. Initially, he harbored only a mild affection for Sun Yuru, without any intention of pursuing her, believing that things should unfold naturally. However, circumstances had changed. He now felt compelled to win her over. Before that, he needed to address Sun Xiuying first. Leaving the jewelry store, Yichu noticed that the day was drawing to a close and decided to seek a place to dine. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Yuru, what troubles you? Sun Yuru, her face flushed with indignation, replied, It's that scoundrel with the surname one. It turned out that after when Xiaoshan had witnessed Luo Sampang and his companion slinking away in disgrace, he realized the situation was dire and chose to depart as well. Frustrated by his incapacitated leg, he vented his grievances to the introducer over the phone, lamenting that Sun Yuru, despite already having a boyfriend, was still engaging in blind dates, displaying a complete lack of decorum. The introducer relayed this information to Sun Xiuying, who quickly deduced that it was Yichu and immediately called Sun Yuru, leading to the earlier confrontation. Don't worry, let's go together, Yichu consoled with a reassuring smile. Sun Yuru appeared hesitant, saying, But my mother. Yichu reassured her, It's all right. If we appeal to her emotions and reason, I believe Andy will understand. His smile radiated confidence. Chapter 66. On what grounds do you speak to me? The two hailed a cab and headed straight for the noodle shop near Sun Yuru's home. Meanwhile, Sun Xiuying hung up the phone with a sigh, muttering, That troublesome girl, she brings me no peace. I must make it clear to her this time, she needs to steer clear of that fellow named Yi. Yichu is already married, and she does not wish for her meticulously raised daughter to become a mistress. As she pondered this dilemma, a BMW approached in the distance. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the noodle shop, and several tattooed ruffians emerged. At the forefront was a slender man with a buzz cut and glasses. Sun Xiuying's expression instantly changed. The bespectacled man ordered with a chuckle, Boss lady, have you considered my proposal from last time? Sun Xiuying's face turned pale as she forced a smile. Big brother, my daughter already has a boyfriend. Ever since that fellow, known as Jun Gu, mysteriously vanished, this new one had appeared. He was referred to as Brother Glasses in the underworld. Upon inadvertently spotting Sun Yuru, he had directly approached them, claiming he wanted her to be his girlfriend. In her panic, Sun Xiuying hastily arranged blind dates for her daughter, hoping to distance her from Yichu while also appeasing the current suitor. Boss lady, it's quite simple. Just have your daughter break up with him. One of the lackeys teased, what boyfriend can compare to our Brother Glasses? He gestured proudly towards a pile of gifts. Look at this. A welcome present from our brother Glasses, worth over 100,000 altogether. For others, such generosity would be rare. Your daughter would surely not suffer with brother Glasses. As Sun Xiuying watched them continuously carry items into the shop, her eyelids twitched with anxiety. She wanted to intervene but felt intimidated, managing only a forced smile. But Yuru really does have a boyfriend. Big brother, I implore you to show mercy and spare us. The proprietress, why do you fail to recognize the honor? It is a privilege for your daughter to be admired by the gentleman with glasses. Should you continue to dismiss this, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. A hot-tempered young man cursed vehemently. Their actions had never been characterized by gentleness. After finally exhibiting a semblance of kindness, the other party remained unappreciative. Ah, dog, be silent. This is my future mother-in-law. Show some respect, the bespectacled man gently admonished. The young man named Ah Dog immediately fell silent. The commotion soon attracted the attention of nearby shopkeepers, who, upon overhearing the conversation, could only shake their heads in disapproval. Sometimes, having an exceptionally beautiful daughter can be a curse, as it invites unwanted attention. After reprimanding his subordinate, the bespectacled man turned to Sun Xiuying with a smile, saying, Mother-in-law, I have presented my gift. Where is your daughter? Please call her out so we can converse and become acquainted. Then we can select an auspicious day to formalize our intentions. Sun Xiuying was flushed with embarrassment, her eyes reflecting a mix of shame and anger. My daughter already has a boyfriend. You must leave immediately, or else I will call the police. The expression of the bespectacled man darkened. Mother-in-law, we will soon be family. Such words are unnecessary. Several of his subordinates aggressively encircled her, one of them stating, Proprietress, you have accepted the gift. It is meaningless to speak in such a manner. One must act with integrity. You. Sun Xiuying's anger made her chest rise and fall heavily. Although these individuals did not resort to violence like the previous group led by Hong Mao, their shameless behavior was equally repugnant. The bespectacled man displayed visible impatience. Madam, please summon your daughter. I have pressing matters and cannot afford to linger here. With a scoff, he added, hurry and give her a call. A subordinate snorted dismissively, urging, quickly, don't play tricks. Sun Xiuying maintained a stoic silence. Even in the face of death, she would never push her daughter into the abyss. Brother Glasses, I believe it's time to teach this woman a lesson. Several ruffians expressed their annoyance, seemingly poised to take action. At that moment, a voice pierced the tension. Whom do you intend to teach a lesson? The group turned towards the sound, spotting two figures approaching from a distance, Sun Yuru and Yi Chu. Brother Glasses, it's my sister-in-law. One of the subordinates exclaimed, his eyes brightening. The bespectacled man nodded, his gaze fervently appraising Sun Yuru. She hurried to her mother, concern etched on her face. Mom, are you all right? Who are these people? Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. We are on your side. One ruffian chuckled heartily. Brother Glasses has taken a liking to you and wishes to propose marriage. He's come bearing gifts. He gestured to an impressive pile of items within the shop. See that? All of this is from Brother Glasses. Quite the display of sincerity, wouldn't you agree? His confidence was not unfounded. The value of the initial gifts exceeded 100,000. Such extravagance would be daunting even for middle-class families. Don't call me sister-in-law. Who do you think you are? Sun Yuru retorted angrily, seizing the items and hurling them out the door. Take your things and leave. We have no use for them. This defiance incited the ruffian's ire. Girl, it seems you are inviting trouble. A ruffian glared menacingly, his face a mask of ferocity. However, before he could make a move, a large hand seized him by the collar. Who the hell are you? Let go. The thug bellowed in fury. With a swift motion, Yi Chu flung him aside, sending the ruffian crashing onto the road in a most undignified manner. You're asking for death. The other thugs, incensed, rushed toward Yi Chu with an aggressive demeanor. Yet, in a flurry of swift actions, Yi Chu dispatched them effortlessly. Soon, only the bespectacled man remained. Yi Chu approached him with measured strides, while the latter's expression darkened. Whoever you are, meddling in my affairs will cost you. Suddenly, a resounding slap interrupted his threat, and stars danced before his eyes. You dare. He spat, his face contorting with rage as he swung a fist toward Yi Chu. However, before he could land a blow, his wrist was seized, followed by a sharp crack. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, another slap landed, knocking several teeth from his mouth. Yi Chu grasped his neck firmly, lifting him slightly off the ground. The bespectacled man's bravado faltered, fear flickering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? I am a member of the Black Tiger, the Tiger Society. If you harm me, the Black Tiger Society will not spare you. Yichu frowned, perplexed by the mention of this Black Tiger Society. Noticing a shift in Yichu's demeanor, the bespectacled man mistakenly believed he had instilled fear. He proclaimed arrogantly, "Humph. You're afraid, aren't you? Now let me go." But before he could finish, another slap silenced him, causing his cheek to swell rapidly. Onlookers could only watch, wincing at the unfolding spectacle. Yichu then released his grip, and the bespectacled man crumpled to the ground with a thud. Yichu spoke coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the array of items strewn about. How shameless to present such trifles. With that, she ignored the other party and handed the bag she was holding to Sun Xiaoying. "Auntie, these are a few gifts I bought for you. I hope you will like them." Sun Xiaoying glanced at the brand on the bags and quickly waved her hand. "This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Yichu smiled and shook her head. "Auntie, they are merely small items. They are not expensive." The bespectacled man could not resist interjecting. "Didn't you purchase just these few things? On what grounds do you criticize me?" While he could accept the blows he had received due to his inadequacy, he could not tolerate being accused of giving meager gifts, especially since that had cost him several months' worth of earnings. Sun Yuru rolled her eyes. "What do you know? Brother Yi gifted her exquisite jade jewelry worth tens of millions." Chapter 67. The Wrath of the Black Tiger Society. Sun Xiaoying's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bags. The bespectacled man, taken aback, immediately fell silent, glaring resentfully at Yichu before staggering away. "Brother Yi, come inside and have a seat," Sun Yuru urged. Yichu smiled and nodded, stepping into the shop. Tens of millions. Yichu had actually gifted her something so valuable. For a moment, she began to doubt her previous thoughts. If Yichu merely intended to support Sun Yuru, there was no need to spend such an exorbitant amount. But if that were not the case, then there was even less reason for such lavish expenditure. Perplexed, she chose to dismiss her thoughts and turned to enter the store, while a crowd of onlookers displayed expressions of envy. At this moment, they all felt that having a beautiful daughter was truly a blessing. Sometimes, it indeed could lead to securing a golden son-in-law. "Young man, we are immensely grateful to you for your assistance." Sun Xiaoying expressed her heartfelt thanks. After the previous events, she realized that she might have misunderstood Yichu. While it was possible that the earlier incidents were orchestrated by him, this time it was entirely unnecessary. After all, Yichu had already won Sun Yuru's heart. Any further efforts would be superfluous. Yichu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Auntie, you are too kind. It was merely a trifling matter." As Sun Xiaoying felt joy, she couldn't help but sigh internally. How wonderful it would be if Yichu were not married. Such an admirable son-in-law would be difficult to find, even with a lantern. "Young man, have you eaten? If not, I shall prepare something for you," she offered. Yichu shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Just wait. I will prepare it for you," Sun Xiaoying said as she swiftly headed into the kitchen. Meanwhile, after the departure of the bespectacled man and his companions, they felt increasingly resentful. "Brother Glasses, that fellow is far too arrogant. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved," one of the subordinates said through gritted teeth. "Of course, it cannot be left unresolved," the bespectacled man replied coldly. "Let us go find Brother Leopard." Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at a KTV establishment, making their way to the office on the top floor, where they encountered a group of imposing men, some of whom were familiar faces, none other than Wei Qi Xiong and his companions, who had recently been bested by Yichu. Upon seeing the injured men, one remarked in surprise, "Glasses, weren't you supposed to be with your girlfriend? What happened to you?" The bespectacled man implored the towering figure at the forefront, "Brother Leopard, you must stand up for me." The individual, nearly 2 meters tall, donned a black tank top, with a menacing leopard head tattooed on each shoulder, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. He was known as Qin Zibao, colloquially referred to as Brother Leopard, the most formidable hall master of the Black Tiger Society. The bespectacled man did not conceal his distress and quickly recounted the events. "That arrogant fellow not only assaulted my brother, but also threatened to annihilate our Black Tiger Society. Brother Leopard, you must teach him a lesson, so he understands that we are not to be trifled with." Before Qin Zibao could respond, Luo Sanpeng eagerly interjected. "Is the young man you mentioned around 20, accompanied by a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses?" The bespectacled man nodded. "That's them. Brother Luo, you know them too?" Luo Sanpeng's breath quickened, and the flesh on his face quivered. "Of course, I know them. The injuries I bear are the result of that young man's doing." He nearly ground his teeth in fury, his emotional upheaval exacerbating his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Wei Xiong then turned to Qin Zibao, "Brother Leopard, the young man who confronted the bespectacled man is the same individual who injured me not long ago." Qin Zibao's gaze sharpened, his eyes darkening with cold fury. It is him again. How dare he repeatedly provoke the Black Tiger Society, thinking we are easy prey. He abruptly rose, a chilling aura radiating from him. Had it not been for the impending confrontation with the White Wolf Society that night, he would have already led his men to exact revenge. Brother Leopard. That arrogant brat dares to continuously harm our Black Tiger Society members. He must pay the price. Otherwise, he will think our Black Tiger Society is easy to bully. A lean man spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. His name was Meng Xiaodao, one of the hall masters of the Black Tiger Society, renowned for his exceptional throwing knife skills. Brother Knife is right, that brat must face repercussions, another voice chimed in. Brother Leopard, let us not hesitate. Let us deal with him first. Then we can take care of the White Wolf Society. The group of younger brothers was filled with fervor. Since the establishment of the Black Tiger Society, no one had dared to provoke them in such a manner. Qin Zibao raised his hand, and after the crowd quieted, he spoke solemnly, since that brat seeks death, we shall grant him his wish. Luo Sanpong's face lit up with excitement. At last, they could seek revenge. Let us go and confront that brat. Qin Zibao waved his hand and, with his followers, left the KTV with an imposing aura. Meanwhile, the White Wolf Society received news of their movement. Within a nightclub, the four main hall masters of the White Wolf Society gathered. Aside from the bald-headed Li and the scarred Chin from the last auction, there was also a man and a woman present. The man, nearing 40, had dark skin and a fierce glint in his eyes. The woman, clad in leather, possessed an alluring figure, yet her elongated eyes sparkled with a chilling glare. The dark-skinned man's expression was grave. I heard that Qin Zibao is personally leading the charge. We may not withstand this. The woman snorted coldly. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we'll fight them to the death. If we must perish, we shall at least take a piece of flesh from those mongrels. Baldly sighed, lamenting that had it not been for that unruly bunch seizing Scarred Brothers' opportunity, matters would not have devolved into such chaos. The faces of the other three darkened at his words. Scarred Chin's eyes ignited with a chilling light, revealing a profound hatred. Unfortunately, a leak had occurred. En route, they were ambushed by the Black Tiger Society, sustaining severe injuries and losing a precious true essence pill. Shortly thereafter, the Black Tiger Society gained a new master. Their deputy leader launched an assault on the White Wolf Society, intent on completely subjugating it. Fortunately, the leader of the White Wolf Society possessed formidable strength, managing to fend off the two, but both sides ultimately suffered heavy losses. Thankfully, the head of the Black Tiger Society was away in the provincial city. Otherwise, the White Wolf Society might have already faced annihilation. Failing to capture the king, the Black Tiger Society dispatched a significant force to begin devouring the territory of the White Wolf Society. In recent days, the White Wolf Society had already lost considerable ground. Today, the Black Tiger Society gathered several prominent leaders, preparing to seize all of the White Wolf Society's territory in one fell swoop before advancing on their headquarters. Scarchin's voice was icy as he stated, Sister Rose is correct. Even in death, we must carve a piece from those miscreants. His intense emotions exacerbated his internal injuries, prompting a fit of coughing. Scarred brother, are you all right? The three asked with concern. I am not yet on the brink of death. Scarred Chun waved his hand, instructing everyone to prepare. Tonight, it will either be those miscreants from the Black Tiger Society or us who perish. Well, we don't necessarily have to clash with the Black Tiger Society, baldly interjected. Noticing the three's gazes, he explained, perhaps we could reach out to Miss Yun. Chapter 68. The predicament of the White Wolf Society. The three individuals exchanged solemn glances. And Scarface Chin immediately shook his head, declaring that seeking out that woman would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Both rose and the other two nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Yun Bingwan had extended an olive branch, suggesting that if they pledged allegiance to her, they would have nothing to fear from the Black Tiger Society. Initially, the White Wolf Society had dismissed her offer, but upon witnessing her formidable strength, they realized that she possessed genuine capability. However, they were reluctant to submit to another's command. Yun Bingwan did not press the matter, stating before her departure that if they reconsidered, they could contact her. Scarface was right. That woman was no ordinary figure. If they chose to align with her, it would indeed be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's lair. Rose concurred, adding that the vice president held only the president in high regard and would never acknowledge anyone else as the leader. At this point, she let out a soft sigh, lamenting that if the president were still around, the White Wolf Society would not find itself in such dire straits. The mention of the president caused all to sigh in unison. The leader of the White Wolf Society, known on the streets as the White Wolf King, was a truly extraordinary individual. In his prime, he dominated Jiangdu and was poised to expand into the provincial capital. However, at that critical juncture, the White Wolf King mysteriously vanished, and a traitor emerged within the ranks, establishing the Black Tiger Society to vie for territory against the White Wolf Society. In the ensuing conflicts, the Black Tiger Society gradually gained the upper hand. Were it not for the vice president's arduous efforts to hold the fort, the White Wolf Society would have perished long ago. Their previous collaboration with the Sima family had been a considerable gamble, which ultimately ended in failure due to the unexpected appearance of Yi Chu. Fortunately, the Huangfu family did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, the White Wolf Society would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the pressure. Now, let us refrain from indulging in excessive sentimentality. Scarred Chin waved his hand, suggesting that rather than wasting time, they should hasten their preparations for the impending fierce battle. The others nodded in agreement, while Baldly opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. At that moment, a younger member rushed in, reporting that the objective of the Black Tiger gang seemed to be unrelated to them. Upon learning that the gang was headed towards a small noodle shop, confusion spread across their faces. Baldly appeared to have an epiphany and immediately inquired, "Is that noodle shop located on East Street?" The young member quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's the one." Baldly's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "We are saved. Let us go. We must discuss this on the way." He called out and strode purposefully towards the exit, with the three others following closely behind, perplexed. Inside the small noodle shop, Sun Xiaoying had prepared an extravagant feast. During the meal, she continuously served dishes to Yi Chu, demonstrating an exceptionally warm demeanor. Just moments ago, she had learned of the incident on Jewelry Street, and while she felt a pang of fear, her gratitude towards Yi Chu deepened. She was also aware of the extravagant gift, a jade necklace worth over 200 million, that Yi Chu had bestowed upon Sun Yuru, leaving her both astonished and touched. For decades, no one had treated their mother-son duo with such kindness. Her fondness for Yi Chu grew more profound, to the extent that she contemplated encouraging Sun Yuru to divorce him. However, her conscience ultimately prevailed, and she dismissed that thought. As the three enjoyed their meal, a sudden roar of engines erupted from outside the shop. They curiously glanced out to see several vehicles parked at the entrance, from which a throng of aggressive individuals descended. The sight sent a wave of dread washing over Sun Xiaoying, draining the color from her face. Sun Yuruo felt somewhat better, having encountered similar situations several times before. However, Yi Chu's expression darkened immediately. "Auntie, Yuruo, please eat first. I must handle this," he declared, striding purposefully out of the room. Sun Xiaoying expressed her concern, saying, "Yuruo, Xiao Chu cannot face them alone. We must alert the authorities." While she was aware of Yi Chu's combat prowess, the sheer number of opponents this time was overwhelming. Sun Yuruo, however, confidently shook her head. "There's no need for haste. Let's observe the situation first." Despite the crowd, she felt an inexplicable faith in Yi Chu. Upon exiting the establishment, Yi Chu's gaze immediately fell upon Luo Sampang and a few others within the throng, causing his eyes to narrow. "You boy, have you repeatedly dared to provoke my Black Tiger Society?" Meng Xiaodao's chilling demeanor accompanied the small knife he toyed with, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to attack at any moment. The commotion soon attracted the attention of nearby shopkeepers and patrons, who shook their heads in disapproval, murmuring that having an exceptionally beautiful daughter was indeed a double-edged sword. Not far away, in a black luxury vehicle, Scarface Chin and his companions observed the scene outside the noodle shop through the tinted windows. Rose furrowed her brow, asking the bald man, "Is that young fellow really as formidable as you claim?" The dark-skinned man beside her slightly shook his head, replying, "That kid looks to be in his early 20s. How strong could he possibly be? Baldy, are you pulling our leg?" Scarface Chin, however, remained pensive, feeling a sense of familiarity with Yi Chu, as if he had encountered him before. "You two know nothing," the bald man retorted, his eyes wide. "Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a genuine master." In the previous incident, he only discreetly reported to the vice president, leaving the other two in ignorance, just as they were about to refute. A scene outside the vehicle caused their eyes to widen and mouths to form an O shape. Without uttering a word, Yi Chu advanced with a swift stride, delivering a lightning-fast slap that sent Meng Xiaodao flying. Upon hitting the ground, he spewed blood violently and struggled a few times before falling still. With a single strike, a hall master of the Black Tiger Society was rendered incapacitated. Such strength was indeed terrifying. Outside the noodle shop, silence reigned. The once menacing members of the Black Tiger Society suddenly changed their expressions, unable to withstand even a single blow. Chen Zibao suppressed his shock, a hint of a smile breaking through his rugged features. Young man, you possess commendable strength. I offer you an opportunity to join the Black Tiger Society. Should you agree? I will overlook the previous incident. He was eager to recruit talent. With such a promising prospect, given time, he would undoubtedly become a master. However, Luo Sanpeng's expression shifted. He wanted to speak, but feared provoking Chen Zibao. Yi Chu's gaze turned frigid. How dare the mere Black Tiger Society presume to challenge him? After repeated provocations, he was genuinely enraged. Impudent ruffian, Luo Sanpeng bellowed. Brother Leopard has given you a chance, and yet you do not cherish it. I see you are tired of living. Brothers, let us take him down together and show him the might of the Black Tiger Society. The group of underlings glanced at Chen Zibao, noting his darkened expression, and quickly understood the situation. Seizing their weapons, they charged at Yi Chu. Humph. These fools truly believe that a few martial arts skills will allow them to act as they please, Luo Sanpeng sneered inwardly. In his view, Yi Chu was doomed this time. The individuals before him were all elite members of the Black Tiger Society, armed with weapons. And even a martial artist would struggle against them. Yuruo, are you truly untroubled? Sun Xiuying asked, her face filled with concern. Sun Yuruo clenched her fists tightly, her palms damp with sweat, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the outside. Yi Chu's gaze turned icy as he charged forward. His fists, as large as sandbags, struck out relentlessly, sending opponents flying with each blow. In contrast, his own movements were as agile as a nimble monkey, effortlessly evading the onslaught of attacks. The sounds of combat and anguished cries echoed throughout the arena. Within mere minutes, dozens of henchmen lay defeated at Yi Chu's feet. Looking at him, not a scratch marred his skin. Chapter 69. Can you withstand this punch? 2 decades in the making? Hiss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock as they observed the youth in the center. Brother Yi is incredibly formidable, Sun Yuruo exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in delight. Sun Xiuying also sighed in relief. Inside the business vehicle, the scarred Qin and his companions were equally astonished, yet the bald-headed Li maintained a calm demeanor. He thought to himself, what is this? The fiend across from us can catch bullets. He is a truly formidable opponent. The expressions of Chen Zibao and the others grew grave, as Yi Chu's prowess exceeded their expectations. Yi Chu surveyed the groaning thugs scattered on the ground, his voice steady. I have long proclaimed that you are not but a rabble of insignificant creatures. Youngster, do not be so arrogant, a thin, elderly man rebuked sternly, stepping forth with purpose. He positioned himself with precision, arms outstretched and one leg bent upon his knee, reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings. The members of the Black Tiger Society brightened at the sight. The elder was known as the White Crane Elder, one of the leaders of the Black Tiger Society. Youngster, prepare yourself. With a thunderous shout, the White Crane Elder stomped his foot on the ground, his form soaring like a white crane taking flight, as his withered hand, resembling an iron claw, lunged directly for Yi Chu's throat, unleashing a lethal strike. Yi Chu countered with the eagle claw technique he had learned previously, his fingers transforming into deadly claws that lashed out with ferocity. The 2 claws collided, and blood splattered forth. The elder's shriveled hand was immediately marked with several gashes, the overwhelming force forcing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Yi Chu pressed the attack, extending a single claw like an eagle diving from the heavens, striking the elder squarely in the chest. With a ripping sound, the elder's garments were torn asunder, leaving 5 bloody imprints upon his chest. He was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his expression rapidly fading. What a formidable eagle claw technique. Are you perhaps a disciple of the eagle claw sect? The elder's face was a mask of astonishment. Others around him also displayed expressions of shock. What level of power did their opponent possess? A half-step grandmaster, or perhaps a full grandmaster? As this possibility dawned upon them, Chen Zibao and the others felt a collective shudder, disbelief flashing in their eyes. A grandmaster so young was unheard of. Yi Chu disregarded the elder, his gaze shifting toward Chen Zibao and his companions. Is this all the Black Tiger Society has to offer? His calm words dripped with disdain. Brother Leopard, let us all attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this brat. One of the hall masters shouted in anger. Wei Qi Xiong, however, hesitated, sensing something amiss with this young man. Should we not retreat for now? What is there to fear? Together, we can surely handle a mere youth. Chen Zibao retorted, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. He was undeterred by Yi Chu's display of formidable strength. He had long reached the pinnacle of physical conditioning and mastered external martial arts, possessing formidable skills honed through rigorous training. Even when facing a grandmaster, he could exchange a few blows. Given Yichu's youth, he could hardly believe that the opponent was a master. At most, he considered him a half-step grandmaster. Moreover, there were 3 against 1, which made the advantage abundantly clear. With a resounding shout, he charged forward, his robust physique exuding an intimidating presence akin to an enraged bull. The other 2 also sprang into action. Such audacity in these individuals, resorting to numerical superiority against the few. Inside the business vehicle, Rose wore a look of indignation. The dark-skinned man inquired, "Scarface, should we intervene?" He harbored concerns that Yichu might not be a match for them. Victory for Chen Zibao and his cohort would spell disaster for the White Wolf. Before Scarface Chen could respond, baldly interjected, "Old Guan, calm down. You underestimate him. Chen Zibao and his companions are mere trifles in his eyes." The 3 exchanged bewildered glances, with Rose frowning. Baldly, "Are you overly confident? Could it be that this young man is indeed a grandmaster?" Baldly rolled his eyes. "Come on, do you think I'm jesting?" Rose was about to retort when a piercing scream echoed from outside. Peering out, she witnessed the clash of combatants. To call it a fight was somewhat misleading. It was more accurate to describe it as Yichu's unilateral domination. He effortlessly evaded Chen Zibao's assault, delivering a sweeping elbow strike that sent Wei Qi Xiong reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Following that, a swift kick propelled another attacker backward. He then quickly sidestepped, avoiding yet another strike from Chen Zibao. With a powerful punch aimed at the opponent's lower abdomen, the attack was met with an unexpected resilience. Despite the weight of his opponent, Chen Zibao staggered back only a few steps before regaining his stance. Chen Zibao laughed arrogantly, proclaiming, "You see, I practice external martial arts. My body is invincible with this training. What can you possibly do to me?" The onlooker's eyes gleamed with excitement. Haha, this kid can't possibly contend with Brother Leopard's formidable physique. Confident in his own strength, Chen Zibao swung his fist once more at Yichu, taunting, "Prepare yourself." His fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. Yichu deftly dodged, and witnessing this, Chen Zibao's pride swelled. "Huh, so you do fear after all." He laughed boisterously, closing in. Yichu, however, remained unfazed, standing resolutely as he shook off a few fallen leaves from his clothing and inhaled slightly. With a sudden and forceful thrust, he unleashed his tightly clenched fist, moving with such speed that the air reverberated with a thunderous roar. Boom! The punch struck Chen Zibao's abdomen directly, causing the arrogance on his face to freeze in shock. In the next instant, his 300-pound frame was sent flying like a discarded sack, landing several meters away on the road, where he collapsed and began to spew blood. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Struggling to lift his head, Chen Zibao stammered, How could this be?" Yichu's voice was calm. "With merely a few years of cat-foot technique, you dare to claim invincibility through your training? Can you withstand the power of 20 years of effort behind this punch?" It was a psychological blow as much as a physical one. Chen Zibao coughed violently, spewing forth blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Brother Leopard!" The members of the Black Tiger gang rushed forward in alarm. Yichu turned to the trembling Luo Sampang, who was attempting to flee. "Where do you think you are going?" Luo Sampang was paralyzed with fear. His face drained of all color as he struggled to turn around. "Brother," Yichu coldly interrupted, "each person owes 100,000 in educational fees. Pay up and leave." Luo Sampang was utterly bewildered. They had been beaten, yet now they were expected to pay educational fees. What kind of thuggish logic was this? Though he seethed with indignation, he dared not utter a word of protest. Reluctantly, he extracted over 4 million and departed in dejection. Sun Yiru rushed out, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable." Sun Xiaoying wore a look of satisfaction, her fondness for Yichu deepening. He was handsome, generous, and possessed impressive skills. His only flaw was that he was married. The onlookers were envious, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a beautiful daughter. Not only could she attract a golden son-in-law, but one with a genuine heart as well. A few petty thieves were hardly worth mentioning. Yichu smiled and waved his hand, then turned his gaze toward the nearby business vehicle, coldly stating, "How much longer do you intend to remain inside?" Chapter 70. Sun Yuru's choice inside the business vehicle. Several individuals exchanged glances before amicably exiting the car and hastening towards Yichu. As the bald man approached, his face radiated enthusiasm. "Brother, it has been a while. You were even more impressive than before." Yichu raised an eyebrow. initially assuming they were members of the Black Tiger Society, only to discover they were acquaintances. His gaze swept over the four of them, his tone slightly unfriendly. "You've been hiding in the car. Are you hoping to reap the benefits of another's misfortune?" The bald man quickly shook his head. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. We merely came to see." The others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Yichu's terrifying prowess, they dared not act with any semblance of insolence. Yichu raised an eyebrow, confirming that he merely wished to take a look. Noticing the doubt in his expression, baldly, unable to conceal the truth, candidly disclosed the reason. A flicker of surprise crossed Yichu's eyes. The White Wolf Society, which even dared to scheme against Huangfu Shuriwei, found itself in such a predicament. Just as he contemplated dismissing them with a wave of his hand, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could recruit the White Wolf Society. Having a group of subordinates could indeed facilitate tasks, and more importantly, it would afford protection for Sun Yurua. Her exquisite beauty often drew unwanted attention, and he could not be by her side at all times. With this thought, he calmly instructed, "You all wait in the car. I have some matters to discuss with you." The expressions of the group changed, yet upon seeing Yichu's slightly frosty demeanor, they dared not protest and turned to head towards the business vehicle. "Auntie, Yurua, it's all right now. Let us go inside and have dinner." Yichu called out as he entered the house, the mother and daughter swiftly following suit. Meanwhile, within the business vehicle, Rose appeared somewhat tense. "Bald, what does he want to discuss with us? Could it be that he has set his sights on us like the Black Tiger Society?" Scarchin and the dark-skinned man also exhibited signs of anxiety. Though Yichu was but a single individual, he instilled a greater sense of dread than the entire Black Tiger Society. "How should I know?" Baldly replied, aware only of Yichu's ferocity, oblivious to anything else. "In any case, we cannot afford to provoke that harbinger of doom. Let us obediently wait in the car." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. Inside the noodle shop, having experienced the earlier events, the mother and daughter completely lost their appetite. In contrast, Yichu remained unfazed, relishing his meal with unabated enthusiasm. A table laden with dishes was devoured by him, leaving only a fraction behind. Once he had finished his meal, Sun Xiaoying turned to Sun Yuru and said, "Yuru, please wash the dishes. I wish to have a private conversation with Xiao Yi." Sun Yuru's expression instantly tightened, yet upon encountering her mother's stern gaze, she reluctantly gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. Yichu, perhaps sensing the nature of their discussion, smiled and said, "Auntie, please feel free to speak your mind." Sun Xiaoying took a slight breath, her voice serious as she replied, "Xiao Yi, you are a good child and treat Yuru well." With a sigh, she added, "It is a pity that Yuru could not reunite with you sooner." Alas! In the kitchen, Sun Yuru listened intently at the door, her heart racing. She understood her mother's implication that Yichu was already married and that there was no possibility for them. Although she was aware of this truth, she found it difficult to distance herself from Yichu. Ever since he had rescued her in middle school, his image had lingered in her heart. When he abruptly dropped out, she felt a profound sadness. Their unexpected encounter had filled her with joy, and after witnessing his repeated acts of bravery in perilous situations, her feelings for him had deepened significantly. Yichu, fully cognizant of Sun Xiaoying's sentiments, replied earnestly, "Auntie, I understand your concerns, but my feelings for Yuru are genuine. I cannot make promises about everything else, but as long as Yuru chooses to stay with me, I will ensure she never suffers." Though he was initially attracted to Sun Yuru's spirit, he held a deep admiration for her character. Should she choose to be by his side, he would treat her with utmost sincerity. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sun Yuru covered her mouth in delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Sun Xiaoying opened her mouth in surprise, utterly unprepared for Yichu's forthrightness. Hesitating, she spoke, "Xiao Yi, I recognize that you are different from other wealthy young men, genuinely caring for Yuro. However, you are ultimately married. Though our family is not affluent, as a mother, I cannot bear the thought of Yuro becoming a mistress." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, seemingly recalling some painful memories. In her youth, she too had encountered a wealthy young man who showered her with affection. Sun Xiaoying had once believed she had found a true partner, only to discover that he was already married, leaving her unwittingly cast in the role of a mistress. Eventually, the legitimate wife confronted her, subjecting her to a humiliating ordeal. Heartbroken, Sun Xiaoying had no choice but to flee that city, later giving birth to Sun Yuro. Thus, she could never accept the idea of her daughter becoming a mistress, regardless of Yichu's genuine feelings. Yichu furrowed his brow, as he had never contemplated casting Sun Yuro in such a role. In his mind, the notion of a mistress was simply unfathomable. As the sole disciple of the medicine emperor, he had not only acquired a wealth of skills but had also been profoundly influenced by his mentor's philosophies. He understood that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. His perspective had never been confined to the mundane when it came to relationships. He believed mutual affection sufficed, never considering societal conventions. It was only at this moment that he realized the vast disparity between his thoughts and those of ordinary people. Auntie, whether you believe it or not, I have never contemplated having you row as a mistress. His tone was exceedingly sincere, adding, if you doubt my intentions, I can leave this very moment. While he valued the girl's vitality, he also respected her mother's wishes. If the other party truly cannot accept it, they cannot impose their will. Before Sun Xiaoying could speak, Sun Yuru swiftly emerged. Brother Yi, I believe in you, the young girl exclaimed, tightly embracing Yi Chu. As if fearing his departure. Witnessing this scene, Sun Xiaoying let out a silent sigh, her face revealing a sense of helplessness. Xiaoyi, I can only hope you speak the truth. If Yuru is unhappy, I shall not spare you. Yi Chu solemnly assured her. Auntie, rest assured. I shall never allow Yuru to suffer even the slightest grievance. Sun Yuru, deeply moved, tightened her embrace. Yi Chu felt a soft sensation on his arm, causing his heart to race, and he took a deep breath to suppress various thoughts. Yuru, please provide me with your bank card number. Although Sun Yuru was puzzled, she obediently relayed the number. Yi Chu promptly transferred 200 million to her. Yuru, let us sell your family's house and buy a new one. Upon seeing the transaction notification, Sun Yuru was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Brother Yi, a few million is sufficient for a house. This is far too much. A few million is hardly enough, Yi Chu countered. Annie has worked hard for most of her life. She deserves to live in a villa. We shall go look at properties tomorrow. If the funds are insufficient, let me know. With that, he strode out of the noodle shop. Sun Yuru took a deep breath, trying to quell the tumultuous emotions within her, muttering 200 million. Sun Xiaoying's eyes widened, and she found herself believing Yi Chu's earlier words a little more. As Yi Chu approached the luxury vehicle, Baldly immediately opened the door. Brother, please get in. The car started promptly, heading towards the headquarters of the White Wolf Society. Baldly cautiously inquired, Brother, may I ask what brings you to our White Wolf Society? Yi Chu scanned the group with a casual smile and replied, There's nothing of great significance. I merely wish for you to become my subordinates. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Chapter 71. Subduing the White Wolf Society. Baldly's smile became strained. Brother, please, don't jest. Yi Chu's demeanor turned serious. Do you believe I have the leisure to engage in jest? Baldly's expression froze, and the other three bore similar looks of disbelief. Scarchin spoke up, Sir. We are merely the hall masters of the White Wolf Society. We lack the authority to make decisions. You must speak with the vice president. Yi Chu nodded, I understand. Have them call for me. With that, he began to meditate, leaving the others exchanging glances, none daring to speak further. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the headquarters of the White Wolf Society, a towering building of over 10 stories. Guided by the three, Yi Chu ascended to the top floor, where he encountered the vice president, Bai Xiaoxiao, a young woman with a sun-kissed complexion, exuding a wild spirit. She appeared slightly pale, as if recovering from an injury. Yi Chu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader of the White Wolf Society would be a woman. Bai Xiaoxiao was already aware of the recent events and regarded Yi Chu with a hint of speculation in her eyes. Baldly stepped forward to report, Boss, this is Master Yi. Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. So young, yet he is a master? Yi Chu took a step closer. Are you the leader of the White Wolf Society? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. May I inquire your name? Yi Chu replied, My name is of no concern to you. Yi Chu waved his hand, stating that he had come here to recruit the members of the White Wolf Society as his subordinates. With a calm smile, he suddenly vanished, only to reappear right before Bai Xiaoxiao. Before she could react, he pointed a finger at her brow. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in horror, immobilized by fear. She felt an ominous certainty that any movement on her part could result in her life being extinguished by this young man in an instant. The bald-headedly and his companions were left in shock. Bai Xiaoxiao, a master-level warrior, found herself utterly powerless before Yi Chu. What kind of strength did he possess? You have misunderstood. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. It was as if everything that had transpired before had never happened. Bai Xiaoxiao staggered backward, her forehead already slick with cold sweat. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. You possess formidable strength, but the White Wolf Society was founded by my husband. and I will never submit to another. Her voice was resolute. The expressions of the bald-headed Li and his three companions tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Heh, what a steadfast woman, Yi Chu remarked, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze to the four men. How will you choose? The faces of the four men shifted with uncertainty. Bald-headed Li clenched his teeth and spoke first, my lord. Both the vice president and the president have shown me great kindness. I will follow them for the rest of my life. With his lead. The other three quickly echoed his sentiment. So will we. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression softened with gratitude, reflecting on the care she had extended to them. Yi Chu's demeanor darkened. You must think carefully. The four men felt a tightening in their chests, but nodded nonetheless. Just as they wrestled with their apprehension, Yi Chu burst into laughter. Ha. Quite commendable, indeed. Initially, he merely sought to gather a few loyal subordinates, yet he has now abruptly altered his intentions. Although the White Wolf Society operates within the underworld, they are quite honorable and deserving of support. Rest assured, my interest in your White Wolf Society is minimal. I merely wish to enlist a few individuals to assist me with some errands. As for your future, it remains entirely in your hands. Yi Chu spoke calmly, simultaneously producing 2 small True Essence pills, tossing them to Scarred Chin and Baldly. These are True Essence pills, which can aid you in your breakthroughs. Upon hearing the mention of True Essence pills, Scarred Chin's pupils constricted in astonishment as he hastily caught the elixirs, scrutinizing them closely, and indeed, they resembled the True Essence pills he had encountered previously. My lord, how did you come by these True Essence pills? He inquired, his expression one of intrigue. Baldly clutched the pill tightly in his hand, his face mirroring the same curiosity as did the others present. Ah, how surprising. Yi Chu replied with a gentle smile. To tell you the truth, I personally concocted these pills. The eyes of the group widened in astonishment, and Yi Chu felt a sense of satisfaction at their reactions. As long as you follow me, you will not lack for pills in the future. Achieving the status of a Meridian Opening Master is merely a matter of time. Breathless excitement filled the air as they gazed at him with fervent anticipation. The title of Meridian Opening Master represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. Although they were immensely tempted, they understood the need to consider Bai Xiaoxiao's opinion, and thus turned their eyes towards her. She bit her lip, her expression a tumult of struggle and conflict. Observing this, Yi Chu stoked the flames of persuasion. You must contemplate this carefully. Aligning yourself with me will only strengthen the White Wolf Society. Otherwise, given your current abilities, annihilation is simply a matter of time. Bai Xiaoxiao's body trembled as she recalled the events that had transpired. Had it not been for the serendipitous absence of the Black Tiger Society's leader in Jinling, the White Wolf Society may very well have met its demise. With this thought, she resolutely bowed deeply to Yi Chu, expressing her willingness to heed his commands from this day forth. Yi Chu nodded in satisfaction, affirming that one day she would realize the wisdom of her choice today. He then summoned paper and pen, inscribing a lengthy list of medicinal herbs. You shall gather these herbs. The more you procure, the better. I will concoct some elixirs to enhance the strength of my subordinates. Bai Xiaoxiao promptly accepted the task, carefully stowing the parchment away. Then, kneeling on one knee, she implored, My lord, I have a request. Speak, he replied. Bai Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, a fierce glint in her eyes. I beseech you to annihilate the Black Tiger Society. Over the years, they have been excessively oppressive, and I cannot shake the feeling that the disappearance of the White Wolf King is intricately linked to them. A smile graced Yi Chu's face as he realized their thoughts aligned. The Black Tiger Society is of little consequence. It is not necessary for me to intervene. You may deal with them yourselves. Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated, pondering his words. Once I have perfected the elixirs and your powers are augmented, you shall not fear confronting the mere Black Tiger Society. With a confident smile, Yi Chu instructed, Once you have gathered the herbs, inform me. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. My lord, allow me to escort you. Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions urged as they accompanied him to the door. At the threshold, Yi Chu recalled the situation regarding Sun Yiruo and instructed Bai Xiaoxiao to discreetly find 2 trustworthy individuals to protect the 2 women. She nodded in agreement, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. Without hesitation, the 2 women consumed the elixirs. Soon after, 2 formidable presences emerged within the arena. Ha. I have truly broken through, exclaimed the bald-headed Li, laughing heartily as he ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement, aided by a medicinal elixir. Scarred Chin, on the other hand, successfully entered the realm of the Meridian Master. Both Chong Wei and the dark-skinned man looked on with envious expressions. Congratulations, Scarred Brother. On your breakthrough to master. They clasped their fists in salute. Scarred Chen's eyes sparkled with undisguised joy. All of this was thanks to the great benefactor. Rising to his feet, a glint of cold light flickered in his gaze. Wait, you ruffians of the Black Tiger Society. Your days of fortune are numbered. After Yichu departed, he headed straight for the Yun family estate, arriving swiftly. Glancing at the security at the entrance, he wisely chose to avoid the front door. Fully aware they would not grant him entry. Finding a secluded corner, he nimbly leaped inside. After a thorough search, he finally located Yun Bingwan's chamber. Just as he was about to stealthily enter, he suddenly heard voices from within the room. Chapter 72. I have stated that I will take responsibility for you. Yun Bingwan spoke with an icy tone, laced with a hint of animosity. Opposite her sat a white-haired crone, who regarded her with disdain, clearly dismissing Yun Bingwan's words. The expression on Yun Bingwan's face turned frigid. Are you threatening me? Ha ha, my dear miss, I am merely stating the facts. The old woman replied with a warm smile, though her lips curved into a mocking smirk. It would be best for you not to resist. This arrangement is for the benefit of all. Moreover, the family head has chosen a most auspicious match for you. A most auspicious match? Yun Bingwan scoffed. An old man. And to be his concubine no less? You truly dare to say such things. The old woman maintained her warm smile, suggesting that even in the capacity of a concubine, it would be an honor for her to serve the young lady. Yun Bingwan's delicate frame trembled with anger as she coldly retorted, Get out. The old woman slowly rose, addressing her, I shall take my leave now, Mississippi. I hope you refrain from repeating last time's little tricks, lest it brings unhappiness to us all. With that, she gracefully leaped through the window, vanishing into the darkness. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Yun Bingwan wreaked havoc upon the room, throwing objects in a fit of rage. Miss Yun, please calm down. I would be heartbroken to see you in distress. Who? Startled, Yun Bingwan turned to the source of the voice, only to see a figure leaping in through the window. Miss Yun, it has been a while, Yichu remarked with a smile. Yun Bingwan appeared as though she had just emerged from a bath, her damp, lustrous purple hair cascading over her shoulders. She was clad in a purple camisole nightgown, her alabaster shoulders exposed, and her bosom ample, pushing the fabric to its limits. The deep, enticing cleft between her breasts was a sight to behold, exuding a blend of languid allure and charm, a stark departure from her usual grace and nobility. Should you dare to look again, I shall gouge your eyes out. Yun Bingwan's expression was frigid. Get out immediately. I do not wish to see you. Yichu remained unperturbed, stepping closer with a serious tone. I told you. I will take responsibility for you. Responsibility? Yun Bingwan scoffed. What can you possibly be responsible for? Who do you think you are? You are merely a son-in-law, while I am the eldest daughter of the Yun family, with a lineage and status far beyond your reach. Pray tell, what can you take responsibility for? Yichu, still unruffled, responded, Miss Yun, some matters cannot be assessed solely by their surface. Other matters I dare not speak of. However, should you utter a word, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my obligation without hesitation. Yun Bingwan momentarily found herself in a daze. For decades, no one had ever made such a promise to her. Taking a slight breath, she replied with an icy tone, I do not require it. Leave at once. And do not reappear in my sight. Yichu furrowed his brow, taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Yet, recalling the events of that night, he felt a modicum of relief. Miss Yun, the circumstances that night were beyond my control, and I apologize. His expression was laden with regret as he produced the zip, placing it on the adjacent table. This is a small token of my sincerity. I hope it can soothe your anger. Having spoken, he prepared to depart, only to recall something and added, by the way, if you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Do not bear it alone. With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Approaching the box, a shimmer of violet light caught her eye. Could this be the zoo? Her gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise evident within her eyes. Oddly enough, had she not heard from Jia that the Zhuge family had acquired the zoo to present it to Long Zhuyang as a birthday gift? How could it have come into the possession of that individual? With this thought, she took out her phone to initiate a video call with Zhuge Jia. The call connected swiftly, revealing Zhuge Jia busily sorting through a multitude of herbs, perspiring profusely. Bingwan, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I am quite occupied here. Yun Bingwan furrowed her brows, directing the camera towards the zoo. Look at this. Is this not the zib you mentioned to me? Zhuge Jia glanced at the screen a few times, her face filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, How did this thing come to be in your possession? Wasn't it with that little? At this moment, she suddenly realized. Did that rascal gift you the Ziwei star? Yun Bingwan's eyes widened slightly. It truly was the Z-Way star. TSK, Bingwan, do tell. When did you two become involved? Yun Bingwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. What do you mean by involved? That sounds dreadful. Oh my, you're even shy now. Zhuge Jia's smile deepened. Bingwan, that lad actually bestowed upon you such a precious gift. It seems he truly cares for you. Yun Bingwan chose not to respond directly, instead asking, aren't you supposed to use this for gifting? Why would you give it to that fellow? Zhuge Jia chuckled. Naturally, it was because that lad offered me an irresistible benefit. Yun Bingwan, intrigued, inquired, what benefit could possibly sway you? In the company of her dear friend. Zhuge Jia did not hold back and briefly explained the matter regarding the medicinal wine. Bingwan, I was initially puzzled as to why that lad would exchange such a precious item for a piece of jade. It appears it was all to elicit a smile from a beauty. TSK, it seems he genuinely has feelings for you. Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Under normal circumstances, Yun Bingwan would have recognized the jest in her words. However, at this moment, her mind was preoccupied with the earlier scene. A dazed expression crossed her face, and a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. If Yichu were to know, he would undoubtedly express profound gratitude to Zhuge Jia. Truly remarkable. Observing the change in Yun Bingwan's demeanor, Zhuge Jia discreetly thought it was troubling and quickly urged her. Bingwan, I must inform you that the young man possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is notoriously fickle. It may not be a fortuitous match, so please contemplate this carefully. I understand. Yun Bingwan nodded slightly before ending the video call. In that moment, her heart wavered, but as she considered her own circumstances, her gaze soon regained its resolve. No, I cannot burden him. Yi Chu, entirely oblivious to Yun Bingwan's internal turmoil, was currently in pursuit of an elderly woman. Earlier, as she departed, he had stealthily marked her. She hastened away, believing that Yun Bingwan was still incensed, making communication difficult. Additionally, he sought to follow the old woman to glean some information. Yi Chu moved with astonishing speed, quickly catching up to her. The elderly woman, sensing she was being followed, found a secluded alley to halt her progress, turning to confront her pursuer coldly. Who dares to trail me? Yi Chu emerged from the shadows, his tone unruffled. Tell me, what is the connection between Yun Bingwan and the Long family? It was indeed for that wretched girl that he came. The old woman scoffed, her expression darkening. Young man, I advise you to mind your own business, lest you find yourself unaware of how swiftly death can come. With a flash, Yi Chu vanished, reappearing directly before the elderly woman. As her face paled in shock, he delivered a resounding slap. The old woman flew back like a torn sack, crashing against the wall with a loud thud, leaving cracks in the concrete. As she hit the ground, blood gushed from her mouth. And despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she lifted her gaze with malice. You dare. Silence. Yi Chu issued a sharp reprimand, stepping forward to place his foot upon the elder woman's face, gazing down upon her with cold indifference. Confess, or face death. Chapter 73. The true identity of Yun Bing on the elder woman's visage met the ground with a brutal intimacy, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfing her. Yet, beyond the physical agony, it was the sting of humiliation that pierced her spirit. As a servant of the Long family, she had never endured such disgrace. Sir, I am of the Long family, she managed to utter, her voice trembling with threat. Do you not fear the retribution of the Longs for your actions against me? With a relentless pressure, Yi Chu's foot bore down harder. The sound of cracking echoed as her face contorted in pain, drawing sharp breaths with each pang. Consider this your final opportunity. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise, he stated, his tone devoid of any warmth. To dare act arrogantly before his woman was tantamount to courting death. The elder woman sensed the murderous intent, her heart quaking as she suppressed her fury. The young lady is a bastard daughter of the Long family. She dared not withhold the truth and recounted the events. Years ago, Long Zhanshan, inebriated, had assaulted the nanny. Fearing his wife's wrath, he cast her out. Unbeknownst to him, the nanny had unexpectedly conceived. Years later, the nanny returned with Yun Bingwan, seeking recognition for her daughter by the Long family. However, she had gravely underestimated the ruthless nature of the Longs. As the foremost family in Jiangdu, how could they possibly acknowledge a child born of a servant? They swiftly orchestrated the nanny's demise, initially intending to eradicate young Yun Bingwan as well. Yet, upon discovering her unique constitution, they deemed her potentially useful and thus spared her life. Nevertheless, the Long family never accepted Yun Bingwan, opting instead to secretly entrust her upbringing to the Yun family. in a remarkably short span. The Yun family transformed from a modest clan into one of the four esteemed families of Jiangdu. On the surface, this achievement is attributed to Yun Bingwan. Yet it is undeniably underpinned by the covert support of the Long family. Not long ago, in a bid to facilitate the heir Long Zhuyang's admission into the Zhenwu sect, the Long family betrothed Yun Bingwan to an elderly man of the sect as a concubine. While termed a concubine, her true role was that of a furnace. For her unique physique, the Nineteen Evil body holds immense significance for practitioners of certain esoteric arts. Yichu's countenance darkened as he grappled with the revelation of Yun Bingwan's tragic background, his worldview irrevocably altered by the Long family's ruthless nature. He had previously believed the Yi family to be utterly shameless, yet they paled in comparison to the Long family's mercilessness. What a heartless and ungrateful clan the Longs are, which has indeed broadened my horizons. Yichu's voice turned icy, an intangible aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The old woman trembled violently, feeling as though she stood before a primordial beast, the weight of his presence rendering her breathless. Young friend, I have already spoken. I implore you, allow me to leave, she ventured cautiously. Under Yichu's frigid gaze, her complexion paled, a chilling sensation as if death itself were upon her. I may permit your departure, but you must become my hound, surveilling every move of the Long family, he decreed. The old woman hastily nodded. I am willing. I am willing. Though her face displayed abject fear, her heart harbored a mocking delight. Yichu, indifferent to her thoughts, produced silver needles and swiftly pierced them into her flesh. Ah! She cried out in a piercing wail, her visage contorting as her body writhed on the ground, as though undergoing the torments of purgatory. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that her screams subsided, and she gasped for air, trembling as she finally lifted her terrified gaze. What have you done to me? Yichu's voice was frigid. From now on, every fortnight, you shall endure this agony once more. At the end of each month, I must administer treatment to you. Otherwise, within 3 months, your demise is inevitable. If you wish to survive, you must obey without question. The elderly woman's complexion paled, and she hastily knelt, bowing her head in submission. Rest assured, my master. I shall comply. With a deep bow, the old woman swiftly departed from the premises. Dragon family, those who dare to insult the women of Yichu, beware. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yichu's eyes. Isn't the dragon family hosting a birthday banquet for their young master in a month? I shall present them with a grand gift then. A middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, Long Zhanshan, narrowed his eyes. Be vigilant as you leave. The Jiangdu region may soon descend into turmoil. The elderly woman nodded promptly. What was the wild girl's reaction? After a moment's hesitation, she reported truthfully. The young lady seems somewhat reluctant. Long Zhanshan dismissed her concern with a scoff. That is not for her to decide. After raising her for so many years, it is time she contributes to the family. The elderly woman fell silent. Keep a close watch on her. If that wild girl attempts any mischief, inform me immediately. She nodded vigorously. Yichu smiled as he explained. Mother, I was delayed by a matter. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. What legitimate business could a spineless wretch like you have? Surely, you were up to no good. Yichu chose to ignore him, just as Jiang Junyao descended the stairs from above. Jiang Haiyun immediately spoke up. Junyao, have you given any thought to what your father just mentioned? Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow slightly. Father, I've been quite busy lately and may not have the time. Jiang Haiyun's displeasure was evident. Junyao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but that young man Qian has provided significant assistance. It would be remiss of us not to invite him for a meal as a token of our gratitude. Jiang Junyao ignored him, grabbing a bottle of milk from the kitchen before heading upstairs. Jiang Haiyun glared in frustration. That stubborn girl, still as obstinate as ever. Han Mingwan retorted. Junyao has already stated that this matter has nothing to do with that Qian fellow. It's your own disbelief that's the issue. How can it be unrelated? Jiang Haiyun shot back. I've already inquired with Qian Xiao, and he mentioned that his father personally approached the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. Yichu was taken aback. You actually believe such nonsense? That Qian Xian truly dares to claim that? His father has already been expelled from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Even if he were still a council member, he wouldn't possess such influence. Father, be cautious not to be deceived. That Qian fellow is not a good person. He subtly warned. Jiang Haiyun's eyes widened in anger, as if he had found an outlet for his frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Xiao is a well-educated individual with quality upbringing, far superior to you. I see you are simply envious of him. You should reflect on your own worth before maligning others. It's futile to reason with a stubborn fool. Yichu, weary of the argument, turned to Han Mingwan, "Mother, you should get some rest early." He then hurried upstairs. "This useless wretch is becoming increasingly intolerable." Jiang Haiyun continued to vent until Han Mingwan shot him a glare. "Silence. Your incessant chatter is tiresome." Yichu ascended the stairs, took a refreshing shower, and fell into a deep slumber without exchanging a word with Jiang Junyao, who likely had no desire to engage with him. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, Bai Xiaoxiao called to inform him that the medicinal materials had been gathered. After breakfast, Yichu promptly made his way to the White Wolf Society. Upon arrival, he requested a quiet room to commence his alchemical work. Summoning the dragon's soul void cauldron, he ignited true flames at his fingertips and began to refine the herbs. Soon, the room was permeated with the delightful aroma of the concocting elixir. In no time, he successfully produced a batch of pills, their fragrance wafting through the air. Yichu retrieved one pill for inspection. Its surface was lustrous, adorned with intricate mystical patterns. "Is this the pill pattern?" Yichu marveled, realizing that such markings only appeared on high-quality elixirs, a feat he had been unable to achieve before. Clearly, this was the influence of the Dragon Soul Void Cauldron. His master's words rang true. A superior alchemical vessel possesses remarkable auxiliary properties. After a moment of reflection, Yichu resumed his potion-making endeavors. Chapter 74. The deceptive Jiang Juanhu. After dedicating the better part of the day, Yichu finally completed the elixirs. Outside the room, Bai Xiaoxiao and the others had been waiting patiently. Upon Yichu's emergence, they promptly rose to their feet. Yichu presented a jade vial containing 10 small true yuan pills, intended to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly accepted the vial, expressing her gratitude. The others also bowed in appreciation. Yichu then extracted 2 additional pills, addressing Bai Xiaoxiao. "These are opening meridian pills, capable of assisting a master in breaking through to new heights." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly accepted the pills. Dividing one for Scarchin. "You shall advance here. I shall safeguard your progress," Yichu assured them. Several individuals promptly nodded, consuming the elixirs before embarking on their breakthroughs. Before long, a series of formidable auras emerged within the arena. Bai Xiaoxiao successfully opened a meridian, achieving the rank of 4th rank master. Scarchin also succeeded in opening a meridian, attaining the rank of 2nd rank master. Although Bald Li was unable to break through to the rank of master, he nonetheless advanced his prowess, reaching the threshold of half master. In this brief span, the overall strength of the White Wolf Society surged significantly, surpassing that of the Black Tiger Society. "Thank you, my lord." They collectively rose, bowing with clasped fists towards Yichu, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "From now on, serve me diligently, and you shall reap the rewards," Yichu replied with an indifferent wave of his hand. The group nodded in agreement. "The Black Tiger Society is entrusted to you," Yichu asserted before taking his leave. Their eyes brightened with uncontainable excitement. After years of oppression, vengeance was finally within reach. Meanwhile, within the Black Tiger Society, the upper echelons convened, deliberating on how to counter Yichu in the White Wolf Society. Vice President Zhuo Xiudao turned to a middle-aged man, Qian Run, inquiring, "Have you uncovered the origins of that young man?" The latter nodded, responding, "That lad is named Yichu, a son-in-law of the Jiang family." The revelation startled everyone present. Elder Bai furrowed his brow, questioning, how could a mere son-in-law possess such strength? The others echoed his disbelief. "I'm uncertain. I had someone from the Household Registration Office assist in the investigation. The information should be accurate," Tang Qianren clarified. Upon receiving confirmation, Chun Zibao and the others wore expressions of dismay. It was indeed a disgrace for the high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Society to be bested by a mere son-in-law. "Brother Dao, what shall we do next?" Recently, the Jiang family has established a connection with the Huangfu family, gaining considerable momentum and becoming a force not easily provoked. However, it matters not, for our leader has already achieved success. Zhuo Xiudao smiled faintly, asserting that even the Huangfu family does not intimidate our Black Tiger Society. The crowd appeared visibly pleased upon hearing this. At that moment, a subordinate reported, "Brother Bao, young Master Jiang Juanhu has come to visit, claiming he requires your assistance." Chen Zibao narrowed his eyes, immediately glancing at Zhuo Xiudao, who subtly nodded, permitting the approach. Chen Zibao gestured, and the subordinate promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Jiang Juanhu. Upon seeing Chen Zibao, visibly injured, Jiang Juanhu expressed surprise. "Brother Bao, what has happened to you?" Chen Zibao's eyes narrowed. Having learned of Yichu's identity, he suspected that the remark was a veiled mockery. Instead of responding directly, he countered, "What is it that you seek from me?" Jiang Juanhu, feeling the shift in tone, was somewhat bewildered but pressed on, "Brother Bao, I wish for your help in dealing with someone." Chen Zibao's interest piqued. "Who?" "My useless cousin-in-law," Jiang Juanhu replied coldly. Although Chen Zibao was taken aback internally, he maintained a stoic facade. "What do you intend to do about him?" Jiang Juanhu smirked maliciously. "I want him to be utterly disgraced and expelled from the Jiang family." Chen Zibao felt even more astonished, but surmised that Jiang Juanhu likely underestimated Yichu's strength. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so recklessly about confronting a youthful master. "Oh, and how do you plan to bring about his disgrace?" he inquired with keen curiosity. "I am preparing to drug him, and then gather a few individuals to humiliate him, subsequently uploading the photographs online to ensure he is left without any face to show in public." Jiang Juanhu wore a sinister grin, and his words dripped with malice. Originally, he intended to eliminate Yichu, but later deemed that too merciful. His true objective was to orchestrate a divorce between Yichu and Jiang Junyao. Disgracing Yichu's reputation would suffice to achieve his aims while also reviling Jiang Junyao. Chen Zibao's lips twitched. Even he, a figure from the underworld, found the notion excessively vile. "After all, that lad is your brother-in-law. Is such treachery truly necessary?" He furrowed his brow slightly. "What nonsense about a brother-in-law," retorted Jiang Juanhu with disdain. "He is but a useless waste. To speak candidly, Brother Bao, Jiang Junyao usurped my brother's position as CEO. We cannot target her directly, so we must resort to dealing with that good-for-nothing instead. Brother Bao, if you assist me in this endeavor, our Jiang family will undoubtedly remember your kindness." Jiang Juanhu clasped his fists in gratitude. Chen Zibao felt speechless, pondering how a mere commoner dared to scheme against a young master of martial arts. "I can assist you, but I will only provide the location, items, and personnel. The rest is for you to manage." "Thank you, Brother Bao. That will be more than sufficient," Jiang Juanhu nodded. Given his capabilities, gathering a few individuals to deal with Yichu was hardly a challenge. The reason he sought Chen Zibao's assistance was to leverage the influence of the Black Tiger Society. Should Jiang Junyao investigate later, he could conveniently shift the blame onto them. "Brother Bao, I appreciate your help. Once this matter is settled, I will personally host a banquet in your honor." "Very well." Chen Zibao nodded slightly, and as Jiang Juanhu departed, he immediately turned his attention to Zhuxiu Dao. "Brother Dao, what is your opinion on this matter? A young master is not easily dealt with." Left repaired, Dao chuckled coldly. "Yet it is worth a try. You shall swap the aphrodisiac for poison, and have our brethren lie in wait to see if we can eliminate that brat." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Suddenly, a young subordinate rushed in. "Esteemed sirs, I have just received word that the White Wolf Society is mobilizing en masse towards our direction." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as Tang Qianren remarked coldly that Bai Xiao truly knows how to choose her timing. "It seems she has become aware of our predicament." Left repaired, Dao smirked. "Even if a Bao and the others are injured, my Black Tiger Society is not a bunch of trash that the White Wolf Society can provoke. Come, follow me out to confront the enemy." Chapter 75, Capturing the Black Tiger Society. The phone rang. Upon answering, an unfamiliar number appeared. After picking up, Yu Qiansheng's voice came through. "Yichu, what did Miss Jiang say? When can we meet? Please expedite the process. I have heard that the Huangfu family has officially partnered with the Jiang family." Yu Tiansheng urged, simultaneously promising, "Rest assured, after this matter is settled, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Do not worry, I will hasten my efforts," Yichu readily assured, then promptly blocked the number after hanging up. Meanwhile, Yi Tiansheng ended the call, his brow furrowed. Xie Yushan inquired curiously, "What did that fellow say? He seemed quite agreeable." Yi Tiansheng replied coldly, "Yet I have a feeling he may simply be speaking empty words." Xie Yushan frowned. "What should we do now?" Yi Tiansheng, with a serious expression, stated, "Let us observe for a few more days. If there is still no movement, we shall seek assistance from Mr. Su Sr. to teach that young man a profound lesson. Otherwise, he may truly believe that marrying into the Jiang family grants him the freedom to act without restraint." Xie Yushan nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed time to impart a lesson to that little wretch. Shortly after Yichu had hung up the phone, another call came through, still from an unfamiliar number. Yichu frowned, hesitated for a moment, yet decided to answer. "Brother-in-law, it's me, Juanhu." Yichu was taken aback that the caller had reached out to him. "What is it?" "Brother-in-law, I apologize for the incident the other day. I have admired Sister Juyu since childhood, and upon learning of her marriage, I felt a twinge of displeasure, which led me to act foolishly. Afterwards, my grandfather reprimanded me. emphasizing that we are all family and must coexist harmoniously. Thus, I wish to invite you to dinner to apologize in person. Jiang Juanhu's tone was sincere, as if he genuinely recognized his mistake. However, Yichu remained skeptical, thinking that unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he was curious about the caller's intentions. So he agreed. All right, where shall we meet? On the other end of the line, Jiang Juanhu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yichu to acquiesce so readily. He had prepared a plethora of excuses, none of which were necessary now. A smirk of disdain formed within him, but he maintained a cheerful facade. Let us meet at the Night Dynasty in the East District. I will have someone come to fetch you. No need to trouble yourself. I shall go there myself. All right. The establishment opens at 5. Keep an eye on the time and give me a call when it approaches. After hanging up, Jiang Juanhu's lips curled into a cold smile. How amusing, this pathetic fool. Once tonight passes, you shall become a renowned figure in Jiangdu City. I am truly eager to witness the expression on Jiang Juanyao's face when she discovers her man has been ravaged by a group of degenerates. The thought of Jiang Juanyao's reaction to her partner's disgrace fills him with exhilaration. Moreover, there is Han Mengwan. She appears to hold a certain fondness for that worthless son-in-law. Her expression will undoubtedly be equally entertaining. The more Jiang Juanhu pondered, the more his excitement grew. Yichu hung up the phone, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard the term Night Dynasty before. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Bai Xiao and others had mentioned it recently. It seemed that Night Dynasty was the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society. It would certainly be prudent to assess the situation firsthand. With that thought in mind, Yichu promptly hailed a cab to Night Dynasty. Upon arrival, he found himself at the entrance of Jiangdu's most prominent nightclub, an expansive establishment towering 9 stories high. As he approached, he noticed a group of individuals stationed at the entrance. A closer inspection revealed them to be members of the White Wolf Society, leading him to surmise that Bai Xiao and her companions had successfully taken control of the Black Tiger Society. Determined to gather more information, he pulled out his phone to inquire about the situation. However, before he could reach out, a call came through. My lord, we have successfully subdued the Black Tiger Society. Well done, Yichu commended. I am at the entrance. Please send someone to escort me inside. Understood, my lord. I will be there shortly. Not long after the call concluded, Bai Xiao emerged from the nightclub. My lord, please follow me. She respectfully extended an invitation. Yichu nodded and followed the individual into the nightclub. The doorman was taken aback. Who was this person that commanded such courtesy from the boss? The two ascended the elevator to the top floor, and upon exiting, a strong scent of blood assailed their senses. Entering one of the offices, the stench intensified. The furniture and flooring lay in disarray, clearly a testament to a recent fierce battle. A group of high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Society were bound together, severely injured. Nearby stood Bald Li and his associates, some of whom bore wounds, yet they appeared in significantly better condition than the men from the Black Tiger Society. Master. Upon seeing Yichu, the group immediately approached him. Witnessing this scene, the Black Tiger members' pupils constricted, especially Chen Zibao. It's you. Chen Zibao exclaimed, astonished. Yichu not only possessed terrifying strength, but he also had the ability to elevate others' power in a short span of time. Cough, cough. Bao. Who is this person? Zhuo Xiaodao inquired, clearing his throat. Chen Zibao forced a smile. Brother Dao, this is the young master we spoke of. I never anticipated he would be the backing of the White Wolf Society. At this revelation, Zhuo Xiaodao's pupils contracted, and after a moment of composure, he addressed Yichu. Yichu stepped forward to stand before them, stating calmly, I can set you free, but from now on, you must serve as dogs for the White Wolf Society. The expressions of the group darkened, their eyes filled with turmoil. Zhuo Xiaodao felt a sense of relief. After feigning a moment of conflict, he resolutely declared, we will obey your command. He understood that the priority was survival. Seeing the vice president acquiesce, the others naturally refrained from further protest. After all, a miserable existence was preferable to a certain death. Bai Xiao stepped forward and said, My lord, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Keeping them close may pose a hidden threat. It matters not. I possess my own discernment, Yichu replied, producing silver needles and advancing towards them. He swiftly inflicted pain upon several individuals, who immediately contorted their faces in agony, emitting chilling cries that reverberated through the air. After an agonizing interval, their screams subsided, leaving them drenched in sweat as if they had endured purgatorial suffering. The sight left Bai Xiao and the others in a state of trepidation. With a calm smile, Yichu remarked, I am aware of your thoughts. Yet let me forewarn you, should you dare to betray me in the future, I shall ensure you suffer excruciating pain unto death. The group shook their heads vigorously, signaling their reluctance to defy him. Do not be overly fearful. As long as you remain obedient, I shall not treat you unjustly. The individuals hurriedly nodded, pledging their loyalty. My lord, I have something to report, Qin Zibao interjected loudly, promptly revealing Jiang Juanhu's sinister plan to harm Yichu. Yichu's expression darkened. While he had suspected the other's ill intentions, he had not anticipated such wickedness. Just then, the phone rang, displaying Jiang Juanhu's name. A smirk crept onto Yichu's lips. Given the other's treachery, he could hardly be blamed for responding in kind. Chapter 76, The Withering Chrysanthemum Brother-in-Law. I am nearly there. Have you arrived? Jiang Juanhu's enthusiastic voice came through the phone. I have already arrived. I am waiting at the entrance, Yichu replied before ending the call. He retrieved a healing pill and tossed it to Qin Zibao. You should know what to do next, yes? Qin Zibao nodded vigorously, refraining from questioning the nature of the pill in his hand, and quickly consumed it. He was astonished to find that the wounds on his body rapidly ceased bleeding and scabbed over. Do not let me down. Yichu casually dropped a remark before exiting the room. He arrived at the entrance of the Night Dynasty and waited for a moment until a sleek Porsche approached. The striking scissor doors swung open, revealing the extravagantly dressed Jiang Juanhu, who descended with an air of confidence. Spotting Yichu from a distance, he strode over with purpose. Brother-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting. Yichu smiled and waved. I just arrived a moment ago. Come on, let's go. Today, we must ensure we don't return sober. Jiang Juanhu enthusiastically invited, leading the way inside. Immediately, a server approached with warm hospitality. Gentlemen, would you like to drink? Jiang Juanhu waved his hand grandly. Please reserve us a VIP booth and bring us several fine bottles of liquor. Certainly, sir. Right this way. The server guided them to a row of booths. Once seated, it wasn't long before the server returned with the drinks. Brother-in-law, please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom, Jiang Juanhu announced, rising from the booth. Not far away, he observed the scene with a cold smirk. Truly a mindless fool, utterly devoid of vigilance. He pulled out his phone and called Qin Zibao. Brother Leopard, have the arrangements been made? Rest assured, everything is in order. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Jiang Juanhu expressed his gratitude and, after a brief wait, returned to the booth. Brother-in-law, come, let's drink. Jiang Juanhu opened a bottle and poured a glass for Yichu, who pretended to clink glasses with him. Brother-in-law, I must apologize for that incident the other day. My impulsive nature often leads me to act foolishly. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Juanhu's words were imbued with sincerity, as if he had genuinely recognized his transgressions. Had it not been for Yichu's prior knowledge, one might have been inclined to believe him. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was of no consequence, as they were all family. And once matters were clarified, everything would be well. Observing Jiang Juanhu's complete lack of suspicion, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A fool is indeed a fool, devoid of even a modicum of intelligence. Just as the two were reveling in their drinks, a young and beautiful waitress approached, bearing a tray. Young Master Jiang, this is a gift of wine from our esteemed owner. With a sweet smile, she presented 2 bottles of wine in succession to Yichu and Jiang Juanhu, deliberately winking at the latter as she handed him his drink. After her charming display, she turned and sauntered away with a captivating gait. Jiang Juanhu then uncorked the wine, pouring himself a glass. Brother-in-law, let us indulge in another toast. Yichu filled his own glass, feigning surprise as he said, those in the underworld are indeed formidable. I have admired the big brothers of the streets since childhood. Juanhu, you must introduce me to them sometime. Of course, Jiang Juanhu readily agreed, raising his glass to clink with Yichu's. Seeing Yichu drink without a hint of caution, Jiang Juanhu's heart swelled with delight. Brother-in-law, this wine is truly exceptional. Let us have another. Jiang Juanhu laughed heartily, refilling his glass once more. Yichu, not to be outdone, followed suit. The two continued to drink several rounds. And as Yichu showed no signs of discomfort, Jiang Juanhu's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. How curious that this fellow had yet to react. Could it be that Leopard Brother had made an error? Just as his doubts lingered, he suddenly felt an unsettling heat rising in his abdomen, accompanied by a sense of dizziness. Jiang Juanhu immediately sensed something amiss. He shook his head, only to find the dizziness intensifying. Juanhu, your alcohol tolerance is lacking. You've become intoxicated after merely a sip. Upon hearing this teasing remark, Jiang Juanhu struggled to focus, his gaze landing on Yichu, who was grinning at him with an unsettling smile. For reasons unknown, That smile sent a shiver down his spine. He attempted to speak, but the dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. At that moment, Chen Zibao approached, accompanied by several burly men with lecherous expressions. "My lord, the people have arrived." Yichu nodded, casting a glance at the hulking figures, and commanded, "Attend to this young man well." The men nodded vigorously, one of them eyeing the delicate Jiang Juanhu and licking his lips. "Rest assured, my lord, I relish such young masters. I shall ensure his experience is unforgettable." A wave of goosebumps cascaded over Yi Chu, who waved at Chen Zibao, saying, "I shall take my leave. The rest is in your hands. Do not forget to cleanse any traces left behind. We must leave no evidence." Chen Zibao nodded eagerly. Once Yi Chu departed, he swiftly instructed the men to escort Jiang Juanhu to the neighboring hotel, ensuring he was well taken care of, and reminded them to capture photographs. The men eagerly nodded, promptly assisting Jiang Juanhu out. That night, he endured an indelible nightmare, wherein he was attended to by several burly men in turn. To encapsulate it in a poetic line, the chrysanthemum withers, the ground is strewn with sorrow, the flowers fall, leaving hearts shattered. The following day, Jiang Juanhu awoke from his slumber, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, particularly at the rear, where waves of searing pain coursed through him, as if he had been violently torn apart. He shook his groggy mind, gradually recalling the events of last night. Where was he? What had become of that worthless fool? He turned his head and glanced around, the disarray surrounding him coming into sharp focus. Upon spotting implements such as a whip and candles, his pupils constricted in sudden horror. Looking down, his face drained of color. Could it be that last night was not merely a nightmare? A chill coursed through him, and as he recalled the scenes from his dream, he trembled violently, his stomach churning. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Haifeng. He answered immediately, only to be met with a furious roar. "You ungrateful wretch! How could you engage in such disgusting and perverse acts? You have brought shame upon the Jiang family." Jiang Juanhu felt as though struck by lightning, darkness engulfing his vision, nearly causing him to faint. "Dad, it was Yi Chu. It was all that scoundrel's doing." He spat through gritted teeth, the resentment in his eyes almost palpable. Although he had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation, he was certain that Yi Chu was deeply entwined in this scandal. While the father and son exchanged heated words over the phone, the outside world had already erupted into chaos. News of Jiang Juanhu's night of debauchery with several male companions, nearly leading to his demise, spread like wildfire across the internet. Ordinary people, upon hearing the news, remarked on the extravagant indulgences of the wealthy. The prominent families of Jiangdu treated it as a source of amusement, particularly those at odds with the Jiang clan, who deliberately called to offer their faux condolences. In the Jiang family estate, Jiang Fengyan was livid, his fury boiling over. This scoundrel has committed an act so contrary to morality that he has tarnished the reputation of the Jiang family. He fumed. "Immediately call for Jiang Haifeng to come here." He bellowed at the steward beside him. The steward, trembling in fear, wasted no time in making the call. Before long, the family of the grand house arrived. "Just wait. I shall not hesitate to break his legs," Jiang Fengyan exclaimed furiously. "Jiang Haifeng, this is the fine son you have raised, truly. The Jiang family has become notorious because of him." Jiang Fengyan was nearly pointing his finger at Jiang Haifeng's nose in his wrath, revealing the depth of his anger. Jiang Haifeng hung his head, reluctant to retort, his fists clenched tightly. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Juanhu countless times. Yet, he was aware that the situation was amiss. Through the recent phone call, he understood that he could not distance himself from Yi Chu. However, such matters were not easily articulated. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun and his wife arrived with Yi Chu. As they entered the room, Han Mingwan exclaimed loudly, "Sister-in-law, have you seen the news outside?" Juanhu actually. At this point, she deliberately paused, her face contorting into a look of disgust. "Oh, I cannot continue. Our Jiang family is a prestigious lineage. I truly did not expect." Chen Meijing shot a furious glare at Han Mingwan, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. The expressions of Jiang Junlan and the others were equally grim. Particularly upon seeing Yi Chu, their countenances darkened further. Chen Meijing roared, "Incompetent fool, was this matter instigated by you?" Chapter 77, present the evidence as Chen Meijing spoke. She charged angrily towards Yi Chu, her demeanor suggesting she was ready for a confrontation. Han Mingwan immediately stepped in front of Yi Chu, her face betraying her displeasure. "Sister-in-law, what kind of accusation is that? Your son lacks self-discipline. What does that have to do with my son-in-law?" Chen Meijing found herself at a loss for words. She opened her mouth, yet nothing came forth. "Indeed, Jiwanhu has peculiar tastes. How's that my concern? Yichu replied, his expression one of innocence. Chun Meijing trembled with fury. Jiang Juanlong's eyes darted, and he suddenly remarked, Second aunt, let us not jump to conclusions. This matter may indeed have something to do with Yichu. Han Mengjuan's expression darkened as she retorted, Jiang Junlong, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Do not assume my son-in-law is easy to bully. Without reservation, Jiang Julong recounted how Jiang Juanhu had intentionally targeted Yichu during the family banquet. Upon hearing this, Han Mengjuan's anger surged. So it was that rascal Jiang Juanhu who deliberately tormented Xiaoqiu. Father, you must stand up for us. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Julong. He thought such matters should be left in the past, yet here they were, brought to light again. Jiang Haifeng and the others appeared equally bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Juanlong's motives for revealing this incident. Grandfather, indeed, Juanhu acted wrongly, Jiang Junlong admitted, upon learning of this. I chastised him severely and demanded he apologize to Yichu. After reflecting on my admonitions, Juanhu recognized his misdeeds. Just yesterday, he invited Yichu, intending to apologize in person. He even asked me to accompany him, suggesting it would be an opportunity for everyone to become better acquainted. Regrettably, I had pressing matters to attend to and could not join him. At this juncture, his eyes reddened and tears glistened within them. Had I accompanied him then, perhaps Juanhu would not have encountered such trouble. He bent forward, pleading, Grandfather, though Juanhu may be a wastrel, he would not stoop to such actions without a deeper reason. I implore you to consider his plight. Though unspoken, his insinuation was clear. This affair was undeniably intertwined with Yichu. Chun Meijing burst into tears, lamenting the treachery faced by her father. Father, Juanhu had nothing but good intentions, yet he has been so ruthlessly schemed against. Woe is me. Jiang Haifeng glared menacingly at Yichu, declaring, Father, I have heard that this scoundrel was caught 3 years ago for drugging the young lady of the Yun family, revealing a deeply twisted nature. I suspect he is heavily involved in this matter. As Han Mengwan opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Fengnian's piercing gaze fell upon her. Second son, compel this rascal to recount the events of last night. I may consider leniency in my judgment. His voice bore an authoritative weight, seemingly having concluded that Yichu was indeed the culprit. Yichu shook his head, asserting, How could I possibly know? I did not encounter Jiang Juanhu at all yesterday. Jiang Haifeng bellowed, Nonsense. Do you dare to quibble? Must I present irrefutable evidence before you concede? Yichu retorted, Then by all means. Produce the evidence first before spouting such nonsense. Han Mengwan chimed in, Indeed, bring forth the evidence. Just because you claim it to be so, does that make it true? Is there no sense of reason left? She then turned to Jiang Fengnian, seeking his affirmation. Father, do you not agree? Jiang Fengnian maintained a composed demeanor, his sharp gaze fixed upon Jiang Julong. Just as Jiang Julong finished speaking, Jiang Juanhu limped into the room. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, Chun Meijing felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to rush to him. Yet the images circulating online churned her stomach in revulsion, forcing her to halt her advance. Fortunately, Jiang Juanhu was oblivious to her presence. Otherwise, the emotional scars would have deepened. Upon entering, he cast a furious glare at Yichu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yichu, with a teasing demeanor, remarked, Juanhu, dear brother, what kind of look is that? It seems as though I have stolen your wife. How dare you? I shall end your life. Jiang Juanhu roared, his eyes ablaze as he charged towards Yichu. Fortunately, he was intercepted by Jiang Julong just in time. Juanhu, do not act impulsively. Let us clarify the matter. Grandfather will take care of it, he said, discreetly signaling to Jiang Juanhu. Understanding immediately, Jiang Juanhu suppressed his fury and knelt before Jiang Fengnian, exclaiming, Grandfather, I invited Yichu with good intentions to apologize, yet he has plotted against me. I beseech you to stand up for your grandson. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Jiang Fengnian felt a pang of sympathy. Though he suspected that the trouble had originated from Yichu's own ulterior motives, resulting in his own downfall. However, one was his beloved grandson, while the other was merely an unappealing grandson-in-law. He knew where his loyalties lay. Grandfather, I have the call records, Jiang Juanhu added, retrieving his phone to search for the conversation history with Yichu, only to find nothing after a lengthy search. It's fine, brother, he shook his head. I will call Brother Bao. He has the surveillance footage, and everything from last night is recorded. Chapter 78, The Unspoken Suffering. The call was quickly connected, and a deep voice resonated on the other end. Who is this? Brother Bao, it's me, Jiang Juanhu, he replied hurriedly. Oh, what can I do for you? Jiang Juanhu yearned to inquire about the events of the previous night, but held back his curiosity due to the presence of others. Brother Bao, could you send me the surveillance footage from last night at Night Dynasty? Not a problem. Please hold on. Chen Zibao responded before ending the call. Jiang Juanhu cast a cold glance at Yi Chu and gritted his teeth. You little brat, just wait and see how you will argue your way out of this. Yi Chu slightly curled his lips. It would indeed be a wonder if the other party could procure any evidence. Han Mengwan quietly reassured him. Don't be afraid, dear. Your mother is here. Her concern was not rooted in doubt of Yi Chu, but rather in the fear that Jiang Juanhu might resort to underhanded tactics to frame him. Yi Chu, with an expression of indifference, replied, Mom, it's fine. When one stands upright, shadows cannot distort. Jiang Haiyun admonished quietly. It would be best if you had no connection to this matter. Otherwise, no one can save you. Before long, Chen Zibao called again. Upon answering, Jiang Juanhu expressed his gratitude. Brother Bao, thank you. After a moment of silence on the other end, Chen Zibao's voice, tinged with regret, emerged. Jiang Shao. I'm afraid there has been a problem. We lost the surveillance footage due to a circuit malfunction last night. Jiang Juanhu felt as if struck by lightning. Brother Bao, you truly lost it? What nonsense. Would I lie to you about such a trivial matter? Chen Zibao replied in a disgruntled tone. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. At this moment, Jiang Juanhu was too preoccupied to ponder further. He simply wished to uncover the events of last night. I wanted to ask you as well. You said you would come to handle matters, yet you ended up drunk and were found passed out. He continued. It's partly my fault. Had I known you were so unreliable, I should have had someone keep an eye on you. My apologies. I will certainly be more careful next time. His final words carried a hint of jest. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Jiang Juanhu's face contorted in frustration. At this juncture, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Zibao. In a state of inebriation, he pondered how he could be intoxicated after consuming only a modest amount of alcohol the previous night. Clearly, something was amiss with the drink. Abruptly, he lifted his head. Glaring fiercely at Yi Chu. You've known Chen Zibao for quite some time, haven't you? Yi Chu, appearing bewildered, retorted. Who is Chen Zibao? I have never even heard of him. Still attempting to feign innocence? I shall end your life. Jiang Juanhu, consumed by rage, seized a nearby stool and hurled it towards Yi Chu. Han Mengwan shouted in protest. Jiang Juanhu, what are you doing? Do you truly believe my branch can be easily bullied? Having lost all semblance of reason, Jiang Juanhu showed no inclination to halt his assault, poised to strike at Han Mengwan as well. Mother, be careful. Yi Chu swiftly pulled Han Mengwan aside while discreetly unleashing a surge of true energy. Jiang Juanhu felt a sharp pain in his calf, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. To onlookers, it appeared he had simply stumbled, with no suspicion directed towards Yi Chu. As the stool clattered to the floor, Jiang Juanhu's chin struck hard, resulting in a sickening crack as several bloodied teeth were dislodged. A piercing wail echoed through the room. Juanhu, second brother. The members of the main house were instantly alarmed and rushed forward. Mother, are you unharmed? Yi Chu inquired with genuine concern, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Jiang Juanhu. You have gone too far, Jiang Juanhu, daring to lay hands on an elder. Jiang Juanhu's eyes blazed with fury. You. If mere glances could inflict harm, Yi Chu would have been left utterly devastated. Han Mengwan, infuriated, exclaimed. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, you have truly raised a fine son. Now he dares to assault me, your second sister-in-law. Will he soon have the audacity to strike the old master as well? Chen Meijing's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Mengwan, cease your baseless accusations. It was this good-for-nothing who first harmed Juanhu. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. Sister-in-law, one must speak with evidence. This lad has a prison record. He could very well be acquainted with that so-called brother leopard, having colluded beforehand to ensnare Juanhu. Chen Meijing, do not utter such nonsense. As the two seemed on the verge of a quarrel, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Enough. Jiang Fingnian's expression was as dark as the depths of water, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Father, this worthless fool. I command you to be silent. Chen Meijing dared not utter another word. Jiang Fingnian cast a cold glance at Jiang Juanhu and declared, this matter ends here. Han Mengwan, filled with indignation, opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a look from Jiang Haiyun. Anger welled up within her, yet recalling the old man's favoritism, she ultimately restrained herself. The main household also felt aggrieved, fully aware that Yi Chu was behind the mischief, yet unable to voice their grievances. Eldest, have someone manage the rumors circulating outside. We must do everything possible to conceal them, as they must not jeopardize our cooperation with the Huangfu family, Jiang Fingyan instructed. Jiang Haifeng nodded in agreement. At this moment, Jiang Juanhu had regained his senses, his head bowed, eyes filled with hatred. The members of the main household dared not speak. Jiang Fingyan's icy gaze swept over Yichu before turning to Jiang Haiyan. Second, Junyao, as the acting president of the group, must maintain a pristine reputation. If she wishes to progress further, she cannot afford any blemish on her record. You understand what must be done, do you not? A man of his experience could easily discern that this affair was likely connected to Yichu. However, without concrete evidence, he refrained from taking decisive action. Although direct action against Yichu may not be feasible, alternative means of dealing with him could be employed. Once he departs from the Jiang family, there will be no need for further reservations. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted, and he promptly nodded. Father, I understand. Jiang Fingyan acknowledged him, stating that a month from now would mark the 20th birthday celebration of the Long family's heir, which is rumored to be a grand affair attended by numerous social elites. You should take Junya to observe. Perhaps she might meet some young talents. Jiang Haiyun's face brightened at this prospect, and he nodded eagerly. The members of the main branch exchanged glances, having caught on to the old man's intentions. It appeared he, too, wished to marry off Jiang Junyao. Han Mengwan discerned the patriarch's aim, and her expression darkened. Yichu maintained an unruffled demeanor, seemingly indifferent. All right, everyone may disperse. Jiang Fingyan waved his hand, and both parties took their leave. Once outside the estate, Han Mengwan glared at Jiang Haiyun. Who gave you the authority to agree to this? Can't you see that the old man intends to marry off Junyao? That would allow him to relinquish the CEO position, benefiting the main branch. I am fully aware. Jiang Haiyun shot a glance at Yichu, but this marriage must not proceed. That rascal is unworthy of Junyao. If we are to choose a son-in-law, it must be a young prodigy. Han Mengwan retorted angrily, You shall not have your way. I will never consent to this. Ah. But this time it is the old man's decree, and it is likely beyond your control. Furthermore, Junyao will likely agree. Jiang Haiyun remained composed, though he felt a slight trepidation at Han Mengjuan's icy expression. Father, I swear I will eliminate that scoundrel. Jiang Juanhu bellowed, his voice filled with venom. Jiang Haiyun's voice was deep and reassuring. Rest assured, that scoundrel has caused you much harm. He must pay the price. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Julong. Julong, that fellow seems rather formidable. For the sake of caution, you should contact those on the dark list. Jiang Junlan, initially worried due to her awareness of Yichu's background, felt a wave of relief upon hearing about the dark list. And that wretch Chen Zibao must also face consequences. Jiang Juanhu gritted his teeth. Jiang Julong frowned. Juanhu. The Black Tiger Society is not easily dealt with. Not to worry. We need not act ourselves. Jiang Haifeng sneered. Isn't it true that the White Wolf Society has enmity with the Black Tiger Society? We can find a way to incite conflict between the two factions. Chapter 79. Who do you think you are, Xiao Chu? Rest assured. With me here, this marriage will not be easily dissolved. Han Mengwan comforted Yichu. Yichu nodded. Yes, Mom. I trust you. The two chatted as they left the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, after Jiang Haiyun departed, he headed straight for the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, where he met with Qian Xin and his son. Uncle, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Qian Xin greeted him with great enthusiasm. Jiang Haiyun nodded and looked at Qian Senheo, extending his hand with a smile. You must be General Qian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qian Senheo shook his hand and laughed heartily. Brother Jiang, no need for such formality. Taken aback by the warmth of his reception, Jiang Haiyun quickly adjusted. Soon, the waiter brought forth an array of delectable dishes. Uncle Jiang, let us eat while we chat, Qian Xin invited. Jiang Haiyun promptly nodded. And when Qian Xin poured him a drink, he hurriedly replied, Nephew, you are too kind. I can serve myself. Uncle Jiang, please take a seat. As an elder, you shouldn't be doing such things, Qian Xin said with a smile, gesturing dismissively. The more Jiang Haiyun observed, the more he appreciated Qian Xin. This was indeed a worthy son-in-law. Unlike that good-for-nothing who incited his ire at the mere sight of him. Jiang Haiyun raised his glass and said to Qian Housen, Mr. Qian, I sincerely thank you for your assistance in the recent matters. Allow me to toast to you. Brother Jiang, you are too kind, Qian Housen replied with a smile, lifting his glass to clink with Jiang Haiyun's. The three soon began to drink and converse, quickly growing familiar with one another. As they neared the end of their meal, Qian Xin discreetly picked up his phone, placing it under the table, and dialed a number. In the next moment, Qian Haosen's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke a few words. Minutes later, he ended the call. Noticing the grave look on his face, Qian Xian inquired, "Dad, what's the matter?" Qian Haosen explained, "The business association is preparing to invest in a significant project in the Eastern District. The board has asked if I would like to contribute some funds. It could yield good dividends." Feigning surprise, Qian Xian responded, "Isn't this excellent news, Dad?" "Why the long face?" Qian Haosen sighed, "Indeed, it is good news, but during my last visit to Miss Huangfu, I invested a substantial portion of my available funds into her project, leaving me with little capital at present. What shall we do now?" Qian Xian frowned. "Perhaps we should consider taking out a loan or borrowing from relatives. We cannot afford to miss such an opportunity. Enough of that for now. Brother Jiang is still here. Let us focus on our meal," Qian Xian said apologetically. "Uncle Jiang, I apologize for forgetting you were present." "Not at all, not at all." Jiang Haiyan hastily waved his hand and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Qian, is it true that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce intends to invest in a significant project in Dongqing District?" Qian Haosen smiled and nodded, "Indeed. And there is no need for me to deceive you, Brother Jiang." Upon reflecting, Jiang Haiyun further asked, "Could you elaborate on the details, Mr. Qian?" "No problem." Qian Haosen readily replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They indulged in a lavish meal that extended well into the afternoon. Satisfied, Jiang Haiyan prepared to take his leave when Qian Xian called out to him, "Uncle Jiang, as you know, that brother with the surname Yi harbors ill feelings towards me and will undoubtedly attempt to obstruct us." Jiang Haiyun snorted dismissively, "Do not worry, my dear nephew. That waste is merely a son-in-law and poses no threat to my affairs." With that, he hurriedly departed. "Dad, do you think that Jiang will fall for it?" Qian Xian furrowed his brow. Qian Haosen, with a confident smile, reassured him, "Rest assured, I have already conducted my research. Jiang Haiyan is nothing but a fool devoid of intellect. Were it not for his wife and daughter supporting him, he would have long been ruined by the main branch of the Jiang family. Indeed, that woman, Jiang Junyao, is quite formidable. Could there be any unforeseen complications?" Qian Xian expressed his concerns. "Moreover, that scoundrel with the surname Yi is aware of the truth and is bound to intervene." Judging by Jiang Haiyun's attitude, it is likely he would dismiss anything that Yi says, unless Zhuge Jia were to validate it in person. Qian Haosen replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "If it comes to that, we shall simply chalk it up to bad luck. In any case, we are merely testing the waters. If we can swindle a sum of money, we shall promptly flee abroad. If not, it will not affect us." It turned out that after the two were dealt with by Zhuge Jia, they harbored an intense hatred towards Yi Chu. At this moment, Jiang Haiyun received a phone call from Jiang Haiyun expressing gratitude. The cunning Qian Haosen decided to seize this opportunity to take advantage of the Jiang family, which he regarded as a means of revenge. "Mengwan, this is an extraordinary opportunity that we must not let slip away," he declared. Han Mengwan furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "What extraordinary opportunity? That Qian fellow seems utterly unreliable. You must be wary of being deceived." Yi Chu also interjected, "Father, there is something suspicious about this matter. You must not place your trust in it." Jiang Haiyan glared at him. "Silence. What are you, a mere school dropout? Understand?" He then turned back to Han Mengwan and continued, "To be frank, this situation is purely coincidental. Had I not invited them to dinner today, we would have never known. Moreover, if it weren't for President Qian's financial difficulties, we wouldn't even have this chance. Not to mention, he hasn't even confirmed with me yet. He mentioned needing to consult with the higher-ups. As you know, President Qian has a fondness for our Junyao. I believe it should work out fine. You are aware that the old man favors the eldest branch. We must carve out our own path and not miss this opportunity." Jiang Haiyan nodded. "All right. Let us first see how much we can gather." Yi Chu, unable to contain himself any longer, spoke up. "Father, let me be honest with you. That Qian fellow is no longer a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. You have undoubtedly been deceived by him." Jiang Haiyan laughed in fury. "You waste of space dare to speak so boldly? Pray tell, how do you know that President Qian is no longer a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce?" Han Mengwan looked on with curiosity. Yi Chu explained that he had a friend who is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Recently, he witnessed her expelling someone named Qian from the chamber. Jiang Haiyan laughed heartily, saying, "Mengwan, did you hear that? This fool claims to know a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Who does he think he is? The mayor of Jiangdu? Or the head of the Long family?" Chapter 80. Doubt Jiang Haiyan laughed recklessly, her eyes filled with derision. Han Mingwan furrowed her brows and said, "Xiao Chu, my dear, I know you mean well. But some things should not be said lightly." "Mom, what I said is the truth," Yi Chu replied earnestly. "Not only do I know the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, but I also know the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. In fact, my assistance was crucial in the collaboration between Jun Yao and the Huangfu family, and it has nothing to do with that person named Qian." Yi Chu was ready to reveal the truth. Otherwise, with Jiang Haiyun's intellect, she might be fooled and left counting the money for someone else. Jiang Haiyun was initially taken aback, but then coldly retorted, "Enough. Useless fool. I give you a little color, and you think you've opened a dyeing workshop? You think you are worthy of knowing Miss Huangfu?" Even Han Mingwan felt somewhat displeased, thinking Yi Chu had gone too far. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Jun Yao entered the villa. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she frowned and asked, "Mom, what is happening?" Without waiting for Han Mingwan to explain, Jiang Haiyun quickly interjected, "Jun Yao, this fool is bragging. Do you know what he said? He actually claims to know the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. He says he helped you re-establish cooperation with the Huangfu family. Today, I have truly witnessed what it means for arrogance to reach celestial heights." Jiang Junyao furrowed her delicate brows, her piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Chu. Previously, she regarded him as somewhat ineffectual yet possessing commendable character and a sense of responsibility. However, following the incident with Qian Xian's dinner invitation, she discovered that Yi Chu had a penchant for boasting. To her astonishment, this time, his bravado was even more pronounced. Observing her skepticism, Yi Chu stood his ground, asserting, "Everything I say is true. If you doubt me, I can call and prove it right now." Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "Go ahead, give it a try. If you can genuinely prove it, I will call you father." "Fine, those are your words," Yi Chu retorted, feeling a flicker of irritation as his goodwill was repeatedly questioned. Just as he reached for his phone, Han Mingwan disapprovingly interjected, "Xiao Chu, that's enough. Don't embarrass yourself further." "Mom, don't worry. That scenario 1T happened," Yi Chu replied with unwavering confidence. Poised to make the call when Jiang Junyao sharply reprimanded him. "That's enough. There must be limits to foolishness." Her gaze remained stern, her expression grave. "Yi Chu, lacking ability is not dreadful, but exhibiting such arrogance despite your shortcomings is indeed quite distasteful." Yi Chu's hand froze mid-motion, meeting Jiang Junyao's cold and disdainful stare. His heart sinking into despair. Was this the reward for his good intentions? Jiang Haiyun vocally concurred. "Exactly. This good-for-nothing has no skills yet loves to boast. It's truly exasperating. Junyao, you should expeditiously seek a divorce. The old man has spoken, stating that you represent the corporation and the Jiang family. And there must be no blemishes upon your name." Jiang Junyao furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought. Han Mingwan quickly rose to her feet, urging, "Junyao, do not heed your father's reckless words. Although Xiaochu possesses a few minor flaws, he is, on the whole, quite commendable. The old man's intention to have you divorce is merely a prelude to marrying you off later, thereby returning the position of CEO to the main family. Do not act impulsively." "I understand, mother," Jiang Junyao nodded, casting her gaze towards Yi Chu. "You go upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." With that, she ascended the stairs first. Han Mingwan approached, advising, "Xiao Chu, Junyao has a strong character and cannot tolerate any grains of sand in her eyes. Go up and apologize. I will speak to her again tomorrow, and this matter will pass." Yi Chu nodded slightly, his expression stoic as he made his way upstairs. Upon entering the room, Jiang Junyao stood by the window. The gentle light cast a soft glow upon her exquisite profile, her porcelain skin shimmering with a delicate radiance. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her tall, graceful figure was captivating. Just her profile and silhouette were enough to stir one's heart. Facing her directly would only reveal even more breathtaking beauty. "Speak your mind." Jiang Junyao turned to him, her tone even and composed. "Let this matter rest for now. However, if it happens again, I shall consider divorce. I can accept a mundane husband, but I cannot tolerate one who is both ordinary and boastful, self-important." Yi Chu let out a soft scoff. "Is that how little faith you have in me?" Jiang Junyao's expression remained calm and unwavering. "You know yourself better than anyone. There is no need to utter such impractical words. I cannot say much. But your claim of secretly seeking assistance from the young lady of the Huangfu family is undoubtedly absurd. This matter is clearly due to my senior sister's clandestine support. It has nothing to do with them." Yi Chu refrained from saying more, From the very beginning, the other party had never regarded him with any significance, let alone sought to understand him. There was no need to wait for another opportunity. If you dislike it, you may leave right now. His tone was somewhat frigid. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow, and then nonchalantly uttered a single word. Whatever. Very well. I shall see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, Yichu remarked, preparing to depart. At that moment, Han Mengwan burst in. She had been apprehensive about a potential quarrel between the two and had followed them upstairs, eavesdropping outside the door. Upon hearing their conversation about divorce, she could no longer remain seated. No, I do not agree, she declared loudly. Jiang Haiyun also entered, his attitude markedly different. I agree. A divorce would be just fine. We can appease the old man, and Junyao can start anew. My son-in-law must be a remarkable individual. Be quiet, Han Mengwan scolded, casting a stern gaze at Jiang Junyao. You foolish girl, I can acquiesce to other matters, but I resolutely oppose this. Jiang Junyao frowned, puzzled by Han Mengwan's fervent insistence. Jiang Haiyun appeared dissatisfied, saying, Mengwan, our daughter's happiness should be determined by her, not us, her elders. We must not interfere excessively. Han Mengwan dismissed him. Turning to Yichu with a comforting tone, Xiaochu, it is perfectly normal for couples to argue occasionally. Do not take it to heart. Come. Let us go downstairs to sleep. Fearing further conflict, she took Yichu's hand and led him away. Once downstairs, noticing the troubled expression on Yichu's face, she consoled him. Xiaochu, do not be angry. They may not believe in you, but your mother does. Yichu offered a wry smile, understanding that Han Mengjuan's words were intended to comfort him. Thank you, Mom, he said, pressing his lips together, his tone sincere. The tender care of Han Mengwan evoked memories of his deceased mother, causing some of his pent-up anger to dissipate. Jiang Junyao gently nodded, watching the other depart before preparing to take a shower and retire for the night. Just then, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from her senior sister and promptly answered. Junior sister, I've received some news. A few notorious criminals seem to have arrived in Jiangdu, though it's uncertain if they're headed for that place. Please be cautious in the coming days. Do not let anything go awry. Jiang Junyao's expression shifted to one of gravity. I will be careful. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, her demeanor reflecting a growing unease. Jiangdu appeared to be increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 81. Wang Santong inside the room, Yichu tossed and turned, unable to find rest, a persistent sense of frustration lingering in his heart. Ultimately, he rose, climbed out of the window, and left the villa, intending to take a stroll. As he aimlessly wandered the streets, the sudden roar of an engine and the faint sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Yichu's gaze sharpened, and he hurried towards the commotion. Moments later, he found himself on a secluded path where two factions were engaged in a fierce battle. One group comprised merely two individuals, while the other boasted 7 or 8 members, all clad in matching black suits, resembling bodyguards. Behind them stood a black sedan, one tire deflated and unable to depart. Several bodyguards shielded the vehicle while others confronted the adversaries. Wang Santong, there is no escape for you today. Come out and meet your demise, boomed the robust man among the two, his voice icy and laden with a chilling malice. The other, a pallid middle-aged man, remained silent. Yet his attacks were relentless and formidable. In a fleeting moment, several bodyguards were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. Inside the vehicle, the anxious young driver exclaimed, Mr. Wang, we must depart swiftly. Delay will lead us to dire consequences. In the rear seat sat a middle-aged man with graying temples. His countenance remained serene, reflecting the belief that if today were indeed his destined demise, no escape would be possible. You speak true, Mr. Wang, he acknowledged, if it is truly fate. Evasion is futile. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire at the front seat nodded in agreement. However, before the young driver could voice further concerns, Wang Santong interjected. There is no need for further discussion. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, followed closely by the elder. Wang Santong then turned to the two imposing figures, stating coolly, Gentlemen, do share your terms. What must be offered for my life to be spared? The burly man sneered. Wang Santong, we are well aware of your wealth. Yet this time, it is not riches we seek. We are here for your life. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Wang Santong's expression darkened. Do not forget, I am of the Wang family. Should you harm me, the Wang family will not take it lightly. The Wang family is indeed formidable, the pale man replied with a faint smile. But your lineage holds no sway over those of us on the dark list. Wang Santong's pupils dilated in realization. You are among the dark list. Huh? Did you not foresee this? Prepare to meet your end. The burly man laughed maniacally as he charged forward, his massive hand swatting aside the bodyguards with ease. Just as he was about to strike Wang Santong, the elderly man swiftly intervened, blocking the brute's advance. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. "Mr. Wang, we must make haste," urged the young driver, rallying the remaining bodyguards to escort Wang Santong to safety. "Where to go?" The ailing man struck swiftly. In mere moments, the bodyguards were all sent flying. Although the young driver was paralyzed with fear, he gritted his teeth and stood protectively in front of Wang Santong. "Get away." The ailing man swatted his hand, sending the young driver hurtling away. "Wang Santong, remember this, the one who seeks your demise is Zhou Guoguang." Just as the ailing man prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a stone whistled through the air, striking his wrist. Letting out a muffled grunt, the ailing man instinctively recoiled, his icy gaze scanning the surroundings. "Who?" Stepped forward. Wang Santong, believing his death was inevitable, was unexpectedly presented with a glimmer of hope. He clasped his hands in salute and called out, "Might I inquire if any esteemed individual is present? I humbly request your assistance in this dire predicament, and the Wang family shall offer ample gratitude." Since you plead so earnestly, I shall intervene this once." Came a light chuckle from the shadows. A youthful figure emerged, drawing the attention of all present. Even the elderly man and the brawny fellow momentarily ceased their hostilities. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Santong shuddered, recognizing the visitor in the moonlight, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Dr. Yi." He rushed forward, his demeanor infused with exhilaration. "Old Wang, it has been a while. You appear far more spirited now than during your time in prison," Yi Chu remarked with a smile. Wang Santong, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, "Dr. Yi, please refrain from mocking an old man. Yet, I must say, you are even more resplendent than before." Just as the two were engrossed in their joyful exchange, the ailing man suddenly interjected, "Kid, I care not who you are. It would be wise to mind your own business. Otherwise, do not blame others for your demise." Yu Chu turned his head, his gaze filled with disdain. "Is that all you've got? Seeking death, are we?" The sickly man erupted in fury, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning. Revealing himself as a master of the pulse-opening technique, Wang Santong remained unfazed, his eyes betraying a glimmer of amusement. And long in prison? Yu Chu was renowned not only as a divine physician but also as the formidable overlord of Chu, a title earned by vanquishing all adversaries within the prison walls. With an indifferent expression, Yu Chu swiftly extended his hand, seizing the man's fist and effortlessly twisting it. A sickening crack resonated as the man's wrist shattered, sending his body hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, spewing blood and struggling for a moment before losing consciousness. A collective gasp echoed from the onlookers. A distinguished master had been defeated in but a single exchange. The burly man's face turned pale with terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. "Halt!" the elder shouted as he gave chase. With a swift motion, a stone whizzed through the air, piercing the man's calf. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, clutching his leg and howling in pain. The pursuing elder acted quickly, incapacitating the burly man's energy center. Wang Santong, filled with gratitude, expressed his thanks to Yi Chu for saving his life. It was but a trifling matter, no need for concern. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively, then inquired curiously, "Didn't you mention that your family resided near the East China Sea? What brings you to the Jiang region?" With a smile, Wang Santong explained, "A promising descendant has emerged from a branch of the Wang family, and I have come to represent the family for an inspection. Little did I expect to be ambushed upon my arrival. Had it not been for your intervention, I would surely have met a dire fate today." At this moment, an elderly man approached, casting a curious glance at Yi Chu. Having effortlessly vanquished two masters, the opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Wang Santong instructed, "Old Kong, those two are in your hands. Ensure they are thoroughly interrogated." The old man promptly nodded in agreement. Wang Santong then turned to Yi Chu and said, "Dr. Yi, let us find a place to enjoy a few drinks." Yi Chu nodded in assent. "Dr. Yi, would you like to eat?" Yi Chu pondered for a moment before responding. "At this hour, it seems the restaurants must be closed. Let us seek out a place for skewers." Shortly thereafter, Wang Santong discovered a roadside eatery, where he accompanied Yi Chu in savoring beer and skewers. As they indulged, they reminisced about amusing tales from their time in prison. Had anyone familiar with Wang Santong witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. The esteemed king of Jiangnan, brazenly enjoying skewers by the roadside late at night. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a group of unruly thugs suddenly overturned their table. One of the raucous individuals, sporting yellow hair, shouted vehemently, "What kind of rubbish are you grilling? It's utterly revolting." The plump proprietor hurriedly emerged, wearing a forced smile. "Gentlemen, please, do not be angry. Let us discuss this matter amicably." "Discuss it? How dare you serve such abominable food? With so much chili, it has left me with a stomachache. You owe me compensation." The yellow-haired thug kicked the owner down, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. The owner, now incensed, stood up and coldly declared, "Do not push your luck. My establishment is under the protection of the Black Tiger Society." "Oh, really? You dare to act tough with me?" The yellow-haired thug sneered dismissively. "What is the Black Tiger Society to me? I am affiliated with the White Wolf Society. Smash it." Chapter 82. Guangling Lake Manor. Under the leadership of a yellow-haired ruffian, a group of delinquents wreaked havoc at the barbecue stall, causing patrons to flee in fear of attracting trouble. Eventually, only Yi Chu and his companions remained at their table. Wang Santong's expression darkened, his previously good mood dissipating. He immediately instructed his bodyguards to teach those ruffians a lesson. Several bodyguards advanced without hesitation, swiftly taking action. "Who the hell are you?" "We are members of the White Wolf Society." The yellow-haired thug attempted to threaten them, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap. The bodyguards, all former special forces, easily subdued the group of ruffians, leaving them in tears within moments. The plump owner, initially taken aback, quickly approached with gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I'll cover your bill." His expression of thanks, though straightforward, was sincere. He hurried over to "Gentlemen, thank you for your help. What else would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you right away." Wang Santong smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it. Please, carry on with your work." After the owner departed, Yi Chu's gaze fell upon the group of thugs, his eyes narrowing. Noticing the unsettling glint in his eyes, Wang Santong inquired curiously, "Dr. Yi, do you recognize those individuals?" Yi Chu shook his head and stood up, striding toward the ruffians. The yellow-haired thug staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with malice. "You'll pay for this. You bastards. Today's incident is far from over." Yi Chu stepped firmly on the thug's head, his expression impassive. "Now tell me, who sent you to stir up trouble under the banner of the White Wolf Society?" The merger of the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society has just taken place, a fact that may elude outsiders, yet the subordinates are undoubtedly aware. The individuals before me, brazenly invoking the name of the White Wolf Society to create disturbances, have intentionally chosen to provoke conflict on the territory of the Black Tiger Society. The yellow-haired ruffian, feeling a surge of panic within, manages to conceal it from his face, gritting his teeth as he declares, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. We are indeed members of the White Wolf Society. My elder brother is the esteemed leader, Bald Brother. Release me at once, or when my brother arrives, you shall face the consequences." A subtle smile graces Yi Chu's lips as he retorts, "Is that so? Then summon your Bald Brother here. I am curious to see how he intends to deal with me." The yellow-haired thug instantly pales, his expression shifting like the weather. "What is the matter? Afraid to call?" Yi Chu scoffs, "Or perhaps you simply cannot." As the yellow-haired thug appears to grasp the gravity of the situation, his voice trembles. Who exactly are you?" "Since you are unwilling to make the call, I shall do it myself," Yi Chu replies, producing his phone and dialing boldly. The yellow-haired thug is now thoroughly panicked. Yet he attempts a final act of defiance. "Do not speak such ridiculous threats. How could you possibly know Bald Brother?" Yi Chu, uninterested in his bluster, utters a few words into the phone before hanging up. He regards them coolly and instructs a few bodyguards to continue enjoying barbecue with Wang Santong. "Old Wang, I have some matters to attend to. I appreciate your patience." Wang Santong waves his hand, having sensed that something is amiss. Shortly thereafter, Baldy arrives with a large entourage at the barbecue stand. "Sir, how may I assist you?" He approaches Yi Chu, his demeanor filled with utmost respect. Yi Chu briefly recounted the situation and gestured towards the group of young men with yellow hair, instructing them to handle the matter. Upon hearing this, Baldly was filled with fury and turned to confront the group with an imposing demeanor. The thugs with yellow hair were already terrified, their faces ashen. "Who sent you?" Baldly demanded. The thugs, unable to conceal the truth any longer, confessed everything without hesitation. "My lord, it was the Jiang family. They instructed us to act this way." Bald Li's expression darkened at the mention of the Jiang family. "We were coerced into this. We implore you to show mercy and spare us." Those who tarnish the reputation of my White Wolf Association shall not escape unscathed. Baldly scoffed coldly, commanding his subordinates, treat them well. With that, he swiftly approached Yi Chu, bowing respectfully. My lord, it is indeed the Jiang family. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes, realizing this was likely a retaliation for the previous incident. Shall I send someone to the Jiang family to demand an explanation? A glint of menace flickered in Baldly's eyes. No need, Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively. This matter is likely instigated by the main branch of the Jiang family. Find a few reliable individuals and discreetly teach them a lesson. Baldly nodded eagerly in agreement. With a wave from Yi Chu, the group promptly departed. Wang Santong looked on with admiration, acknowledging Yi Chu's prowess as a physician, especially as he had swiftly gathered a formidable group of subordinates. The burly man from earlier exuded an aura of strength, comparable to his own bodyguard. Yi Chu merely smiled, remaining silent. The two continued their meal until late into the night. After dining, as Yi Chu prepared to take his leave, Wang Santong insisted, Dr. Yi, do not rush off. Allow me to take you to a place. Yi Chu was curious about the destination. You shall know once we arrive. Wang Santong replied with a mysterious smile, instructing the bodyguards to start the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the picturesque banks of Guangling Lake. Guangling Lake, nestled between the southern and eastern districts of Jiangdu City, is renowned as a luxurious enclave. Surrounding the lake lies an expansive area adorned with upscale residential complexes, featuring both spacious flats and exquisite villas. The inhabitants of this locale are predominantly affluent individuals or esteemed dignitaries. However, the lake's fame is not solely attributed to these opulent residences. Rather, it is the magnificent estate situated at the heart of the lake that captures attention. At the center of Guangling Lake, there exists a vast island, home to the most extravagant estate in Jiangdu, known as Guangling Lake Manor. Spanning several tens of thousands of square meters, the manor is adorned with unparalleled luxury. It boasts artificial mountains and flowing streams, remarkable gardens, as well as racetracks and equestrian arenas, with even a golf course included. What sets this manor apart is not just its lavish decor, but also its rich historical significance. Legend has it that in ancient times, the entirety of Guangling Lake and its surrounding areas belonged to the residence of the Prince of Guangling, serving merely as the royal garden. As time progressed, the royal estate fell into disrepair, leaving behind only remnants of its former glory. In modern times, an individual invested a considerable sum to acquire the land of Guangling Lake, subsequently constructing the residential areas and the luxurious manor at its core. This is the reason why Guangling Lake Manor holds the esteemed title of the foremost estate in Jiangdu. Some have estimated the manor's value to be no less than 2 billion. To facilitate access to the island, the developers graciously constructed an underwater tunnel, allowing the vehicle to traverse through and reach the island at the lake's center. Upon entering the island, a plethora of luxurious vegetation greeted their eyes. Yi Chu curiously surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Old Wang, where are we? Wang Santong, instead of answering, countered, Dr. Yi, how do you find this place? Yi Chu scrutinized the scenery carefully and nodded, replying, the view is quite splendid. Wang Santong chuckled heartily. Since you, Dr. Yi, appreciate it, I shall gift it to you. Yi Chu was momentarily taken aback. The opulence of the estate before him was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Both the Jiang family estate and the Yun family estate paled in comparison to the grandeur of this manor. Old Wang, we are not strangers. There is no need for such formality, Yi Chu remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Chapter 83. Should we pay a visit as well? Wang Santong expressed sincerely, Dr. Yi, you have already saved me twice. Allowing me to present you with a manor is merely a token of my gratitude. So please do not refuse. Recognizing the earnestness in his words, Yi Chu found it difficult to decline further, as it would seem overly affected. As the vehicle approached the entrance of the estate, several individuals awaited their arrival. Upon disembarking, a graceful middle-aged woman approached them. I have met with Mr. Wang, she acknowledged. Wang Santong waved his hand, gesturing towards Yi Chu. This is Dr. Yi. He shall henceforth be the master of this estate. He then introduced her to Yi Chu. Dr. Yi, this is Steward Zhong, responsible for the daily upkeep of the manor. You may reach out to her for any assistance. Steward Zhong respectfully greeted Yi Chu. Greetings, Master. Yi Chu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Santong instructed, please show Dr. Yi around. Zhongshan promptly nodded, extending an invitation to Yi Chu. Please. Esteemed head of the family. Yi Chu acknowledged with a nod, and the group followed Zhongshan to explore the estate. Under her meticulous arrangement, The entire manor was illuminated, a kaleidoscope of lights shimmering brilliantly against the backdrop of the night, casting a radiant glow over a significant portion of Guangling Lake. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. Despite the late hour, the spectacle drew the attention of many, particularly the residents of the high-rise apartments surrounding the lake. Those who were still awake flocked to their balconies to investigate. Wow, the Guangling Lake Manor is ablaze with lights. Could it be that the enigmatic owner has finally made an appearance? The onlookers were astonished yet filled with curiosity. Since its completion, the manor had only been fully lit once before, and tonight marked its second illumination. The identity of the manor's owner remained a tantalizing mystery. Yet it was clear that this individual was no ordinary person. There was once a rumor that the Long family had sought to purchase the estate, but ultimately their efforts were in vain. The fact that even the local magnate, the Long family, could not secure the property underscored the extraordinary nature of its owner. During the tour, Wang Santong elucidated the historical evolution of the estate to Yi Chu, explaining the rationale behind the considerable investment in its construction. It turned out that Wang Santong, aside from being the king of Jiangnan's real estate, was also an aficionado of antiques. He had once heard whispers that the tomb of the Guangling king might lie within the vicinity of Guangling Lake, prompting him to acquire the area for development in hopes of unearthing treasures. However, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the ancient tomb. Ultimately, enchanted by the picturesque scenery of the island, a grand manor was constructed, intended as a retreat for leisurely vacations. However, due to subsequent commitments, there was scarcely any time to visit. Initially, Wang Santong maintained a high level of confidentiality regarding the ancient tomb, resulting in few being aware that this estate belonged to him, the esteemed lord of Jiangnan. Yi Chu was astonished to discover that this manor possessed such profound historical significance. The vibrant and dazzling lights remained aglow until the early hours of the morning before finally dimming. As Yi Chu concluded his tour, he decided to stay overnight at the manor. The following morning, under the meticulous arrangement of the housekeeper, Zhong Shan, a plethora of exquisite dishes was prepared by a cadre of chefs for breakfast. When Yi Chu arose, the breakfast was perfectly laid out on the table, showcasing an array of lavish delicacies that left him in silent admiration. Indeed, the lives of the affluent are characterized by such understated opulence. After the meal, Wang Santong expressed his intention to take his leave, saying, "Dr. Yi, I have some matters to attend to, so I must depart." Yi Chu nodded, replying, "Old Wang, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call me." Recognizing the generosity of the offer, Wang Santong's expression brightened. He had been anticipating such a response. Having spent time with Yi Chu and Long in prison, he was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the young man before him. Although currently uncelebrated, he was merely a dragon lying dormant, destined to soar through the skies one day. "Dr. Yi, your words bring me great satisfaction." Wang Santong beamed, his excitement palpable. Yi Chu nodded, watching as he departed. Shortly after his departure, Yi Chu's phone rang. It was Han Mengwan, who, having noticed his absence that morning, called out of concern to inquire about his well-being. "Xiao Chu, I heard that last night, someone broke into the big house and gave them a good beating. Where are you? Are you all right?" Yi Chu was taken aback, contemplating the impressive efficiency of Baldly. Upon learning that it was Yi Chu's order, the latter took matters into his own hands. With a master involved, how could the big house possibly withstand such an onslaught? "Mom, I'm fine." "That is good to hear." "Hee, I suppose those fellows in the big house provoked someone they shouldn't have. They truly had it coming." Han Mengwan's tone was laced with schadenfreude. She spoke to Yi Chu without a hint of restraint. As he hung up the phone, Zhongshan immediately spoke. "Master, I will prepare the car for you." Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively. "No need to trouble yourself. I can walk." Zhongshan glanced around at the surrounding lakes, about to say something, but saw Yi Chu swiftly make his way toward the estate's exit. His speed was akin to lightning, with just a few leaps. He was outside the estate and then leaped directly into the lake. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Zhongshan. Yi Chu appeared like a bird in flight, lightly skimming the lake's surface with the tips of his toes, seemingly walking on the waves, his figure quickly vanishing into the morning mist. Zhongshan swallowed hard, previously perplexed as to why Wang Santong would bestow such an opulent estate upon an unremarkable young man. But now, it was clear that he was anything but ordinary. He was indeed a dragon among men. Meanwhile, the family was gathered for breakfast. Jiang Haiyun wore an expression of displeasure, questioning where he had been so early in the morning. Day after day, he was never home. One could only wonder what he was up to outside. The more he looked at Yi Chu, the more he disapproved. "Be quiet." Han Mengwan shot him a glare and beckoned to Yi Chu, Xiao Chu, come over and eat. Mom, I've already eaten. Yi Chu waved his hand and glanced at Jiang Junyao, noticing her calm demeanor, unfaltering in her gaze. A hint of self-mockery flickered in Yi Chu's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. In her eyes, he truly seemed to be of no significance. At that moment, the shrill ring of a phone broke the silence. It was Jiang Junyao's mobile, which she answered promptly. The conversation on the other end seemed to weigh heavily on her. As her expression shifted to one of concern, Jiang Haiyan inquired, Junyao, what is the matter? Jiang Junyao set down her phone and explained that the owner of the Guangling Lake Manor had made an appearance, prompting numerous individuals to prepare for a visit. Jiang Haiyun gasped in astonishment, curiosity evident in his voice. I wonder who possesses such an extravagant estate. Han Mingwan echoed his intrigue, stating that the enigmatic proprietor was reportedly not from Jiangdu, leaving them to ponder the identity of this influential figure who had gone through the trouble of establishing a manor in Jiangdu, only to leave it to gather dust. It must be some super magnate, Jiang Haiyan asserted confidently, his eyes gleaming with envy. Ah, if only I could reside in such a luxurious manor in my lifetime. It would be a dream fulfilled. Han Mingwan rolled her eyes, retorting, stop dreaming. Not only you, but even the old man lacks the qualifications for that. Humph. Can I indulge in my fantasies? Jiang Haiyan scoffed, then turned to Jiang Junyao, suggesting, Junyao, should we also pay a visit? Who knows? We might be fortunate enough to meet that mysterious owner, which could be beneficial for your future endeavors. His thoughts lingered on the possibility that if the enigmatic owner took a liking to Jiang Junyao, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to him, the enigmatic landlord he regarded as a figure of great significance was seated right beside him. Chapter 84. I truly do not know her. Yi Chu, who was eavesdropping, felt a chuckle bubbling within. If Jiang Haiyun were to discover that the mysterious landlord was indeed him, he would likely be left aghast. Having learned from previous encounters, he chose silence this time. After all, revealing his identity would only invite disbelief and ridicule from the others. Junyao, have you given any thought to the investment matter? Jiang Haiyan inquired as he noticed Jiang Junyao preparing to leave after dinner. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brows, deeming the venture unreliable. Father, please do not involve yourself in this. Han Mingwan interjected calmly. Enough of these implausible thoughts. Hurry and pack up for the hospital. Jiang Haiyun scoffed internally, waiting for the day when his investment would yield profits, eager to see what they would say then. Shortly after, the trio set off for the hospital, but as they exited the villa, they were halted by two figures ahead. Before them stood Yi Tianqing and Yi Chen, having come to confront them. The Yi family, anxious due to the lack of communication from Yi Chu and hearing of the Jiang family's formal collaboration with the Huangfu family, had rushed over. Humph, the scoundrels from the Yi family dared to approach. Jiang Haiyan sneered, showing no courtesy towards them. He stepped out of the car and bellowed. Are you seeking death? Do you not see the vehicle approaching? Yi Tianqing stepped forward with a forced smile. In-laws, please do not be upset. We have come specifically to pay you a visit. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened instantly. Silence. Who is your in-law? He inwardly wished to sever ties with Yi Chu, his son-in-law, as soon as possible, and certainly would not acknowledge the other party as family. Yi Tianqing's expression stiffened, utterly unprepared for Jiang Haiyun's blatant disrespect. At that moment, Han Mingwan descended from the vehicle, inquiring with an indifferent tone, Do you have business here? She regarded Yi Tianqing with a similar lack of warmth, perceiving him to be nothing more than a person who would barter his son for personal gain. Han Mingwan quickly discerned the underlying sentiment of the other party, and just as she was about to speak, Yi Chu approached. There's no need for a meal. Junyao has recently been promoted to CEO and is exceedingly busy, with no time to dine with irrelevant individuals. Yi Tianqing's eyelid twitched, wishing fervently to slap Yi Chu across the face. Beside him, Yi Chen could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, Yi Chu, how dare you speak to father like that? Do you possess no integrity, having accepted money yet failing to fulfill your obligations? This is how I speak. What can you do about it? Yi Chu retorted with a cold snort. And wasn't that money compensation from your Yi family? You shameless wretch. Yi Chen's face flushed crimson with indignation. Yi Tianqing's lips twitched in agitation, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Yi Chu, as if he wished to devour him whole. What are you two expressions about? Han Mingwan interjected, her displeasure evident. What, do you wish to lay hands on Xiao Chu? Listen well, Xiao Chu is now my son-in-law. You'd best behave, or I won't hold back. Yi Tianqing and his son's expressions shifted dramatically, utterly astonished by Han Mingwan's staunch defense of Yi Chu. Xiao Chu, Let us leave. Han Mengwan took Yichu by the hand and led him to the car, while Jiang Haiyan shot a fierce glare at the two before following suit. As the vehicle sped away, Yichu deliberately displayed a provocative expression, inciting uncontrollable fury in both men. Yi Yichen erupted in anger. Father, that scoundrel is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson to remind him of his true identity. A lesson? Yi Tianxing replied grimly. That young man not only has the Jiang family backing him, but he is also a formidable martial artist. What can we possibly use to teach him a lesson? Yi Tianxing's face was filled with reluctance. Then, are we to let this matter slide? Yi Yichen's eyes brightened. Yes, that waste must understand the consequences. He then hesitated. Father, what about the Jiang family? Given the attitudes of Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun just now, the likelihood of forming an alliance with them seems exceedingly slim. Yi Tianxing's expression grew troubled, as he pondered what course of action to take. After a moment, Yi Yichen suggested, Father, could we not consider approaching the Jiang family's main branch? Yi Tianxing's eyes sparkled with hope. After careful consideration, he replied, perhaps it is worth a try, since we currently lack any viable options. Have someone investigate the circumstances surrounding the Jiang family's main branch and see if we can win them over. Yi Yichen nodded eagerly. Understood. I will take care of it at once. In a luxurious hospital room at the First People's Hospital, Jiang Haifeng was in a fit of rage. Incompetence. All of you are useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What is the point of keeping you around? Before him stood a man clad in black, the head of the bodyguards employed by the main branch, who typically undertook the more arduous tasks. He had never failed in the past, yet this time he had faltered. Not only had the White Wolf Society discovered the situation, but they had also personally come to confront him. In the room, the 5 members of the Jiang family from the main branch were all bound in bandages, indicating they had sustained serious injuries. The man dared not utter a word. Enduring Jiang Haifeng's furious reprimands, he promptly stated, Master, I summon that young man responsible for the matter. It is better if he speaks for himself. With that, he swiftly exited the sick room and shortly returned, accompanied by a wounded young man with yellow hair, the very ruffian who had caused trouble at the barbecue stand. He recounted the events of that night to the master in precise detail. The young ruffian did not dare to conceal anything, recounting the entire situation candidly. Master, had it not been for that fellow coincidentally eating barbecue nearby, the members of the White Wolf Society would never have been aware of the incident. Jiang Haifeng furrowed his brow, questioning, You mean that young man made a single call and summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society? And instructed him to take action? The yellow-haired ruffian nodded in affirmation. Jiang Haifeng's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After all, it was the leader of the White Wolf Society who had personally visited last night to issue a warning. If that individual could command such authority, his identity must be extraordinary. Could it be the long-vanished White Wolf King? The expressions of the others soured, feeling that this was entirely a matter of unfortunate timing. Having encountered a high-ranking member of the White Wolf Society while on duty. At that moment, Han Mengwan and her companions entered the sick room. Upon seeing the bruised faces of the men, Han Mengwan could hardly conceal her smile. Elder brother, sister-in-law, I heard you encountered some ruffians at home last night. Could you enlighten me on the situation? Her face was alight with curiosity. The expressions of the people in the main house immediately darkened, especially Chen Meijing, whose anger made her features twitch uncontrollably. The yellow-haired ruffian caught sight of Yi Chu and, overwhelmed with shock, exclaimed, You. His excitement rendered him speechless, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Jiang Haifeng frowned and scolded, What are you shouting for? Get out. He pointed at Yi Chu, his expression filled with fervor. The members of the main house narrowed their eyes in unison, directing their gaze towards Yi Chu. Jiang Juan, who instantly erupted with rage, exclaiming, Ah, it's you again. You wretched scoundrel. A sharp intake of breath followed as his intense emotions aggravated his injuries, causing him to wince in pain. The others glared at Yi Chu with eyes ablaze, their expressions seething with murderous intent. Yi Chu feigned ignorance, replying, Brother Juanhu, what are you saying? I don't understand a word. Jiang Juanhu, gritting his teeth against the pain, cursed furiously, Yi, you better confess honestly, what is your relationship with the White Wolf Society? If the words of the yellow-haired thug held any truth, Yi Chu undoubtedly had deep ties with the White Wolf Society. Despite the incredulity of the situation, the earlier lesson from Qin Zibao compelled him to believe that Yi Chu's connection to the White Wolf Society was indeed significant. What White Wolf Society? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yi Chu pretended to be deaf and mute. Jiang Junlong coldly interjected, Yi, If you have the audacity to act, do you not possess the courage to admit it? Jiang Haifeng pointed at the yellow-haired thug, stating, "The witness is right here. Do you dare to deny knowing him?" Yi Chu scrutinized the yellow-haired thug for a long moment, then sincerely shook his head. "I truly do not know him." "You." Jiang Haifeng's face darkened with fury, ready to retort, but was coldly interrupted by Han Mengwan. "Jiang Haifeng, what do you mean by this? Why should I be concerned about what happened to a criminal outside who was beaten up?" Upon hearing Han Mengwan's words, the members of the main house grew even more incensed. Chun Meijing pointed at the yellow-haired ruffian and exclaimed, "Han Mengwan, I witnessed with my own eyes last night that this man, named Yi, summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society and directed him to retaliate against us. Do you dare to refute this?" Han Mengwan cast a fleeting glance at the yellow-haired ruffian and replied coolly, "This yellow-haired fellow is clearly one of your own. Who can say that you haven't orchestrated this in advance to wrongfully accuse my son-in-law?" Jiang Haiyun chimed in, "Sister-in-law, are you mistaken? This scoundrel is nothing but a good-for-nothing. How could he possibly know someone from the White Wolf Society, let alone a hall master?" He was not defending Yi Chu, but rather expressing disbelief that a man of such low standing could be acquainted with a hall master. Chen Meijing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was common knowledge that Yi Chu was nothing more than a worthless, illegitimate child. How could he possibly know a hall master from the White Wolf Society, much less command him to act? If not for the prior incident involving Jiang Juanhu, even she would struggle to believe it. "Humph. I suspect they are merely looking for trouble," she mused. Han Mengwan scoffed. "I came here with good intentions, only to have my son-in-law wrongfully accused. Had I known, I would not have come." Yi Chu agreed, saying, "Mother, since they are like dogs biting Bin, unable to recognize a benefactor, let us not demean ourselves further here." Han Mengwan nodded and deliberately addressed the eldest family members, elder brother and sister-in-law. "Be cautious in your future endeavors. Do not be too ostentatious, lest you invite further troubles. Suffering in silence is one thing, but we must not tarnish the reputation of the Jiang family." The eldest family members were infuriated. "Han Mengwan, be silent." Chen Meijing shouted in anger. "Sister-in-law, please calm down. Do not let your health be compromised," Han Mengwan said with a comforting smile. Upon encountering the predatory gaze of the others, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With a teasing glance at a few individuals, she beckoned Yi Chu and the others, saying, "Let us depart." Addressing her elder brother and sister-in-law, she added, "Please take care of yourselves. We shall visit again soon." Jiang Haiyun mustered the courage to offer a word of comfort before following suit. Yi Chu lingered at the rear, casting a meaningful smile at the group before exiting the ward. Jiang Juanhu, consumed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing towards the door with gritted teeth, exclaiming, "Father, look at that scoundrel. It must undoubtedly be him." The others were equally incensed, with Chun Meijing indignantly stating, "Haifeng, that little brat is utterly arrogant. We must ensure he pays the price." "Father, I shall contact those on the dark list immediately. This time we must eliminate that scoundrel," Jiang Junlong declared, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. Jiang Haifeng nodded in agreement. "Very well, proceed at once." Yi Chu shook his head. "I am not certain. As soon as I entered, they were all shouting and clamoring. They mentioned something about the White Wolf Society, but I truly have no inkling about this White Wolf Society." Han Mengwan regarded him with suspicion. Given the significant reaction from the main family, she began to doubt the veracity of their claims. Jiang Haiyun scoffed, "Enough. Let us hasten to the company. It is plausible that he may know a few lackeys of the White Wolf Society. But how could he possibly be acquainted with figures of such stature as the leader?" Han Mengwan considered this and, after a moment, cautioned Yi Chu. "Be vigilant in the coming days. Safeguard yourself against potential retaliation from the main family." Yi Chu nodded in acknowledgement as Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun drove off to the company, while he ventured away alone, intending to check whether Sun Yiru and the others had successfully acquired the house. Having not yet made a purchase, one could move into the Guangling Lake Manor. Upon arriving outside the hospital, I prepared to hail a cab. At that moment, a familiar black Mercedes approached from a distance. As the vehicle drew near and came to a halt, the window slid down, revealing two familiar faces, the father and son, Yi Tianqing and Yi Cheng. Yi Chu's expression darkened. It seemed these specters would not easily depart. "Yi Chu, do not get too self-satisfied," Yi Cheng scoffed. "Do you truly believe that without you, we would be incapable of forging an alliance with the Jiang family?" Yi Chu nodded in agreement. "With your limited abilities, I fear you may indeed lack the competence." "Arrogant. Just wait and see. Once we secure our partnership with the Jiang family, we will come back to settle accounts with you. Yi Yiqing shot Yi Chu a frosty glare as the car made its way toward the hospital's underground garage. Yi Chu was momentarily taken aback, but soon appeared to deduce something, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah. While one may survive the wrath of heaven, one cannot escape the consequences of their own folly. Meanwhile, the car descended into the underground parking lot. Yu Yiqing and Yu Tianqing emerged, laden with an array of gifts, and made their way towards the inpatient building. Recently, they had learned of the Jiang family's eldest son being hospitalized. They thought it prudent to pay a personal visit in hopes of garnering goodwill. With unwavering confidence, they ascended the stairs and arrived at the hospital room where several members of the Jiang family were located. After adjusting their attire, they pushed the door open. Inside the room, Jiang Haifeng and the others were still in a foul mood. Seeing intruders, their irritation only intensified. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Yi Tianqing wore a broad smile as he replied, Esteemed guests, I am Yi Tianqing, the head of the Yi family, and am connected to your Jiang family by marriage. I heard of your unfortunate injuries and have come to pay my respects. Without invitation, I hope you will not take offense. The expressions on the faces of the few in the main room suddenly became exceedingly vivid. Yi Tianqing, perplexed, initially thought there was a performance unfolding and was about to speak when Chun Meijing, with unexpected fervor, inquired, So, Yi Chu is your son? Yi Tianqing smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to utter a few words, he witnessed Chun Meijing's previously calm demeanor transform into fury. Well, that little rascal just left, and you, as his father, come trailing right behind. What is this, a special visit to witness our misfortune? The angriest of them, Jiang Juanhu, promptly instructed the bodyguards beside him. Make sure to teach them a lesson. Beat them until they can hardly breathe. Instantly, a group of bodyguards sprang into action, and soon the hospital room echoed with anguished cries. After leaving the hospital, Yi Chu was about to call Sun Yuruo when he received a call from Baldly instead. Sir, I've just received word that Miss Sun is encountering some trouble. I am on my way there with my men and thought it prudent to inform you. Yi Chu's expression darkened. Where? At the flower and bird antique market. Yi Chu immediately instructed the driver to change course. Meanwhile, within an antique shop in the flower and bird antique market, Sun Yuruo and Sun Xiuying found themselves encircled by a group of bodyguards. Nearby, two burly men lay on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. They were the individuals Bai Xiaoxiao had dispatched to protect Sun Yuruo, showcasing the strength of their adversaries. Behind the throng of bodyguards sat a young man clad in extravagant attire, adorned with jade rings on both thumbs and a string of Buddhist beads around his neck. Exuding an air of refined elegance, the young man lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, his gaze drifting towards Sun Yuruo and her companion. He pointed to a pair of shattered porcelain shards on the floor and remarked coolly, This is a piece of Ru-kiln celadon from the Song dynasty. Valued at 100 million. You must compensate for it, or you shall not leave this place today. Sun Yuruo's face flushed with indignation. You are extorting us. This porcelain clearly fell by itself. The young man scoffed. It was evidently your careless passage that caused it to topple. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you dare to contest it? Sun Yuruo, on the verge of tears from frustration, lamented her misfortune. Just prior to this incident, she and her mother, Sun Xiuying, had followed Yi Chu's advice to purchase a beautifully renovated villa. During their house hunting, they had encountered an old classmate who was exceedingly enthusiastic, not only introducing them to prime properties, but also suggesting they acquire some calligraphy and antiques to enhance their home's elegance. Convinced by this rationale, the mother and daughter had ventured into this very shop based on the classmate's recommendation. However, after only a brief exploration, as Sun Yuruo passed by an antique porcelain vase, it unexpectedly fell. A cadre of bodyguards swiftly emerged, demanding compensation and asserting that the vase, a Song dynasty artifact, was worth 100 million. Even Sun Yuruo, typically naive, recognized she had fallen victim to professional extortionists. She attempted to call the city guards, but a group seized her phone and threatened her. Fortunately, two burly men who had been discreetly protecting her arrived just in time, but they were swiftly overpowered by the leader of the opposing bodyguards. Thus unfolded the current scene. Sun Xiuying clenched her teeth and declared, This is clearly a case of deliberate extortion. You would do well to let us go. My son-in-law is not one to be trifled with. The young man chuckled mockingly. Oh, really? Just how formidable can you be? Call someone to show me. Chapter 86. Yu Yiqing. You, just wait. I'll make the call. Sun Xiuying, feeling incensed, took out her phone, preparing to dial Yi Chu. A bodyguard sneered. You think you can summon help? What a fanciful notion. Do you even know who our boss is? Sun Xiaoying instinctively inquired. Who is it? The bodyguard proudly proclaimed. Our boss is none other than the young master of the Wu family. Surely you've heard of them, the Wu family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangdu. You are not in a position to provoke them. It would be wise for you to compensate us. Otherwise, if this escalates, you will be the ones to suffer. The expressions of the mother and daughter shifted dramatically. They were indeed familiar with the Wu family. Sun Xiaoying hesitated, uncertain whether she should still contact Yi Chu. What if he couldn't resolve the issue either? Calling him would only bring further trouble. Wu Xiaobing stood up and coolly remarked, Auntie, stop struggling. Just pay up. Didn't you just purchase a villa? I heard it's worth over 50 million. Selling it could cover part of your debt, and you can gather the rest. I can wait. Sun Yuru's face paled. How do you know that? Suddenly, realization struck her. Are you in cahoots with Zhu Kuo? Zhu Kuo was her former classmate, someone she had been in school with from primary through high school. After not doing well in college, she had dropped out to work, and they had encountered each other not long ago. Zhu Kuo was working in sales and had even become a manager. During the house buying process, Zhu Kuo had been exceedingly enthusiastic, which puzzled Sun Yuru, as their relationship had never been particularly close. She had thought perhaps Zhu had gained insight into the ways of the world after entering society. All that the other party exhibited was mere pretense, aimed solely at luring her here. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Wu Xiaobing's mouth, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the adjacent room. The woman, in her early 20s, was dressed flamboyantly, her face adorned with striking makeup. Possessing a certain beauty, she was none other than Zhu Kuo. Sun Yuru's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Kuo, why? I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish me harm? Zhu Kuo smiled alluringly. Yuru, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Our boss is a friend of Wu Xiao. Out of respect for our old camaraderie, I merely introduced you here. It was your own carelessness that shattered the antique. Why should I be held accountable? You. Sun Yuru's chest heaved with indignation. The man beside Zhu Kuo gazed at her with unrestrained desire. This beauty. If you sell your house at a loss, I could assist you with the remaining tens of millions. However, he continued, his gaze lingering on Sun Yuru's exquisite figure. The condition is that you must accompany me for a few months. Not long ago, Sun Yuru and her mother had gone house hunting. Upon discovering that her once impoverished classmate had suddenly acquired such wealth, Zhu Kuo felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Driven by jealousy, she approached her lecherous boss, who indeed became enamored with Sun Yuru's captivating eyes. Realizing that Sun Yuru lacked any substantial background, he secretly orchestrated this entire scheme. You shall not succeed. Sun Yuru retorted angrily. The man snorted coldly. Do not reject the toast, and instead drink the penalty wine. It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. Be wise and obedient. Otherwise, it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist for me to ruin you. Sun Yuru felt her eyes redden with anxiety, lamenting her misfortune for constantly encountering such incidents. Just as she was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. What audacity! The crowd turned towards the sound, and a tall, imposing young man entered. Brother Yi, Sun Yuru exclaimed with delight, and Sun Xiaoying shared her joy. Every time a critical moment arose, he would arrive just in time. Who would have thought it was you, the worthless, illegitimate son? The man sneered upon recognizing the newcomer. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes as he discerned the man's features. Yui Kong. The man, Yui Kong, was the eldest son of the second branch of the Yi family and had frequently bullied Yi Chu during their childhood. TSK, you little brat. With a beauty like Miss Jiang as your wife, and yet you remain unsatisfied, daring to keep a mistress outside. Aren't you afraid the Jiang family will find out and break your third leg? Yui Kong taunted. Or perhaps Miss Jiang denies you her bed, and you, unable to contain yourself, resort to keeping a mistress? After saying this, he turned to Sun Yuru, exclaiming, Beauty, your taste is lacking. How could you settle for such a waste, especially as a mistress? You should kick this fool to the curb and come with me instead. Whatever he offers you, I will double it. In a flash, Yi Chu stood before Yi Kong, delivering a resounding slap that left his opponent seeing stars. Yui Kong, momentarily stunned, clutched his throbbing cheek, staring blankly at Yi Chu. He raised his fist to strike, but Yi Chu effortlessly grasped his wrist and gently twisted. A sharp crack echoed as Yi Kong's wrist shattered. A chilling wail echoed throughout the venue. Yi Kong, gritting his teeth against the pain, turned to Wu Xiaobing and implored, Brother Bing, assist me in eliminating this worthless fool. I am willing to part with that item you coveted last time. Wu Xiaobing's heart surged with delight, but his expression quickly darkened as he glared at Yi Chu, audaciously causing a ruckus in his territory. Seize him. Render this boy incapacitated. A throng of bodyguards immediately encircled Yi Chu. At that moment, Baldly stormed in, flanked by a group of men radiating a menacing aura. Who dares to lay a hand on my lord? He bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Chu, his visage fierce and ferocious like a vengeful spirit. The bodyguards were undeniably intimidated. The head of the bodyguards recognized Bald Li and felt a surge of astonishment. Furious, Wu Xiaobing shouted, "Useless fools. Why are you standing there in a daze? Attack together. This is my territory. Do we fear a handful of outsiders?" The head bodyguard approached him discreetly, whispering, "Young master. That bald man is the hall master of the White Wolf Society." Wu Xiaobing's gaze sharpened, yet he remained undaunted as he coldly inquired of Bald Li, "Pray tell. What brings you and your White Wolf Society uninvited to my domain?" Bald Li snorted disdainfully. "Shouldn't that question be directed at you?" Wu Xiaobing replied nonchalantly. "This scoundrel is causing a disturbance in my establishment. Is it not reasonable for me to instruct my men to discipline him? Moreover, that woman shattered an antique in my shop. Is it not right for her to compensate accordingly? You speak falsely. That vase clearly fell on its own." Sun Yiru vehemently contended. Wu Xiaobing sneered, "My men witnessed you shatter it. Your attempts at evasion are futile. Furthermore, I possess surveillance footage. Even if the city guards are summoned, compensation must be made according to the value." Sun Yiruo was momentarily speechless, given the circumstances at that time. It was indeed difficult to articulate. Without reservation, she recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu squinted and approached to examine the shattered porcelain fragments. After a brief observation, he discerned that aside from a small portion that was authentic, the majority was evidently crafted with modern techniques, clearly added later. Wu Xiaobing snorted dismissively. "Stop looking. This is an authentic Song Dynasty Qing Ru kiln piece, worth a fortune." Yi Chu picked up the genuine shard and raised it towards Wu, his tone indifferent. "This small piece is the only real one. The rest are all fakes. Your method of extortion is rather sophisticated." Wu Xiaobing was taken aback, astonished that the other party could discern the truth. However, he would not concede, sneering, "Just because you say so? Let me inform you, I possess complete certification here. Even if you shout to the heavens, you must still compensate." Chapter 87, Commander Zhou, long time no see. "Damn it, they're trying to extort me. The leader of the White Wolf Society. Just wait until I make you pay." Baldly, filled with fury, swung his palm, the size of a fan, towards Wu Xiaobing. The head of the bodyguards immediately intervened, but after just one exchange, he was sent flying, spitting blood. Wu Xiaobing's expression changed dramatically as he hastily ordered his bodyguards to intercept. Yet, how could they possibly match Baldly? In the blink of an eye, they were all subdued. As Baldly's massive palm approached, Wu Xiaobing, alarmed, shouted, "You bastard, I am the young master of the Wu family. My brother-in-law's father is the commander of the city guards. Go ahead, try touching me." Bald Li's palm hovered in midair. Although the White Wolf Society was not without strength, it still harbored a certain trepidation towards the authorities. Wu Xiaobing, witnessing this, burst into laughter, declaring, "Baldy, it would be wise for you to offer a sincere apology and compensate me accordingly. Otherwise, with just a phone call, I can summon the city guards, and you will find yourselves in a predicament you cannot escape." Ignoring him, Baldly turned to Yi Chu, who nodded in affirmation, and instantly, he understood. He turned back to Wu Xiaobing, revealing a menacing grin. "You little brat, threatening the White Wolf Society? You are still quite inexperienced." With that, his palm, as large as a fan, suddenly came crashing down. The sound was exceptionally crisp as Wu Xiaobing spun around several times, his head swimming with stars. One side of his face rapidly swelled and turned red. Yi Yikong's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, while Zhu Kuter trembled, realizing they had seemingly stirred up a significant crisis. Baldly's gaze was dismissive. "Go ahead. I'm waiting. Call for help." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiaobing swiftly pulled out his phone to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, in a nearby shopping mall, a strikingly elegant woman was strolling with her boyfriend and his family, searching for a place to dine. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, she was met with a voice filled with distress. "Sister, someone is causing a ruckus in my store and has even resorted to violence. You must stand up for me." The woman's expression shifted immediately, prompting her companion to inquire, "What's wrong?" "There's trouble on Xiaobing's end, and it seems someone has been assaulted," she replied. The man furrowed his brow, his face darkening. Who is so audacious? Let us go and see for ourselves. After speaking, he turned to the middle-aged couple beside him, saying, Father, Aunt Yang, please continue your shopping. We have a matter to attend to. The man was none other than Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city's militia, who had dined with Yichu not long ago. The woman beside him was the striking beauty who had unexpectedly entered the room at that time. Afterward, Zhou Bingtian could not forget her and discreetly investigated her background, discovering that she was single. Thus, he fervently pursued her. Zhou Bingtian glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and smiled. Let us go together. I, too, am curious about which audacious individual is so brazen. In truth, he primarily wished to impress her. Zhou Zi instantly perceived his father's intentions and cheerfully nodded. All right, let us proceed together. Wu Qianqian immediately spoke into her phone. Ah Bing. Wait for us. Uncle Zhou and the others will be there shortly. Inside the antique shop, Wu Xiaobing felt a surge of elation upon hearing that the city militia commander was coming in person. After hanging up, he turned to the bald-headed Li Ning with a triumphant grin. You scoundrel. My sister is about to bring the commander of the city militia here. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Li Ning furrowed his brow. The commander was indeed a prominent figure in Jiangdu, and dealing with him could prove challenging. A discreet glance at Yichu revealed his calm demeanor, which eased Li Ning's worries. Sun Yiro and her daughter also appeared anxious. Brother Yi, I have caused you more trouble, the young girl said, guilt evident on her face. It's just a trivial matter. There's no need to concern yourself. Yichu waved his hand dismissively, and then turned to Li Ning with displeasure. Haven't you eaten? You can't even handle an ordinary person. Li Ning felt a jolt of fear and immediately glared menacingly at Wu Xiaobing. The latter's complexion changed dramatically as he seethed. You'd better not act rashly. Or else. His words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a slap, followed by a series of resounding blows. In no time, Wu Xiaobing was left looking like a grotesque caricature. Yi Yikong watched in horror, too terrified to utter a sound lest he provoke a violent reprisal. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer needless losses. It is better to wait for the city guards to arrive. All right, don't kill him. Yichu waved his hand, prompting Baldly to finally cease his assault. At that moment, Wu Xiaobing's mouth was filled with blood, his cheeks swollen and bruised, rendering him a pitiful sight. With a venomous glare directed at Baldly, he attempted to speak, but the severity of his injuries rendered him speechless for an extended period. Bah! You truly cannot withstand a beating, Baldly spat, discarding his saliva onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Yikong and Zhu Kuer, asking, What shall we do with these two? The pair turned pale with fear, and Yi Yikong quickly resorted to emotional appeal. Yi Chu, we are cousins, family. You mustn't act recklessly. Yi Chu coldly laughed. Now you recognize us as family? Just then, a group of armed city guards stormed in with an imposing air. Following closely, a commanding voice reverberated. Who dares to create a disturbance within another's establishment? The crowd turned to see several figures striding forth, at the forefront of which was Zhou Bingtian. Yi Yikong, who had previously been submissive, immediately shifted his demeanor, pointing at Yi Chu and scolding, You worthless fool, it's over for you. No one can save you this time. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Yi Chu's mouth as he retorted, While you're so preoccupied with worrying about me, perhaps you should first concern yourself. Yi Yikong's expression changed abruptly. You worthless fool, do you dare to act in front of the city guards? In a flash, Yi Chu vanished from sight, only to reappear right before Yi Yikong. With the latter's face contorted in shock, Yi Chu swiftly delivered 2 kicks. Yi Yikong fell to his knees with a thud, letting out a wretched scream. You audacious fool. The city guards erupted in fury, raising their weapons menacingly at Yi Chu. Brother Yi. Sun Yuru's heart leaped to her throat. Just then, Zhou Bingtian and his companions entered, having witnessed the earlier scene firsthand. Zhou Bingtian, furious, exclaimed, What audacity! How dare you act so brazenly in front of your commanding officer? Since Yi Chu had his back turned, Zhou Bingtian did not recognize him immediately. Wu Qianqian rushed over to the severely beaten Wu Xiaobing. Hey Bing, are you all right? Don't scare me. Wu Xiaobing's voice was weak. Sister, I want that scoundrel dead. Wu Qianqian glared at Yi Chu with reddened eyes. Rest assured, I will not let anyone who harms you go unpunished. After saying this, she quickly stood up and pleaded with Zhou Bingtian. Uncle Zhou, please seek justice for A Bing. Zhou Bingtian spoke in a deep voice, then waved his hand decisively. Seize this madman. At that moment, Yi Chu slowly turned, offering a faint smile to Zhou Bingtian. Commander Zhou, it's been a while. Chapter 88. Watch how I deal with you. So, it is Master Yi. What a pleasure. I haven't had the chance to thank you for last time. When are you free? Let us have a meal together. Yichu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he had been quite busy lately and would defer for another day. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. How could Yichu possibly know Zhou Bingtian and seemingly maintain a cordial relationship at that? It was inconceivable. What right did a mere wastrel have to such connections? Yi Yikong seethed internally, unable to accept the reality before him. Zhu Kuer appeared pale, filled with profound regret. In stark contrast, Sun Yuruo and her daughter wore expressions of sheer astonishment. However, they understood the gravity of the situation. A person of Yichu's stature was not someone to offend lightly. Baldheadedly stepped forward without hesitation, speaking rapidly to convey the unfolding events. Commander Zhou, that insolent brat dares to engage in such extortion, even implicating esteemed individuals. You must handle this matter with justice. Otherwise, our White Wolf Society will not let it go easily, he declared emphatically. Zhou Bingtian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yichu, realizing that the young man was somehow connected to the White Wolf Society. Rest assured, I will handle this matter fairly, Zhou Bingtian replied solemnly, nodding in agreement before casting a piercing glance at the Wu siblings. To be utilized as a pawn in someone else's game was a bitter pill to swallow. The siblings trembled at his gaze, and Wu Qianqian quickly apologized. I am sorry, Uncle Wu. I had no knowledge of the situation being this severe. I am willing to apologize on behalf of my brother. In truth, she was well aware of her brother's usual antics, having witnessed numerous conflicts in the past. Yet, buoyed by her boyfriend's connections to the Wu family, they had always managed to resolve matters amicably, until now, when they had encountered a formidable adversary. Zhou Zi hastily chimed in. Father, it's all a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should let this go. Zhou Bingtian retorted coldly. Nonsense. This young man has undoubtedly engaged in such behavior repeatedly. Tell me, did you know about this all along? Zhou Zi found himself momentarily speechless. Yichu calmly remarked, Commander Zhou, simply oversee the proceedings. The city guards promptly sprang into action, apprehending the entire group. Wu Qianqian glanced at Zhou Zi with a pleading expression, yet he averted his gaze, silent and introspective. Master Yi, please share your contact information. I would be delighted to invite you to dinner another day. Before departing, Zhou Bingtian exchanged contact details with Yichu, who willingly acquiesced. Very well, I shall certainly reach out in the near future. Baldly nodded in agreement and swiftly departed with his men. Yichu turned towards Sun Yuru and her mother. Yuru, Annie, shall we take our leave as well? Coincidentally, their villa was situated near Guangling Lake. Upon returning home, Sun Xiaoying immediately began preparing a meal, while Sun Yuru offered Yichu a tour of the villa. The residence, comprising 3 floors including a basement, was adorned with lavish decor, presenting a delightful overall impression. Throughout the tour, the young girl exhibited boundless excitement, clearly elated. Observing her joy, Yichu dismissed the notion of having her relocate to the Guangling Lake estate. Thank you, Brother Yi, Sun Yuru expressed, her gaze lingering on Yichu, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Yichu could not resist embracing her slender waist, softly whispering in her ear, There is no need for gratitude between us. Sun Yuru's delicate figure trembled slightly, her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue, yet she did not resist, instead wrapping her slender arm around Yichu's neck. As he gazed at her alluring lips, Yichu found himself irresistibly drawn to lean down and kiss her. Their lips met, enveloping him in a gentle sensation accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance of youth. Yichu's movements were equally unpracticed. Strictly speaking, this was indeed his first kiss. The last time he had kissed Yun Bingwan, it had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac, resulting in wildly passionate actions that left Yichu merely a passive participant, devoid of any genuine experience. In the hushed confines of the basement, a man and a woman embraced tightly, their lips and tongues entwined, enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy. Just as they lost themselves in the kiss, Sun Xiaoying's voice suddenly echoed from the staircase. Yuro, Xiaochu, come up for dinner. Startled, both of them jolted, hastily parting. Sun Yuro adjusted her disheveled clothing, a rosy blush adorning her delicate face, her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders, rendering her even more enchanting than usual. She felt a twinge of shyness and dared not meet Yichu's gaze, leading the way upstairs. Yichu, amused, quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found Sun Xiuying had prepared a meal. Noticing the faint flush on Sun Yuro's cheeks, she immediately sensed something amiss but chose to remain silent, cheerfully beckoning, Xiaochu, come eat. After dinner, Sun Xiuying instructed, Yuro, please clear the dishes, and then you and Xiaochu can arrange those antiques and paintings. I need to step out to buy some vegetables and wine. I was in a hurry earlier and didn't prepare much for dinner. We must treat Xiaochu well in the evening. As she exited the villa, Sun Xiuying glanced back, her eyes filled with an inscrutable expression. Girl, I have paved the way for you. It's up to you to seize the opportunity. Initially, Sun Xiuying had harbored reservations about Yichu, wishing for her daughter to marry an ordinary man and lead a peaceful life. However, after the recent series of events, she had begun to see things differently. Sun Yuro possesses an extraordinary beauty that easily attracts attention, necessitating the presence of a steadfast protector. This aligns with the ancient adage that beauty often brings misfortune. Yichu undoubtedly emerges as a commendable choice, especially since Sun Yuro harbors feelings for him. She no longer wishes to impede their connection, only to facilitate their union. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Xiuying's intentions remain a mystery. After tidying up the dishes, they turned their focus to the antique paintings and calligraphy, swiftly completing the task. Sun Yuro wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Brother Yi, I am going to take a shower. All right, go ahead, Yichu replied with a nod. As the young woman entered the bathroom, the sound of running water ignited the dormant flames within Yichu, stirring his senses. He couldn't help but glance toward the bathroom, where visions of the girl bathing flashed in his mind, causing his blood to surge with restlessness. Yichu quickly composed himself, striving to quell the tumult within him. Before long, Sun Yuro emerged, enveloped in a pristine white bathrobe. Her damp hair cascaded gracefully over her alabaster shoulders, the robe clinging to her alluring form. Her long, fair legs shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the sunlight. Yichu instinctively turned his gaze away, fearful of losing control. Observing his reaction, Sun Yuro smiled mischievously and approached him, inquiring with curiosity, Brother Yi, what is the matter? The enticing fragrance of the young woman wafted through the air, causing Yichu's breath to quicken as he hastily shook his head. It's nothing. Sun Yuro's enchanting eyes narrowed playfully, her smile impish as she said, Brother Yi, I bought some clothes. Could you help me decide which one looks best? As she spoke, she grasped Yichu's hand, the softness of her touch sending a shiver through him. His reaction immediately provoked a peal of laughter from the young girl. Yichu looked up and noticed the mischievous glimmer in her eyes, and he instantly realized her intent. He raised his hand and gave her a playful smack on her pert rear, speaking with mock severity. Oh, you cheeky girl, daring to tease me. Let us see how I deal with you. He swept her up in his arms and strode towards the nearby bedroom. The girl gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet she made no attempt to resist. In the depths of her gaze lay a hint of anticipation. Chapter 89. The confident Feng Hansen on the soft, expansive bed, two fervent bodies entwined, an intoxicating atmosphere enveloping the room. With a soft sigh, Sun Yuro transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. Soon, scenes unsuitable for young eyes unfolded within the room. Over 2 hours later, Yichu lay with the girl in his embrace on the plush bed, his eyes brimming with delight. After their union, he had utilized her primordial yin to soothe the resentful dragon energy, causing some of its bitterness to dissipate. He turned his focus inward to his energy sea, where the dark, resentful dragon energy quietly coiled beside the void dragon soul cauldron. As Yichu attempted to cultivate, he noted that the dragon energy's response was indeed more subdued than before. Sun Yuro nestled against him, tranquil as a kitten, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Observing Yichu's excitement, she curiously inquired, Brother Yi, what has happened to you? Sun Yuro appeared utterly bewildered. Yichu hastily explained, outlining his circumstances. Sun Yuro listened with astonishment, studying him intently for a while before skeptically asking, Brother Yi, you're not deceiving me, are you? You seem just like any normal person. How could you possess dragon blood? Yichu pointed to the back of his head, saying, Look here. The young girl, filled with curiosity, leaned closer and noticed a patch of golden scales growing in the opposite direction on the back of his head. Most of the scales were hidden beneath his hair, making them nearly imperceptible without careful observation. As the girl touched the golden scales, she felt a chilling sensation, her fair face revealing intense curiosity. Could this be dragon scales? Yichu nodded, affirming, Now, do you believe what I said? The girl eagerly nodded in agreement, then asked, Brother Yi, since you claim I am the true martial spirit body, does that mean I can also become a martial artist? If so, She wished to grow stronger and no longer be a burden to Yichu. With a smile, Yichu replied, "Of course you can. Get up. I will teach you now." He had intended to instruct the girl in her cultivation. A true martial spirit body is an exceptional constitution, and it would be a pity not to pursue the path of martial arts. Sun Yuru's face lit up with joy as she quickly rose to prepare. Yichu searched his mind for an appropriate martial arts technique suitable for the girl, imparting it to her with careful explanation. Sun Yuru swiftly grasped the essential principles and began her practice. Yichu observed quietly from the side, refraining from any interference. As time passed, he sensed wisps of spiritual energy manifesting in the air, continuously flowing into the girl's body. Soon, over 2 hours had elapsed when Sun Yuru awakened from her meditation. Stretching her body and feeling a surge of strength. "My strength has increased significantly. How astonishing!" she exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. In the realm of martial arts, the first step is to temper the body, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or utilizing medicinal baths to refine the physique and enhance internal vitality. In the second step, one becomes a master of meridian opening, unblocking the extraordinary channels within the body. The third step leads to becoming a grandmaster of energetic transformation, capable of projecting energy to harm from a distance. Sun Yuru was captivated, realizing how formidable this was. The world she inhabited was truly extraordinary. She felt as if she had unlocked a new realm of understanding. What Yichu conveyed was entirely different from the knowledge she had previously acquired. "Ah, this world is far more intricate and mysterious than you can imagine," Yichu remarked with a smile. "As for the subsequent realms, I shall reveal them in due time. Remember, the path of martial arts requires a solid foundation. One must not aim too high too quickly." The young girl nodded earnestly. Soon after, they dressed and exited the room. Sun Shouying immediately sensed a subtle change in their demeanor and realized it was too late to turn back, rolling her eyes inwardly. "I was held up by a minor matter," she casually explained before heading into the kitchen with her belongings. Sun Yuru joined her in assisting. Shortly thereafter, the mother and daughter prepared a sumptuous feast. Yichu sat down to share dinner with them. Xie Yushan's face turned pale with fright. "Yichen, what has happened? How did it come to this?" "It's all that rascal Yichu's fault." Yu Yichen gritted his teeth. "Dad, that scoundrel is utterly detestable. We must make him pay dearly for this." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, wishing he could eradicate Yichu at once. Yu Chansheng nodded solemnly. "I will call Master Su immediately." Before long, Su Wanshan arrived at the Yi family villa, accompanied by his senior brother Feng Hansa. For the sake of caution, Yi Tianqing had summoned a large group of armed bodyguards, determined to teach Yichu a profound lesson today, making it clear who was the master and who was the subordinate. "Master of the house, this is my senior brother, Feng Hansan." Su Wanshan introduced the elder beside him to Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing promptly stepped forward, extending his hands with warmth. The esteemed name of Elder Feng had long resonated in his ears, and meeting him in person today was indeed extraordinary. "A pleasure to meet you," he expressed. Feng Hansan merely nodded slightly before taking a seat on the sofa with an air of arrogance. "Let it be known, my services come at a steep price." Yi Tianqing quickly concealed his embarrassment and replied, "Rest assured, Elder Feng, once the matter is resolved, the Yi family will offer a substantial reward." Feng Hansen grunted in acknowledgement and inquired, "Where is that brat?" As he spoke, Yi Tianqing retrieved his phone, contemplated briefly, and composed a text message to Yichu. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yichu had just finished his meal and was about to leave when he received the text notification. Upon reading it, his eyes narrowed. Recognizing the sender instantly, he promptly dialed the number, his tone icy. "I hope you aren't deceiving me again. Otherwise, I won't hold back." After hanging up, he bid farewell to the mother and daughter and headed towards the Yi residence. At the Yi villa, Yi Tianqing's expression darkened. "That insolent wretch dares to threaten me. Let us see how I will deal with you shortly." He then turned to Feng Hansan, a hint of concern in his demeanor. "Elder Feng, that brat is not weak. Do you have confidence?" Feng Hansen nodded proudly. "Do not worry. As long as he is not a master, I can handle it." Chapter 90. You are too weak. Yichu soon arrived at the Yi residence. As he entered the villa, he sensed the hidden bodyguards lurking around. He lowered his gaze slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yichu disregarded the surroundings, strolling into the villa with his hands clasped behind his back. "Humph. Worthless, you shall see soon enough." Yi Yifei scoffed coldly in his heart as he followed suit into the villa. Upon Yichu's entrance, the occupants within the room turned their gazes towards him. Only Feng Hansen remained composed, seated leisurely on the sofa, delicately sipping from his teacup, his eyes unwavering. An air of arrogance enveloped him, as he deemed the unknown youth beneath his notice. Upon seeing Yi Chu, Yi Tianqing's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, "Yi Chu, I shall grant you another opportunity. If you facilitate a meeting with Miss Jiang, I shall overlook the prior matters." Yi Chu shook his head, asserting, "I have stated that Jun Yao is quite busy and has no time for irrelevant individuals." Xia Yushan retorted sharply, "You insolent wretch, what do you mean by irrelevant? After visiting the Jiang family, have you forgotten your own surname?" Yi Qin echoed the sentiment, his expression equally stern. "Yi Chu, mother is right. Do not forget your surname is Yi. The Yi family has supported you for many years, and now it is your turn to contribute to the family." Yi Chu nearly laughed in exasperation. Even now, they resorted to moral coercion. The kindness of the Yi family had long been repaid. With a frigid demeanor, he asserted, "From the moment I entered the Jiang family, I have severed all ties with the Yi family." The mother and son were momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Tianqing, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Unfilial son, if you refuse to recognize your place, do not blame me for forgetting our familial bond." With that, he turned respectfully to Feng Hansen, saying, "Old Feng, I kindly ask for your assistance." Feng Hansen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Yi Chu's voice. He instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer, the very youth who had bested him on that fateful day. He was only aware that the Yi family had requested his assistance in dealing with a certain individual. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that this person was none other than the son-in-law of the Jiang family who had previously defeated him. Had he known the identity of his opponent, he would have never intervened in this matter. However, now that he had achieved a breakthrough, he felt a slight sense of calmness within. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Yi Chu and spoke with composure, "Young friend, it has been quite some time." The crowd was taken aback, and Su Wanchun curiously inquired, "Senior brother, do you know this lad?" Feng Hansen nodded slightly, acknowledging their previous acquaintance. He refrained from mentioning the events of that day, as they were rather embarrassing. Yi Chu was astonished. "The Yi family has hired you to deal with me?" Feng Hansen nodded subtly, "Young friend, this venue is rather confined. I kindly request we step outside to settle this." He gestured with his hand in invitation. Yi Chu waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such trouble. You are not my match. Out of respect for Miss Yun, I suggest you leave. I have no desire to cause harm." Su Wanshan was instantly enraged. "Arrogant youth, do not be so presumptuous. My senior brother is unmatched below the grandmaster level. Defeating you would be a mere trifle." Feng Hansen's lips twitched. It was one thing to say such things in front of others, but to declare them in front of Yi Chu made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was only after his encounter with Yi Chu that he had gained insights leading to his breakthrough. Yu Yichen also chimed in, "Yi Chu, it would be wise for you to admit your mistakes promptly. Otherwise, once Feng Lao takes action, you will regret it too late." "Oh, is he truly that formidable? I am eager to experience it for myself," Yi Chu replied with an unusual glint in his eyes, beckoning with his finger. "Come. Let me see the extent of your prowess." Su Wanchan, beside himself with fury, urged, "Senior brother, this young man is utterly arrogant. You must teach him a lesson." As the atmosphere intensified, Feng Hansen found it difficult to refrain from taking action. Coincidentally, he also wished to validate his newfound strength. His gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to an eagle poised to strike. "Young friend, since it has come to this, I shall not hold back." With that, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The floor beneath his former position shattered like a spider's web, showcasing his terrifying explosive power. While the onlookers were stunned, their hearts swelled with elation, believing victory was assured. Yi Chu remained unmoving, his hand transforming into a claw as he swiftly countered. His palm, resembling an eagle's talon, darted like lightning, first evading Feng Hansen's assault before landing a heavy blow upon his chest. Feng Hansen was struck with tremendous force, his body hurtling backwards. The impact echoed as he crashed into the distant wall, creating a gaping hole, and he spat a mouthful of blood upon landing. Clutching his chest, he struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could you be so strong?" Yi Chu withdrew his hand, offering a nonchalant smile. "It is not that I am too strong. Rather, you are too weak." The words were a dagger to Feng Hansen's heart. Overcome with rage and shock, he coughed up another mouthful of blood before his head tilted, and he fainted. "Senior brother," Su Wanshan exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assess Feng Hansen's injuries. The members of the Yi family stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the reality before them. The illegitimate son they had scorned turned out to possess such formidable martial prowess. What was his actual strength? The pinnacle of body refinement? Or perhaps even a master? As this realization dawned on them, their breaths quickened, particularly for Yi Tianqing, who was overwhelmed by an inescapable sense of regret. Had he known Yi Chu was so powerful, he would never have resorted to marrying him off in exchange for an alliance with the Jiang family. Yi Chu let out a cold laugh, addressing Yi Tianqing. Do not attempt to play games with me. Speak plainly. The messages you sent must be genuine, or I shall show no mercy. Yi Tianqing's eyelids twitched, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. Having already lowered his head, he found Yi Chu's demeanor intolerable. Yu Yifei, filled with discontent, retorted, Yi Chu, no matter how formidable you are still of the Yi family. How dare you speak to our father in such a manner? In a flash, Yi Chu appeared before Yi Yifei, swiftly delivering a resounding slap. The impact sent Yu Yifei sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Clutching his agonized face, he gasped, You dare strike me? His disbelief was palpable. The once powerless individual he had tormented now had the audacity to retaliate. Xie Yushan erupted in fury, exclaiming, You wretched spawn, I shall end your life. She bellowed to the bodyguards concealed nearby, commanding, Come forth and incapacitate this insolent wretch. A considerable number of bodyguards, numbering 30 or 40, rushed in, armed and ready for confrontation. Attack without restraint. I shall take responsibility for any consequences, she ordered. Without hesitation, the bodyguards advanced toward Yi Chu. Unfazed, Yi Chu adopted a defensive stance, prepared to confront them. In a matter of moments, several assailants were sent flying. As the numbers of fallen opponents grew, the leader of the bodyguards, Xie Shan, shouted in anger, Xie Shan, draw your weapon. Xie Shan, unable to hesitate, swiftly drew his pistol, covertly aiming at Yi Chu. Yi Tianqing observed without interference. Despite Yi Chu's exceptional prowess, if he could not be harnessed for their purposes, his existence would merely pose a threat. Bang! Amidst the acrid smoke, bullets sliced through the air, hurtling towards Yi Chu. Yi Chen, exhilarated, raised his fist, exclaiming in fervor to eliminate that wretched being. With a swift motion, Yi Chu sent one assailant flying, only to sense imminent danger from the side. In a flash, he extended his hand, grasping the incoming bullet, and with a rapid flick, he propelled it back, piercing Xie Shan's wrist, which held the firearm. The handgun clattered to the ground, followed by a